Transatlantic Anarchism during the Spanish Civil War and Revolution, 1936 to 1939. Between 1936 and 1939, the Spanish Civil War showcased anarchism to the world. News of the revolution in Spain energized a moribund international anarchist movement, and activists from across the globe flocked to Spain to GHT against fascism and build the revolution behind the front lines. Those that stayed at home set up groups and newspapers to send money, weapons, and solidarity to their Spanish comrades. This book charts this little-known phenomenon through a transnational case study of anarchists from Britain, Ireland, and the United States, using a thematic approach to place their efforts in the wider context of the Civil War, the anarchist movement and the international left. Maurice BRODIE is a historian at Queen's University Belfast. He achieved a BA in History and Politics, first-class honours, from the University of Strathclyde in 2013 before completing his MSc in History, with distinction, at the University of Glasgow in 2014. He received his PhD at Queen's in 2018. He specialises in the history of international anarchism during the interwar period and has published his research in several journals, including Radical Americas, Anarchist Studies, and the Journal of the History of Childhood and Youth. This is his RST book. Maurice BRODIE. For Fern. In memory of Bert Altina and Alan Maxey Moyne. Introduction 1. 1. From Depression to Revival 18. 2. State Collapse, Collaboration, and Revolution 43. 3. Violence, Terror, and Warfare 67. 497. 5. Gender, Masculinity, and the Children of the Revolution 128. 6. 156. Conclusion 187. Appendix 1, Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 194. Appendix 2, 222K. Introduction. Between 1936 and 1939, the Spanish Civil War showcased anarchism to the world. Following the rebellion of Francisco Franco and his nationalist generals against the left-leaning Popular Front government in July 1936, and the resultant collapse of state authority, militants of the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, National Confederation of Labor, CNT, and Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Iberian Anarchist Federation, FAI, declared Comunismo Libertario, libertarian communism, in villages and towns throughout the country. They seized factories, expropriated private property and collectivist land, beginning a process that continued until the crushing of the revolution with the NAL military victory of the rebels in April 1939. In the interim, their revolutionary achievements had transnational appeal, and inspired a new generation of activists to join the movement. Anarchists across the globe saw Spain as the practical realization of their anti-state, anti-hierarchical, and anti-capitalist convictions. They flocked to Spain to work for the CNT-FAI or GHT in the trenches against Franco, and those that remained behind aided the struggle by agitating and organizing solidarity for their Spanish comrades. Events in Spain injected life into what, until then, had been a weak international anarchist movement. The heyday of anarchism came around the turn of the 20th century, with interest in anarcho-syndicalism peaking in the 1910s. By the 1930s, a combination of state repression, dwindling nances, the attraction of other ideologies, particularly Soviet communism after the Russian Revolution of 1917, and factional disputes led to the slow decline of the anarchist movement in all but a few countries. The defeat of the rebels in Barcelona on July 19, 1936, heralding the birth of the Spanish Revolution, halted this process. After years of decline, Spain provided the impetus for a period of sustained and intense activity. This enthusiasm was, nevertheless, tempered by the often contradictory path taken by the Spanish anarchist movement throughout the course of the war. This book investigates this international phenomenon through a transnational case study of anarchists from the three transatlantic countries of Britain, Ireland, and the United States. The Spanish Civil War and its accompanying revolution are widely viewed as the last heroic and tragic stand of anarchism in the 20th century, with the anarchist thinker Colin Ward maintaining that the anarchists emerged from the war as heroic. 2. Introduction. Losers. 2. The CON-ICT continues to inspire a plethora of books for both specialists and the general reader, and there are a number of sine qua studies devoted to Spanish anarchism during the period, often by surviving militants of the struggle. 3. Until recently, though, there has been relatively little work done on the international, non-Spanish, anarchist movement in the interwar period. 4. Although there is a general acceptance that the international movement experienced a boost from events in Spain, works dedicated explicitly to exploring the links between the movements, and how each affected the other, are rare. 5. Far from being the last stand, for the international anarchist movement. Lessons learned in Spain provided lasting memories that continued to inform activists after 1939. Networks forged during the Civil War continued until well into the 1940s and 1950s. Anarchists who came to Spain to GHT are neglected in most mainstream histories of the war, unlike other volunteers for the international brigades organized by the Communist International, Comintern. 6. Foreign anarchists were smaller in number than their erstwhile comrades in the Communist Party, but their experiences highlight important tensions within the Spanish Republican camp regarding the conduct of the war, the progress of the revolution and the nature of popular mobilization during wartime. The anarchist militia system, so often reviled by historians of the war, allowed anarchists both foreign and domestic to GHT fascism whilst retaining their traditional hostility to militarism. The militias were a unique aspect of the Civil War, but overseas anarchists who served in them have remained largely overlooked. The book is a study of transnational interwar radical activism. Although relatively few, the activities of the transatlantic anarchists highlight issues affecting a widespread array of political movements. In addition to examining the military service of transatlantic anarchist volunteers in Spain, the book investigates the wider social and political environment within which anarchists operated. How did the movement deal with issues of gender, masculinity, and youth? How did language and nationalism inform their thought and affect their actions? How did activists coordinate solidarity between themselves and other potential allies? This applies to Spain as well as Britain, Ireland, and the United States. The 1930s is often seen as a particularly dark decade, particularly for the left, but there were ashes of light, like the Spanish Revolution, that lit up the wider political landscape. 7. International solidarity has been a feature of left-wing political agitation since at least the creation of the First International in 1864. But, as shown by the collapse of that organization 12 years later, this is often difficult to maintain over long periods. The work of foreign anarchists to raise awareness and solidarity for the struggle of the CNTFAI in their own countries illuminates some of the challenges of bottom-up organization across state borders, something with sine qua contemporary relevance. It is becoming increasingly clear that the problems we face in the 21st century cannot be overcome through insular appeals to national unity. The effects of climate change, and the resultant societal strife that will inevitably follow, require cross-cultural and transnational cooperation to alleviate. 3. Introduction. Although different in kind, although arguably not in degree, these problems share striking similarities with the destructive rise of fascism in the 1930s. The response to this need not be a retreat into nihilism. Urgent problems can lead to resilient and ingenious solutions. David Featherstone notes that solidarity is a transformative relation. It can cement existing identities and power relations, but it can also be about the active creation of new ways of relating. 8. The Spanish Civil War and Revolution represented such a process for transatlantic anarchists. Transnational history. During the last 2 decades, interest in transnationalism has increased substantially. Originally associated with anthropology, particularly migration studies, the term now enjoys widespread use across a variety of academic disciplines, including history. According to May and Guy, transnational history follows the movement or reach of people, ideas, and/or things across national, or other DNED, borders. 9. It acknowledges that some processes, ideologies and events cannot be understood fully if taken purely in their own national context. This also challenges nationalist histories that tend to emphasize artificial divisions between people instead of appreciating their shared humanity. Transnational history is not simply a comparative study spanning two or more countries, it recognizes the interconnections between them, and how these shape developments in all the countries under consideration. The history of the international left has been markedly influenced by this fresh emphasis on transnationalism. One of the RST works to pursue this line of thinking was Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker's study of Atlantic sailors in the 17th and 18th centuries. More recent collections edited by Leon Fink and Holger Y seek to synergize a new awareness that the internationalism expounded by many historical radical movements is better understood as a form of transnationalism. Featherstone uses the term internationalism from below to encapsulate this as a less hierarchical, but more politically explicit, form of solidarity. 10 One feature of transnational labor history is a focus on networks, dened by Sanjeev Kagram, James V. Riker and Catherine Sikink as sets of actors linked across country boundaries, bound together by shared values, dense exchanges of information and services, and common discourses. 11 These networks owe in more than one direction, and, as I have argued elsewhere, are vital in forming and sustaining militant activist identities. 12 There has been a renaissance in anarchist studies in recent years, due partly to the popularity of the transnational turn. In many ways, anarchism and syndicalism lend themselves to being studied using a transnational model. Constance Bantman and Bert Altina even suggest that transnationalism seems to be a natural characteristic of anarchist movements. Lucien van der Walt and Stephen J. Hirsch note how transnational networks were vital to the functioning of the anarchist movement in the period before the Second World War. They argue that these networks facilitated doctrinal diffusion, Nanchalaus, transmission of information and symbolic practices, and acts of solidarity. 14 Traditional studies tend to characterize anarchist movements as rising and falling in spectacular waves of militancy that apparently sink without trace once the period of revolutionary fervor subsides. Transnational studies, by contrast, acknowledge that many of these activists did not disappear or drop out of the movement, they just moved around. 15 At the same time, transnationalism should not be treated as a silver bullet. Kenyon Zimmer notes that the term itself, with its underlying assumption of specie nationalisms, may have had problematic connotations for the anarchists under study. He concedes that historians are stuck with it for now, and it remains a viable and valuable concept so long as we implicitly understand it to actually mean trans-state. 16 This raises an important point. Although anarchists held to internationalist ideals, they still lived under the Westphalian state system. No matter how much they might have railed against the state, it was within this context that dened their activism. Bantman and Altina warn against replicating their subject of study's disregard for the state and boundaries. 17 Reefing one historiographical model over another often leads to a skewed interpretation. This book uses a transnational lens, whilst acknowledging that the nation-state still played an important part in deciding how anarchists responded to the many challenges and opportunities that the Spanish Civil War and Revolution presented to them. A transatlantic perspective. Studying the anarchist movement in the United States, Britain, and Ireland during the 1930s stems from an appreciation of the merits of a transnational approach. Using an ocean, such as the Atlantic, as a reference point for study may seem strange, but, historically, oceans have acted more as connecting points for human interaction than barriers. They represent national borders for some states, but they are also a means of transport and travel, particularly in the era before long-distance flight. Traditionally, Atlantic history limited itself to the period from the beginning of European colonization of the Americas in 1492 until the mid-19th century. This was linked to the transatlantic slave trade between the 16th and 19th centuries, when ships of empire brought capital, people, and ideas between the Old World and the New, at a hoary human cost. 18 According to proponents such as Philip D. Morgan and Jack P. Green, The great virtue of thinking in Atlantic terms is that it encourages broad perspectives, transnational orientations, and expanded horizons at the same time that it offers a chance for overcoming national and other parochialisms. 19 Aaron Spencer Fogelman argues that interpreting regional developments from an Atlantic perspective is critical, and also an implicit critique of traditional imperial and nationalist history and politics. 20. 5. Introduction. Others criticize Atlantic history as incoherent, Anglocentric, exclusionary and ignorant. 21. Peter A. Koklanis argues that the term is too limiting, and that world or global history is more appropriate. He also maintains that the focus on the West can blind scholars to developments elsewhere and overstate the importance of Europe in the order of things. 22. In many ways these criticisms are valid. Such Occidentalism can lead to a lopsided, if not overtly racist view of human history. Often Atlantic history is essentially North Atlantic history or, to reduce the eld further, white male Anglo-Saxon North Atlantic history. The work of Paul Gilroy, Deborah Gray White and John Thornton, amongst others, has gone some way towards correcting this, but there is still a risk of scholars falling back on a rather familiar Eurocentrism. 23. The temporal boundaries of Atlantic history are also being attacked, particularly by scholars wishing to use an Atlantic framework in their own research. Donna Gabasaya argues for a long Atlantic, which recognizes the linkages between the economies of Atlantic countries in the later era of industrial globalization. 24. Zimmer goes further in his critique of Atlantic history's traditional time constraints. Although he concedes that the area around the Atlantic basin in the late 19th and 20th centuries was very different, socially, politically, and economically, from the earlier Atlantic period, this new world was, arguably, no less centered on the Atlantic than its predecessor. Instead of extending the conventional time period, he proposes a new term, transatlantic history. 25. The differences between Atlantic and transatlantic history are subtle but useful. Stephen G. Reinhardt Dines Transatlantic History. Primarily by its conceptual approach, which focuses on the interconnectedness of human experience over the centuries in the Atlantic basin, it is problem-oriented and dedicated to analyzing the dynamic process of encounter and interchange among the peoples on all sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Moreover, transatlantic history is inherently interdisciplinary, transnational, and comparative in approach. 26. Transatlantic history is not limited geographically to the North Atlantic or a particular period. Instead, it focuses on all four surrounding continents, Europe, Africa, North and South America, from any time after approximately 1500. This allows greater scope for scholars to examine interactions between wide varieties of actors across the expanse of the Atlantic Ocean and expand on the more traditional focus on colonial and imperial history favored by Atlantic scholars. Extending transatlantic history into later periods recognizes the utility of the concept in analyzing more recent trends. Indeed, Mary Nolan describes the 20th century and its bookends as the transatlantic century. 27. Anarchists regularly invoked the term transatlantic or used it as a methodological tool in their work. Benjamin Tucker, an influential individualist anarchist in the United States around the turn of the 20th century, named one of his newspapers the Transatlantic. Tellingly, its subtitle, 6. Introduction was a mirror of European life and ideas, highlighting the importance Tucker placed on developments in the Old World. 28. The Spanish anarchist physician and writer Félix Martí Ibáñez, after going into exile in the United States following the end of the Spanish Civil War, used the metaphor of transatlantic trenches to describe the continuing anti-fascist resistance in the Americas. 29. Considering all this, focusing on anarchists from Britain, Ireland, and the United States might invite criticism as being overly Anglo-centric. As Martha A. Acklesberg and James A. Baer show, South American anarchism during the early 20th century had arguably just as many links to Europe as the North American movement. Militants such as Diego Abad de Santillan and Enrico Aragoni, amongst others, often traveled between Europe and the Americas in search of work or to political persecution. In the Caribbean, many anarchists used Cuba or Mexico as a stop-off point or base for activism. equally, including Canada, Italy or France, all of which had significant connections to anarchism in Britain and the United States, would give a very rounded view of the international movement. 30. The reasons for restricting the scope of study are both practical and theoretical. The nature of transnational history requires looking at archives in different countries, and whilst studying anarchism in all these countries would be extremely informative, it would be difficult to synthesize a history on this scale without missing certain regional variations. Using too large a framework tends to obscure rather than illuminate a subject. Bantman and Altina point out that, unlike many other leftist movements, the anarchist movement was uniquely individualist, insofar as the transnational relations at its core hinge on individuals and networks rather than on institutions. 31. Personal relationships were important in maintaining ties, and these can become lost when the analytical net is cast too widely. Important differences between anarchism in the United States, Britain, and Ireland make for an interesting comparison. Ireland had no mass movement during this period, and British anarchism was also relatively weak, being largely limited to well-meaning individuals and fractured groups. The United States, by contrast, had a proud history of anarcho-syndicalist labor agitation through the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, commonly referred to as the Wobblies, and its reputation as a refuge for tired, poor, and hungry masses meant a large immigrant anarchist population was always present. How anarchists adapted to these differences is an important part of this study. Examining Britain, Ireland, and the United States during this period also makes sense for several positive reasons. Cultural, linguistic, and political ties between the countries were strong. Ireland only won freedom from Britain after the War of Independence of 1919-21, and as Catherine M. Burns shows, much of the support Irish Republicans received came from the United States. 32. For Irish anarchists, the main destination after the oppressive political atmosphere in their own country was Britain, followed swiftly by the United States. David Convery notes that the role of Irish emigrants in radical politics in their adopted countries has until recently been a hitherto neglected and potentially illuminating facet of Irish history. 33. 7. Introduction. Many activists, such as Emma Goldman, Patrick Reed and Rudolf Rocker, to name but a few, traveled between the three countries in their quest to bring anarchism to a wider audience. The decision to move was often involuntary. Goldman was deported from the United States for her anarchist activities during the First World War, and Rocker had to flee there for his life after expulsion from England and the rise of the Nazis in his native Germany. The life of Red, an Irish Wobbly, was denuded by movement between the three countries. He was born on the ferry from Dublin to Liverpool in 1899, later moving to the United States. 34. The press of the countries was also interrelated, with many publications being distributed quid pro quo between the various networks, particularly between London and New York. Many of the newspapers produced by anarchist groups achieved significant international circulations, and the most popular had an impact overseas that was at times greater than in their own countries. This relationship was symbiotic, with British newspapers just as likely to appear in California or New York as American ones in Hammersmith or Bristol. Articles written on one side of the Atlantic often surfaced in newspapers on the other. 35. Periodical networks became, to use the Austrian anarchist Max Nettelow's phrase, spheres of intellectual exchange, which were crucial in maintaining anarchism's intellectual vibrancy. 36. In his 7-volume History of Anarchism, Nettelow combined the sections on Britain and the United States, primarily due to the importance he placed on language to coordinate a movement. 37. The struggles of immigrant anarchists to establish English-speaking newspapers in the United States, such as the Road to Freedom, Vanguard, and Spanish Revolution, in order to appeal more to the wider population, shows that anarchists placed high emphasis on the perceived Anglophone nature of U.S. society. As José C. Moya notes, ideas, cultural artifacts, practices, and people circulated throughout these sites, creating a transnational socio-cultural space, an Atlantic anarchism. 38. This provides a welcome antidote to the conventional view of the 1930s as one of isolationism and nationalism. 39. Spain and the world. The Spanish Civil War was one of the most polarizing conflicts of the 20th century, and its legacy still divides opinion over 80 years from its inception. In the immediate aftermath of defeat in 1939, the Republican camp was quick to blame other factions for Franco's victory. Defenders of the revolution, mainly supporters of the anarchists and the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Workers' Party of Marxist Unificación, POUM, attributed defeat to the policies of the communists and left Republicans during the war, arguing that only workers' power could lead to the victory over Franco. 40 In turn, communist and liberal historians were heavily critical of the revolutionary elements, characterizing them either as naive and idealistic, or heartless butchers, whose only significant role was to sow terror in the rear guard. 41. 8. Introduction. The interpretation of the struggle as a widespread popular revolution sat uneasily with those who preferred to view the conflict through the prism of anti-fascism, emphasizing instead the influence of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany on its eventual outcome. 42. The Cold War provided an important backdrop to subsequent interpretations of the conflict, depending on which side of the communism-capitalism nexus the author identified. Revolutionary interpretations achieved little prominence in Anglophone academic circles seeking to defend either a pro, i.e. Popular Front, or anti-communist, i.e. nationalist, position until the late 1960s. 43. There were exceptions, such as Burnett Bulletin, who focused on communist attempts to suppress the anarchists and POUM, and Gerald Brennan, whose even-handed treatment of the anarchists challenged the dominant narratives on both the right and the left. 44. Against the backdrop of liberation struggles in Vietnam and elsewhere, Noam Chomsky nevertheless criticized what he saw as the underlying elitist bias of those liberal and orthodox communist historians who did little to disguise their antipathy towards the forces of popular revolution in Spain, or their goals. 45. In Spain itself, the Franco regime's strict censorship ensured no histories critical of the nationalists were permitted until the 1970s. 46. The dictator's death in 1975 enabled those sympathetic to the Republic to defend it publicly. And Frente Populista histories became widespread, including several studies on Spanish anarchism. 47. The fall of the Berlin Wall prompted a further reinterpretation. Russian archives were open to historians eager to investigate the role of Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Spain, and historical political allegiances softened as a result of the collapse of communist parties worldwide. Herein followed a revisionist backlash, led by Pio Moa's Francoist Apology, Los Mitos de la Guerra Civil, 2003, 48. This achieved only limited success amongst historians, and more recent academic studies have focused on social and cultural aspects of the war, particularly the theme of memory. 49. Helen Graham notes, however, that particularly in Anglophone countries, the Republican war effort as the last great cause still exercises an enormous attraction. 50. This is predicated on a sympathetic view of the aims of the Popular Front, if not the actual functioning of it, a tacit defense of communist behavior during the war, and a tendency to downplay the efficacy of the revolution as a means to defeat the nationalist forces. 51. This book challenges this interpretation, placing anarchism and the revolution at the center of its analysis. For anarchists, the Civil War can be divided into three rough periods. The RST, from July to approximately November 1936, was the high point of the revolution. This was when the majority of anarchist collectives were RST formed and the militias were in the ascendancy, defeating the rebellion in Barcelona before pushing the nationalists back towards Zaragoza in Aragon. The second begins with the entrance of the CNTFAI into the Republican government of Francisco Largo Caballero in November and ends in May 1937. This period marked a slow retreat from the revolutionary gains of the opening 9 introduction months, characterized by the incorporation of the militias into the Republican Popular Army and the reassertion of state authority in the rear guard. It culminated in the May days in early May, when the tensions between the revolutionary and anti-revolutionary elements erupted into open warfare on the streets of Barcelona. This led to the arrest of hundreds of anarchists and sympathizers, the suppression of the POUM and the fall of the Largo Caballero government. In protest, the anarchists did not join the new government of right-wing socialist Juan Negrin. The third period lasts from this point until the end of the Civil War in April 1939. During this time, the anarchists' main objective was self-preservation, both against the nationalists who continued to seize Republican-held territory and the Republican government itself, which, under Negrin, increasingly resembled the left-leaning capitalist state of the pre-Civil War era. It was also a period of soul-searching amongst anarchists, as different groups castigated each other for the perceived failures of the previous years. The leaderships of the CNT and FAI grew further apart, with the latter ever more critical of the former's proximity to Negrin. These clashes continued in exile after the Republican defeat. Although not intended to be a study of Spanish anarchism, the movement in Spain played a fundamental role in framing the intellectual debates of the transatlantic anarchist community in the late 1930s. Events in Spain formed an important part of anarchist identity during the period, as a source of optimism, hope, anger, and ultimately of bitter disappointment and disillusionment. The Dutch anarchist L. L. Cardozo wrote to Glasgow-based anarchist Guy Alderd in 1933 asking why international linking should be neglected so obstinately as your British groups do. 52 The Spanish Civil War and Revolution galvanized anarchists to make connections that were lacking in the early part of the decade. As the subtitle of the book suggests, there was a fury over Spain, both in the sense of a furious increase in activity, and a fury over the ever-declining trajectory of the revolution. Understanding the reasons behind the growth of anarchism in Britain, Ireland, and the United States in the late 1930s is impossible without referencing the Spanish movement. At the same time, examining the discussions in transatlantic anarchist circles provides fresh insights into some of the issues that the CNT-FAI wrestled with during the period. Divisions within the anarchist movement over the conduct of the war and the behavior of the CNT-FAI were widespread, and the international movement was, at times, highly critical of the Spanish anarchist leadership. These divisions had important theoretical and practical roots. Neither the Spanish nor the international movements existed in a vacuum, they were sites of physical and intellectual exchange that were supplementary in nature. In many ways, foreign anarchists were able to voice criticisms that those inside Spain felt unable to make until it was too late. These were not simply abstract debates, their conclusions had concrete effects on the direction of anarchism for years to come. 10 Introduction The Conaists of the anarchists are a microcosm of the wider Republican movement, which struggled to resolve tensions over how to defeat Franco, and for what exactly it was they were doing. As such, the book integrates an analysis of international anarchist responses to the Spanish Civil War, the role of international anarchists within Spain, and Spanish anarchist responses to political developments in Spain as well as international anarchist initiatives. It aims to deepen our understanding of anarchism by engaging with the harmonies and divisions within the movement itself, crystallizing in the relations between the Spanish and transatlantic anarchists. Sources and structure. The sources used are inevitably varied. They include correspondence, newspapers, government, military, and police records, photographs, statistical reports and financial documents, memoirs, diaries, and collections of oral histories, as well as the usual array of contemporary books and secondary sources. The papers held at the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam were invaluable, particularly the Emma Goldman papers, the CNT and FAI archives, the Freedom Archive and Vernon Richards papers. The Joseph A. Labadie collection held at the University of Michigan has also been useful, particularly the Abe and Selma Bluestein papers and its enormous collection of subject vertical files. The Mitchell Library in Glasgow has a good collection of material dealing with the Glasgow anarchists, as well as the experience of their members while in Spain. Material related to organising in Ireland in the 1930s can be found at the Dublin City Library and Archives and in the Irish Comintern papers held at Queen's University Belfast. I carried out further research in England at the London School of Economics and Political Science, the Marx Memorial Library and the National Archives in Kew. I also spent a week in the General Archive of the Spanish Civil War in Salamanca examining the workings of the Spanish anarchist militias. Online archives have been useful, the two most important being the Comintern papers held at the Russian State Archive of Social and Political History in Moscow, and the Abraham Lincoln Brigade Archives, which draws on material from the Tamiment Library in New York. The Comintern papers are a veritable treasure trove of data, reacting the Communist Party's neurotic panache for record-keeping. Matt White, who looks at members of the IWW during the Spanish Civil War, maintains that International Brigade's records of IWWs in Spain are more detailed and more complete than IWW records for that period. 53 A number of important anarchist newspapers have been made available online, including Solidaridad Obrera, Workers' Solidarity or SOLI, Tierra y Libertad, Land and Freedom, Spanish Revolution, One Big Union Monthly and Vanguard. 54 limited runs of Spain and the world are also available online through the University of Warwick, which has an excellent collection related to the Spanish Civil War. Introduction 11. The book is split into 6 thematic chapters. The RST looks at the state of the anarchist movement in Britain, Ireland, and the United States in the early 1930s, and its immediate response to the start of the Spanish Civil War in 1936. This includes a study of the propaganda produced by the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona and consumed with relish in the Transatlantic countries, as well as a discussion of transatlantic anarchist volunteers in the armies and militias of the Spanish Republic. This sets the scene for the remainder of the book. The second chapter looks at the workings of the Spanish Revolution itself, specifically the agrarian and industrial collectives. The transatlantic anarchist movement praised the collective experiments of their Spanish comrades and were forced to defend them against the smears of the communist, liberal and conservative press. It also examines the decision of the CNTFAI to join the regional Catalan and Central Republican governments, and the effect this had on their standing in the international anarchist movement. Ministerial posts did little to halt the growing reassertion of state power, and the debate over governmentalism came to symbolize the divide between the two wings, collaborationist and anti-collaborationist, of the anarchist movement. The third chapter examines the use of violence by anarchists during the war, both in the rearguard and at the front. The CNTFAI were often blamed for anti-clerical atrocities and extrajudicial killings after the outbreak of the war that damaged their standing overseas. Despite certain misgivings, transatlantic anarchists largely supported the actions of their Spanish comrades in the rearguard and used the trope of the church as a reactionary power base to justify anti-clerical violence. The chapter also investigates how, through the militia system, anarchists converted their hostility to organized militarism into a unit capable of defending the revolution against attack. The diaries and correspondence of transatlantic anarchists who fought in battle, as well as of jail and semi-of-jail reports made by the military authorities, provide insights into how the militias functioned, and why resistance to militarization was so scarce amongst the anarchist rank and le. The acceptance of militarization was an important defeat, made worse by the continuing withholding of arms from their leaders by the Spanish Republican authorities. The fourth chapter looks at the interplay between nationalism and internationalism in the anarchist movement during the Civil War. Although internationalism is a central tenet of anarchism, the Spanish anarchist movement became more susceptible to nationalist tendencies as the war dragged on. This tension almost split the movement, but transatlantic anarchists swallowed their pride and continued to agitate for their comrades through the aid organization Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista, International Anti-Fascist Solidarity, SIA. They also worked for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division, and internationalism played an important role in the relief of refugees towards the end of the war. The refugee crisis at the end of the Spanish Civil War has obvious parallels with contemporary tragedies in the Mediterranean and elsewhere. 55. 12 Introduction. The FTH chapter investigates how the anarchist movement dealt with issues of gender. This includes anarchists' attitudes towards women, masculinity, and youth. Anarchists may have paid lip service to the end ideals of equality and respect, but their behavior throughout the CONICT often failed to live up to those high principles. Despite initial gains, women and the young were excluded from positions of power and became consigned to traditional, Gendered roles. The Spanish Revolution's failure to challenge patriarchal structures is an important reminder of the need to be inclusive in any discussions about a future society. The NAL chapter analyzes the relations between the anarchists and two other members of the Popular Front, the Communist Party and the anti-Stalinist POUM. Bitterness was rife between communists and anarchists, and in both Spain and the Transatlantic countries anarchists' dealings with members of the Communist Party remained toxic for most of the war. Anarchists in the international brigades were kept under constant surveillance by communist authorities and suffered political persecution as a result. Ironically, the communists were the political grouping most hostile to the revolutionary conquests of the Spanish proletariat. Geopolitical considerations encouraged Stalin to suppress the revolution, frightened as he was that a Red Spain would alarm Britain and France, potential allies in the expected GHT against Nazi Germany. 56 Austrian former communist Franz Borkenau, who visited Spain during the Civil War, wondered wryly how it is that communists, who, all over the world, for 15 years have discovered revolutionary situations where there were none, and done tremendous mischief by it, now do not recognize revolution when, for the first time in Europe since the Russian Revolution of 1917, it is really there. 57. By contrast, when the anarchists worked with others on the left, such as the POUM in Spain and its sister organization in Britain, the Independent Labour Party, ILP, the results were much more positive. Their alliance, based on a mutual defense of the revolutionary gains of the opening stages of the war, became stronger following the May days of 1937. During this showdown, anarchists and communists turned their weapons on each other in Barcelona and other parts of Catalonia. There were multiple fatalities on both sides, with the communists ultimately emerging victorious. The event symbolized the ruin of the Spanish Revolution and sounded the death knell of the interwar Popular Front. The similarities between our own age and the 1930s are often striking: the rise of the far right and nationalism, distrust and disillusionment with the state, large numbers of people fleeing persecution in their own countries, the preponderance both of patriarchal attitudes amongst political activists and wider patriarchal structures, and a growing acceptance of politicist violence. By highlighting a movement, anarchism, that professed, but ultimately failed, to solve these problems, this book seeks to provide some lessons and warnings in an age of increasing social, political, and economic uncertainty. 1. From Depression to Revival. The onset of the Depression presented transatlantic anarchists with several challenges that threatened to condemn the movement to political oblivion. Aging activists, increasingly bitter after years of disappointment, eked out an existence with waning enthusiasm. With the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, a new sense of urgency pulsed through the transatlantic anarchist community. Anarchists began to organize, with many traveling to Spain to aid the efforts of their Iberian comrades, both in the rearguard and at the front. Those that stayed behind set up new groups, fundraising organizations, and publications to raise awareness of the CNTFAI and to funnel support to the anarchist stronghold of Barcelona. Within 6 months of the war's outbreak, VE newspapers appeared devoted to the Spanish anarchist struggle in Britain and the United States, and the CNTFAI set up bureaus in London and New York. This was the base from which Spanish solidarity campaigns sprang for the next 2.5 years. Little wonder that the anarchist historian George Woodcock later wrote that the enthusiasm aroused by the Spanish Civil War led to a revive-ed movement. 1. This chapter looks at the state of the anarchist movement in the early 1930s and the initial responses amongst transatlantic anarchists to the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War in July 1936. It BRODIE outlines the main foreign solidarity organizations in Britain, Ireland, and the United States, and looks at the reception of the propaganda produced by the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona. It ends with a discussion of transatlantic anarchist volunteers in the armies and militias of the Spanish Republic. Anarchism before July 1936. Spanish anarchism was unarguably the strongest in the world in the 1930s. The CNT, established in 1911 in Barcelona as an anarcho-syndicalist trade union confederation, claimed between 500,000 and a million members, known as Senetistas, in 1936. The FAI, whose members were known as Fascistas, founded in 1927, was smaller, with a pre-Civil War peak of 5,500 affiliates in 1933, but more radical and intransigent in its anarchism. During the early 1930s, the CNT and FAI instigated several uprisings against the state that, whilst unsuccessful, from depression to revival 19 destabilized the Spanish political system. These revolutionary gymnastics reacted an impatience amongst anarchists to take advantage of the new opportunities that came with the abolition of the monarchy and establishment of the Republic in 1931, and a confidence in the strength of the movement. Their bloody suppression was a severe blow from which the Spanish movement took time to recover, but even these doomed actions were well beyond the capability of most international anarchists. Too internationally, anarchism was at a low ebb during the interwar period. The movement split over participation in the First World War, with Pyotr Kropotkin, Jean Grave, and others backing an Entente victory over the Central Powers. Anti-war anarchists, such as Errico Malatesta, Emma Goldman, and Rudolf Rocker, deplored this break from anarchist orthodoxy, with Goldman imprisoned in the United States for her anti-conscription activities. 3. The Russian Revolution of 1917 also had damaging effects on the anarchist movement. Before the Bolshevik seizure of power, as Benedict Anderson points out, it was anarchism, not orthodox Marxism, which stole hearts and headlines as the primary source of leftist opposition to capitalism and imperialism. For after 1917, communists could point to the Soviet Union as proof of their success, regardless of the repression of dissenters, including anarchists, in the workers' paradise. As the membership of communist parties worldwide rose, the anarchist movement lost potential recruits. Anarchists also suffered repression at the hands of their eternal foe, the state. Following a series of bombings carried out by anarchists after the end of the First World War, the U.S. government launched a crackdown on radical activists. During this period of repression, known as the First Red Scare and culminating in the Palmer raids of 1919-20, thousands of anarchists and other radicals were imprisoned, and hundreds deported. Emma Goldman was one of almost 250 radicals banished to Soviet Russia aboard the USS Beaufort in 1919. All left-wing agitation was viewed as subversive. The New York State Assembly expelled VE newly elected Socialist Party members, and 32 states passed laws outlawing the display of the red AG. The Italian-American anarchists Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti were caught up in the anti-radical hysteria, accused of armed robbery, and, despite a worldwide campaign for clemency, were executed in 1927 in one of the most infamous miscarriages of justice in American history. The Red Scare was a severe blow to the U.S. anarchist movement, made worse by the restrictive immigration controls introduced by Congress in the early 1920s. These actively targeted immigrants from countries with a history of radicalism, particularly from Southern and Eastern Europe. 5. Despite this plethora of problems, pockets of anarchism continued to exist in areas with historic immigration from traditionally anarchist-rich communities. These included Jews and Italians in New York and New Jersey, Spaniards in Miami, California and the Midwest, and Russians in Chicago. Often, these pockets centered on newspapers. As Table 1.1 shows, the most significant hub of U.S. anarchist newspaper production in the 1930s was New York. The Road to 20 From Depression to Revival. Table 1.1 Significant anarchist periodicals in the United States, 1930-36. Newspaper state years. Active language. Peak circulation. Cultura Proletaria, New York, 1927-53. Spanish 4000. Dialotrida IL, 1927-39. Russian 675. Eresia, New York, 1928-32. Italian 3050. Freedom *, New York, 1933-34. English 2000. Freie Arbeiterstimme New York 1890–1977 Yiddish 30,000 Il Martello New York 1916–46 Italian 10,500 L Adunata dei Refrattori New York 1922–71 Italian 5,000 L Emancipazione ca 1927–32 Italian 3,000 Man. Ca 1933–40 English 5000 Road to Freedom New York 1924–32 English 3000 Vanguard New York 1932–39 English 3000. Asterisk not to be confused with the British newspaper of the same name. Figures taken from Kenyon Zimmer, Anarchist Newspapers and Periodicals 1872, 1940 available at University of Washington Mapping American Social Movements Project, https://departments.washington.edu move/anarchist_map newspapers.shtml, June 3, 2019. Freedom was the most noteworthy English-language publication in the 1920s and early 1930s, but from 1932 this was supplemented by Vanguard, a theoretical journal produced largely by the movement's young people. 6. The Italian-language periodicals El Adunata dei Refrattori, The Call of the Refractories often shortened to El Adunata, and Il Martello, The Hammer, were important publications in the 1930s, as was the Spanish-language Cultura Proletaria, Proletarian Culture, edited by Marcelino Garcia, a Spanish migrant from Oviedo. El Adunata was produced by followers of the insurrectionist Italian anarchist Luigi Gallini, known as Gallinisti, who was deported from the United States in 1919. During the interwar years, they were constantly at loggerheads with Carlo Tresca, editor of Il Martello, himself an organizer for the IWW in the 1910s. This feud was a key feature of Italian-American anarchist organizing in the period, perhaps best symbolized by the outrage of the El Adunata group to Tresca shaking hands with President Calvin Coolidge after his release from prison in 1925. From Italy, Gallini advised his followers to seize on the incident as proof of Tresca's submission to the state and lack of anarchist credentials, and ensure that the unmasking continues until the immutable characteristics of his muddled and Jesuitic countenance are revealed. 7. Jewish anarchism was also historically very strong in New York. The leading Yiddish-language journal, Freie Arbeiterstimme, the Free Voice of Labor, had a peak readership of 150,000 during the First World War, although the print run had fallen to around 5,000 by 1934. It was also in New York that Jewish groups reformed the Jewish Anarchist Federation in 1921. 8. From Depression to Revival 21. There were groups in other parts of the country too, the Free Society Group and the Russian-language newspaper Dialo Truda, Workers' Cause, in Chicago, the International Group in San Francisco, which published El Emancipación, Emancipation, and the Libertarians and Workmen's Circle groups in Los Angeles. In 1933, Marcus Graham, a Romanian-born individualist anarchist, began producing the theoretical journal Man. With the help of Gallinisti from San Francisco, anarchists in the IWW tried to organize the unemployed through unions in New York, Chicago, and the PCC Coast, and encouraged members to picket employers cutting workers' wages. 9. This activity masked another serious issue for U.S. anarchists during the 1930s. The state's reaction to the Depression led to an increase in working-class dependence on the very entity anarchists hoped to destroy, government. For many workers, particularly the unemployed, state relief was the only thing preventing starvation during the lean years of the Depression. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal increased public expenditure substantially in comparison to the earlier Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover administrations. Public works programs, such as those initiated under the Works Progress Administration, WPA, Resettlement Administration, and Civilian Conservation Corps, provided a relatively stable source of employment to millions of Americans. 10. Attacking Roosevelt and the New Deal meant aligning with the reactionary elements that viewed any increase in state involvement in the economy as a pernicious prelude to Bolshevism or fascism. Anarchists pledged themselves to expose the foolhardiness of government programs. Writing in Vanguard, Sam Dolgoff criticized liberals for failing to comprehend that giving the state more power over the economic life of the people prepares the ground for fascism. 11. Whatever the merits of this argument, the near total acceptance of the New Deal coalition amongst the rest of the left meant anarchists were exposed. As wobbly poet Ralph Chaplin put it, "We were indignant at the capitalists, disgusted with the conservatives, full of apprehensions about the communists pouring from within, and fearful of the neoliberal bid for power. A little more of this, and we wouldn't have friends anywhere." 12. Veteran anarchist Harry Kelly complained to English anarchist Tom Keel in December 1933 that capitalism is staggering, but Roosevelt's methods plus his energy will probably tide over things and keep the damn thing aoed for a time at least. 13. In the context of the Depression, U.S. anarchists risked being dismissed as irrelevant. The main British anarchist groups in the early 1930s were in London and Glasgow. The London Freedom Group, which published the newspaper of the same name, was the scene of a public spat that threatened to wreck the movement in the late 1920s. Tom Keel had published the journal ever since the split in the anarchist movement over the First World War, but anarchists allied to Scottish trade unionist John Turner, a former editor, believed that 22 from depression to revival they were entitled to the newspaper's publishing house and contents after Keel suspended the newspaper due to lack of support in 1927. Turner and his allies decided to publish a rival periodical in May 1930, also called Freedom, which devoted itself mainly to personal attacks on Keel. 14. The whole affair quickly became very bad-tempered, damaging the reputation of the movement overseas. The Libertarian Group of Los Angeles refused to pay for the December 1930 edition of Freedom Bulletin, published intermittently by Keel during the early 1930s as a temporary stopgap to the suspension of the original Freedom, because the personal controversy that marred its pages made the paper unsaleable. 15. Turner's rival paper was itself suspended in 1931 due to lack of funds, but another group, centered around George Coors and Ambrose G. Barker, attempted a further resurrection of an 8-page Freedom that lasted until August 1936. It was a poor replacement, however. Littered with mistakes, with little coordination between contributors and constant editorial resignations, it consisted mainly of articles published years earlier, and operated at a heavy decit 16 in Glasgow. A similarly acrimonious fallout set the two main anarchist groups, the United Socialist Movement, USM, and Anti-Parliamentary Communist Federation, APCF, against one another. The USM was led by Guy Alderd, a former founding member of the APCF who had broken away to form his own group in 1933. Alderd was a controversial, divisive personality, but his influence on the Glasgow anarchist movement was undeniable. He had initially joined the ILP after leaving the APCF, but soon resigned, taking the entire Townhead ILP branch with him, to form the USM. 17. Frank Leach of the APCF wrote to one comrade that the USM was a congregation with G.A. Alderd as high priest, the members follow him like sheep, accepting his authority without question. 18. The USM in turn slandered Leach as a capitalist for running a newspaper shop. 19. The end result of these personal quarrels was that, despite having near identical political programs, the two groups rarely cooperated. Prior to 1936, the British anarchist movement focused primarily on free speech GHTS and agitation amongst the unemployed. A Free Speech Council of Action was set up in Glasgow in 1931 over the issue, involving members of the APCF, the ILP, the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, the National Unemployed Workers Movement, NUWM, the Irish Workers' Party and the Distributists, a type of Christian democracy. 20. Despite this apparent unity, John Taylor Caldwell, later a stalwart of the USM, argued that in actual fact every group hated and vilified every other, and only the tramp preachers, the Christian evangelists whose arrest had sparked the revival in interest of the issue earlier in 1931, hated nobody, actively, in private, loved everybody in principle, and ed everybody in practice. 21. Alderd fought elections over the free speech issue in 1934, running on a USM ticket for each of the 37 wards in the Glasgow municipal election, but his electioneering tactic, he wrote that I do not believe in asking people to vote for me, proved unsuccessful. 22. From Depression to Revival. 23. The Unemployment Assistance Board, set up in 1934 under the Unemployment Act, was resented deeply by many on the left for its establishment of the means test, and anarchist groups were particularly critical of what they provocatively called the Slave Bill 23. In conjunction with the means test, the government also set up facilities to deal with the softening of workers subjected to extended periods of unemployment. Termed reconditioning centers by administrators, and slave camps or concentration camps by inmates, these facilities were areas under military discipline where the long-term unemployed were hardened through menial tasks such as road making, tree felling, and leveling, playing elds. During the 1930s, over 200,000 unemployed men were sent to 20 VE specially constructed camps throughout the country. 24. In protest, anarchists arranged meetings and produced propaganda criticizing the measures, advocating a one-day general strike in response. The communists and their affiliates were also critical of the camps, but whereas they thought the camps were an attempt by the government to undercut union labor by forcing men to work on various state projects for reduced pay, anarchists argued that the government's main aim was compulsory training for war. 25. The performance of the labor government in response to the economic crisis invited growing disillusionment, and Albert Meltzer, a young activist at the time, claimed that the anarchists had many active supporters in the unemployed movement. 26. But in general, criticism of Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald and his ministers, and of the later conservative-led governments, centered on their refusal to take a more proactive role in running the economy, which was anathema to the anarchists. 27. As T. L. Anderson, formerly of the APCF, said, the materialism of the stomach triumphs over any abstract idea, however ultimately real it may become. 28. In Ireland, state building was in its infancy, and those deemed a threat to stability, be they Irish Republicans, Communists, Anarchists, or simply trade unionists, were harassed repeatedly by the conservative Cumann na Nothiel, Society of the Gaels, government from 1923 to 1932. In October 1931, the government banned several leftist and Republican organizations, including many no longer in existence, showing their limited knowledge of the situation on the ground. They included the Revolutionary Workers' Groups, forerunner to the rebooted Communist Party of Ireland, CPI, the Irish Republican Army, IRA, Cumann na Mban, the Irish Women's Council, the Friends of Soviet Russia, and the Labour Defence League, amongst others. 29. The victory of Fianna Fáil, Soldiers of Destiny, then closely associated with the IRA, in the 1932 elections appeared to challenge the conservative hegemony of the Irish Free State, but New Dowsiak, Prime Minister, Eamon de Valera quickly assumed the role of conservative statesman, using ARM and restraining hand on his more radical colleagues. 30. In this atmosphere, anarchism achieved little prominence, save for a few botched attempts at organizing anarchist groups in Dublin and Belfast around the turn of the 20th century. 31. Most Irish anarchists chose to take their labors elsewhere, primarily Britain and the United States, during this period. 24. From Depression to Revival. Although freedom was sold in both Dublin and Belfast at certain periods, D. A. MacLean's Progressive Bookshop in Belfast was a discussion hub for radicals throughout the interwar period and sold a regular number of copies of the anarchist newspaper Spain and the World during the Spanish Civil War. 32. The primacy given to the so-called national question, the relationship of Ireland with Britain, is often cited as the main reason for the relative weakness of the radical movement in Ireland, with many left-wing sympathizers placing more emphasis on independence than on labor-related issues. They viewed the problem generally as the British, rather than the state or capitalism. 33. The number of Irish anarchists who cut their teeth in the Republican movement is striking, with many serving in the IRA at one point or another. The anarchist and wobbly Patrick Reid, who fought in Spain with the International Brigades, was a member of the IRA in addition to the CPI in the early 1920s. 34 After a dispute on the pages of the Workers' Republic, the party newspaper, with Roddy Connolly, leader of the CPI and son of revolutionary martyr James Connolly, Reed was expelled from the party. Reed had attacked what he felt was the CPI's subservience to the Social Republicans in the IRA. After the dispute he left for England, and in 1932, he moved to Chicago. 35 Other Irish anarchists who were members of the IRA include Patrick Hill, Michael Kelly, and John Pinkman. 36 Some anarchists joined the short-lived Republican Congress in 1934, the last significant attempt at socialist organization in interwar Ireland. Captain James Robert, Jack, White, the former commander of the Irish Citizen Army, ICA, ran a Congress branch of British Army ex-servicemen in Dublin. At a march in Glasnevin Cemetery in April 1936 to commemorate the Easter Rising 20 years earlier, this group was attacked by what White referred to as Catholic Actionists. 37 A former officer during the Boer War, White traveled to Spain in October 1936 as a member of the Spanish Medical Aid Committee, SMAC. His unit was cancelled on arrival, and he converted to anarchism after seeing the good work of the CNTFAI in Barcelona. 38 At least one anarchist served on the Central Council of the London branch of the Republican Congress, where a communist observer described his views as social fascist in content. 39 The Congress largely petered out before it had started, though, and Ireland remained a launching pad for radicals during this time rather than a hub. Despite the weakness of the anarchist movement in Britain, Ireland, and the United States, events in Spain introduced anarchism to a much wider audience and allowed transatlantic anarchists to live vicariously through their Spanish comrades. Initial responses. Almost immediately upon the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, anarchist activity in the transatlantic countries increased. Dormant networks sparked into life, and new groups also appeared in unexpected places. At the end of July, as the anarchist militias were leaving Barcelona for Aragon, the USM published its RST issue of Regeneration, a weekly periodical devoted to publicizing the From Depression to Revival 25. Spanish anarchists struggle. The comrades of the USM were clear about the ultimate goal of the CON-ICT, proclaiming let the defense of democracy mean world revolution. 40 The newspaper ran until March 1937 and had a print run of between 3,000 and 4,000. 41 Also in July 1936, comrades in Detroit formed the International Libertarian Committee Against Fascism in Spain, ILCAFS. This committee was one of the RSTU's anarchist solidarity ventures of the Civil War. It was formed independently, without any prompting from the Spanish movement, and dedicated itself to raising awareness and funds. One pamphlet produced by the organization in November declared that the workers of Detroit cannot be indifferent to the plight of the Spanish people. The ILCAFS appealed for donations directly from individuals and organizations, and arranged meetings, picnics, socials and dramatic performances to raise money for their Spanish comrades. The organization sent $9,584.63 to Spain between July 1936 and October 1937. 42 In August 1936, various New York anarchist groups combined to form the United Libertarian Organizations, ULO. This consisted of anarchists from the Jewish, Freie Arbeiterstimme, Italian, Il Martello and Il Proletario, the Proletarian, Russian, Dialo Truda, Spanish, Cultura Proletaria, and native-born American, vanguard, anarchist movements. It also included trade unions in the form of the Marine Transport Workers Industrial Union, affiliated to the IWW, and the Progressive Mine Workers of America local in Gillespie, Illinois. 43 The ULO was the primary organizational hub of the East Coast anarchist solidarity movement in the early stages of the war. Its newspaper, Spanish Revolution, highlighted the anarchist perspective on Spain, something often lost amid competing political agendas. It was unofficially edited by Mark Schmidt, a Russian-American anarchist who had participated in the Russian Revolution in 1917 and become the ideological mentor of the Vanguard Group. 44 Spanish Revolution was part of a growing trend, Anarchist newspaper sales in the United States bloomed with the advent of the Spanish Civil War, increasing from just over 25,000 in 1935 to more than 40,000 in 1938. The English-language press rose from a circulation of 7,000 to an all-time high of 20,000 in the same period. 45 Oviedo-born Maximiliano Ole ran the CNTFAI North American Bureau from New York, later Chicago, and used his Spanish labor press bureau to keep readers up to date on developments in Spain. Ole had been an anarchist propagandist, lector, in the cigar factories of Florida in his youth. He moved to Chicago, joined the Free Society group and wrote articles for Vanguard under the pseudonym Onofre Dallas 46. He took up editorial duties for Spanish Revolution after Walter Sterrett, Schmidt's replacement and former editor of Road to Freedom, resigned due to personal problems. 47 Across the United States, anarchists sent money, aid, weapons, and personnel to Spain to assist their Spanish comrades. The Free Society group sent $2,305 to Spain between August 1936 and September 1937. 48 other transatlantic anarchists made the trip to Spain themselves. Luis Zugaitis, a Spaniard who had been a member of the Cultura Proletaria group for several 26 from Depression to Revival years, traveled to Spain in late 1936 after organizing one of the RST anti-fascist committees in New York. While in Madrid, he became Secretary of Propaganda for the FAI and a member of the FAI Regional Committee of the Center. 49 Italian-American Enrico Arrigoni, who had published Eresia several years earlier, came in January 1937 and traveled between the front and rearguard writing articles for Cultura Proletaria. The newspaper's editor Marcelino Garcia also spent time in Spain during the early Civil War period and spoke at meetings promoting the struggle on his return to the United States. 50 Irishman Peter O'Donnell was on holiday in Spain at the start of the Civil War and offered his services to the anarchists whilst in Barcelona. O'Donnell had played an important role in the creation of the Republican Congress, and although not an anarchist per se, he was keen to help the establishment of a foreign press service. He received credentials from the CNTFAI and traveled to the Aragon front as a journalist with an anarchist column. He witnessed barricades made from hay bales along the road to Zaragoza, even attending an anarchist farmers' congress back in Barcelona. 51 On his return to Ireland in August 1936, he campaigned on behalf of the Republican government, although later he moved closer to the communist position on Spain. 52 In October 1936, the APCF and Freedom Group began publishing the newspaper The Fighting Call. This was a merger between the London-based Freedom and Advance, the organ of the APCF edited by Willie McDougall in Glasgow. 53 There even appeared to be the beginnings of a truce between the USM and APCF. The October 1936 edition of The Fighting Call urged that all personal and party pettiness be abandoned and a real united front shown to the common enemy, international capitalism and fascism. 54 The next month, Jenny Patrick of the APCF and Ethel MacDonald of the USM left for Barcelona at the behest of French anarchist André Prudhomme. This unity was short-lived, however. Upon arrival in Spain in November, Patrick and MacDonald found that Frank Leach of the APCF had sent a letter to Augustin Souchy of the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division disavowing them as representatives of the Glasgow anarchists. Patrick was unimpressed and left the APCF for the USM on her return after the May Days in 1937. 55 In terms of the London anarchist movement, the most significant month of the early Civil War period was December 1936. That month, a young civil engineering student at King's College London began publishing the newspaper Spain and the World. Vernon Richards, whose real name was Vero Recchioni, son of Italian-born anarchist Emidio Recchioni, initially contacted veteran English anarchist Tom Keel at Whiteway Colony in Stroud with a view to beginning a weekly publication on events in Spain. The result, Spain and the World, soon became the leading English-language periodical on the Spanish Civil War. 56 Alongside his companion Marie-Louise Bernieri, whom he married in 1937, Richards became one of the most important British anarchist activists of the mid-20th century. Keel described Richards as having more initiative and energy than any comrade I have known since George Barrett 1888 to 1917 died 57. From Depression to Revival 27. In April 1937, Richards set up the Spain and the World Orphans and Refugees Fund, which provided money for 2 children's colonies founded by anarchists in Catalonia. Between April 1937 and December 1938, the fund sent over £840, worth close to £50,000 today. 58. It was also in December 1936 that another legendary guru of the anarchist movement, the Russian-American Emma Goldman, left for Britain. Following the outbreak of the Civil War, the CNTFAI invited Goldman to use her talents and experience to further the cause of the Spanish Revolution in Barcelona. Upon receiving the message, she exclaimed to her niece Stella Ballantyne that my here TJUMPED and the crushing weight that was pressing down on my heart since Sasha's death left me as by magic. 59. It took little persuasion for Goldman to leave her dreary base in the south of France for the impassioned atmosphere of revolutionary Catalonia. She spent 3 months in Spain preparing bulletins, touring the country and speaking on the radio. The Spanish anarchists then asked her to travel to London and establish a CNTFAI bureau to coordinate propaganda in Britain. Goldman had obtained British citizenship. 28. From Depression to Revival by marrying the Welsh anarchist miner Jim Colton in 1925 and retained a reasonable number of contacts in the British movement, particularly through the Freedom Group. With some reluctance, she accepted, and on arrival she became the official representative of the CNTFAI in Britain and Ireland. 60. Speaking at the launch meeting of the CNTFAI London Bureau in January 1937, Figure 1.1, Captain Jack White, who had also just returned from Spain, declared at last the philosophy of action of the fascists had met a revolutionary philosophy of action strong and direct enough to master it. 61. The Bureau provided the CNTFAI with information on the state of the British anarchist movement and published pamphlets familiarizing British workers with the structure of its parent organization in Spain, along with other fundraising efforts. 62. In April 1937, anarchists inspired by the example of their Spanish comrades, including White, formed the Anarcho-Syndicalist Union, ASU, modeled directly on the CNT, to GHT fascism in England and help our brothers in Spain. 63. The ASU eventually became part of the Anarchist Federation of Britain, AFB, in the 1940s. 64. Like the London Bureau, the ASU devoted time to raising the pro-LE of the CNTFAI in Britain, acting effectively as an anarcho-syndicalist propaganda group. It organized public meetings, at which Goldman and White often spoke detailing the work of the CNTFAI, as well as publishing reading material. 65. Much of this material, and the literature of transatlantic anarchists generally, was a translation of Spanish sources. These they received from various contacts, the most important of whom operated from the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona. Foreign propaganda. The Foreign Language Division was an attempt by the CNTFAI to secure additional external support in a con-ICT that was becoming increasingly internationalist. Located within the CASA's CNTFAI on Via du Rudi, now Via Laietana, comrades from all over the world congregated within its walls. The of CE was LLED with an array of French, Italians, Germans, Russians of various extraction and, of course, Spaniards. It even had an Esperanto section. 66. The CNTFAI set up bureaus in several countries and produced a multilingual news bulletin, the CNTFAI Boletin de Información to publicize their plight. The ability of foreign anarchists in Spain to produce overseas propaganda was one of their greatest contributions to the war effort. As Hugo Garcia points out, in terms of foreign propaganda, the CNTFAI 67 was well ahead of the state. The initial head of the Foreign Language Division was the German anarchist Augustin Souchy. In Berlin, Souchy had served on the RST Secretariat of the International Workingmen's Association, IWMA, the Anarcho-Syndicalist International Trade Union Federation, before fleeing to Paris in 1933. He moved to Barcelona just before the start of the Civil War, and from July 1936 he coordinated foreign propaganda on behalf of the CNT and IWMA with another German anarchist, Helmut Rudiger. 68 The German movement was well. From depression to revival. 29 Represented at the Casa CNTFAI, with Spain the most popular exile destination for anarchists escaping the Nazis, thanks to the Republic's liberal asylum policy and employment laws. 69 Sushi's successor in 1937 was Martin Gudel, a Lithuanian-American who had lived in Spain since 1932. Both Gudel and Sushi were members of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, the organization's supreme coordinating body, a sign of international anarchists' unions in the Spanish movement. 70 Other non-Spaniards assuming positions of authority include the Argentine anarchists Jacobo Prince, José Grunfeld, both prominent in the FAI, and Jacobo Maguid, who became editor of the CNT newspaper Tierra y Libertad. 71 The CNT-FAI viewed propaganda in the United States, Britain, and Ireland as connected, and issued an English-language bulletin directed primarily at audiences in these countries. Alongside the IWMA Bulletin of Information, the CNT-FAI Bulletin of Information was the principal piece of foreign anarchist propaganda for the Anglophone world published by the Spanish anarchist movement. With Spain a war zone, organization was often improvised. In the early months of the war there was no official English-speaking section within the foreign language division, only individuals who helped prepare the bulletin. The bulletin's RST editor was the Russian-American Leon Green, who had lived in Spain in the early 1930s and returned on the outbreak of the Civil War. Green's English was lacking, though, and he was soon replaced by Ethel MacDonald. He continued to write articles for Cultura Proletaria and Vanguard after his return to the United States in 1937. 72 MacDonald, from Motherwell in Scotland, had recovered from her slow start in Barcelona to spearhead the creation of the English-speaking section of the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division. In addition to preparing the bulletin, she spoke on Radio CNT-FAI in the English language slot. She became, as her biographer Chris Dolan notes, the international voice of anarchist Barcelona. 73 MacDonald's comrade Jenny Patrick, who went to Madrid to work for Tierra y Libertad and Frente Libertario, Libertarian Front, the organ of the CNT militias on the Central Front, before returning to Barcelona, spoke on the radio when MacDonald fell ill in the spring of 1937. After this brief illness, MacDonald accepted a new post as editor of the English-language bulletin of the Generalitat, the regional government of Catalonia. 74 Following MacDonald's tenure at the helm, Jewish-American Abe Bluestein took over editorial duties. Bluestein arrived in Barcelona at the start of May with his sweetheart Selma Cohen, whom he later married, and two Polish-American sisters, Ruth and Zina Dickstein, themselves founding members of the Vanguard Group in New York. Selma became involved with the artists' community whilst in Spain, and on her return to the United States worked as a painter for the WPA. 75 The fallout from the May days characterized Bluestein's time as editor, with the bulletin struggling to remain positive as the anarchists' power diminished. The CNT-FAI left a detailed list of subscribers to the English-language bulletin, allowing an interesting insight into the makeup of the anarchist movement in the Transatlantic countries during the Civil War period. 76 There were 30 from depression to revival. 412 subscribers in total, including individuals, groups and trade unions, as well as newspapers and institutions such as libraries and universities. 61 of these subscribers came from outside Britain, Ireland, and the United States, mainly from Canada, France, Palestine, and the Netherlands. Figure 1.2 shows the geographical distribution of U.S. subscribers. Although not all subscribers were anarchists, it suggests the existence of prominent anarchist networks throughout the country. As can be expected considering the number of anarchist groups in the area, the state with the most subscribers was New York, with 92. Illinois, which also had a relatively strong anarchist movement and was the base of the CNT-FAI North American Bureau following Maximiliano Ole's move from New York, is next with 29. California and Michigan also had large numbers of subscribers, as did Ohio. Individual subscribers are grouped mainly around the coasts, both east and west. Central states, by contrast, tend to be trade union subscribers, perhaps an indication of a labor, rather than purely anarchist, interest in the bulletin. As discussed in Chapter 4, the U.S. anarchist movement was strongest in areas with significant migration from overseas, and these tended to be in coastal areas. British subscribers were lower in number, but still relatively varied in geographical distribution, figure 1.3. London had by far the most subscribers, FTY1, and is shown as its own unit. Outside of London, there were clusters of individuals in Plymouth, Bristol, Essex, South Wales, Lancashire, and Glasgow, and even a subscriber in Gibraltar. Unfortunately, no indication of the numbers of newspapers sent survives, but it seems likely that many of these individuals ordered several and distributed them in their local communities. One enthusiastic student at Trinity College, Oxford applied to join the ASU and set up a CNTFAI Oxford bureau, using the machinery of the local Labour Party club to distribute anarchist propaganda. This was not officially sanctioned by the CNTFAI London Bureau, but they were more than happy to provide the youngster with literature. 77 The CNTFAI London Bureau and the Freedom Press at Whiteway sent out material from Spain to various contacts, including to Dublin and Belfast. Although direct organisational links between Ireland and Spain were few, as Martin Goodell made clear to FAI Peninsular Committee member Pedro Herrera in September 1937, Emma Goldman took care of all our affairs in England and 78 also in Ireland. Anarchist sympathisers in Ireland received their news about Spanish anarchist activities either via Goldman, Ralph Barr, also with the CNTFAI London Bureau, or Tom Keel. An anarchist group even appeared in Trinity College Dublin, started by the veritable Irish political chameleon Conor Cruise O'Brien. How much anarchism influenced his later political conversion from committed Republican to hardline Unionist is unclear. He wrote to Goldman in 1937 asking for material and gushed that it would be impertinent to say how much I admire your work and your struggle and how much I have been influenced by them. 79 The Progressive Bookshop in Belfast requested 24 copies per week of Spain and the World from Keel in early 1937, a sure sign of an increased interest in anarchist ideas. 80. Fighting for Anarchy. In addition to working for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division, many transatlantic anarchists traveled to Spain to GHT in the trenches against Franco. Estimating exact numbers is difficult, especially for those that did not GHT in the international brigades, which kept more detailed records of volunteers. My own research has uncovered approximately 115 named individuals from Britain, Ireland, and the United States who were either anarchists or served with anarchist units. There are short biographies of these volunteers in Appendix 1. Often, they were part of an international column, or centuria, as was the case in the Durruti and Escaso columns, the Muerte es Maestro, Death is Master, Militia, and the Batallón de la Muerte, Battalion of Death, also known as the Erico Malatesta Battalion. 11 served in unknown units, and there will undoubtedly be more for whom the paper trail has ended. Kenyon Zimmer. From Depression to Revival. 33 notes that those who died were more likely to be mentioned in newspapers, in obituaries, than those that survived, meaning that, curiously, the dead are more likely to be remembered than the living. 81 A high estimate of 200 for transatlantic anarchists seems appropriate. The sample is deliberately loose in definitional terms. Except for the IWW, which gave out red books to wobblies, there was no way of becoming a card-carrying anarchist in the same way as joining the Communist Party. The anarchist movement was much more UID, in that individuals often became associated with various groups or newspapers without joining or becoming members of the editorial staff. Anarchists did not write anarchist on their International Brigade's application form at Communist Party headquarters. This would likely have led to a swift rejection. The Comintern's personnel lay, which often criticized brigadistas, brigade members, for having anarchist views, provide a useful discovery tool. Likewise, the archives of the Casellario Politico Centrale, Central Political Archive, CPC, maintained by the Italian secret police, made notes on Italian-born anarchists, many of whom later moved to the United States. The migratory nature of anarchism during this period, particularly in the United States, also encourages a loose definition of what constitutes transatlantic. Accordingly, I include anarchists who were involved in the movement at some point in Britain, Ireland, and the United States, regardless of how long they spent there or if they attained citizenship. I also include those who at some point in their lives were members of the IWW. Although the IWW never affiliated to the IWMA, it was widely seen as the American version of the CNT. 82 The IWW's One Big Union Monthly was explicitly pro-CNT-FAI, and the union sent money to the CNT regularly through its Paris branch, also selling stamps for members' union books to raise money for Spain. 83 In a report to the Congress of the IWMA in December 1937, IWMA Secretary Pierre Bisnard claimed that since its founding, the IWMA has always had cordial relations with the IWW and that the events in Spain have made it possible to interest the American comrades more closely in our international movement. 84 IWW members past and present comprise 31 GDRs, 13 of whom were also members of the Communist Party at some point. 85 I include this latter group partially because of the difficulty in establishing their commitment to the party line. Some anarchists joined the Communist Party but fell out of favor with it, whilst others seem to have made a complete conversion from anarchism to communism. Some communists, such as Italian-American Giuseppe Peppino Salastro, turned away from communism towards anarchism whilst in Spain, something often missed in general histories of the Civil War. 86 Their wobbly past also had an impact on their treatment within the international brigades, as discussed in Chapter 6. Similarly, including non-anarchists who fought in anarchist units provides an insight into how other political groups viewed the confederal militia system, as well as the results of the militia's eventual incorporation into the new Popular Army of the Republic after militarization. 34 From depression to revival, transatlantic anarchists joined a variety of CNT units, and a number made their way into the international brigades. At least 15 at one point served in the Muert Maestro militia, which operated on the Madrid front. This group contained GDRs from England, 10, Wales, 1, Scotland, 2, and Ireland, 2. Although they fought in an anarchist unit, little indicates that any were involved in the anarchist movement in their own countries. Two of them, David Mackenzie and James Albrighton, later joined the international brigades, perhaps further emphasizing their political avidity. 87 Eight of the group were killed while serving at the front in October and November 1936. These were John Bale, Albert Bentley, Frank Garland, Michael Harris, William Hudson, Sidney Lloyd-Jones, George Middleton, and Sidney Morton. 88 Of the remaining 6 Irishmen who were either anarchists or fought in anarchist units, 3 fought with the primarily American Abraham Lincoln Battalion in the International Brigades, 1, Patrick Hill, fought in the anarchist Bataillon de la Muerte, and 1, Charles Doran, fought with the POUM. 89 John, Paddy, Donovan had 2 spells in Spain, and fought with the International Brigades, the POUM militia and an unidentified anarchist unit. 90 British anarchists and sympathizers, who numbered around 30, fought in a similar collection of units, although only 6 joined the International Brigades: James Albrighton, David Mackenzie, Donald Pacey, William Parlett, Frederick Harold, Taffy, Patterson and George Pousty. 91 Apart from those in the Muerte Maestro, the remainder fought in the Bataillon de la Muerte, later part of the 153rd Mixed Brigade. The Durruti column, the Centuria Giustizia e Liberta, a mixed unit attached to the Escaso column, often called the Matadi Battalion after the socialist politician Giacomo Matadi, the Centuria Aguilicos de las Corts, Eaglets of Las Corts, an area of Barcelona, and the POUM militia. 92 Many fought in a variety of units, something common amongst anarchists, especially after the militarization of the militias in early 1937. American anarchists went to Spain in greater numbers than their British or Irish counterparts. Zimmer estimates that between 100 and 200 anarchists living in the United States, regardless of birthplace, fought in Spain. 93 The exact nature of the data for the volunteers varies, but a general pattern emerges. Around half of those for whom information is available joined the international brigades, with the rest joining primarily anarchist units. 2 individuals, Douglas Stearns Jr., who also served in the Bataillon de la Muerte, and Russell Blackwell, served in the POUM militia. 94 8 individuals from the United States served in either the BRODIE or Escaso columns. 95 The Sezione Italiana, Italian section, assigned to the Escaso column, was formed partly from funds raised by Carlo Tresca, who appealed for money in his newspaper Il Martello. 96 The Italian-American anarchist Michel Centrone was killed by a bullet through the head serving with the Sezione Italiana on the Aragon front in August 1936. 97 One of the older volunteers at FTY-8, his preference for an Italian-speaking unit was reasonably common amongst Italian-American anarchists, 10 of whom joined the Garibaldi Battalion, later the Garibaldi Brigade, of the International Brigades. 98 This was also the case amongst non-anarchist. From Depression to Revival 35. Italian-American volunteers, particularly those brought up in Italy. 99 Similarly, the Spanish-American José Sánchez Hinza fought with a Spanish anarchist unit, the Columna de Hierro, Iron Column, as did Claro José Sendin, who fought with an unidentified militia. 100 Alvaro Gil, also originally from Spain and like Sendin a member of Cultura Proletaria group, fought in the Republic's Popular Army, becoming a commander in the 70th Brigade. 101 The background of the transatlantic anarchists who fought in Spain varies considerably, highlighting the eclectic and international nature of the anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist movement. Only around 30 volunteers were born in the United States. In addition to Britain, the United States and Ireland, volunteers originated from Germany, Russia, Ukraine, Italy, Spain, Australia, Slovenia, Croatia, and Turkey. The largest ethnic group is the Italian-American contingent, with 31 Conramed volunteers. Fraser Ottanelli estimates the total number of Italian-American anarchists who went to Spain as around 40 VE. 102 The next largest was the English group, with 21 volunteers, although one, Zanetto Benitzilis, could possibly have been of Greek extraction. 103 There were also 12 Conramed Irish or Irish Americans, 9, or 10, Spanish Americans, 10 Jewish or Russian Americans, plus a smattering of other nationalities. Most volunteers were working class, which is reactive of the wider anarchist movement. The maritime industry was well represented, with 26 Milichanos, militiamen/women, earning their living as sailors or longshoremen. Between VE and 600 sailors and longshoremen went to Spain from the United States, making them the largest occupational group amongst U.S. volunteers. 104 anarchist volunteers were members of the Sailors' Union of the PCC, SUP, in the United States, which retained a reasonable number of old wobblies during the 1930s. 105 7 volunteers were skilled laborers, carpenters, mechanics, goldsmiths, and 16 were unskilled laborers, ranch hands, miners, loggers. There were also VE students, 8 writers/journalists, 2 professionals, a teacher and an accountant, a bartender, a waiter, and a barber. 15 had undertaken military service prior to Spain, 7 of them during the First World War. 1 volunteer, the former wobbly Charles Rhines, served in the U.S. Air Force in the early 1920s, but does not appear to have owned while in Spain. 106 Likewise, Bill Belcher became a navigator for the Royal Air Force, RAF, in the Second World War, but was not a pilot during the Spanish Civil War. 107 12 volunteers subsequently served in the Second World War, although one, William Gary Ryan, served 2 years in prison as a conscientious objector. This was a result partially of his conversion from communism to anarchism whilst in Spain. 108. Conclusion. The opening months of the Civil War were a period of profound activity amongst transatlantic anarchists. Anarchists overseas harnessed the enthusiasm of the anti-fascist struggle in Spain for their own ends, both to support that 36 from depression to revival struggle and to help rebuild their own ailing movement. Transnational networks were strengthened, with funds, personnel and knowledge owing towards Spain, and emanating from it. Many were drawn to the trenches and some died for the victory of the anti-fascist cause. Fighting at the front was perhaps the ultimate sacrifice to show solidarity, but it was not the only way. The CNTFAI Foreign Language Division drew activists from other countries to coordinate propaganda and at the same time provided much needed information to foreign anarchists on political and economic developments in Spain. Arranging solidarity events and fundraising endeavors was an important moral and financial boost to the Spanish movement, and something the CNTFAI encouraged through its bureaus in London and New York. Many undertakings of the transatlantic anarchists centered on highlighting the progress of the Spanish Revolution to the outside world. Although the Spanish Civil War was headline news around the globe, some of the more constructive aspects of the CON-ICT were less discussed. How transatlantic anarchists sought to challenge this narrative, and how proceedings in Spain affected their own output, is the focus of the rest of the book. Two-state collapse, collaboration, and revolution. During the Civil War, the Spanish anarchist movement was presented with an opportunity, arguably unequaled before or since, to rid itself of the state forever. The collapse of the institutions of the Spanish state meant that power was held not in government, either centrally, in Madrid, or regionally, in the Generalitat of Catalonia, for example, but on the street. George Orwell's observation that revolutionary Barcelona was the only place he had ever been where the working class was in the saddle has probably been overused, but, at least in the initial stages of the war, government authority was more myth than fact. This was not the RST time that a state had lost control over a significant portion of its territory. But unlike during other revolutionary periods, such as the Russian Revolution, in Spain, a mass anti-authoritarian movement, whose aim was not simply the replacement of one state with another, could take advantage. The Spanish anarchist movement now had the chance to practice what they had been preaching for decades. The result, to quote Noam Chomsky, was spontaneous, widespread, but unconsummated social revolution. The revolutionary experiments taking place in Spain energized the international anarchist movement. For transatlantic anarchists, the actions of their Spanish comrades symbolized the pursuit of a dream that, in their own countries, looked more like a fantasy. The frequently spontaneous nature of the collectivizations and factory seizures that occurred throughout much of Republican territory appeared to be a vindication of their anti-authoritarian, anti-state ideological convictions. For a time it seemed, according to one observer, that Spain could show the world the path to happiness and dignity. This enthusiasm did not last. The longer the war went on, the more the revolution retreated. After the initial ging was over in Catalonia, where anarchist strength primarily lay, the CNT leadership had a decision to make, to go all out for the revolution and smash the state, or to accept a situation of dual power whereby the Generalitat, which at this point was little more than bourgeois camouflage, continued to exist. They chose the latter, and as the state reorganized itself it rolled back the gains of the revolution. By the end of the war, many of the collectives were destroyed, and with the overrun of Republican territory by Franco's armies in early 1939, the process became complete. 44 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. The revolution was an embarrassment for defenders of the Spanish Republic. It repudiated the defense of democracy line that attracted many liberals and communist fellow travelers to the cause and caused a headache for those who refused to deny the war in a revolutionary context. The communist Jesus Hernandez Tamash claimed in Mundo Obrero that his party had no social motive in the war and were motivated exclusively by a desire to defend the democratic republic, for the contradiction between those acting to save the republic and those wishing to destroy it, and yet still being ostensibly on the same side, is there for all to see. The collectives are a divisive issue for historians of the Spanish Civil War too. Initially, the only accounts to focus on them were written by sympathetic scholars, often former anarchist militants. 5. Walther L. Bernecker goes as far as saying that studies favorable to the revolution written during this period should be considered more as propaganda than works of research. 6. Communist and liberal historians answered these early accounts in two ways, either by labeling the collectives a damaging failure or simply ignoring their extent and historical significance. 7. More recent scholarship on the collectives is less overtly partisan, often incorporating local histories or social, as opposed to political, historical models. 8. Scholars such as George Essenwein and Adrian Schubert focus on the collective's social idealism, as opposed to their purely economic performance. 9. There is still, however, a lack of literature on how the collectives, as opposed to simply the war, were viewed abroad, particularly by the international anarchist movement. This is important, as it shows how the CON-ICT itself was framed by those sympathetic to the anti-fascist cause. This chapter examines the rise and fall of the Spanish Revolution through the prism of the transatlantic anarchists. It scrutinizes the anarchist theory of the state, and how the Spanish anarchists were forced to adapt, some would argue repudiate, their principles throughout the Civil War. This includes a study of transatlantic anarchists' reaction to the entry of the CNTFAI into RSTLY, the Catalan Generalitat, and, secondly, the Central Madrid government. Criticism of the Spanish anarchists' position on this issue is largely muted and only began to surface after its adverse effect on the revolution became clear. The chapter looks at the revolution itself, and how the transatlantic anarchists interpreted it, both in their press and privately amongst themselves. Despite sizable problems, sometimes of their own making, the anarchist collectives were a significant historical phenomenon, profoundly influencing activists far beyond Spain's shores. The defense of this revolution was a key plank of international anarchist solidarity activity. Revolutionary theory. The classic definition of the state comes from the German sociologist and theorist Max Weber. In his Politics as a Vocation lecture series in 1919, he described the modern state as an institutional form of rule that has successfully fought to create a monopoly of legitimate physical force as a means of state collapse, collaboration, revolution. 45. Government within a particular territory. For a state to survive, those who are ruled over must always acquiesce in the authority that is claimed by the rulers of the day. 10. For early theorists such as Thomas Hobbes, this submission to authority was non-negotiable. The alternative was to return to a state of nature where life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. 11. By contrast, scholars critical of the state argue that it merely reinforces existing class structures, namely, the protection of private property. Karl Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto in 1848 that the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the entire bourgeoisie. 12. For Marxists, the aim is to harness this power for their own advantage. Once the means of production have been seized by the proletariat, the state is used as a weapon to smash the capitalist class. This workers' state eventually withers away, to be replaced by full communism. 13. Most anarchists criticize Marxists for this seeming benevolence towards the state, and the notion that it can be used to advance, rather than hinder, human freedom. Faced Diego Abad de Santillan maintained that the state can no more fraternize with liberty than water with re. 14. Alan Carter maintains that, on the contrary, the state is not an instrument of the bourgeoisie, it always acts to protect its own interests. These interests often happen simply to coincide. 15. Far from wanting to use it for their own purposes, anarchists reject both a capitalist and workers' state. Instead, they call for the radical extirpation of the principle of authority and the tutelage of the state. 16. The nature of its replacement is a point of contention amongst differing schools of anarchism, but during the 20th century the most influential current was anarcho-communism, or anarchist communism, 17 Leading anarchist activist and theoretician Rudolf Rocker argued that in place of the present state, anarchists desire a federation of free communities which shall be bound to one another by their common economic and social interests and shall arrange their affairs by mutual agreement and free contract. 18 The CNT's preferred model for post-revolutionary society was known as Comunismo Libertario, libertarian communism. According to historian Yakov Oved, this was a mixture of, on the one hand, an anarcho-syndicalism that was anchored in the urban labor unions and, on the other hand, on traditional agrarian communalism integrated with theoretical anarchist concepts in the spirit of Kropotkin. 19 Kropotkin argued that common possession of the necessities of production implies the common enjoyment of the fruits of the common production, and we consider that an equitable organization of society can only arise when every wage system is abandoned, and when everybody, contributing for the common well-being to the full extent of his capacities, shall enjoy also from the common stock of society to the fullest possible extent of his needs. 20. The abolition of the wage system, and the resulting dictum from each according to his ability to each according to his need, was one of the main theoretical. 46 State collapse, collaboration. Revolution ruptures between Kropotkin's anarcho-communism and anarcho-collectivism of the Bakuninist tradition. Bakunin actually said that he detested communism, since it was the negation of liberty and because I can conceive nothing human without liberty. 21 Kropotkin's ideas became very influential in Spain. At meetings on collectivization during the revolution, peasants read aloud his Conquest of Bread, 1892, 22 In the years leading up to the Civil War, the Spanish anarchist movement's leading theorists often wrote about what the libertarian communist utopia might look like. Abad de Santillan outlined a fairly austere vision of the immediate post-revolutionary world in his El Organismo Económico de la Revolución, 1936. 23 Although he warned against a return to transportation by ox carts, he was explicit that for a few years there will not be abundance and consequently, the control of production and distribution would have to be strictly maintained. He maintained that as individuals, we prefer freedom with hunger to satiation alongside of slavery and subjection. 24 In a resolution on Comunismo Libertario passed at the CNT Congress in Zaragoza in May 1936, the expectations were more positive. Society would be organized through communes that elected delegates to factory or cultivation councils, depending if the communes were urban or rural, which would then come together in confederation to coordinate production and redirect surpluses where they were needed most. There would be equality between the sexes, the abolition of prisons, and freedom of religion, but in no instance may it be regarded as a form of public display or moral or intellectual coercion. The arts and sciences were to be promoted and cultivated to encourage the belief that humanity does not live by bread alone and that a humanity living by bread alone would be a disgrace. Although the Congress acknowledged that this was not an IST program, the detailed account of life under Comunismo Libertario provided an important theoretical marker for the Spanish anarchist movement and was an important influence on Sanedistas and Fascistas when the revolution broke out 2 months later. 25. Revolutionary practice. Any general conclusions about the Spanish Revolution are fraught with difficulty. There were significant differences in organization across regions and even between neighboring villages. Some were organized according to anarchist principles, others by socialist or communist ones, some were an amalgamation of several theories, and others were a practical response to the chaotic nature of Spain in the immediate aftermath of the Rising. And although the Generalitat issued a decree on collectivization on October 24, 1936, this was after an extensive number of collectivizations had already taken place. In Aragon, for example, most collectives were founded within weeks of the outbreak of the military rebellion. 26 The state, according to the IWMA Bulletin of Information, had no alternative but to sanction what had already been accomplished. 27. State collapse, collaboration, revolution. 47. Under the Generalitat decree, collectivization was compulsory for industrial and commercial enterprises that employed over 100 workers, and voluntary, through agreement between the proprietor and the workforce, for those with less than that number. The Catalan Economic Council, set up in September 1936, had the power to collectivize any other enterprise whose importance to the national economy would not warrant private management, which referred primarily to war production. 28 Although the Economic Council had the benefit of including both major Spanish trade unions, the CNT and the Socialist Union General de Trabajadores, General Workers' Union, UGT, in its makeup, and was thus more reactive of popular feeling than either the Generalitat or the Madrid government, its activities were hindered by both the general war situation and the difficulty it had in enforcing its own decisions. The primary source of revolutionary authority in Catalonia was the Comité Central de Milicias Antifascistas, Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, CCMA, set up at the end of July 1936 to coordinate activities in the initial stages of the war and revolution. The CCMA was a curious compromise by the CNT leadership with Generalitat President Luis Companys of the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, Republican Left of Catalonia, and acted as a cross between a committee and a state. Juan Garcia Oliver, a Festa who joined the CCMA and subsequently served as a minister in both the Generalitat and the central government, argued that the CCMA resembled a Russian Soviet, only there was a balance between political parties and trade union organizations. 29 Chris Ealham, by contrast, maintains that the CCMA was a ministry of war in all but name. 30 It operated alongside the Generalitat, which led to a situation of dual power that had important consequences later on, but initially, power was weighted heavily towards the CCMA. The CCMA included a variety of popular front parties and unions, but its decisions were backed up by the militias and it was thus largely subservient to the whims of the CNT-FAI. 31 As the French anarchist journalist Robert Luzin, who traveled through Catalonia during this time, noted, in the immediate aftermath of the defeat of the rebellion in Barcelona, the state was in reality the National Labour Confederation, the CNT, together with the Iberian Anarchist Federation, the FAI. 32 The general CNT policy towards the collectives was known as socialization, whereby the local syndicate ran the industry, but it was by no means the only, or even the most common form of organization. 33 Other methods included municipalization, communalization, cooperativization, and nationalization. Municipalization was a way of indirectly bringing industry under the control of the state, rather than the workers' and peasants' committees. Instead of the latter, city councils were appointed by the central government or the Generalitat as opposed to being elected by the local community. The Generalitat proposed this in early 1937. 34 Burnett Bulletin argues that the Partido Comunista de España, Communist Party of Spain, PCE, and Partit Socialista Unicat de Catalunya, Uni-Ed Socialist Party of Catalonia, PSUC, promoted this with a view to breaking the economic power of the CNT and FAI. 35 Nationalization, which the Communists also advocated, served a similar function. 36 The CNT rejected. 48 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. This, arguing that it could not possibly settle the agricultural problem of Spain. 37 The Communists put forward cooperativization in their newspaper La Voz del Campo, the voice of the countryside, in May 1937. This was a compromise between full collectivization and nationalization, but was still based on private property, which Augustin Souchy noted was an ambiguous position for the Communist International. 38 Communalization was arguably the purest anarchist form of organization, and the CNT-FAI's ultimate end goal. The key difference between communalization and other forms of workers' self-management was that consumption as well as production was collectivist. Under this system, money was abolished, often replaced by a voucher system or a producer's booklet, and resources were pooled to be redistributed according to the needs of the community. 39 One criticism of socialization leveled by proponents of communalization was that the former system tended to increase the distance between the union bureaucracy and the rank and le workforce. Eduardo Pons Prades, who experienced socialization in the Woodworkers' Union, argued that the general staff of the union changed things without informing the workers, and the once regular meetings of delegates became more erratic as time progressed. This bred discontent, especially as the CNT tradition was to discuss and examine everything. 40 In the winter of 1936 there were approximately 1,500 rural collectives. By the winter of 1938 this number had increased to 2,000, containing roughly 800,000 people. 41 In terms of the number of people living under the collectives, the most widespread collectivization was in Aragon, with 400 collectives comprising between 300,000 and 500,000 people, 70% of the population. In Levant, there were more than 500 collectives by 1938, and even in socialist-dominated Castile the Regional Federation of Peasants, affiliated to the CNT, had nearly 100,000 members and 230 collectives by 1937. When industrial collectives and partial collectivizations are included, the number of people living collectively during the Civil War increases to 3 million. 42 Frank Mintz estimates that in Republican territory the percentage of the population living under collectivization fluctuated between around 27 and 30% from the war's beginning to end. 43 Even nationalist sources noted the widespread nature of the collectives. One report on the Levant made in 1940 by the Commission for Industrial and Commercial Incorporation commented that the number of collectivized industries and businesses has been truly extraordinary. It can be said that almost the totality of industry and commerce operated in this form. 44 Some collectives fared better than others. The wide variation in forms did pose problems. Some villages abolished money in favor of a barter economy, but some kept the peseta, whilst others issued their own local currency that was not used by other collectives or recognized by the government. This meant that trade, either between collectives or between the larger federations of collectives, set up by the CNT to coordinate the redistribution of materials, and the central government, was haphazard. 45. State collapse, collaboration, revolution. 49. Another problem was what Murray Bookchin terms collective capitalism. 46 This was when rich collectives used reserves to maintain operations, whilst poorer collectives with no capital, unable to buy machinery and other supplies, failed. This was a problem in both agricultural and industrial collectives, particularly those operating on a cooperative basis. 47 The wartime situation exacerbated wider economic problems, such as the loss of trade, both internally and externally. Industrial collectives, more reliant on raw materials than their rural counterparts, struggled to overcome these shortages, made worse by rampant innovation, in the closing stages of the CON-ICT. 48 There were, nevertheless, some notable successes. The income of the kidney bean collective at El Hospitalet de Llobregat southwest of Barcelona, for example, increased from 432,710 pesetas in September, November 1936 to over VE million pesetas by June, August 1937. This allowed workers to invest in infrastructure, spending 180,000 pesetas on new machinery, including a truck to move produce. 49 The collectivist war industries in Catalonia, non-existent before the war, were, by the end of 1937, producing some 500,000 RIE cartridges daily. 50 Wheat production increased by 16.3% in Castile and 20% in Aragon, where agricultural collectives were widespread. In Catalonia and Levant, by contrast, where individual peasant proprietorship was the most common system, wheat production fell by 21.2% and 7.5%, respectively. 51 Bernecker notes that the collectives also achieved singular successes in the social, humanitarian and educational cultural fields. 52 By 1938, all the collectives in Levant had their own school. Senetistas and Festas introduced literacy programs and adult education classes, and in Aragon free healthcare and old age pensions became the norm. 53. Collective action. The collective experiment in Spain generated significant interest in the Transatlantic countries. Their press focused heavily on the achievements of collectivization. Spanish Revolution noted the increased efficiency of the Barcelona Railway Syndicate, which abolished executives and limited technicians' wages in favor of rises for ordinary workers. Replacing an exploded boiler now took 23 as opposed to FTY 6 hours to replace. 54 The IWMA Bulletin of Information drew attention to the 2 million pesetas spent on chemical fertilizers and farm equipment by the Regional Federation of Peasants of Castile, as well as its efforts to establish experimental farms and laboratories to prepare a new generation of agricultural experts. 55 publications also discussed problems. Mark Schmidt, writing in Vanguard under the pseudonym Senex, emphasized the need to coordinate forms of exchange between villages and cities, and suggested socializing banks to create new lines of credit for ailing collectives. 56 Another article alluded to the difficulties arising from a decrease in foreign trade and great lack of foreign currency. 57 Great faith, however, was placed in the power of the Spanish proletariat to overcome these problems. The organ of the ULO claimed that in spite of their lack of experience, the revolutionary workers of Catalonia are facing successfully the difficulties incidental to the building up of a new economy. 58. 50 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. Sometimes appeals to support the collectivist economy were made. In the United States, Maximiliano Ole spearheaded a campaign in favor of buying oranges exclusively from CNT collectives. 59 The IWWS One Big Union Monthly proclaimed that the autonomous but federated communities go about the humble task of eliminating insects in the orange orchards with the same earnestness and skill with which they meet the task of destroying the fascist invaders in their territories. 60 Spain and the world urged readers to drink no port associated with the far-right regime of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar in Portugal, but eat Valencia oranges. 61 Anarchists showed LMS supplied by the CNT, such as Un Pueblo en Armas, known as Fury Over Spain in English, 1937, and Amanecer sobre España, Dawn Over Spain, 1938. They were directed by Louis Frank, an American businessman living in Barcelona who allied himself with the CNT-FAI during the war. Initially, Frank joined the anarchists because they were the friendliest. Nobody was suspicious of anyone. Nobody was asking what are they going to do to me. I loved it, they were free people. 62 Following this he devoted himself to the struggle, traveling to Britain and the United States to promote the LMS. They were eventually shown all over the world, including New Zealand and Australia. 63 Boris Yelensky of the Free Society Group in Chicago wrote to the CNT that at one showing of Fury Over Spain they raised $300 and decided to rent out the biggest theater in the city to repeat the feat. He claimed that 1,500 people saw the LM, and 1,400 were positive, despite never having heard of the CNT-FAI. Italian-American anarchist Carlo Tresca spoke at showings in Philadelphia organized by Cultura Proletaria, and the IWW in Cleveland also sponsored screenings. 64 In Britain, the CNT-FAI London Bureau and the Anarchist Communist Federation, ACF, a split from the APCF led by Frank Leach, in Glasgow held their own showings of Fury Over Spain, and the LM received a favourable response when the London anarchists lent it to the ILP to show at their summer school. 65 The money raised in Britain ultimately went to SIA. 66 The LMS represented the anarchist viewpoint of the war. As such they were too inamatory for many to accept, and the anarchists were put under pressure to eliminate their revolutionary aspects. Ironically, Fury Over Spain was literally inamable, which meant it could not be shown in certain cinemas, forcing Goldman to acquire a non-amable copy. 67 In the United States, when Frank tried to get a major distributor for Fury Over Spain, they told him it was too hot for us to handle. 68 The British censor SOF-CE tried to remove the commentary of Fury Over Spain, which angered Ethel Mannin and others who maintained that without the commentary the LM could be the ordinary government GHT against fascism. The whole point of the LM is the revolution in Spain. 69 The Republican government censored Dawn Over Spain at its source, a possible sign of the relative weakness of the CNT by 1938, and the expunged excerpts were smuggled out of Barcelona via Paris in an effort to maintain the integrity of Frank's original LM. 70. State collapse, collaboration, Revolution 51. This animosity was not limited to LMS. When Goldman joined the Spanish Exhibition Committee in early 1937, she had to work extremely hard to include CNT material in the exhibition. Out of 36 screens in the exhibition, 6 dealt with the constructive aspects of the revolution. Only 2 screens explicitly mentioned the anarchists, one dealing with a peasant wedding, the other with the funeral of anarchist militia leader Buenaventura Durruti. 71 anarchists in the transatlantic countries were often forced to confront an unsympathetic press. According to David Deacon, British and American newspapers covering Spain were generally more favorable to the Republicans than the nationalists, but almost uniformly hostile to the revolutionary elements, especially the anarchists. The radical elements were variously attacked as impotent, misguided, lawless and deceitful, and most newspapers welcomed their suppression after May 1937-72 over in Ireland. The mainstream press displayed a near universal hatred of the anarchists, GAY for their anti-clericalism. 73 One student at Trinity College Dublin complained to Tom Keel about the difficulty of ending out what is really happening in Spain, and asked for copies of Spain and the World to complement the CNTFAI Bulletin of Information sent to them from London by Ralph Barr. 74 Another Dubliner felt that supporters of the anarchists in the country were obliged to keep their 75 views to themselves. Transatlantic anarchists were in the midst of a propaganda war. Indeed, Spain and the world proclaimed that one of the duties of foreign anarchists was to defend the collectivists from the distorted reports in the British press. 76 Tales of grassroots democracy in the collectives were thus received favorably by transatlantic anarchist publications. One account of the collective at Bujarelas in Aragon received particularly high praise from Spain and the world. All the workers were split into groups, and at the beginning of the day each group elected a delegate to report to the local workers' committee and obtain instructions on the day's work, whether that be plowing, rearing livestock, or taking in the harvest. At the end of the day, the delegate gave an account of the work completed, and then, their power having ceased, they gave the name of the group representative for the next day. Spain and the world claimed that it is the people who set themselves the task, and that all traces of authority have disappeared. 77 Other accounts were even more congratulatory. One article from the German language Die Soziale Revolution, the Social Revolution, reproduced in Spain and the world, described life in the Frage collective in Huesca. The correspondent exclaimed that life in this town of Aragon quickens my blood. My soul is overcome by a wave of emotion, the doors of a new world are open before me. I walk about the streets for hours, so as to steep myself in the special atmosphere, and it is all I can do to suppress exclamations of delight. Libertarian communism is not merely a rational social order. It is a reality. 78. 52 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. The Austrian journalist Franz Borkenau viewed the Frage collective in a decidedly more sinister light. When he traveled through the area in August 1936, he heard the story that the anarchist Durruti column had moved through the village and killed 38 suspected fascists, and that the agrarian revolution had not been the result of passionate struggle by the peasants themselves, but had been an almost automatic consequence of the executions. In stark contrast to the correspondent for Die Soziale Revolution, Borkenau maintained that the anarchist column had killed an enormous number of people in the village, but they had achieved nothing else. 79 Anarchists were particularly sensitive to allegations of forced collectivizations. This was something for which they had criticized the Russian Revolution, and the fact that this was being used as a stick with which to bait them by the Stalinists in the Communist Party was especially galling. Frente Rojo, Red Front, the PCE newspaper, argued that as far as the collectives are concerned, there is not a single Aragonese peasant who was not forced to join AD. Emma Goldman was furious when Augustin Souchy sent her an article he had written comparing collectivization in the Soviet Union with what was happening in Spain, saying not a word that collectivization in Russia was brought about by and sword. 81 Some later historians have also been critical. Paul Preston maintains that the collectives in Aragon, far from being the spontaneous creation of peasants, were imposed by force. 82 There were some instances when outside forces were a sine qua non for collectivizations. Mentz notes a clear link in Zaragoza province between the existence of collectivist villages and the presence of the BRODIE column. 83 Better off peasants, who, ironically, found a safe haven within the PCE, were often resistant to demands for them to relinquish their property and pool it collectively. 84 Michael Seidman claims that collectivization occurred both spontaneously and unwillingly, with poorer peasants more liable to experiment than sharecroppers or those with small holdings. 85 Other scholars are more reluctant to accept wholeheartedly the forced collectivization narrative. Pierre Brouet and Émile Temem claim that executions by members of militia columns did not mean that it was not voluntary by removing large landowners, and FTH columnists Milichanos simply provided the conditions for collectivization to take place. 86 Bernecker notes that, once it was formed, all collectivists had the option of freely leaving the collective. 87 Mariano Franco, a CNT member and leading collectivist in the village of Alaza in Teruel, was unable to get his own father to join. I tell him the collective had produced more wheat that year than the village had ever harvested before. He replied that the year had been a specially good one. Although this was quite embarrassing, he shrugged that I couldn't oblige him to join. We weren't living under a dictatorship. 88 Some collectives, such as the one at Monzon in Aragon, loaned individualists, as those who refused to join or left the collectives were known, machinery and certain necessary supplies, and allowed them to distribute their produce through the collectives' cooperatives. 89 As Anthony Beaver notes, the fact that there were both collectivists and individualists in every village shows that peasants had not been forced into communal farming at the point of a gun. 90. State collapse, collaboration, revolution. 53. Goldman, on the RST of her 3 visits to Spain, encountered the issue at the collective in Albalate de Cinca in Huesca in October 1936. When she inquired with the local committee about how collectivization was enforced in the village, they responded by saying that once we can prove to our brothers that collective labor saves time and energy, and brings greater results to each member of the collective, the peasants now standing aloof will join us. This was confirmed when Goldman talked to some of the peasants who had not joined the collective. They said that they would wait and see how well collectivism worked and would then decide whether to join it. 91 Some behavior of the Spanish anarchists was more difficult for their transatlantic allies to defend. Governmental anarchists. One of the most contentious issues in the anarchist movement after the defeat of the revolution was the entry of the CNT-FAI into government, RST via the Generalitat on September 26, 1936, and then in the central government of Francisco Largo Caballero on November 4, 1936. Polemics were especially bitter between the international movement and many of the leading militants of the Spanish anarchist movement. Vernon Richards, editor of Spain and the World, later became particularly scathing in his assessment of the actions of the Spanish anarchist leadership. He argued that they were not mistakes of 92 in judgment but the deliberate abandonment of the principles of the C.N.T. Turn, defenders of collaboration, such as Sam Dolgoff, attacked the anti-collaborationists for a perceived failure to grasp the magnitude of the tragic dilemma of the Spanish anarchists. 93 Attitudes over collaboration became the fundamental dividing line between anarchists during the Civil War. Although the military rebellion was crushed in major cities like Madrid and Barcelona, it soon became clear that the nationalist offensive in the rest of Spain was gathering pace, aided by the influx of arms supplied by foreign powers friendly to Franco. The CNT-FAI concluded that the Republican war effort required greater coordination between all those committed to the anti-fascist cause. A plenum of CNT regional committees in mid-September 1936 agreed that a National Defense Council should be formed, empowered to provide leadership in the areas of defense and in political and economic affairs. 94 The government parties refused to submit to this proposal, with Largo Caballero arguing that we would, in effect, be putting ourselves on the same level as the Junto de Burgos the nationalists. 95 This left the Spanish anarchists in a quandary: should they maintain their ideological purity and risk weakening the Popular Front in its GHT against Franco, or abandon their anti-political credentials by joining the state apparatus, a situation that only weeks earlier, they argued would lead to the rapid destruction of our capacity of action, of our will to unity, and the beginning of an imminent debacle imminent before a still fairly strong enemy. 96. 54 State collapse, collaboration, revolution led by CNT General Secretary Horacio Martinez Prieto. The anarchist leadership relented and agreed to full governmental collaboration, securing 4 ministries in the new administration. These positions were led by Juan Garcia Oliver, Justice, Federica Monsanei, Health and Public Assistance, Joan Pirro, Industry, and Juan Lopez, Commerce. 97 By joining Largo Caballero's cabinet, the anarchists strengthened the government's position. It gave legitimacy to the government as representative of all anti-fascist opinion, and removed any possible doubt about the anarchists' commitment to the cause. 98 At the time, the CNTFAI defended their actions by emphasizing the need to defeat fascism before the revolution could triumph, although initially Solidaridad Obrera referred to the decision rather cryptically as transcendental. 99 Federica Monsanei, one of the new ministers, argued that we have driven from within our very being our aspirations as 100% anarchists, in order to aim only at the destruction of fascism in our own country. 100 The CNTFAI leadership also viewed the entrance into government as a means to defend the revolution. They were particularly keen to use the organization's ministerial positions to retrospectively sanction the gains made in the initial months of the CON-ICT. By legislating for what had, in effect, already happened, they hoped to protect the collectives from possible enemies within the Republican camp, most notably the Communists. 101 Later in the war, Manuel Villar, former editor of Soli, argued that if the CNT had allowed levers of revolutionary action to escape from its hands, the revolution itself would have suffered from the lessening of our unions. 102 The supply of arms to the Confederal militias was an additional concern for the CNTFAI. A revolutionary Spain risked alienating France and Britain, seen, incorrectly, in the event, as the countries most receptive to selling weapons to the Spanish Republic. 103 In order not to alarm the Western democracies, a modicum of respectability, in this case a popular front government with CNTFAI representation, was required. This was used similarly as a defense of militarization. 104 Diego Abad de Santillan, who became Minister of the Economy in the Generalitat after a reshovee in December 1936, claimed that we are against the state and militarism, but, having accepted war, we must also accept the army and the state. 105 This was not enough to convince many other anarchists. Tensions within the editorial board at Soli led to the dismissal of Liberto Callejas as director in November 1936, with Jacinto Torrio, a defender of the new collaborationist line, replacing him. Tierra y Libertad succumbed to the same fate in December 1936. 106 Línea de Fuego, firing line, the mouthpiece of the radical Columna de Hierro, decried that what was always attacked is now to be embraced and the very foundations of our beliefs torn up. 107 It did not help that, almost immediately upon the entrance of the CNT, the central government at Madrid for Valencia. Militants viewed this as a sign of cowardice when the capital was on the verge of collapse. The local CNT Federation issued a communiqué declaring "Long live Madrid" without government, and some government ministers were stopped from leaving and turned back by an anarchist patrol. 108 This was particularly embarrassing for state collapse, collaboration, revolution. 55. Horacio Martinez Prieto, ARM advocate of collaboration, who defended the retreat in front of the bemused Milicianos. He resigned as CNT General Secretary soon afterwards and was replaced by Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, Secretary of the Regional Committee of Catalonia. 109 Many international comrades, particularly the French, were extremely critical of the CNT, with the French Anarchist Federation labeling Garcia Oliver and Montseny as traitors. 110 Gaston Laval argued that those anarchists who became ministers and of chales in other departments soon became infected and succumbed to the virus of power. 111 Juan Gomez Casas concurs with this view in his History of the FAI, maintaining that the C.N.T and FAI, together and separately, were strongly criticized by international anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism. 112 In general, the transatlantic movement was remarkably muted in its response to the entrance of the CNT into government. It tended simply to print the Spanish anarchists' explanation without comment. Spain and the World, for instance, printed a joint statement of the CNT-FAIIWMA in January 1937, which argued that the struggle against fascism is of more importance at the present time than any ideological sick differences between our organizations, but it offered no supporting or critical remarks. 113 One notable exception to this is the journal Man, edited by Marcus Graham in San Francisco, which maintained that anarchists who take part in a governing body cannot possibly 114 be anarchist but in name. This was a minority position, though. The October 1936 edition of Spanish Revolution reprinted an article from the French anarchist newspaper Le Libertaire, the Libertarian, calling the entrance of the anarchists into the Generalitat normal, and relegated the CNT joining the Largo Caballero government to a footnote in its November issue. 115 Mark Schmidt endorsed the CNT's actions in vanguard, arguing that the respite gained was well worth the loss in respect to the tempo of revolutionary achievement. 116 Indeed, when challenged by Nemesio Galve of the CNT-FAI Paris Bureau on the content of Spanish Revolution, Maximiliano Ole, the secretary of the CNT-FAI North American Bureau, defended it as a newspaper of information and not of 117 criticisms of ours. Privately, the response was more mixed. One comrade wrote to Goldman complaining that his own comrades, some of them at least, think that the Spanish anarcho-syndicalists have betrayed our ideal. 118 Goldman herself maintained that, though I cannot and will not reconcile myself to the compromises of the few comrades, I will not raise my hand against them so long as the hand of the whole world is raised against them, ready to choke the life out of our people. 119. In essence, Goldman did not approve of the actions of the CNT, but felt unable publicly to criticize them. This explains the lukewarm reception to the entrance of the CNT into government. As the revolution was gradually pushed back, particularly after the May Days, foreign comrades became more vocal in their criticism. 56 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. For those transatlantic anarchists working under the auspices of the CNT-FAI, the decision to collaborate with the forces of government meant logically that they were forced to do the same, or risk breaking from the organization. The Spanish-American anarchists of Cultura Proletaria worked with the Generalitat in New York, for example. 120 Initially, Emma Goldman was trusted with representing the CNT-FAI in the Generalitat London Bureau, run by a Scottish former travel agent named Donald Darling. Darling was a freelance employee of the British consulate who went on to work for the British intelligence service during the Second World War. 121 The Bureau was left in a financial mess after its communist representative, R.C.C. Stewart, absconded with over £100 of the Bureau's money. Partly because of this confusion, Goldman avoided working with the Generalitat, save for an aborted attempt at an art exhibition. This displeased the CNT but was understandable considering Goldman's historic attitude to state collaboration. 122 She was pilloried by some comrades for even accepting credentials from a regional government. Her longtime friend Molly Steimer was indignant, and asked how. Emma Goldman, who for 40 years has been preaching against forming a government during a revolution, and certainly against the participation of anarchists in it, could now be willing to represent the Generalitat and accept credentials from it? For a government it is, Amachka, no matter what it is called. 123. Other transatlantic anarchists were also forced to defend their own collaboration. After working for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona, Ethel MacDonald accepted a post working on the English Bulletin of the Generalitat. When news of this reached Glasgow, the USM demanded an explanation. MacDonald was initially hesitant but decided to take the job in view of the attitude of the CNT to the P.O.U.M. What she meant by this is unclear. The POUM was ejected from the Generalitat in December 1936 but, as discussed in Chapter 6, the CNT and POUM became allies of a sort during the May Days. It was too much for MacDonald's friend Jenny Patrick, who had earlier refused the post, believing that something had gone wrong with the F.A.I. 124. Like the CNT, the FAI leadership largely supported the collaborationist line. At the regional plenum of the FAI in July 1937, delegates agreed that in opposition to our position of retirement in the past, it is the duty of all anarchists to participate in as many public institutions as possible in order to assure and drive the new state of conditions forward. 125. This was a remarkable volte-face from what had previously been the most militant section of the Spanish anarchist movement. The actual entrance of the anarchists in the government would have had only symbolic significance were it not for its detrimental effect on the progress of the revolution. The situation of dual power that existed in Republican Spain at the beginning of the war had to be resolved one way or another, and as soon as the state reorganized itself it sought to supplant the new sources of revolutionary authority. State collapse, collaboration, Revolution 57. Immediately following the CNT entry to the Generalitat, the CCMA was abolished, an important RST step in the solidification of state power. 126. Any notion that anarchist ministers would have a positive influence in government was quickly quashed, as the posts given to them had little influence on the course of the war or economy. As Garcia Oliver told Horacio Martinez Prieto at the time, only the Department of Justice was a real ministry, the other three posts were de facto general directorates, and none of the four had access to funds without socialist approval. 127. As Minister of Justice, Garcia Oliver occupied himself with a very un-anarchist plan to create concentration camps for political prisoners, something Goldman, amongst others, condemned as a dangerous undertaking. 128. The anarchists acquiesced in the dissolution of local committees, which were replaced by provincial and municipal councils subject to government approval, and weakened the CNTFAI vis-a-vis the other organizations of the Popular Front. 129. After the May Days, the government dissolved the Patrullas de Control patrols, which had been organized by the militias and were responsible for maintaining order in the rearguard, further weakening the grassroots movement. 130. At a cabinet meeting on May 13, 1937, the PCE ordered Largo Caballero to issue a decree dissolving the CNT and POUM, which he refused to do. In protest, the two PCE ministers resigned, followed by the majority of PSOE members, provoking a cabinet crisis. Sensing an unlikely ally, the CNTFAI ministers refused to back any government without Largo Caballero as prime minister. Without communist and socialist support, however, the Spanish Lenin was unable to form a new government. Juan Negrin, from the reformist wing of the PSOE, had no interest in accommodating the anarchists in his new administration. 131. One report noted that dozens of Sanedistas in Castellan province in Valencia were only imprisoned after the CNT left the central government, suggesting governmental collaboration offered a degree of protection. 132. But even after the Negrin government denied the organization representation, prominent Sanedistas were extremely reluctant to voice criticism or campaign for the release of their comrades. The CNT leadership always had one eye on re-entering the political fray. David Antona, the General Secretary of the Madrid CNT, wrote to Goldman at the end of May 1937 that the previous government, with CNTFAI representation, was the real symbol of the new Spain. He fumed that it cannot be tolerated that the UGT and CNT, because they knew how to hold high the glorious banner of the Spanish Revolution, should be displaced from the posts they occupied in the Largo Caballero government. 133 The CNTFAI Boletin de Información proclaimed that the quicker the CNT and the UGT collaborate in the government, the quicker will be the victory, and the revolution will continue its ascendant path. 134 The need to win the war overrode any qualms the Spanish anarchist leadership had over collaboration, which was proven again in April 1938 with the appointment of Senatista Segundo Blanco as Minister of Education and Health. The collectives were a further challenge to the central government's authority and, as such, needed to be brought to heel. 58 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. Attacking collectivization. From their inception, the Republican authorities viewed collectives beyond government control with hostility. Anarchist collectives did not pay any taxes, although they regularly sent collections of food and supplies to the militias at the front. Even when socialists were present in local committees, they were reluctant to carry out governmental directives, a further challenge to central authority. 135 This led to a sustained policy to undermine them as viable economic units. Eugenio Criado, the General Secretary of the CNT Regional Federation of Peasants in Castile, complained that the only thing the collectives received from the government was obstruction and calumnies from the Minister of Agriculture. 136 The Generalitat withheld funds from the Hospitalet collective near Barcelona, which had to spend its RST 3 months collecting money from the municipality and the local CNT construction union. 137 When help was provided, CNT members suffered political discrimination. The Institute of Agrarian Reform issued almost FTY million pesetas in credits to assist the peasantry between July 1936 and December 1937, but these were not extended to CNT collectives until late in the summer of 1937. 138 Ramon Oriol, a CNT member of the Artesa de la Rita collective in Catalonia, claimed that the Generalitat Supplies Department overcharged anarchist collectives for materials, such as agricultural fertilizers, by as much as 70%, something confirmed by a CNT Regional Committee report to the central government. 139 In the spring of 1937, collectives in Catalonia, Levante, Valencia, and Castile were physically attacked by communist-controlled police and military units, but resistance from anarchist units stationed in those areas managed to hold them back and a ceasefire was arranged. 140 The timing of this attack on the collectives read spectacularly from an economic perspective. And the Negrin government passed a law of temporary legalization of agricultural collectives in June 1937 to allow the harvest to be collected. 141 In August 1937, however, PCE Lieutenant Colonel Enrique Lister and his 11th Division, along with the Communist Karl Marx Division and the 30th Division of the AK, invaded Aragon. Their target was not Franco's armies but the agricultural collectives, particularly those run by the anarchists. Since October 1936, Eastern Aragon had been under the direction of the Council of Aragon, which coordinated public order, the economy, and the military situation in the region. Although recognized by the government and of Chile containing no party tendencies, the council was effectively controlled by the Aragonesa section of the CNT. 142 Aragon became essentially an anarchist enclave, a product of the revolution that had stalled in Catalonia after the entrance of the CNTFAI into the Generalitat. For this reason, it was a constant irritant to the Republican authorities. 143 On August 11, 1937, the Negrin government outlawed the council, seized the CES of the CNT Regional Committee and impounded their records. Republican troops arrested some 700 members of the CNTFAI, including the president of the council, Joaquim Escaso, cousin of leading militant Francisco. State collapse, collaboration, revolution. 59. Escaso, who they accused of jewel smuggling. 144 During the attack, peasants were shot in the Elds, food was destroyed, hospitals set on and all efforts at urban-rural exchange were suppressed. 145 According to Cesar Martinez Lorenzo, son of former CNT General Secretary Horacio Martinez Prieto, Confederal units in the area were eager to defend the collectives, but the CNT National Committee and FAI Peninsular Committee advised against it to avoid 146-147 a new civil war. The result was an orgy of destruction. One former militant called the situation the Great Paradox, since it was the communists and their allies who put an end to the most communist communism. 148 The transatlantic anarchists were, understandably, horrified by these developments. Members of the Council of Aragon had previously appealed to transatlantic anarchists to spread propaganda detailing their cultural work, and they were intimately aware of the Council's achievements. 149 Spain and the world described the results of the government's policy as a splendid achievement in voluntary cooperation completely destroyed. 150 Spanish Revolution raged that no conceivable provocation has been overlooked in the mad attempt of these red fascists the communists to bring the members of the CNT to the point of exasperation so that they would lose their heads and supply the excuse for an armed invasion of Aragon by the government. 151. One of the main reasons that foreign anarchists supported the CNT-FAI with such conviction during the Civil War was the constructive achievements of the revolution. Seeing its demise, seemingly without protest from the Spanish anarchist leadership, alarmed many in the transatlantic countries. Veteran American anarchist Walter Sterrett wrote to Maximiliano Ole in August 1937 and accused the CNT-FAI leadership of terrible blundering, claiming that the price in blood and loss of faith in our ideal is too enormous for us to even try to cover up. He singled out Monsanelli and Garcia Oliver in particular, claiming that they certainly have demonstrated themselves incapable of upholding the unstinting trust that has been thrown at their feet. 152 Luis Zugatti at the FAI propaganda section, whose time in Spain was cut tragically short after he was killed in a car accident in February 1938, was also decidedly pessimistic. 153 Abe Bluestein left Barcelona utterly disillusioned by the behavior of the CNT-FAI in Spain. He wrote to Goldman in January 1938 that not only is the counter-revolution, with the communists on top, making great strides forward, but, far worse, our movement is doing absolutely nothing to resist the tide. He planned to start an opposition newspaper in the United States since to go on with the of Chale CNT-FAI means to abandon the Spanish Revolution, to abandon the revolutionists in Russia imprisoned by the Bolshevik regime and Spain, and to abandon all those principles for which you have fought all your life, and which have still to play their role in the social revolution throughout the world. 154. 60 State collapse, collaboration, revolution. Bluestein did start a newspaper, but although more critical of the CNT than Spanish Revolution, Challenge was not as oppositional as his RST instincts suggested. Over the Atlantic there were also murmurings of discontent. In June 1937, Vernon Richards published a posthumous open letter in Spain and the world from his companion Marie-Louise Bernieri's father Camilo, who was murdered in Barcelona during the May Days, which criticized the governmentalism of the CNT. The letter, originally published in Bernieri's Guerra de Classe, Class War, on April 14, 1937, addressed itself to Federica Monsanelli and argued that the hour has come to inquire whether the anarchists are in the government for the purpose of being the vestals of a re about to be extinguished, or whether they are there henceforth to serve as a Phrygian cap for some of the politicians who are earning with the enemy or with the forces anxious to restore the republic of all classes. 155. Until that point, Richards had been quite careful not to criticize the CNT-FAI explicitly, despite the somewhat violent deviations from anarchist principles shown by some leading comrades. 156 By the middle of 1937, however, he conceded to the veteran Austrian anarchist Max Nettelo that the movement in the rest of the world, however small, must as a result suffer for these deviations in tactics and principle. 157 After this he became more strident in his critique. Something that came to the attention of the CNT high brass. General Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez wrote to Ralph Barr in October 1937 asking the newspaper to avoid sectarian or dogmatic anarchist analysis, and to limit propaganda to the defense of the anti-fascist cause. 158 Following the Munich Agreement in October 1938, Spain and the world warned its readers not to become involved in any future capitalist war with Germany, openly contradicting the policy of the CNT in Spain. 159 Mintz claims that a mountain of mistakes made by the leadership had brought them to the edge of the abyss. 160 For transatlantic anarchists, Friedrich Nietzsche's words proved prophetic: if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. 161 Conclusion. The experiments in collectivization conducted in the Elds and the factories in Spain were a source of inspiration for transatlantic anarchists. For a brief period, the CNTFAI demonstrated the practical achievements of anarchism to the world. Spanish anarchists showed foreign militants the possibility of organizing society without state interference, something that seemed a distant prospect in their own countries. Transatlantic anarchists were eager to highlight the constructive nature of anarchism in their published, visual and cinematic propaganda. They viewed it as their duty to defend the integrity of the revolution against a hostile foreign press. State collapse, collaboration, Revolution 61. But the enemies of the revolution were numerous and included many who worked on the Republican side. Governmental repression, by wallet and by sword, strangled the life out of the revolution. What was surprising was that the CNT was a member of that government. The decision to enter the Generalitat and subsequently the central government was not one taken lightly, and initially most transatlantic anarchists either supported their Spanish comrades or kept their criticisms to themselves. Some even worked alongside the institutions of the Spanish state, primarily in Catalonia. Once the revolution began to falter, though, the rationale for uncritically backing the course taken by the CNTFAI became less clear. The destruction of the collectives was a severe blow to those who had heaped so much praise on their establishment, as was the leadership's perceived failure to defend them. Horacio Martínez Prieto later wrote that the libertarian collectives should never have been set up, being unprepared for such extraordinary circumstances. 162 For much of the anarchist movement, however, the revolution was the driving reason for supporting the GHT against fascism. This was as true for the international movement as the rank and LE of the Spanish one. 3. Violence, terror, and warfare. One aspect of anarchist theory tested to the limit during the Spanish Civil War and Revolution was the relationship of anarchism to violence. Anarchists rage against the institutional terror of the state, and at the same time have an ambivalent, often contradictory, attitude on how to combat this. In the period before the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, the anarchist movement was convinced over the wisdom, both practically and theoretically, of using violence to achieve their vision of an anarchist utopia. Generally, most anarchists were certain in their rejection of the militaristic violence embodied through the state and its standing armies, which had led to so much death and destruction during the First World War. The anti-militarism of the anarchists was subjected to increasing scrutiny during the Civil War, and differing views on this came to symbolize the disconnect between the two wings, collaborationist and anti-collaborationist, of the anarchist movement. Those who reluctantly welcomed militarization in the militia stood in stark contrast to those who saw this as one more step on the road to counter-revolution. The anarchist movement struggled to resolve these tensions. This chapter examines how the transatlantic anarchists reacted to the violence of the war, and how they justified it to themselves and to others. How transatlantic anarchists interpreted the violence used in Spain, on the front line and in the rearguard, against the khaki of anarchist propaganda in their respective countries. The international press used anti-clerical violence, often blamed on anarchists in Spain, as an excuse to attack the CNTFAI and denigrate the wider Republican cause. The transatlantic anarchists dealt with this head-on, by defending their comrades in meetings, through newspapers and on radio broadcasts from Barcelona. Privately, violence in the rearguard left some transatlantic anarchists uneasy. They questioned the need for executions after the initial quelling of the rebellion, but these doubts rarely surfaced in their public utterances. This was a form of violence they were, largely, prepared to accept. The counterpart to anarchist violence in the rearguard was violence at the front. The militia system was a compromise between the anarchists' traditional hostility to militarism and the need to defend themselves against fascist attack. As the war progressed, the militias also came to symbolize the revolutionary view of the CON-ICT, and the debate over their incorporation into the popular 68 Violence, Terror, and Warfare Army at the end of 1936 and spring of 1937 became a flashpoint in the international anarchist movement. Transatlantic anarchists who served in the militias, as well as non-anarchists who became milicianos, were witnesses to this tension. Militarization transformed the CON-ICT from a revolutionary war into a conventional military struggle. The anarchists' defeat on this issue was followed by the total defeat of the reorganized Republican armed forces with the victory of Franco in 1939. Anarchism and violence. The image of the anarchist as a cloaked and bearded carrier of a spherical bomb with a smoking fuse ready to violently overthrow society is a well-worn one from the end of the 19th century. This caricature is often taken to be synonymous with anarchism. This was due primarily to several high-profile assassination attempts, some of which were successful, undertaken by anarchists throughout the 1890s and early 20th century. The attentat, or propaganda by deed, was, nevertheless, never heartily endorsed by all anarchists. To some, such as the influential Italian anarchist thinker and agitator Enrico Malatesta, were adamant in their defense of terroristic violence. He argued that the destruction of a capitalist and authoritarian society can only be brought about by armed insurrection and violent expropriation, and that anarchists should never abandon direct violent means in the struggle against the military power of governments. Three others, such as the Christian anarchist Leo Tolstoy, rejected violence altogether, taking the biblical instruction "thou shalt not kill" to its logical extreme. His followers reportedly even refused as a matter of principle to kill the lice which they plucked from their beards, for in the period before the Spanish Civil War, transatlantic anarchists continuously debated the merits of the use of violence. The ideas of leading insurrectionary anarchist Luigi Gallini continued to influence Italian-American anarchists after his deportation from the United States in 1919. The Gallinista anarchist Mario Buda was responsible for the Wall Street bombing in 1920 that killed 38 people. 5 others in the movement criticized these Italian anarchists for their attraction to violence, something related to the propensity of a small number for getting involved in bootlegging and racketeering throughout the 1920s and 1930s. 6. Emilio Recchioni, an Italian-born activist living in London, lanced attentats against Benito Mussolini, earning him the nickname King Bomba 7. One of these provided the movement with an unexpected source of funding in 1931. When the conservative Daily Telegraph printed allegations that Recchioni had been involved in such a plot, he sued the newspaper for libel. Despite this being perfectly true, he won the case and the jury awarded him £1,750, plus costs. The attempts on Mussolini's life failed, however, and the Italian secret police executed many anarchists after capture. Although he cautioned against false humanitarianism, Recchioni was wasting the lives of good recruits for little practical gain. 8. Whilst not openly condemning individual 69 acts, many anarchists were aware that a continued emphasis on terrorism was hindering the movement. Propaganda work was difficult enough without the authorities clamping down on anarchist groups that advocated bombings and assassinations. In the minds of most anarchists, there was an important difference between the violence associated with individual acts of terror and the violence accompanying a social revolution. April Carter argues that revolutions pose for anarchists unique opportunities and difficulties. They demonstrate the anarchist ideal of popular spontaneity, but they also require the most rigorous calculations of political necessity. 9. Initially, most anarchists supported the Russian Revolution after the overthrow of the Tsar, and only voiced criticism when the Bolsheviks began to consolidate their power. For the likes of Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, the violent suppression of the Kronstadt Rebellion in 1921 marked their break from support for the Bolsheviks. This, in Goldman's opinion, was violence to suppress people's ideas, not to defend the revolution. 10. She was always clear that anarchists could never achieve the revolution with kid gloves. Writing to her friend Thomas Bell in October 1936, she argued that an armed counter-revolutionary and fascist attack can be met in no way except by an armed defense. 11. Of course, revolution and war are not the same thing. One of the great ironies of the Spanish Civil War is that those who were most vocal in their condemnation of the horrors of the First World War were amongst the RST to call for arms to help their comrades in Spain. For anarchists, war symbolized, to use Randolph Bourne's phrase, the health of the state, and, as such, they should never support them. 12. Veteran American anarchist Harry Kelly argued in an article in Spain and the World that revolution as such is not war, and that any violence associated with the revolution was due to the armed resistance of the privileged class to an essentially peaceful process. 13. Many anarchists, such as Goldman, Berkman, Tom Keel, and Alexander Shapiro, were imprisoned for their stance against the First World War. 14. A minority of anarchists, including Pyotr Kropotkin, supported the Entente against Germany in the war to end wars, much to the chagrin of the anti-war anarchists, but anarchist support for the CNT and FAI in 1936 was universal. 15. Anarchists justified their volte-face when faced with the Spanish dilemma from two angles. Firstly, there were those anarchists who viewed the Civil War as an attack by fascism on the Spanish workers, who thus had a legitimate right to defend themselves. Goldman, writing to the Dutch anarchist Wim Jong in February 1937, argued that in the Spanish case the issue was a question either of offering armed resistance, or of complete annihilation. 16. This relates to, although is not necessarily synonymous with, the argument used by many generic anti-fascists that the Spanish Republican government had the right to ward off attacks from the rebels since it represented the democratic will of the people. Much anarchist propaganda had this theme in the initial stages of the war, when the revolutionary achievements of the Spanish workers and peasants were less obvious. The Scottish anarchist newspaper Regeneration, published 70 Violence, Terror, and Warfare by the USM, argued for giving aid to the Spanish people and their democratic government and their Magna sent workers' militia to crush the militarist revolt in August 1936. 17. Once they achieved this, then came the revolution. As veteran Austrian anarchist Max Nettelo told Kiel, to crush the enemy, that is the only thought, and all feel that when this is done, everything else is sure to follow. Secondly, anarchists argued that any violence was justified because of the constructive work achieved in pursuit of the social revolution. The Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin argued in 1842 that the passion for destruction is a creative passion. 19 Anarchists often criticized the Russian Revolution for being purely destructive, with little attempt to build a new society on the ruins of the old. Spain offered a different dynamic. Libertarian communism was declared in areas under the control of the CNT and FAI, showing the positive prospects for anarchy in action. Guy Alderd maintained that although anarchists accepted violence, and even face violence enthusiastically, their anxiety is to turn aside from the violence to constructive work. 20 APCF member Jenny Patrick, in a radio broadcast from Radio CNT-FAI in Barcelona, proclaimed that the workers are already in possession and will hold fast to what they have won and GHT unceasingly for what they still must wrest from their enemies. They now, she continued, have something to GHT for and an incentive that no capitalist army can possibly have. 21 The line pursued by anarchists of this persuasion was that they were making war against fascism and making the revolution simultaneously. 22 This was too important to simply abandon. This second argument, of course, connected directly to the success of the revolution. If it was crushed, then the justification for continuing the war was less strong, and purely defensive. Terror and retribution in anarchist Spain. Anarchist behavior in the rearguard often overshadows their wider contribution to the Civil War, with many scholars holding them responsible for the wholesale massacre of priests and right-wing sympathizers. Gerald Brennan argues that the anarchist solution for opponents of Comunismo Libertario was a bullet in the head for this campanero, without hate, of course, without hate. He can smoke a last cigarette before dying. After all, campanero, death is nothing. 23 Gabriel Jackson maintains that in Aragon the Durruti column, on its way towards Zaragoza, earned an evil reputation among the generally conservative peasants, and Francisco J. Romero Salvador describes a trail of blood left by CNTFAI columns 24. This leaves the impression of the anarchists as a gang of bandits marauding through the countryside, killing people at will. Even sympathetic researchers such as George Essenwein and Adrian Schubert note that the use of violence against individuals was one of the more repellent forms the 25 Revolution took. Figures for executions during the war remain controversial. Stanley G. Payne gives the gore of approximately 120,000 killed between both sides, but other 71 estimates are far higher. On the Republican side, gores range from 38,000 to 72,000, with Hugh Thomas giving a middle number of 55,000. Anthony Beaver and Paul Preston posit that there were at least 200,000 killed by the Nationalists alone. The higher gores for the White Terror were a result of the policy of limpieza, cleansing, whereby, upon conquering territory, right-wing forces immediately executed perceived enemies of Francoist Spain. 26 The conduct of their militants was an issue that anarchists both in Spain and abroad were compelled to address. The question of violence in the rearguard highlighted some of the divisions within the Spanish anarchist movement. As Chris Ealham shows, the CNTFAI leadership was exasperated with many of the acts carried out in the name of the revolution, with particular ire directed against so-called incontrolats, uncontrollables, the self-styled avengers of the proletariat. These individuals became notorious for committing numerous gratuitous acts rich in revolutionary symbolism, such as the killing of clergy, allowing the enemies of the anarchists to tar them all with the same blood-drenched brush. Solidaridad Obrera threatened death to any individuals acting outside the organization's authorization, and several seasoned militants were executed for the part they played in the early months of the war. 27 Many leading anarchists spoke out against excessive violence in the rearguard, including FAI Peninsular Committee member Diego Abad de Santillan. In an address to CNT militants in December 1936, he warned that our comrades seemed to have become accustomed to the idea that the only solution with a prisoner is to shoot him, and reminded them that anarchists do not want the death penalty and much less as a system. 28 Abad de Santillan's aversion to bloodshed resulted from his time as part of the Argentine anarchist movement in the 1920s, during which debates over anarcho-banditry caused significant tensions. 29 Some other foreign anarchists, such as the Russian exile Alexander Shapiro, were also distressed by reports of excessive violence. 30 At the same time, many anarchists had a somewhat brutal attitude towards issues of life and death. The bulletin of the CNTFAI proclaimed in one communiqué that the revolution must be stainless, that goes above all things, even above individual human life. 31 Edi Igmor, a Swiss communist militiaman who served in the Durruti International Group during the war, recalled a conversation he had with one anarchist. Better to kill a man than deprive him of his freedom, he was saying. There shouldn't be any prisons. If a man commits a serious offense against a fellow human being, he ought to be, not locked up, but killed. I agreed with him. 32 The Italian-American Carl Marzani, who also fought with the Durruti column, describes a similar incident in his memoirs. Inexperience was causing many drivers to crash, depleting the number of trucks at the column's disposal. The anarchists had abolished traffic lights in Barcelona at the start of the Civil War, rejecting their connotations of bourgeois legality. 33 Indeed, Victor Schiff, the Daily Herald correspondent who traveled through the Aragon front during 1936, said he felt more likely to be killed by the standard of CNT driving than from a bullet on the front line. 34 To combat 72 violence, terror, and warfare. This, authorities issued an order stating that anyone who crashed a truck would be shot. When Marzani suggested to Luis Ruano, the head of the column, that requiring drivers to hold licenses would be preferable to execution, Ruano replied that this would be an offense to their dignity as individuals. Marzani eventually persuaded Ruano to let him run a driving school, which became reasonably successful in reducing the number of crashes. The execution order was never actually implemented, the Milichanos deemed it a little harsh. 35 transatlantic anarchists sought to downplay executions, often by comparing them to nationalist atrocities. The London Freedom Group published a one-off edition of their paper in August 1936 maintaining that it has been the revolting militarists who have been guilty of the worst crimes in this respect. 36 Regeneration highlighted the nationalist massacre at Badajoz in August 1936, where an estimated 3,800 leftists were killed, and the wanton cruelty of fascism on the workers after they had been conquered there. 37 In other cases, silence was preferable to justification. James Albrighton was an English member of the Young Communist League, YCL, who served with the anarchist Muerte Maestro militia during the Battle of Madrid in late 1936. During his time there, he joined the Servicios Especiales, Special Services, a group responsible for rooting out fascist spies and performing judicial executions by ring squad. For this they received extra pay, privileges, and leave. He kept a diary throughout the period but did not release it for fear it might paint the Republican cause in a sinister light. 38 other anarchists became convinced over the violent nature of retributions by their own comrades. Some years earlier, Scottish-born anarchist Thomas Bell wrote several letters to the New York-based Road to Freedom journal protesting against the talk of vengeance indulged in by Spanish contributors. When the war started in July 1936, Bell argued that the intolerant and inhumane attitude of the radicals in Spain during the Second Republic had provoked the rising. He also noted that reprisals made it more difficult to arrange speakers in his adopted home of Los Angeles. 39 Initially, Emma Goldman dismissed reports of extrajudicial killings as the atrocity-mongering of the daily papers, but after a visit to Spain she became more circumspect. 40 Writing in March 1937, she said that I didn't deny that there were shootings, executions. I attended such a trial of nationalist sympathizers, and while all the evidence was against the men tried, I went away ill and heartbroken that such a thing should have to take place during a revolutionary period. Perhaps I am a bad revolutionist. 41. Patrick Reid, an Irish anarchist in the International Brigades, argued against the execution of a captured nationalist lieutenant at the front. According to his comrade Harry Fisher, Reid argued that they shouldn't lower ourselves to that of the fascists, and he witnessed it with tears in his eyes. 42 Simone Weil. 73. A French anarchist with the Sébastien IV century, became hoary at a sort of intoxication with killing on the part of her comrades. 43 Transatlantic anarchists reacted to the violence unleashed by the Civil War in different ways, and struggled to justify it to themselves and to others. Some were more willing to accept excesses, but however problematic they may have found them, public criticisms were rare. They closed ranks to avoid attracting unwanted criticism from hostile elements. This is shown clearly by looking at one of the most controversial issues of the Civil War, anti-clerical violence. The only church that illuminates is a burning church. 44 The burning or sacking of churches and the execution of religious leaders posed a dilemma for defenders of the Spanish Republic. Julio de la Cueva estimates that over 6,800 members of the Catholic clergy were killed during the Civil War, the overwhelming majority by forces loyal to the Republic. This included 13 bishops, over 4,100 diocesan priests and seminarists, more than 2,300 monks and friars, and 283 nuns. 4,500 of churches were razed to the ground or their contents emptied and burned outside in town squares during the days of smoky justice in July 1936. 46 newspapers around the world told lurid stories detailing the rape of nuns and the destruction of church property. Supporters of Franco used these accounts, truthful or otherwise, to justify the rebellion as a crusade, against godless communism. 47 The defense from many Republican sources for this was often a practical one. They alleged that fascist sympathizers used churches to stash arms, and reports of priests using them as sniping posts were common. 48 This may have been true in some cases, but attempts to dect criticism using this excuse in every instance is extremely fanciful. Mary Vincent calls this tropism that was used as a means both of denying and of justifying anti-clerical violence. 49 On the contrary, according to Agnes Hodgson, an Australian nurse who went to Spain during the Civil War, burning a church was a night ceremony symbolizing the destroying of corruption which had crept into the church. Republicans often invited foreign journalists to these burnings and were shocked when they reported them as an act of vandalism. The Spaniards cannot comprehend how their foreign brother can misinterpret such an act of faith. 50 Many sources simply blamed the anarchists for the violence. Brennan maintains that without going far wrong one may say that all the churches recently burned in Spain were burned by anarchists and that most of the priests killed were killed by them. 51 Certainly, many anarchists in Spain viewed it as their duty to cleanse the country of religious idolatry, and were prepared, even eager, to use violence in order to achieve this. Anarchists had an inbuilt hostility to organized religious institutions, viewing them as hierarchical and hypocritical structures that stood in the revolution's path. Bakunin wrote that there were only 3 ways to escape the miseries of life, 2 illusory and 1 real. The RST2 are the dram shop and the church, debauchery of the body or debauchery of the mind. The third is social revolution. 52. 74 Violence, terror, and warfare. In the Spanish context, anarchists saw the role of the Catholic Church as particularly pervasive, with its control of education, support for right-wing political causes and close association with Rolange-lights. 53 Scottish anarchist Ethel MacDonald noted that citizens showed no apparent regret about the burning of churches in Barcelona during her time in the city. 54 In August 1936, the Barcelona-based Solidaridad Obrera boasted, "We have rounded up all the priests and parasites. We have lit our torches and applied the purifying re to all the churches, and we have covered the countryside and purified of the plague of religion." 55 One of the Republican government's main fears during the early stages of the Civil War was that any violence committed in its zone would reflect badly on its cause internationally. Indeed, Tom Buchanan notes that the killings of the war's early months were an albatross around the neck of the foreign solidarity movement until the end of the war. 3 years later, 56 Manuel Muñoz Martínez, the Director General of Security in Madrid, asked the CNT's Gregorio Gallego if an anarchist control could stop an international delegation from visiting the San Isidro Meadow in the capital for fear of unburied corpses and the presumed negative response this would cause. 57 The CNT FAI also worried about how the organization might be viewed abroad. This was the primary reason for setting up the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona. 58 Max Nettolo, who went to Barcelona at the start of the war, advised Vernon Richards not to use the term excesses when writing in Spain and the world about violence perpetrated by Republicans. He argued that it damaged the cause and friends will be sorry. 59 To see it there. The effect of anti-clerical violence on public opinion is difficult to measure, but certainly some foreigners who found themselves in Spain were shocked at seeing a powerful institution like the Catholic Church challenged and degraded in this way. Peter O'Donnell was from a Catholic background in Ireland and witnessed the sacking of a church when he was in Spain in July 1936. Although sympathetic to the Republic, he viewed the anarchists with enthusiasm. The attack on the church troubled him deeply. In his account, he wrote that, "A steadily mounting rage was my main reaction, though I could not be quite sure whether my temper drew its heat from revolt against the dark backwardness of what was taking place or from alarm at the bewilderment which such outrages must cause among Catholic masses who are sincerely anti-fascist." 60. O'Donnell struggled to end any justification for the violence, since the Republican forces captured the village without any significanting. The fact that they did not actually burn down the church also removes any notion that the sacking was to remove a possible sniper's nest. He decided that the leaders of the village who carried out the sacking were extremely primitive and had hooligan elements, noting the ill effects this would cause overseas. 61. 75. Back in Ireland, excesses against the clergy were a clear rallying point for those who supported the nationalists. The Irish Christian Front, ICF, organized by former Dáil Éireann, Assembly of Ireland, member Patrick Belton, held pro-Franco demonstrations, one of which garnered up to 40,000 people at College Green in Dublin. From July to November 1936, the ICF collected over £30,000 to aid nationalist Spain. 62 Most infamously, some 680 Irishmen went to Spain under the command of former Irish Police Commissioner Owen O'Duffy to GHT in Franco's Foreign Legion. 63 O'Duffy's brigade attracted the scorn of the BRODIE column, whose newspaper attacked English agents for inciting the Irishmen to invade Spain. 64 The name of O'Duffy's recruitment organization, the Irish Crusade Against Communism, is revealing. It clearly emphasized the defense of religion as the primary motive for volunteers. It was Cardinal Joseph MacRory, the Primate of all Ireland, who provided the initial impetus for O'Duffy to arrange the Irish Brigade. This also masked O'Duffy's close ties to European fascism throughout the period. 65 As Feargal McGarry notes, the war was presented to the Irish public as an ideological battle between Catholicism and communism rather than left and right. 66 The Irish brigadista Bob Doyle remembered a tremendous campaign, which included preaching at Mass and the missions about the need to support Franco, a gallant Christian gentleman. 67 The Irish Independent, a staunchly pro-Franco publication, lambasted the Red Assassination Squads who slaughter defenseless nuns and priests, who loot and burn the convents and churches, who desecrate the tombs of the dead, and who destroy the property and peace of the living. 68 The mainstream Irish press rarely mentioned the anarchists without blaming them for anti-religious excesses. One columnist for the Irish Independent vowed to see what spirit enters into the bodies of these forbidding folk, the anarchists, and takes absolute possession of them. How evil it is I hope to show. 69 The monopoly of the news market of the Big Three in the Irish Free State was near total. The Irish press had a circulation of 115,000 by 1933, the Irish Times between 20 and 30,000, and the Irish Independent a circulation significantly larger than the other 270. They helped to shape the Irish public's response to the violence of the Civil War, and were representative of large portions of world, particularly Catholic, opinion. Unsurprisingly, transatlantic anarchists viewed the attacks on religious institutions in a different light to the staunchly Catholic Irish press. Publications emphasized the constructive use of churches after they ceased to be sites of religious observance, whether through melting down religious icons for use in the war industry or the conversion of churches and nunneries into food stores, schools, hospitals, and cinemas. 71 Foreign anarchists also seized on the trope of the church as a reactionary power base in order to justify the anti-clerical violence of their Spanish comrades. Ethel MacDonald told Guy Alderd that she and Jenny Patrick were inspired by those destroying the churches. 72 One article by Jack White appearing in the British newspaper The Fighting Call in December 1936. 76 Violence, terror, and warfare maintained that the destruction of the churches has not destroyed love and honesty in Spain. 73 This was despite White referring to himself as a Christian anarchist in the March 5, 1937 edition of Spain and the World. 74 Spanish Revolution dealt with anti-clerical violence in its RST issue in August 1936. It contained a report from Barcelona on the capture by anti-fascist forces of the city of Vic. It said that priests had forced some peasants to take refuge in a church to use as human shields in attacking the advancing militia. Once the Republicans took the position, they released the peasants, arrested the priests and burned the church. After this, the peasants warmly thanked our comrades for having freed them from the yoke of reaction. 75 The New York-based anarchist journal Freie Arbeiterstimme published a pamphlet on Spain by the German anarchist Rudolf Rocker in 1936 entitled The Truth About Spain. Rocker was unapologetic about the church burnings, arguing that the Spanish church always has been the deadliest foe of social progress and the main center of every reaction. Over several pages, he outlined the history of the Spanish church, highlighting its consistent identification with the enemies of the nation. He concluded that by siding with fascism, which threatened the very basis of civilization and freedom, the church abrogated any claim to the moral high ground. 76 More so than general accusations of excessive violence, transatlantic anarchists tended to view anti-clerical attacks as entirely just. Emma Goldman summed up this position when she wrote, I can therefore not wax indignantly over the deaths of a few priests when I know that thousands of workers, innocent women and children, have been enslaved and degraded in the past and have been and are daily slaughtered in Spain. 77. The militia system. Having convinced themselves of the need to resist the fascist rebellion, the next step for the anarchists was to decide how to organize themselves into a proper gang unit. This was no easy task since, traditionally, anarchists were extremely hostile to any form of militarism, seen as the epitome of hierarchical authoritarianism. The structure of the Republican armed forces was in disarray, with many leading officers pledging allegiance to the nationalists and the government unable to vouch for the loyalty of its units. Those favorable to the Republican cause needed to start from scratch. The system of militias formed throughout Spain in the period immediately following the military rising was one of the most innovative aspects of the Spanish Civil War. Michel Hapamaki notes that the militias were a means for the left to accept a warrior role in Spain without simultaneously accepting the baggage of an outdated military ideal discredited, in their minds, by the Great War. 78. The confederally organized anarchist militias, which professed to have no officers, no military hierarchy, no punishments, and which practiced direct democracy on the battlefield, were some of the most radical. 77. There were several anarchist-dominated columns formed after July 19, 1936, the most famous being the BRODIE and Esqueso columns, named after two legendary militants, Buenaventura BRODIE and Francisco Esqueso. The columns varied slightly in organization, but the primary unit was the Agrupación, action group. These were composed of centurias, usually VE centurias to an Agrupación, themselves containing approximately 100 milicianos, as well as a medical team and a machine gun section. Centurias were split once more into grupos, groups, comprising between 10 and 20 veeders. These grupos elected delegates to the centuria, which in turn sent representatives to the Agrupaciones, who then liaised with the Column's War Committee. 79. The anarchists consciously rejected military terminology in the organization of the militias, unlike those organized by Marxists, which modeled themselves on the Red Army. The 5th Regiment, led by the PCE, became the standard for all Republican forces after the militarization of the militias in 1937. Overall, there were around 30,000 anarchist milicianos operating in the area of Aragon and Levante in the opening months of the war. They formed a significant part of the Republic's defense, which the High Command estimated at a total strength of 146,936 at the start of 1937. 80. Calculating exact numbers of foreign anarchists who fought in Spain remains difficult. The Comandancia Militar de Militias, Militia Military Command, did not maintain lists of anarchist militias operating in Aragon and the Levante, the main area of operations for confederal units. An article appearing in Il Martello in February 1938 claimed that 2,000 foreign anarchists had served on the Aragon front since the war's beginning. Dieter Nels argues that between 1,000 and 1,500 foreign anarchists came to Catalonia in the RST weeks after July 1936, and Augustin Souchy, who worked for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division during the CON-ICT, estimates a GUR of 3,000 in total. Numbers of volunteers for the international brigades, by contrast, vary between 32,000 and 35,000. 81. Around half of the transatlantic anarchists who traveled to Spain fought in the militias, and they took part in numerous battles and engagements. Foreign anarchist milicianos were known as extranjeros or internacionales and were more common in the early stages of the war than in later engagements. 82. Partly this was coincidental. Karl Marzani joined the BRODIE column after an anarchist ambulance driver who was giving him a lift to the front said that the regular army was full of dogfuckers, shirkers, not gers. Marzani thought, what the hell, in for a penny, in for a pound, and signed up 83. Several members of the SMAC, entrusted with setting up a new hospital in Granon in Huesca, joined the Batallón de la Muerte after completing their work. According to Bill Belcher, it was Bill Peel, a scion of a wealthy Cheshire family, who suggested they join this anarchist unit, and it seemed like a good idea. 84 Although Agnes Hodgson described the Irishman Patrick Hill as an ardent anarchist but a NE fellow, little suggests that other members of the unit were anarchists before they joined. 85 After militarization, Milichanos in the Bataillon de la Muerte transferred to the 153rd Mixed Brigade of the Republican Army. Belcher, Hill, and Michael MacDonald eventually became sergeants, in 78 Violence, Terror, and Warfare. This new unit. 86 Belcher returned to England after the Battle of Belchite through the help of Peel, who had returned earlier, and the British consul. 87 Many transatlantic volunteers in the international section of the Muertes Maestro militia died at the front during the Battle of Madrid in late 1936. By November 14 the column was down to only 40 men from an initial GUR of 128, 42 of whom were killed. 88 Englishman William Hudson and Welshman Sidney Lloyd-Jones, the section's leader, were both killed while repulsing a nationalist attack at the Centuria's Ankh in October 1936, and a further 4 were captured and executed by Moroccan regulars, indigenous regular forces, around Casa de Campo. 89 Later volunteers almost exclusively joined the international brigades. This was partly because by 1937, the international brigades were much better organized, but also because the new popular army into which anarchist units were incorporated discouraged foreign volunteers. 90 The militias were unique amongst modern armies in their theoretical rejection of military discipline. Instead, they followed what they called revolutionary discipline. In an interview for the Spanish anarchist newspaper CNT in October 1936, Durruti argued that discipline is nothing more than respect for your own responsibility and that of others. 91 Instead of simply giving an order, a commander had to convince the troops of the necessity of a certain action. If they disagreed, a vote was often taken, and if the motion failed, the order was revoked. Milichanos also recalled unpopular or incompetent delegates. In this way, anarchists hoped to avoid the horror stories of the First World War, in which inept officers ordered soldiers over the top to die in their thousands for no strategic gain. 92 For George Orwell, who fought with the POUM militia, revolutionary discipline depends on political consciousness, on an understanding of why orders must be obeyed. 93 Part of the reason for this extreme egalitarianism lies in the anarcho-syndicalist belief that the embryo of the new society is formed in the process of destroying the old one. If the structures of the organizations used to smash the capitalist state are authoritarian, then the revolution itself degenerates into authoritarianism. Ordinarily this would be the job of the revolutionary trade union, but in the Spanish context, this was effectively replaced by the militia. 94 Durruti often told soldiers to return to their villages in order to work in the newly established collectives. He maintained that the work being performed in your villages is more important than killing fascists, because what's being killed there is the bourgeois system. And what we create in that sense will be the only thing that history will register. 95 For the anarchists, as one Milichano made clear in November 1936, the militias were exponents of the class struggle. 96 They acted both as receptacles for anarchist education and as weapons of the revolution. In practice, the line between revolutionary discipline and what Durruti referred to as the discipline of the barracks was one. Revolutionary discipline in the Durruti column often amounted to psychological blackmail by Durruti to convince Milichanos to participate. One account appeared in the newspaper Informaciones, Information, in August 1936. 5 militiamen were caught stealing and put before their commander, who took their weapons and 79. Bellowed, "Stand up straight. If you have been brave enough to steal, you will have to summon up the same bravery to die." The accused men held their heads high and hung out their chests in a gallant gesture to meet their deaths. To which Durruti said, "This time, and this time only, you are forgiven. This must never happen again, for Milichanos are not thieves." 97 On another occasion, Durruti tore up the CNT membership cards of VE drunken sentries and sent them back to Barcelona in their underwear for dereliction of duty. 98 The fact that these accounts appeared in the official newspapers of the CNT is proof of their pride in this practice. At the front. After the initial quelling of the military revolt in Barcelona, most Catalan anarchist units left for the Aragon front. This included George Middleton, a student from Reading who jumped ship in Barcelona to join the Durruti column and participated in the capture of Sedimo in Huesca province. He was later transferred to the Muerte Maestro and was killed on the Madrid front at Casa de Campo on November 12, 1936. 99 The Dutch-Canadian journalist Pierre van Possen, who also witnessed the battle at Sedimo, gives a good account of action at this front in the early days of the war. He was struck by the poverty of the equipment of the militia, which consisted of no cartridges, no medical supplies, no blankets, and exactly 200 old shells for the antiquated cannons that had been found in the fortress of Montjuic. 100 Fighting in the town was extremely intense, and the nationalists managed to position a machine gun in the local church to make a last stand. From every window snipers picked off milicianos and peasants. A man would suddenly grasp his head and sink to his knees. Another running across an open court would stumble as a little boy who stubs his toe, his RIE slipping from his hands and clattering on the cobblestones. Before his body struck the ground it was riddled with bullets. 101. The column took the town after two young milicianos dynamited the church balcony housing the nationalist machine gun, killing themselves in the process. As a result, the column seized two 10.5 caliber cannons, 4 81 caliber mortars, 8 machine guns, 300 RIES and 150 prisoners. 102 anarchist units liberated eastern Aragon in this manner during the early stages of the war, with each town mopped up of resistance until the nationalists stopped them at the gates of Zaragoza. The Durruti column also had an international group, in which a small number of transatlantic anarchists served at one time or another. These included Englishmen Joseph Guerin and Edward Ralph Harley, and Americans Ed Skedden and John Gibney. 103 The French anarchist newspaper Le Combat Syndicaliste, the Syndicalist Fight, called it the elite of the Durruti column, and Le Libertaire said the group was known for its action and true heroism. 104. 80 Violence, terror, and warfare. Although used primarily as a shock battalion, as a solution to the lack of arms for regular attacks on the Aragon front, discussed below, the group occasionally performed guerrilla operations, such as crossing the Ebro River to capture enemies in their own trenches near the town of Aguilar in Zaragoza province. 105 El Frente, the newspaper of the Durruti column, praised those foreign comrades who, together with the other militiamen, have given their lives for the cause of the emancipation of the proletariat, acting with unparalleled courage, alongside the Spanish comrades for the freedom of the Iberian soil. 106 A nationalist counter-offensive almost wiped out the international group in October 1936. The column was located around the town of Alcubierre, FTY kilometers northeast of Zaragoza. Franco's forces had occupied Lesanena, 15 kilometers west of Alcubierre and just north of the small town of Perdiguera. In order to relieve pressure on other columns and cut access to the Villamir-Perdiguera-Lesanena road, the Internacionals advanced, too quickly in truth, to make contact with the enemy at Perdiguera. On October 16, they captured the town, but nationalist reinforcements from Zaragoza left them isolated from the rest of the column. Facing a force 20 times their strength, the Fortigers became involved in vicious house-to-house fighting and quickly ran out of ammunition. The resulting battle killed all but two of the group, including its leader, Louis Berthomeu. One Belgian journalist, who took no part in the attack on Perdiguera but was a member of the column, lamented that if war is the great devourer of men, he or she took men of quality. The most valiant and generous were the RST to fall. 107 The international group continued to function despite these heavy losses, serving at Madrid in November 1936 before being transferred back to Aragon after the death of their famous commander. 108 Many remained in the newly reorganized 26th, Durruti, division after militarization. Louis Rosenberg, a Canadian IWW member, died serving with the 26th Division on the Aragon Front in June 1937. 109 The international anarchist press was keen to highlight the progress of battles waged by confederal units, but the mainstream press generally ignored or derided them. The New York Times accused the anarchists on the Teruel front of spending most of their time quarreling with other units. 110 When asked by Italian-American anarchist Enrico Arrigoni why the press at home failed to report the military achievements of anarchist units, the New York Times journalist Herbert Matthews replied, because the communists give us more information. 111 Journalists with communist sympathies tended to denigrate the anarchist contribution to the war. Louis Fisher, for example, wrote that the anarchists usually fought badly. 112 Training was an issue for many fresh recruits, especially in the chaotic early stages of the war. To combat this, anarchists published booklets on elementary military tactics and lessons on how to take cover or build trenches in their newspapers. 113 There were occasions when the anarchists' emphasis on individual liberty did appear to have negative military consequences. Karl Marzani, who served with the BRODIE column on the Aragon front, tells the story of how one attack, scheduled to start at 4 in the morning around the area of Bujareliz, ran into problems. One centuria showed up at 4, a second one at VE and the third, at 8. The captain of the second centuria apologized, the third one said nonchalantly, "Sorry, but we got talking." Ruano, the head of the column, was seething, but he knew better than dress down the captains or berate the men. The attack was cancelled. 114. Despite their somewhat fearsome reputation, many anarchists showed a refreshing, or alarming, depending on one's point of view, disregard for the general rules of war. According to the American brigadista Steve Nelson, when the Lincoln Battalion arrived at an area of the front near Zaragoza, the baggage of the previous soldiers, who were reputed to be anarchists, included ping-pong tables and balls, and a wind-up phonograph. He was less than impressed. 115 Ed Igmore gives an account in his diary of a patrol he was on whilst serving with the BRODIE column around the area of Pina de Ebro in April 1937. Their trench was located around 100 meters from an enemy position, and they took to hurling insults at the soldiers on the opposing side. His group called the enemy soldiers cowards and challenged them to step out of their trenches. They replied that they would do so if Gmore's group gave their word of honor not to open re. This they did, and for more than an hour we traded views about food, tobacco, newspapers, etc. We urged them to come over to our side and they issued the same invitation to us. In the end we returned to our respective positions. 116 2 days later, they traded bullets in battle. Some evidence of this kind of relaxed behavior appears in anarchist sources too. Arrigoni, on his travels writing articles for the U.S. anarchist press, found that at one area of the front around Pingarren Heights at Jarama the anarchists had a silent agreement with the other side. Emiliano explained the process to him. "Neither they from up there have the strength to dislodge us, nor do we from down here have the strength to dislodge them from their positions. Therefore up there the simple soldiers, when no officers are around, if they see us out in the open, don't shoot at us, and we simply don't end pleasure in killing people, when it would not bring us any strategic advantage. And so we tolerate each other, at times." 117. This has strong echoes of the so-called Christmas truce in 1914 during the First World War, when soldiers from the Entente and Central Powers fraternized in no man's land and refused to GHT for a brief period. Terry Blom-Crocker argues that the 1914 truce became a crucial element in the chronicle of resistance to that same war. 118 Even the context of a just anti-fascist war in 1936 did not extinguish completely the latent anti-militarism of some anarchists, at least. Toothless arms arguably, this behavior was only possible in areas where the front was relatively quiet. Note also the militiamen's assertion that they do not have the strength to dislodge them from their positions. After the initial skirmishes in July and August 1936, Most battles until the summer of 1937 were concentrated around Madrid or the north of Spain. The Aragon Front, manned largely by anarchist or POUM troops, was the scene of only sporadic ding. 119 Many sources blamed the quiet nature of the front on anarchist incompetence. The New York Times printed a story of a nationalist attack around Albarracin in Huesca in April 1937, claiming that the anarchists gave it up without a struggle, and it was not until the wrathful General Staff in Valencia sent up some real troops that the insurgents were easily and thoroughly stopped. 120 In his memoirs, the communist General Enrique Lister insisted that anarchist bosses preferred playing football with the enemy rather than ding him. 121 The main reason for the quietness of the front, however, was a lack of suitable equipment. The Republicans placed great hope in being able to purchase military hardware from their supposed ideological allies. Instead, the purportedly democratic British and French governments devised the Non-Intervention Agreement, a scheme designed to contain the CON-ICT within Spain. Signatories agreed not to supply either side with weapons, a direct contravention of the Spanish government's right to buy arms to suppress a rebellion under international law. Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy simply ignored the terms outlined in the agreement and continued to arm Franco. In response, the Soviet Union and, to a lesser extent, Mexico, supplied the Republic with a limited quantity of weaponry, much of which was poor quality. 122 anarchist units routinely received the worst of the scant war materiel available. Abel Paz, a CNT militant, called the arms given to the BRODIE column for the defense of Madrid pure junk. They consisted of Mexican Winchesters, the caliber of which was not Spanish and thus extremely difficult to ND ammunition for, and Swiss RIES from 1886 with bullets that blocked their barrels after a few shots. When he found out, BRODIE called Abad de Santillan in Barcelona and told him that he could shove the RIES up his ass, but to immediately send 35,000 FAI hand grenades. 123 Moore, during his time on the Aragon front, was scathing about the standard of equipment the anarchists received. Despite promises in early May 1937 that his column would receive new weapons, the guns given to them consisted of 2 recoilless RIES which were worthless. The only time he saw new weapons in Spain was in the hands of some assault guards when on a train in Valencia, far away from the front. 124 According to Walter Krivitsky, the chief of Soviet military intelligence in Western Europe, Stalin diverted weapons supplied by the Soviet Union from Barcelona to Marseilles in case they fell into the hands of the CNT. Krivitsky claimed that Stalin was determined to support with arms and manpower only those groups in Spain which were prepared to accept his and, by extension, the PCE's leadership without reservation. 125 Josep Puig Fares notes that the Politburo's distrust of anarchist units meant that the RST Soviet shipment of arms to Spain in October 1936 was sent to Cartagena as opposed to the Catalan capital. 126 The international anarchist movement drew attention to the situation in their press. The Fighting Call in November 1936 published an article from the French anarchist newspaper El Espigny Antifascist, Anti-Fascist Spain, which said that the main problem in Spain was to supply each DING unit with the appropriate weapons, automatics, hand and RIE grenades, etc. 127 A report by Ethel MacDonald in Barcelona alleged that only 20% of milicianos on the Aragon front had access to arms. 128 The lack of arms discouraged the CNT from appealing directly for foreign volunteers unless they had technical or military expertise, such as pilots or machine gunners. The French anarchist André Prudhomme wrote to the USMS Guy Alderd that the lack of arms, ammunition sick and money oblige us to refuse even Spanish GDRs, arms and planes for Spain is the only issue. 129 The CNT issued an appeal for sympathetic pilots, and some New York anarchists began a training school to send volunteers for Spain. Armando Amerigo Vecchietti was one such recruit, but he went to Spain before his training was completed and served in the Ortiz column instead. 130 The situation was so bad that some leading anarchists planned to rob the Bank of Spain in Madrid in order to purchase arms for themselves without the need to go through the central government. The Spanish anarchists, particularly those in the FAI, were used to such audacious schemes during the Primo de Rivera dictatorship of the 1920s. The plot was all set to go through in September 1936, with 300 men of the Tierra y Libertad column in Madrid entrusted to transport the gold by train to Catalonia. But when the National Committee of the CNT found out, they were hoary-eyed and cancelled the plan. 131 arms were bound to be lacking thanks to the non-intervention agreement, but the poor standard of equipment that anarchist units, and POUM ones, as George Orwell testy ed, received sheds light on why certain areas of the front appeared to be less active. 132 The arms problem was one thing that the Spanish anarchist movement looked to its international allies to alleviate. Attempts to smuggle arms through the blockade, however, achieved only limited success. The Italian-American anarchist Bruno L. Americano Boncheri traveled to the United States from Barcelona in August 1936 and March 1937 to arrange arms deals for the CNT. According to Clara Friedman of the Vanguard Group, it turned out to be a plan in futility. There simply was no way to do this in the early days of the Spanish Civil War. 133 Getting arms to the Republic from the United States before the start of 1937 was difficult, but, contrary to Friedman's assertions, it was not impossible. Boncheri managed to bring back a small quantity of arms to Barcelona via a ship in Portbou on the Catalan border, and Carlo Tresca was able to smuggle weapons in various ships coming in and out of France. 134. One ill-fated expedition became a cause célèbre in January 1937. American neutrality laws forbade selling arms to countries at war, but at the time, there were no restrictions when it came to civil wars. As a result, one arms dealer, the Latvian-American Robert Kjus, managed to secure a contract from the U.S. government of $2,770,000 to sell 18 planes, 411 assembled motors and parts sufficient for 150 others to the Spanish Republicans. Despite Roosevelt's assertion that this was a thoroughly legal but nevertheless unpatriotic act, Kjus saw it as his right as an American to complete the deal. In January 1937, he found a Spanish ship, the 6,632-ton Mar Cantabrico, to ship the arms to Bilbao via Veracruz in Mexico. Despite a dock strike in New York Harbor, where the ship was anchored, special dispensation was given to load this one ship, and on January 5 the crew that included a party of New York anarchists took part in the hasty moving of supplies onto the idle vessel. In a dramatic turn, the U.S. Congress was in the process of passing a new Neutrality Act that would make the transaction illegal, so several planes were left behind before the captain roared out from the harbor. Ignoring attempts by the Coast Guard to stop the ship due to a libel accusation by two American pilots saying the Spanish government owed them money, it managed to reach Mexico before the Neutrality Act was passed. The act itself was delayed on a congressional technicality. This victory was short-lived. The nationalist cruiser Canarias intercepted the Mar Cantabrico in the Bay of Biscay, seized the ship's precious cargo and summarily executed the crew and 4 Mexican tourists. The crew included VE Spanish-American anarchists, José Tomás Fernández, Andrés Castro, César Vega, and 2 others, who had planned to join the CNT militia on arrival in Spain. 135 After this incident, and the passing of the new Neutrality Act, it became legally impossible to supply the Spanish Republicans with arms from the United States. Arms supplies from across the Atlantic were also difficult for anarchists to arrange. Emma Goldman managed to whittle away a small fund of £50 for arms purchases through the CNT-FAI London Bureau. 136 The subversive nature of the fundraising meant she was unsure about where to send the money to avoid it falling under suspicion. This was not only from the Republican government, but also from those in the FAI deemed not trustworthy by leading militants such as Pedro Herrera and Diego Abad de Santillan. 137 Some London anarchists devised an ingenious scheme to smuggle arms to the CNT. According to Albert Meltzer, a CNT delegate called Blasco Velasquez visited the Freedom Group in London and attended one meeting at the home of veteran comrade Alf Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum lived in the attic of a commercial building bought out by a large company, and Velasquez suggested that it would be an impressive address from which to buy arms. Orders were placed through an unsuspecting Czechoslovak arms dealer to deliver to Franco, since the route taken was through Hamburg and any aid for the Republic was seized by the Nazis. From here, an Irish ship took the shipment to Bilbao, where it was expropriated by the local CNT upon docking. This apparently happened 3 times before the supplier found out and cancelled the orders. 138. Gerald Howson, in his excellent book on the arms trade during the Civil War, supports the basic principle of Meltzer's story, but disagrees on several of the details. Howson believes Meltzer may be thinking of a Welsh ship in his account, the Bramhill, which set off to Alicante from Hamburg. On September 22, 1936, the Bramhill left carrying 19,000 RIES, 101 machine guns, 28,650,000 cartridges, 4,000 pistols, and 500,000 pistol cartridges, a total weight of around 840 tons, for the CNT. The British destroyer HMS Woolwich spotted it upon arrival in Alicante on October 1. When the captain relayed the news to London, it caused astonishment at the Foreign Office, since they were under the impression that the ship was supplying arms not to Spain, but to Saudi Arabia and the Yemen. According to Howson, this was the only shipment of arms to the CNT throughout the course of the entire war. 139 Whilst this was a relative coup for the British anarchist movement, and embarrassed both the British and German governments, it was a drop in the ocean compared to what their Spanish comrades needed. The paucity of arms was an important factor in the anarchists' decision to accept the incorporation of their precious militias into the newly formed, and thoroughly militarized, Popular Army. The haphazard nature of the militia system was anathema to those wanting a more orthodox military structure. Many commentators at the time and since praised the militias for their initial quelling of the rebellion, but argued that if the Republic was to get off the combined mechanized might of Hitler and Mussolini, militarization was necessary. This consisted of bringing the militias under the control of the central government, as opposed to the various workers' parties and unions, and introducing military hierarchy and discipline. 140 The militarization drive began in September and October 1936 with a series of decrees by Prime Minister Francisco Largo Caballero published in the Gaceta de la República, Gazette of the Republic, that established, RSTLY, a Uni-Ed command and, eventually, the incorporation of the militias into the regular army. This drive continued until the last of the militia units nally succumbed to the new regime, the NAL-1 being the Columna de Hierro in March 1937. 141 Naturally, many anarchists were earnestly opposed to this, and some dismissed calls for militarization outright. According to the Fighting Call, militarization was merely a way of annihilating and steeing once and for all the revolutionary impulse of the proletariat. 142 Jenny Patrick, writing in early 1937, argued that the milicianos do not need to step in a certain way or salute their superiors in order to be able to give of their best. They are live thinking and understanding human beings, and not machines. 143 Some non-anarchists were also weary of reorganizing the militia system. Artillery Colonel Ricardo Jimenez de Bereza, the military advisor to the BRODIE column, argued that militarily, it's chaos, but it's a chaos that works. Don't disturb it. 144. For anti-militarist anarchists, the alternative to militarization was a renewed commitment to a revolutionary war. They viewed this as indispensable to the struggle and coalesced around the slogan La Revolución y la Guerra son inseparables, the revolution and the war are inseparable. Camillo Bernieri, writing in his Guerra de Clase in April 1937, argued that the dilemma war or revolution has no longer any meaning. The only dilemma is this: either victory over Franco, thanks to the Revolutionary War, or defeat. 145 The BRODIE International Group provides an interesting insight into rank and LE reaction to the changes. The extranjeros were not unanimous in their rejection of militarization. After a meeting on the issue at the end of December 1936, the Swiss volunteer Edi Igmore wrote in his diary that he had difficulty grasping that they could be arguing about something so urgently needed. 146 Equally, the German Arthur Galanti criticized the absolute incompetence and irresponsibility of the headquarters, the missing of officers that are capable to lead the company, the lack of arms and the inadequate instruction of the people manifested in the militias. 147 According to a letter sent from the Gruppe Deutsche Anarcho-Syndikalisten im Ausland, group of German anarcho-syndicalists in exile, DAS, many anarchists were unhappy with the top-down nature of militarization, without any dialogue between the troops and those creating the new military code. In their own suggestions, the DAS viewed the symbolic gesture of saluting to officers as their number one priority. 148 This was hugely controversial to anarchists and viewed as an acceptance of authoritarian, regressive structures. Although government sources tried to defend the return to saluting, arguing this was not undemocratic but merely the military way of saying hello, many milicianos refused to resurrect the symbol of the old military methods. 149 Resistance to discipline was thus important in anarchists' rejection of militarization, but it was not the only reason for their hostility. In addition, the DAS emphasized freedom of the press and freedom of discussion as important guarantees in any new military code. This was less of a symbolic issue than saluting, but it reacted a worry amongst anarchists that by losing control of their militias they could end themselves subject to repression, as well as emphasizing the role of the militias as a vehicle for political education. This confirms the claims of Robert Alexander, who argues that the more sophisticated anarchists in the CNTFAI realized that militarization was also a starting point for PCE members and their allies, who were resolutely opposed to the revolutionary line taken by the anarchists, to seize control not only of the military but of the entire Republican regime. 150 The reaction of the CNTFAI to the concerns of their international comrades was less than helpful. As Daniel Evans notes, the organization undertook a particular mission to convince their members at the front to accept the introduction of martial discipline and rank in the libertarian trenches, and in the case of foreign anarchists, this amounted to little more than blackmail. 151 The BRODIE International Group, in accordance with previous agreements, had the right to appoint a delegate to represent them after militarization was complete. However, the new general delegate of the column, José Manzana, informed the extranjeros that General Headquarters no longer recognized their delegate. The group then published a manifesto on January 10, 1937 calling for autonomy for delegates to act on matters directly concerning them and requested accreditation to take the manifesto to the Regional Committee of the CNT in Barcelona. Manzana denied the request, replying, "Barcelona, soy yo, I am Barcelona." He then banned any more meetings on the subject and informed the group that they could either submit to the new regime or be discharged. Consequently, 49, mainly French, milicianos left the front. 152 The issue was not discipline per se, but a lack of recognition of group representation. Indeed, the reason the extranjeros left the front was because procedures that were supposed to be in place after militarization were not upheld, not militarization itself. They were also unhappy with how their anarchist comrades, in this case Manzana, behaved in positions of power. The Spanish anarchist commander Cipriano Mera, who was in favor of militarization, nevertheless stated that we take exception to the organization the CNT forcing something down our throats just because some minister 153 wants it. The issue became extremely heated. Karl Marzani was sentenced to death, without his knowledge, because his defense of militarization within the BRODIE column convinced other milicianos that he was a Comintern spy. According to him, opinion amongst Centuria captains was divided, most were opposed, but a minority preferred to vacillate under the impact of events. 154 By March 1937, the militarization of the militias was an irreversible fact. 155 Forced by the Republican High Command, all units adopted at least the trappings of a regular army, with appropriate punishments for penance leaves, light infractions, and fault as graves, serious misconduct. The latter of these ranged from disobedience, insubordination, and negligence to espionage, sedition and treason. All carried a minimum prison sentence of a month. 156 Many anarchists simply left the front rather than accept military hierarchy and discipline. According to Marzani, 3/4 of the Milichanos in the BRODIE column, about 4,400 Ders, remained with the army after militarization, with the rest going home. 157 In an interesting denouement, Moore later noted that the 119th Brigade, part of the 26th BRODIE Division, revolted against Mr. Sands' dictatorship, suggesting that even after it was achieved, militarization remained unpopular. Mr. Sands was Ricardo Sanz Garcia, the divisional commander, who had argued strongly in favor militarization from the early stages of the war. 158 The CNTFAI leadership agreed to militarization for several reasons. Many anarchist commanders were frustrated with the inconsistency of their troops in battle and the disorganized manner in which attacks were planned and executed. 159 The CNTFAI Bulletin de Información in November 1936 argued that, along with a lack of weapons, all the weakness in the organization of the anti-fascist troops are due to lack of a common plan of war operations at all fronts, and a lack of unity at command. 160 The organ of the ULO in the United States published a report of an anarchist conference in Barcelona in December 1936 and quoted a speech by a comrade Juvenal. He argued that without a disciplined, well-organized army the war against fascism cannot be won. Revealingly, no critique of this argument appears in the pages of Spanish Revolution, which is symptomatic of the newspaper's tendency to parrot the CNT line. 161 In addition to this, units were informed that if they failed to consent to militarization, the government would deny them pay and equipment. 162 The die was cast. The CNTFAI adopted a resolution admitting that the militarization of the militias was an inevitable necessity. 163 Even after militarization, CNTFAI units did not receive the promised equipment and supplies. 164 Patrick Hill experienced the militarization of the anarchist Bataillon de la Muerte into the 153rd Mixed Brigade. According to Agnes Hodgson, his unit had been in the trenches for weeks with one RIA between VE men, and had the fascists attacked they had nothing but stones. After one attack failed due to lack of ammunition, most of the battalion walked back to the nearest village. This was in July 1937, long after militarization. 165 Also in July 1937, the BRODIE International Group, which by this time had been converted into the IWMA Battalion, was disbanded after refusing to GHT due to lack of equipment. 166 A report by the IWMA in 1939 found that, for most of 1938, the 24th Division, formerly the anarchist Ortiz Column, occupied a front of 150 kilometers, despite only half of its soldiers having weapons. The machine gun companies had only 3 guns each at their disposal. 167 The French anarchist newspaper Le Libertaire in July 1937 alleged that CNT units were also being denied their pay. In Bujarlas, headquarters of the BRODIE column, no one had seen a peseta for 3 months. As a result, the troops were pale, thin, and visibly weakened, and in the region of Varlet the troops live by hunting, without which they would have starved to death. 168 The Soiselsinissua 4 POUM units on the Aragon front. 169 One Canadian Wobbly, Bill Wood, who served in the BRODIE International Group, said that 4 of our bunch died of starvation in one day, and he had to beg for money to make ends meet. 170 Some CNT members left to join the better supplied Marxist columns. 171 Despite attempts by the authorities to break up anarchist units, Senetistas and Fascistas continued to serve in units and divisions manned by their own officers. 172 remnants of the 26th BRODIE division, the most famous of these, participated in a last-ditch attempt to defend the town of Puigcerdà near the French border in February 1939. To avoid capture, the 150 milicianos vowed to kill 10 enemy combatants for every one of their own, and after 2 days of vicious killing, no soldiers of the 26th Division left the town alive. An editorial in Challenge called them nobly irrational champions of liberty. 173 Their GHT for liberty ended in crushing defeat. Conclusion. The violence of the Spanish Civil War and Revolution left transatlantic anarchists in a difficult position. Before 1936, the movement had traditionally 89. Rejected war, and the benefits of the use of terroristic violence were not universally recognized. The military rebellion, the subsequent repression, the organization of anarchists into units and their incorporation into a regular army required jumping through a number of theoretical hoops to accept. Violence in the rearguard allowed hostile elements to vilify the CNTFAI and undermine the positive aspects of the revolution. Some concerned anarchists in Spain dealt with this directly and condemned excessive killings. In their publications, transatlantic anarchists largely defended the behavior of their Spanish comrades. This does not imply, however, that they did so uncritically. Debates on anarchist violence played out in correspondence and through discussion in meetings throughout the transatlantic world. They ultimately viewed violence as a necessary evil in the context of the war. Attacks on the church were a problem for the wider Republican movement, but transatlantic anarchists were strident in their defense of anarchist anti-clericalism. The historic role of the Catholic Church in Spain, plus its support for the military rebellion, elicited little sympathy from anarchists in Britain, Ireland, and the United States. The historic place of anarchists was not at the front, but at the barricades. 174 The militia system allowed anarchists to GHT fascism whilst upholding their anti-militarist beliefs. They were unusual in the history of warfare, due primarily to their dual function as both defensive and progressive instruments of the revolution. Transatlantic anarchists who fought in them witnessed their strengths as well as their shortcomings, some of which were exacerbated by a semi-off-chain arms embargo of CNTFAI units. Their incorporation into the Popular Army, although defended as necessary by many at the time, did little to halt the advance of Franco's forces, backed as they were by a constant stream of military hardware from Germany and Italy. Militarization was a defeat for the anti-collaborationist faction of the anarchist movement and was symbolic of the Republican campaign to supplant the revolution in favor of a conventional anti-fascist war. Anarchists who supported militarization believed that the war needed to be won before the revolution could triumph. As Christian Williams notes, however, militarization only ensured that the revolution 175 was over before the war was. 4. The specter of nationalism has haunted the socialist movement since its inception. Appeals to class solidarity are frequently rebuffed in favor of national unity, a union sacré that eventually devours the hopes of those wishing to limit or overturn the power of their own national bourgeoisies. During the 1930s, several states sought to use hypernationalism fascism to legitimize their own power, most notably Germany and Italy. Despite their claims to internationalism, anarchists were subject to these same forces. The dynamics of nationalism varied across state boundaries and influenced how anarchists saw themselves and others. During the Spanish Civil War, anarchists from different countries, and others on the left, viewed Spain as a symbol of internationalist class struggle. In many ways, though, they still operated within the confines of a nationalist zeitgeist that sat uneasily with, and was at times fundamentally opposed to, their own universalism. The multinational makeup of anarchists in the transatlantic world provides an interesting example of the tensions that latent nationalism can exploit, and its relation to internationalism. This chapter investigates the contradictions of trying to adhere to an internationalist view of the world in an age of nationalism through the prism of the transatlantic anarchists and their relations with the CNT and FAI. It looks at the practical problems associated with working across national boundaries, including state censorship and language, and the tendency for some anarchist groups to organize themselves along national lines. The chapter scrutinizes the work of the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona, and how transatlantic anarchists contributed to its workings. It also examines the dangers of nationalism within the anarchist movement. The CNT-FAI gradually adopted a nationalistic, arguably racist, discourse that corrupted their interpretation of the war. This put them at odds with many in the international anarchist movement, who criticized the national chauvinism of their Spanish comrades, and very nearly split the whole anarchist movement. When transnational solidarity was pursued, as through the work of the anarchist-inspired aid organization SIA, it was wholehearted and meaningful. As the front collapsed, the need to arrange aid for the Spanish anarchists as they were transformed from milicianos into refugees showed the folly of the retreat into nationalism. 98. The parallels between the contemporary refugee crisis in the Mediterranean and the one at the end of the Spanish Civil War are striking. It is worth remembering a time when Europeans fled for their lives as proof of the crass arbitrariness they show today when faced with refugees at their own national borders too. Anarchism was at its most ideologically pure when it embraced its internationalist spirit. This was also when it achieved its greatest successes. Without the transnational networks characteristic of the international anarchist movement, this would simply not have been possible. The national problem. Nationalism has been a thorny issue for scholars, with definitions of it varying wildly depending on the author's view on its roots and properties, either beneficial or detrimental. The most famous of these definitions, and still widely used, comes from Benedict Anderson who, in his immensely popular book, defined the nation as an imagined community. These socially constructed communities are imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. Three nations can have many unifying, and as a result exclusionary, aspects, but some of the main ones are language, ethnicity, and race. Nationalist ideologies emphasizing one or more of these aspects can be used by elites or states to legitimize their own power, as was the case in the dynastic empires of the 19th century, the fascist states of the interwar years, or indeed during our own contemporary period. But, Anderson points out, nationalism represents not merely a tool to trick ordinary people into accepting a hierarchical state structure, it also manifests for itself as a new form of consciousness. The universalism of much left-wing ideology, including anarchism, sits at odds with the defining features of nationalism. Constance Bantman argues that from its very inception, anarchism was regarded as essentially internationalist. Class, not language, ethnicity, or race, is the overriding factor in the ideal anarchist's self-definition of their identity. The idea of viewing one's interests through the prism of class is known as class consciousness, and internationalism, with its emphasis on worldwide revolution to destroy international capital, is the logical extension of this. Internationalism rests on the belief that national borders are artificial, acting as barriers to the unity of the working class in its struggle for emancipation. Capital operates across state boundaries and is more than capable of coordinating to destroy attempts to implement socialism in one country. Valorizing nationalism simply plays into the hands of those who seek to divide people in order to maintain their own privileged positions. The IWMA at its 1931 International Convention in Madrid warned against the creeping nationalist ideas that had penetrated into the rank and le of the working class, and maintained that these were but the aspirations of the possessing Class 7 vanguard. The US-based Anarchist Journal argued in 1935 that the most effective way of striking at 99. Fascism is to strike at the source of its nourishment, the national idea itself. 8. In theory at least, then, anarchists reject any form of nationalism as chauvinistic and detrimental to the achievement of a free society. German-born anarchist Rudolf Rocker dealt with the issue of nationalism in anarchist circles directly in 1937 through the publication of his masterpiece Nationalism and Culture. Nationalism and culture has been largely forgotten amongst contemporary scholars of nationalism, with no mention of it in Anderson's Imagined Communities, a surprising omission considering his later work on anarchism and syndicalism. 9. Written as a reaction to the National Socialism overrunning his native Germany, the book is a damning indictment of collectivist ideology in general and nationalism in particular. In the book, Rocker methodically dismantles the foundations of nationalist ideologies expressed through supposed common ties of language, race, or customs, and places the blame for the rise of nationalism RMLY at the feet of the state. His central claim is that the nation is not the cause, but the result, of the state. It is the state which creates the nation, not the nation the state. 10. Rocker rejects the idea of national culture as a gleef for political nationalism, positing that, on the contrary, nationalism, being bound inextricably to the state itself, acts as a direct impediment to the development of culture. Cultural progress, denet as a gradual mastery of nature by man, flourishes only where the state is absent and is unconstrained by artificial national boundaries. As such, culture is in its deepest essence revolutionary. 11. Rocker's work was widely praised amongst anarchists and non-anarchists, with Albert Einstein lauding nationalism and culture as extraordinarily original and illuminating, and it quickly became one of the defining texts of anarchist internationalism. 12. Recent scholarship on anarchism shows the persistence of nationalist ideas amongst anarchists regardless of their internationalist credentials. 13. Despite the perceived internationalism of the Spanish Civil War, the nature of the CONICT was frequently couched in explicitly national terms. Republican propaganda often railed against foreign invaders for trying to suppress the Spanish nation, whether they be German, Italian, or Moorish. In the case of the latter, this critique increasingly assumed a racial character. Martin Baxmeyer shows how the use of El Moro as a bogeyman was a conscious reference to the Reconquista, 711 to 1492, of centuries past, and an attempt to undermine the Spanish character of Franco's rebels. Moroccan regulars were frequently caricatured, even by Spanish anarchists, as a horde of uncivilized, bloodthirsty beasts or, even worse, as a deadly disease, despite the fact that over 800 Moroccans fought for the Republic in the International Brigades. 14. On a visit to Spain during the war, the Austrian journalist Franz Borkenau met one anarchist transport worker who, on hearing the case of a German officer shot for cowardice by the Republic on the Teruel front, hoped that once the war is over we will kick all these foreigners out. Borkenau claimed that as an expression of xenophobia it was far from standing alone. 15. The Spanish anarchists had, to some extent, a history of national chauvinism. At the Congress of the IWMA in Paris in 1935, the CNT delegate claimed that we make the revolution at home, copy it, that is our internationalism. 16. 100. Helmut Rudiger, who served as Assistant Secretary of the IWMA for Spanish Affairs during the war, characterized the CNT as a National Socialist movement that had only the terminology of the common program of the International Anarchist Movement. 17. The situation was, however, more muddled than these examples suggest. Juan Garcia Oliver, the leading CNT militant who served as Minister of Justice under Francisco Largo Caballero, argued strongly for the government to declare independence for Spanish Morocco, and even met with Moroccan delegates to discuss the possibility, not only as an anti-colonial project but to undermine Franco's support behind the lines. Largo Caballero rejected the idea after pressure from French Prime Minister Léon Blum, who feared such a revolt would endanger French interests in North Africa. 18. CNT-FAI bulletins maintained that their aim was to wipe out fascism, not only Spanish, but international fascism, so that freedom and socialism may not be expelled from all the countries of the world. 19. Anarchists often responded to the pressures of nationalism in contradictory ways. Immigrant anarchism. Anarchism in the transatlantic countries was not blighted by nationalist ruptures. Activists did, though, show a tendency to cluster around particular national, ethnic or linguistic groupings. As Paul Avrich maintains, anarchism, for all its international pretensions, for all its faith in the unity of mankind, has always been divided into national and ethnic groups. 20 This was most pronounced in the United States. The hubs for these networks could be newspapers, Cultura Proletaria for Spaniards, Freie Arbeiterstimme for Jews, El Adunata dei Refratari or Il Martello for Italians, groups, in which newspapers often acted as a unifying element, colonies, such as Mohegan in New York or Stelton in New Jersey, or federations, like the Jewish Anarchist Federation. These networks certainly offered practical benefits. Many Erstgeneration immigrants simply did not have the language skills to communicate or publish material in anything other than their mother tongue. Nevertheless, when English language initiatives, seen as the best way of reaching out to the wider American public, were started, primarily by younger comrades, older anarchists were often reluctant to support them. 21 Perhaps surprisingly, considering anarchism's absolute commitment to eradicating all forms of hierarchy and prejudice, little evidence suggests a large black element in the anarchist movement during this period. There were some individual African American anarchists, such as Glenn Carrington of the Vanguard Group and, more famously, Lucy Parsons, a veteran of the Haymarket Affair and co-founder of the IWW. Carrington wrote under the pseudonym George Creighton in Vanguard, focusing primarily on issues affecting Black Americans. 22 Parsons was in her 80s during the 1930s but continued to give impassioned speeches until her death in a house in 1942. 23 In contrast to the Communist Party of the United States of America, PUSA, at the time. 101. Anarchists were not very successful at organizing in the black community. 24 The lack of a reliable English language press undoubtedly played a part in this, as well as the decline of the IWW, which had made some effort to recruit black workers in its heyday. 25 Some later black anarchists, such as former Black Panther Ashanti Alston, criticized the Eurocentric nature of classical anarchism which, he argues, either failed to acknowledge the experience of people of color within the movement, or else exoticized them within predominantly white groups. 26 This could well have been the case during the 1930s, but the fact that the PUSA was able to organize successfully suggests the reason for the dearth of black activists amongst anarchists was more practical. In general, the networks where anarchism flourished were ones forged initially by recent immigrants, as opposed to native-born Americans. The British movement was also predominantly European, although Albert Meltzer remembers Jomo Kenyatta, the future Prime Minister and President of Kenya, attending Freedom Group meetings in the mid-1930s. Apparently he attended any socialist meetings, not just ours, and came dressed in full tribal costume complete with feathers and whisk. Some in the group viewed him as just another nutter, similar to Count Geoffrey Potocki de Montauk, pretender to the Polish throne and extreme monarchist, who also attended meetings sporadically. Kenyatta was associated with the CPGB during his time in London and wrote several articles for the Daily Worker. This, added to his conversion to conservative politics by the time of his presidency, may explain the hostility of Meltzer in his account. 27 The anarchist movement was historically very strong amongst Jewish workers. In the Russian Empire, Ashkenazi Jews made up only 20% of the population but provided the anarchist movement with more than half of its activists, and when Jews from Eastern Europe migrated to Britain and the United States, they brought the culture of Jewish anarchism with them. 28 The Yiddish language journal Freie Arbeiterstimme, published in New York, had a peak readership of 150,000 around the time of the First World War. 29 Often connections were made between Jewish anarchists and their non-anarchist brethren through appeals to ethnic solidarity. Writing to the English and Jewish writer Lewis Golding for a donation to the CNTFAI London Bureau in 1937, Emma Goldman specifically highlighted her own Jewish heritage, and the similarities between the persecution of Jews in Nazi Germany and the effects of fascism in Spain. She wrote that no other human being can appreciate the horrors of fascism as those whom have suffered under it as the Jews. 30 Goldman could address audiences in Yiddish, something requested of her by one comrade organizing a meeting in Liverpool, a city with a historically large Jewish population. In 1938-31 this could work both ways, such as when the pianist Harriet Cohen refused to play at one of Goldman's concerts because she was fearful that her Jewish name could do the organizers harm. 32 Goldman remarked that Jewish anarchists in general had become more Jewish than they were 30 years ago, and certainly the persecution of Jews. 102. In places like Germany contributed greatly to Jewish support for anti-fascism. 33 Around a third of American volunteers for the international brigades were Jewish, and they also provided a significant proportion, over 10%, of American anarchists who traveled to Spain. 34 Possibly for this reason, Jewish anarchists were more inclined to forgive the CNT for its compromises with the Republican government, and also more willing to support the Allies in the Second World War. Rudolf Rocker, although not Jewish himself, was particularly influential in espousing the pro-war position amongst Jewish anarchists after 1939. Rocker had learned Yiddish to better acquaint himself with the Jewish anarchist movement in the East End of London in the 1890s, and his wife Molly was Jewish. 35 Still, the insularity of anarchism regarding nationality or language should not be overstated. The tendency to pigeonhole activists by nationality is often quite unhelpful. Italian-American Enrico Arrigoni, who was active in the U.S. anarchist movement before going to Spain, noted that he was never actually a member of the Italian group in the U.S., the Italian anarchists here were mostly Southerners, and Northerners like me didn't mix very well with them, while I felt quite at home with the Spaniards. 36 The idea of a single Italian movement glosses over these nuances. Anarchists were also perfectly capable of disagreeing with those of the same nationality. The feud between followers of the Italian-American anarchists Carlo Tresca, editor of Il Martello, and Luigi Gallini, who grouped themselves around l'Unità dei Refrattori, is a case in point. Although Travis Tomchuk argues that this feud was less wide-reaching than is sometimes stated, the tension between them had extremely damaging effects on the activity of the movement. 37 The l'Unità group were particularly vicious in their attacks on Tresca, consistently labeling him a police spy, with no evidence, and, as Nunzio Pernicon notes, he would remain their bête noire until long after his death. 38 Both Italian groups organized solidarity for Spain during the Civil War, as well as for refugees at the war's end, but cooperation between the two factions proved impossible. There were international groups in the larger anarchist hubs of New York, Chicago, and San Francisco containing anarchists from any number of ethnic and national backgrounds. The latter of these, which included Chinese, German, French, Jewish, Italian, Spanish and Russian comrades, published the influential individualist anarchist newspaper Man, edited by Marcus Graham. 39 These groups were relatively small, but this was a reaction of anarchism's general weakness at the time. At a conference on anarchist propaganda in English convened in April 1939, its participants, which included representatives from Italian, Russian, Spanish, Jewish, and native-born American groups and federations, pointed out that with the ever-increasing restriction of immigration and the rising generation attending public schools where English is the common language, it is a question 103 of years, and very few at that, when the necessity of a foreign language press will cease to exist. 40. The most obvious example of Spain providing an impetus for English language propaganda was the launch of the newspaper Spanish Revolution. This bi-weekly newspaper was published by the ULO, which consisted of anarchists and trade unionists from the Jewish, Italian, Russian, Spanish, and native-born American movements. 41 The ULO sent $7,200 to Spain between December 1936 and July 1937. 42 An emphasis on internationalism clearly occupied the minds of anarchists in the Transatlantic countries. The CNTFAI were also conscious of the need to galvanize solidarity from an international audience. This was the reason behind setting up a foreign language division to concentrate on overseas propaganda. The CNTFAI Foreign Language Division. The CNTFAI Foreign Language Division was a clear indication of the strength of internationalism within the anarchist movement. One letter sent out by the OVSE sums up the transnational nature of the anarchist movement during this period, written by Martin Gudel, a Lithuanian-American in Barcelona, to Emma Goldman, a Russian-American in London. It was half-typed in French and half-handwritten in German. 43. This multilingual document was far from unusual within the Foreign Language Division. Versions of the CNTFAI Bulletin de Information were published in German, French, Italian, Spanish, Russian, English, Swedish, Polish, Portuguese, Bulgarian and Esperanto. 44. One recruit described the CASA's CNTFAI, figure 4.1, at this time as a veritable Tower of Babel. 45. Despite the best efforts of those in Spain, coordination of the international anarchist press was often difficult. Like the movement in other parts of the world, the Foreign Language Division was susceptible to personal quarrels. German anarchists Augustin Souchy and Helmut Rudiger had a particularly long-standing feud that hindered the efficiency of the OVSE in its propaganda duties. Both Souchy, representing the CNTFAI, and Rudiger, representing the IWMA, felt that the other was trying to monopolize foreign propaganda duties for their own purposes. This had damaging effects for relations between the CNT and IWMA and contributed to the ill feeling that erupted during the IWMA Extraordinary Congress in December 1937. 46. Censorship was also imposed on those reporting from within Spain, but there were ways around it, particularly in the early part of the war when the Central Republican government was in disarray. Having a comrade who worked in the censors of CE was helpful, as Jenny Patrick, who worked on the anarchist newspaper Frente Libertario in Madrid, soon found out. 47. This contrasted with the situation in Barcelona, where the censor complained that her letters were too long. 48. The Spanish-language Cultura Proletaria was printed in New York and shipped back to Spain to escape censorship. This process, known as relevo, relay, had been practiced widely in previous years and continued throughout. 104. Figure 4.1 Former Casa CNTFAI, via BRODIE, now via Layatana. The Foreign Language Division was on the FTHOR. Picture taken by the author in 2019. The Civil War, highlighting how vital the Spanish-American movement was in maintaining links back on the peninsula. 49. Simply getting information, regardless of censorship, out of Spain could be problematic. It was possible to sneak letters through when comrades associated with the CNTFAI Paris Bureau, such as Nemesio Galve, moved between France and Barcelona. Indeed, this process was recommended by the CNT National Committee, but this was inefficient and irregular. 50. Lines of communication were unreliable and often the American and British of CES received news that was out of date. The IWW in Chicago complained to the CNT that, in the initial stages of the war, they received almost all their information about Spain via a translation of the Esperanto Bulletin from a wobbly in Los Angeles. 51. Transnational networks were thus essential in maintaining a degree of regularity to international anarchist publications on Spain. Articles by writers such as Emma Goldman, Rudolf Rocker, Augustin Souchy, and Alexander Scapiro were redistributed frequently throughout the transatlantic anarchist community. Spain and the World, widely seen as the best anarchist newspaper in the English-speaking world, had regular contributors from across Europe and the United States. This was largely because its editor, Vernon Richards, was able to 105. Translate articles sent to him in Spanish, Italian and French. 52. Oviedo-born Maximiliano Ole, who ran the CNTFAI North American Bureau from New York, later Chicago, also had a translation business, which meant he was able to publish a Spanish labor bulletin with news from a variety of non-English sources. 53. Unfortunately, this was not the case with all anarchist publications. Jack Schlesinger of the Vanguard Group wrote to Emma Goldman in April 1938 and noted that one of the great difficulties we experience in publishing the Vanguard besides Nanchal, is our lack of correspondence. He explained that this was also an indication of the disorganization of our 54 movement. Sometimes transatlantic anarchist newspapers simply repeated what was expressed in the CNTFAI bulletin, which, although valuable, tended to crowd the market for anarchist publications, always a limited space at the best of times. Related to this was the fact that some newspapers, such as Spain and the World and the Fighting Call, were partially funded by the CNT. 55. Although this shows that transnational networks between the transatlantic countries and Spain owed both ways, the situation gave the Spanish movement significant power over the content of these newspapers. This became awkward when the international movement started to criticize the CNTFAI for some of its compromises with the Republican government. Far from accepting and processing these negative assessments, the Spanish anarchist leadership's soft-shell position hardened. The French anarchist newspaper L'Esprit Antifascist lost funding when it criticized the CNT for taking ministries in the Largo Caballero cabinet, and became merely a French version of Solidaridad Obrera, the of-Chale CNT organ. Camilo Bernieri's Guerra de Clase, published in Barcelona, was vocal in its condemnation of the Spanish anarchists, and disappeared altogether in 1937. Demetrio Castro Aln notes that the fate of these two newspapers illustrates the tendency toward political control over content exercised by top decision-making bodies. 56 of the CNT. Pressure exerted by the CNT was not only financial, but moral. The CNT warned Olé not to use articles from André Prudhomio's newspaper L'Esprit Nouvelle, New Spain, in the Spanish labor bulletin, calling the Frenchman a derrotista, defeatist. 57. Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez reminded Olé that lies cannot be said and, sometimes, even truths, if they indirectly harm us, especially abroad. 58. The CNT instructed Spanish Revolution to change its name to La Nueva España Antifascista / the New Anti-Fascist Spain in line with other foreign CNT newspapers, a directive the ULO chose to ignore. 59. This level of meddling was a source of resentment to many in the transatlantic countries. The London-based anarchist Albert Meltzer wrote to the CNTFAI warning against attempts to create an anarchist Comintern, arguing that even the most totalitarian body would allow to its fraternal body in another country 60 some measure of freedom of action. For those who made the trip to Spain to work for the CNTFAI or to GHT, there were several practical obstacles to overcome. Chief amongst these was the 106. Language issue. Whilst the international brigades had relatively cohesive linguistic units, French-speaking, English-speaking, Italian-speaking, etc., particularly after the reorganization of the brigades in August 1937 following the Battle of Brunt the previous month, foreign volunteers in the anarchist militias were arranged much more haphazardly. 61. The international section of the Muerte Maestro militia had a number of English-speaking volunteers, but most Spaniards in the unit, which included those in leadership positions, could only speak Spanish. James Albrighton, a Salisbury-born communist who served with this anarchist militia, found that he was only accepted by the Spanishers when he showed them how to use a machine gun properly. 62. Bill Belcher noted that the international centuria of the Bataillon de la Muerte was a complete mix-up of nationalities and tongues, and whoever was in charge had quite a job. I know, as I was the centurion for a time. 63. Linguistic shortcomings in the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division were also a constant problem for the organization. Russian-American Leon Green, who previously had prepared the English-language radio programs for the CNTFAI, was dismissed from his duties due to his poor English and replaced by the Scot Ethel MacDonald. Even though most Spaniards seemed to think that English was not spoken north of Hadrian's Wall, MacDonald became the de facto interpreter for many English-speaking anarchist volunteers during her time in Barcelona. 64. Being a foreigner in Spain did have some advantages. During the May days, Abe Bluestein and Selma Cohen found that being Americans meant that they were overlooked by communist patrols, since these assumed that all foreigners were recruited through the Comintern and were thus also communists. Enrico Arrigoni pointed this out to his anarchist comrades upon their arrival. He reasoned that I will tell the anarchists that we are from the Casa CNTFAI and they won't worry about us either. So we'll have it good both ways. To Abe's delight, it happened, just as he said it would happen. 65 A lack of Spanish could have dangerous consequences, as highlighted by the plight of Irishman Dan Mullen, originally from Blantyre in Scotland but by 1936 living in Welwyn Garden City in Hertfordshire. His short stint in Spain was nothing short of disastrous. According to a report compiled by Guy Alderd and sent to André Prudhomme, Mullen was 42, married and had experience in military service as a machine gunner. He had once met Augustin Souchy in London and left to GHT in Spain at his own expense, borrowing £20 to do so. When he arrived, he spoke no Spanish and had no papers. He went to the CNT of CES but could not nd Souchy or Emma Goldman, with whom he was also in contact. He spent his RST night at the CNT headquarters but was handed about from one person to another and he thought they were having a game with him. On his second night, he took a dizzy spell, collapsed and was taken away by some anarchist militiamen. He got the idea that he was about to be lined up and shot, so he ran, prompting the milicianos to mistake him for a fascist. His erstwhile comrades opened resulting in a badly broken leg and bullet wounds in his foot and arm. 66. 107. The whole affair was somewhat farcical, with Mullen being kept in hospital for weeks whilst his pregnant wife struggled to make ends meet back home. 67. Jenny Patrick described him as well-meaning but struggled to understand how he became involved in the anarchist movement. She decided eventually that it is really because he is Irish and rebellion, being rebellious, comes naturally to him, and is what conventionalism might be in another person. 68. The episode may have been Kafkaesque, but it raises further questions about how foreign anarchists were viewed in Spain. At best, they were an inconvenience, at worst, they were possible fascists. The language barrier was certainly a sine qua non factor in Mullen's escapade, but further evidence suggests that many Spanish anarchists had, at best, a lukewarm attitude to the international movement. Anarcho-nationalism. Despite Rocker's dismissal of race as a category in nationalism and culture, the CNT often denied the Civil War in surprisingly racial terms. In a speech to a rally in Madrid in August 1936, Federica Monsanati attacked the nationalists as anti-Spanish, because if they were patriots, they would not have let loose on Spain the regulars and the Moors to impose the civilization of the fascists, not as a Christian civilization, but as a Moorish civilization. 69. Frente Libertario, the organ of the CNT militias in the central region, announced that their milicianos, who have not respected the Moors of Africa, have no respect for the Aryan sick Moors of Rhineland or Hanover. 70. The ILP's Ethel Manon criticized Emma Goldman for relying on the legend of the wicked Moors, which she described as anti-color propaganda, claiming that they are number 71 worse than white soldiers. If anything, the CNT became more nationalist as the war went on. An editorial in Soli in May 1937 declared that our revolution must be Spanish. It described the revolution as an ethnic and psychological transformation of a type that has for many years lived in the heart of the race, before proclaiming Spain for the Spanish. 72. The Russian anarchist Alexander Shapiro condemned this type of rhetoric as national anarchisme in an article written for the French anarchist newspaper Le Combat Syndicaliste in June 1937. He protested that to eulogize racism and disparage exoticism are two simultaneous and complementary phenomena that indicate, to say the least, an anti-revolutionary state of mind. 73. Shapiro had always been extremely critical of the CNT, unfairly according to some, but many of his criticisms were shared by others in the international movement. 74. Italian-American anarchist Armando Borghi used Shapiro's notes for an attack on the CNT in El Adunita, and Emma Goldman reproached Juan Garcia. Oliver and Federica Monsanelli as being guilty of nationalist emotionalism. 75 Some non-anarchist sources accused the Catalans of harboring their own particular nationalist sympathies. The Manchester Guardian complained in February 1937 that the Catalans did no more than defend their own territory. 76 One article in Solidaridad Obrera suggested that Catalans should show solidarity. 108. With the Basque country, which was under siege by Franco's forces, because Catalonia has a racial sentiment similar to that of the Basques. 77 Moroccan regulars and Basques were not the only group categorized by the CNT in explicitly racial terms. Stereotypes against Jews also slipped occasionally into Spanish anarchist discourse, despite the historical strength of Jewish anarchism. Although Iric Iglad maintains that classical antisemitism never gained the same foothold amongst the Spanish anarchist movement as the left wing in other countries, there were times when the CNT displayed, to use Michael Seidman's words, a xenophobia that occasionally degenerated into a rather familiar antisemitism. 78 One article appearing in Solidaridad Obrera in January 1937 accused Franco of being El Niño Judío, the Jewish kid, claimed that Jewish bankers were funding Hitler, and featured a crudely anti-Semitic cartoon. 79 Even worse, CNT General Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez refused a request to help Jews easing persecution in Central Europe, arguing that the admission of Jews would mean the immediate revival and strengthening of capitalism and the old exploitation, resurrecting the old anti-Semitic trope of Jews as greedy, unscrupulous bankers. AD Eleanor Nitwak, the daughter of two Jewish anarchists in Detroit, noted that during the Spanish Civil War, Jews and Spaniards cooperated well, but with the outbreak of the Second World War divisions began to appear, especially when Jewish anarchists tried to help other Jewish anarchists get out of Europe. Spaniards viewed this as ethnic bias and refused to help. As a result, many Jews became attracted towards Zionism and other forms of Jewish nationalism. 81 Some of the rhetoric used by the Spanish anarchists was certainly exclusionary, and raised questions about the CNT's commitment to internationalism. The retreat into nationalistic discourse allowed the CNT-FAI to frame the CON-ICT as a war of national independence rather than a revolutionary war. As Daniel Evans notes, this was as much an ideological process as it was one of formal political participation, and cannot be separated from the wider process of state collaboration. 82 The closer the Spanish anarchists moved to the state, the more nationalist they became. This appeared to be confirmation of Rocker's thesis in nationalism and culture. The national liberation narrative was already widely used by the communist and left Republican parties to try to shield the revolutionary nature of the struggle from the outside world. 83 For communists, thinking in national terms was a feature of Popular Front tactics. Earl Browder, General Secretary of the PUSA, famously claimed that communism is the Americanism of the 20th century. 84 For anarchists to adopt this discourse was more problematic. For one thing, it ignored the reasons behind the military rebellion. By treating the war simply as an invasion by Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, the real problems that existed under the Republic were swept under the carpet. The reasoning went that once the Republic beat off the invaders, they would reclaim their country and pre-Civil War Spanish society would return as normal, or normal enough. This 109 completely ignored the motives of the revolutionary elements that had done so much to get off the rebellion in the RST place. The Spanish anarchist mantra of La Revolución y la Guerra son inseparables was beginning to sound increasingly hollow. Secondly, it helped solidify divisions between the CNT and the international movement. The more the CNT-FAI rejected internationalism, the less reason international bodies like the IWMA had a reason to curtail their criticism. At times, the behavior of the CNT-FAI towards its international comrades was quite callous. The CNT National Committee refused to help comrades who were forced to France from Republican and Communist repression. Faced Pedro Herrera dismissed them as those who had voluntarily left our country or had to leave it because they did not proceed correctly while they were here with us. Herrera continued, for neither of these our organizations can give official attention and consider them Spanish refugees. 85 In a circular to foreign language groups in January 1938, Herrera went further, stating that he considered unworthy all those who, without reason, abandoned their positions of struggle in Spain to move abroad. 86 Ethel MacDonald claimed that the Spaniards exercise a form of blackmail on the foreign comrades who, if they criticize or do anything, are told they are sabotaging the revolution. 87 Goldman referred to this attitude as childish Spanish pride. 88 The Spanish movement was also remarkably quick to blame the international movement for things largely beyond its control. In a circular of the CNTFAI-IWMA in October 1937, Nemesio Galve criticized foreign comrades as divided among themselves, rendering them incapable of giving effective and efficient aid. The CNTFAI expected the international anarchist movement to force the so-called democratic governments into recognition of our right to import certain materials that would enable us to win the war and to reconstruct our country along socialist lines. 89 This was always going to be a near impossible task for the international anarchist movement, which was tiny compared to the CNTFAI. The IWMA advocated a boycott of all goods destined for nationalist Spain, and transatlantic anarchists and wobblies were involved in strikes against fascist shipping in places like Philadelphia and Baltimore. 90 Despite this, at a solidarity rally in June 1937, Juan Garcia Oliver accused foreign anarchists of abandoning them to their fate. Federica Montseny commented acerbically that when the Spanish anarchists asked desperately for weapons, the sum total of international solidarity boiled down to giving us chocolate and 91 condensed milk for our children. The tension between the nationalism of the CNT and the internationalism of the IWMA came to a head at the Extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris from 8 to December 17, 1937. This was the scene of some of the bitterest exchanges between collaborationists and anti-collaborationists in the anarchist movement. Emma Goldman, who attended the conference, although not as a delegate, wrote to Rudolf Rocker that she could not recollect one so surcharged with antagonism and bitterness. 92 Before it had even started, Montseny reportedly said that the conference should be held in Madrid, since 110. The excessive heat there would keep the cowardly anarchists away from the conference. 93 From the beginning, the CNT set out its stall in no uncertain terms, with one delegate proclaiming that, as Spaniards we have a different mentality and we are participating in a struggle of a racial character that concerns ourselves alone. What is at stake is the destiny of a revolution, and not personal opinions or the small-minded moaning of refugees grouped in ghost sections. 94. These ghost sections were unhappy with the behavior of the CNTFAI, and quite willing to let their Spanish comrades know it. One delegate from Chile accused the CNT delegates of insulting him outside the Congress, and of using members of the IWMA as their shoeshine boys and foreign servants. 95 Horacio Martinez Prieto of the CNT replied that incomplete experiences prove nothing. Only our experience is meaningful. 96 Goldman was permitted to speak without credentials, the British movement having no official IWMA affiliation, and was accused of being a moral prop for the Spanish delegation by the French section because of her fervent defense of the CNT. 97 Despite the hellish atmosphere, the Congress avoided an open split. Largely due to the CNT threatening to abandon the conference, it managed to force through its own agenda, including the removal of Pierre Besnard as secretary of the IWMA and the censuring of Augustin Souchy. One notable exception to this was the proposal that voting rights at future Congresses should be proportional to an organization's membership. The result of this would have been that the CNT received 3 votes compared to 1 vote for every other organization. This motion was withdrawn after a lengthy debate. 98 Two concrete resolutions were passed, one dealing with non-intervention, the other giving the CNT full liberty to pursue its plan and, on its own responsibility, the experiment in course. 99 The international movement effectively gave the CNT its blessing, albeit under considerable duress. Yet, in the months ahead, members of the CNT found themselves relying on foreign comrades purely for their own survival. This showed the internationalism of the anarchist movement in a far better light. Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista. In order to boost the efforts of the rest of the world to support the CNTFAI during the Civil War, the Spanish anarchists launched a new international aid organization, Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista, or SIA. This was legally constituted on June 8, 1937 and continued to function after the end of hostilities. 100 The CNTFAI launched SIA for two reasons. Primarily, they wanted to combat the alleged sectarianism of some of the other aid organizations mobilizing for Spain. Anarchists viewed these as communist-run and discriminatory against the CNTFAI and Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias, Iberian Federation of Libertarian Youth, FIJL. The position of the anarchists in Spain vis-a-vis the communists had deteriorated throughout 1937. 111. With the May Days serving as the most visible example of the ineptitude of the CNT on the political stage. By focusing on SIA's non-political nature, Sanedistas hoped to out-ank the communists. 101 This was little more than window dressing to disguise the anarchist nature of the organization, but the CNTFAI recognized that non-anarchists' money was just as green as, if not greener than, those who subscribed to anarchism. SIA was also formed as a result of the growing tensions within the international anarchist movement, and between the CNTFAI and the IWMA in particular. The IWMA had been collecting funds for the Spanish anarchists from the beginning of the war, and was more than capable of continuing to do so, but the organization's increasingly pointed attacks on the compromises of their Spanish constituent part, crystallizing in the IWMA conference in Paris, were beginning to irritate the CNT leadership. Thus, some foreign anarchists saw the creation of SIA as an affront. As Emma Goldman noted in a letter to Rudolf and Millie Rocker, the comrades outside of Spain feel very much hurt that their effort in raising funds are being taken out of their hands, i.e. the IWMA. 102 Nevertheless, most transatlantic anarchists who had previously campaigned for the CNTFAI continued to do so for SIA. SIA was remarkably popular, with 300,000 members, comprising 200,000 dues-paying members and 300 collectives, within Spain by September 1938. The work of the organization was wide-ranging. It established a plethora of centers in Spain, shelters, shops, farms, popular restaurants/canteens, transient hotels, etc., set up salvage brigades to help rescue and rehouse people who were affected by the nationalist bombardment of towns and cities, and organized food drives to help feed besieged cities like Madrid and Barcelona. It also created 20 children's colonies, which by December 1938 provided food and shelter for 2,000 children, as well as schools. 103 Primarily due to its anarchist character, SIA had to contend with the hostility of the French and Spanish authorities. Truck drivers bringing supplies were held up, either in Barcelona or on the French border, often for as long as a week, as customs of chales examined their cargo. Abe Bluestein's challenge noted that these practices were directed only at libertarian committees of aid and solidarity. 104 This was a far cry from the early part of the war, when the border was controlled largely by CNTFAI milicianos. By the end of the war, SIA was concerned mainly with the problem of refugees, the numbers of which had increased exponentially after the fall of Barcelona and the resultant exodus into France. Internationally, there were SIA branches in Argentina, Belgium, Brazil, Britain, Canada, Chile, Cuba, France, Mexico, the Netherlands, Palestine, Sweden, Uruguay, and the United States, with active organizing committees in Australia, Cochinchina, Costa Rica, Denmark, Lithuania, Norway, and Poland. Figure 4.2. 105 To varying degrees, these international outposts channeled solidarity to their beleaguered Spanish comrades. In the United States, SIA maintained its most loyal support amongst the Spanish immigrant community. Indeed, the Spanish anarchist movement in 112. Figure 4.2 SIA branches and active organizing committees, world. The United States had its golden age during this period. Jochin Edo, who grew up in Detroit in the 1930s, remembered this period as wonderful days and years, with a sense of purpose and of comradeship and togetherness which 106 has since been lost. The National Council of SIA in the United States was formed in New York in July 1937 and headed by Spanish-American anarchist Frank Gonzalez. 107 Gonzalez was born in Santander but fled to Mexico to take part in the Mexican Revolution before settling in the United States. He was active in the IWW, particularly amongst seamen, and helped publish the Spanish-language anarchist newspaper Cultura Obrera, Workers' Culture, forerunner of Cultura Proletaria, from New York. 108 SIA locals were set up almost everywhere with a significant Spanish population, including New York, West Virginia, California, even Hawaii, see figure 4.3. 109 By early 1938, Maximiliano Ole noted that SIA is spreading among the Spaniards like wildfire. Some towns the whole Spanish population join en masse. 110 locals in the United States arranged picnics, concerts and other cultural events, and raised a substantial amount of money to send to Spain. 6,000 people attended one meeting, marketed as a monster anti-fascist rally, held at the Royal Windsor Gardens in New York in February 1938. It featured an overture by a 40 VEP symphony orchestra conducted by Angelo Canarato, a dancing team, an opera composed by Pietro Moscagni and a plenary speech by excommunicated Republican Bishop William H. Francis. The collection alone raised over $4,000. This was not even including sales of tickets, magazines, literature, and a RAFE, offering as its main prize a tour of Republican Spain with Avelino González Maleta, the former anarchist mayor of Gijón. 111 In addition to this, local number 30 of SIA in New York, named the Hijos de Asturias, Sons of Asturias, after the large number of Asturians that made up the group, raised enough money to provide an ambulance for the front in Spain. 112 González Maleta was one of several Spanish personalities who traveled to the United States to raise awareness and funds for SIA. Tragically, he was killed in a car crash in Virginia en route to a meeting in April 1938, along with his traveling companion Edilberto Segura. 113 thousands of mourners attended Maleta's funeral in New York, and as a gesture the North American SIA section donated $500 to his widow in Marseilles. 114 Despite the setback, speakers continued to arrive in the country. In June, meetings addressed by the Spanish Republican General Santiago Jorquera Felimery, veteran of Guadalajara, Belchite, and Teruel, attracted large numbers of attendees from his native Mexico. 115 The tour of Felix Martí Ibáñez, Armando del Moral and Cira N. Aliaga in the autumn of 1938, all leading figures in the Spanish anarchist movement, captured the imagination of the Spanish-American population. 116 Between August and December, the three went to almost every state with a significant Spanish population: New York, Connecticut, California, Indiana, Illinois, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. 117 This had a noticeable effect on fundraising. In June 1938 SIA sent $2,500 to the SIA General Council, in August this increased to $6,000, by October this had risen to $7,500. 118 According to figures compiled by the U.S. State Department, by March 1939, SIA had raised $81,565.71, sending $78,585.85 of this money to Spain. SIA spent 3.5% of its funds on expenses, a significantly lower percentage than the major communist-run aid organizations, such as the Medical Bureau and North American Committee to Aid Spanish Democracy, MNAC, 30.9%, Friends of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, 33.6%, and the American Friends of Spanish Democracy, 67.5%. 119 This was a stated outcome of SIA, The RST General Secretary of SIA Pedro Herrera maintained that the organization was particularly anxious to prevent bureaucratic methods in dealing with those who are in need. 120 As a result, only dues were used for expenses, with all collection money sent to Spain. 121 The CNTFAI was extremely pleased with the work of SIA in the United States. Lucia Sanchez Saornil, who became head of SIA after Herrera, wrote to Ole in August 1938 congratulating the generosity undertaken throughout our North American section. 122 Amongst Spaniards, the success of SIA in the United States was sine qua, but a lack of engagement with other anarchist groups and the non-Spanish American public was a problem. There were English-speaking locals, and some locals, such as Chicago, had a high percentage of non-Spanish, primarily Jewish or Italian, supporters. 123 Nevertheless, Marcelino Garcia, editor of Cultura Proletaria in New York, later maintained that we were largely isolated. We had little contact with other anarchist groups, the biggest mistake we ever made in this country. 124. 115. The Spanish diaspora was also the most accommodating to the compromises undertaken by the CNTFAI with the Republican government, and more willing to work with communists in Popular Front initiatives. Indeed, Ana Maria Varela Lago characterizes the Spanish immigrant community during the war as an extension of the Republican home front. 125 The Committee for the Defense of Spanish Liberties, chaired by Ole, joined forces with socialist and communist leaders for a mass meeting in Chicago. 126 Upon the entry of Segundo Blanco into the government of Juan Negrin in April 1938, Ole's Spanish Labor Bulletin proclaimed that the participation of the CNT in the cabinet will no doubt strengthen the morale both of the masses in the rear and the soldiers at the front. 127 Millie Rocker noted that when she and her husband went on a tour of the United States in early 1937, Spanish comrades refused to speak about the deviations from the anarchist line taken by the CNT. The main issue for them, they claim, is to GHT fascism, no matter by what and with what means. 128 The propaganda and press section of the CNT conremed this benevolence, arguing that the only ones who have understood us, the ones who truly feel and see our needs, are the Spanish comrades residing in the U.S.A. 129 This is hardly surprising, since Spaniards outside Spain arguably had more to lose than non-Spaniards. The triumph of fascism in Spain meant they would be unable to return to their country of birth. They would be transformed, to use the words of Varela Lago, from emigrants to exiles. 130 The difficulties of organizing non-Spaniards to support SIA were evident in the British of CE of SIA, once again headed by Emma Goldman. Initially, the CNT had asked Fidel Martín, a Spaniard who had been living in London for several years, to create a British section, but his English was so poor that this was abandoned in favor of Goldman. 131 Without a strong Spanish diaspora to build from, British anarchists were forced to rely on the notoriously CKLE non-communist left and PACST movement for support. The emphasis was on the humanitarian aspect of SIA, rather than any connection with the CNT, viewed by Goldman as a red rag when it came to the British public. Indeed, it was ILP member Ethel Mannin, rather than Goldman, who was responsible for most of the appeals carried out by the British section of SIA. Mannin was a writer with communist sympathies who joined the ILP in 1933 but became disillusioned with communism after a visit to the Soviet Union in 1936. She befriended Goldman and moved towards anarchism during the Spanish Civil War. 132 At the launch of the organization in February 1938, Mannin proclaimed that SIA was blessedly free of the connists and complexities of party politics. 133 This was not strictly true. Initially, both the poet W. H. Auden and writer Nancy Cunard were included in the list of SIA sponsors, but they demanded their names be removed when they discovered that the organization was an anarchist front, they both being communist fellow travelers. 134 Another sponsor, the PACST poet Brian Howard, was so shocked when he saw a poster made by the French section of SIA calling for arms and an end to non-intervention in Spain that he threatened to pull out as well. Manon convinced him to stay, but she did begin to wonder if we wouldn't have done better to 116. Have been frankly anarchist in the beginning. We should not then have attracted these people who have come to us for purely popular front against fascism. 135 reasons. The audience for SIA in Britain was decidedly less militant than those that had supported the work of the CNTFAI London Bureau, which was ironic, since it was essentially the same thing, operating out of the same of CE in Soho. Many donations of money came from Quakers, who were quite willing to help refugees and starving children but not to give money to provide arms for the CNT. Quakers often permitted the anarchists and other groups the use of Friends' House on Euston Road, which was one of the principal centers for the propagation and dissemination of PACST literature and activity in the 1930s. 136 At one meeting Goldman forgot this during her appeal, prompting Manon to comment to her that the ghosts of all the PACST Quakers shuddered in the hall when you spoke. 137 When Goldman learned that a secret FAI arms stash was supposedly hidden in the mountains of the Pyrenees, and was asked to provide money to increase it, she complained to Rudolf Rocker that of course I could not appeal to any of the middle-class people who contribute to SIA for such a purpose. 138 In the end, the arms stash was cut off from the FAI after the fall of Barcelona and had to be abandoned. 139 Despite all this, Manon's contacts in the literary and political world brought some limited success to SIA's British section. The London anarchists held a sale of children's drawings from Barcelona, the proceeds of which went to the organization. Between August 1937 and May 1938, the section raised almost £300. Unlike Goldman, who was infamous amongst the British press, Manon was able to launch appeals for SIA in various newspapers. One in November 1938 managed to raise £130, and another in March 1939 raised £50. 140 The money went towards helping refugees from the war, who by this time were experiencing incredible hardship in Spain. Transnational solidarity, the refugee crisis. There had been a large influx of internal refugees from the moment of the military rebellion, as people anxious to from nationalist-held areas made their way into remaining Republican territory. 141 With the loss of the Northern Republican Zone in October 1937, this problem became worse, but the collapse of Catalonia in February 1939, where most refugees had sought sanctuary, was a catastrophe for the civilian population. They were now effectively cut off from the rest of Spain, and the only escape route from the expected retribution of Franco's hordes was through France. Spaniards referred to this as La Retirada, the retreat. During the RST 2 weeks of February 1939, some 465,000 people sought refuge in metropolitan France and a further 15,000 to French-controlled North Africa. This included around 70,000 children. 142 Some of the accounts given by refugees are predictably harrowing. The anarchist Emilia Roca oversaw the Monno, New World, colony of around 30 children in 117. Ribes, northern Catalonia. She described to Goldman how she managed to with the children under her care and 2 teachers to Puigcerdà on the French border. The next day already it was quite impossible to pass the frontier, as the caravan of people who had been on the road the days before, formed a wall of human bodies. It rained for 3 days and 3 nights and many people died of hunger, cold, and exhaustion. 143. SIA was able to transport some refugees by truck from the Spanish frontier into France. The old military hospital in the border town of Perpignan became a veritable refuge where, from minute to minute, the number of rescued increased. 144 When people nally did cross the border into French territory, they were rounded up by the authorities and placed in hastily built concentration camps. Conditions in these camps were bleak. Refugees were forced to sleep in holes dug in the ground, covered either with the meager clothing they had on them, or with sheets of metal torn from the abandoned cars along the road. 145. A report commissioned by one aid committee found malnutrition to be ever present, with scurvy spreading. One prisoner said that they were under martial law. Any attempt to escape is punished by death. 146,000 died from disease and war-related injuries between 1939 and 1944. 147. The camps contained several Italian-American anarchist volunteers who remained in Spain after the disbanding of the international brigades in September 1938. Domenico Rosati was held at Argel-sur-Mer, while Patrizio Borghi, Pietro D'Aina, Benedetto Mori, and Giuseppe Salastro were held at Gurs. After the fall of France in June 1940, Vichy handed many detainees over to the Nazis, including D'Aina, Alvaro Guerra, and Armando Rodriguez. As many as 6,000 Spanish Republicans were sent to Mauthausen concentration camp in Upper Austria. Some detainees, like Guerra and Rodriguez, were liberated by the Allies. The vast majority were not so fortunate. 148. The French authorities' attitude towards the Spanish refugees was ruthless. Many aid organizations, including SIA, were not permitted to enter the camps to tend to their stricken comrades and, according to Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, they put everybody in, as they don't want to arrange anybody's papers. 149. Many were encouraged to return to Spain to rely on the friendly hospitality of the Caudillo, or invited to join the French Foreign Legion as a thank you for their good treatment by the authorities. 150. Those who managed to avoid the camps were liable to being rounded up and sent there anyway. These underground comrades were obliged to stay off the streets at night, use hotels employing discretion vis-a-vis identification, and avoid speaking Spanish in public. 151. Lucia Sanchez Saornil described the situation of anarchist refugees who had managed to get to Paris. They are mercilessly harassed by the police, penniless, living on the S.I.A.'s solidarity, but unless our branches abroad can increase the grant of funds, the resources available will give up and the position then will be even more dreadful. 152. 118. Some of the old sectarian prejudices that existed during the war persisted in the camps. According to a report by the IWMA, the communists are as usually double-faced and treacherous, which has provoked a bitter interior GHT among the refugees in the camp of Gurs. For instance, 153. Another anarchist, Solano Palacio, argued that things were no better than they had been in Spain. The same irritating preferential treatment, the odiously unfair favoritism was worse than ever. 154. This was an opinion shared by other non-anarchists in the Popular Front. In the United States, Socialist Party leader Norman Thomas threatened to remove his party's support for the MNAC because the organization was demonstrating favoritism in Europe towards communist refugees. 155. In this context, international comrades maintaining their support for SIA was extremely important. The transatlantic anarchists continued to agitate for their comrades inside and outside the camps, with the ILP's John McNair and the literary anarchist Herbert Reed speaking at one meeting in London in March 1939. 156. Spain and the world managed to raise almost £300 between April and December 1939 to provide board and lodgings for Spanish refugees in London, FTY of whom had managed to EE from Madrid. 157. The SIA British section also provided funds to help relocate comrades to other countries, such as Argentina. 158. Some refugees were taken under the care of the ACF in Glasgow, which worked with the Spain and the World Refugee Fund run by Vernon Richards. 159. Goldman traveled to Canada to agitate for the Spanish cause, a welcome respite from her time in Britain, which she always loathed. One meeting in Windsor raised $103, which she believed was not so little after all the begging the communists had done. 160. In the United States, the anarchist Red Cross, later known as the anarchist Black Cross, was revived. This organization, originally created during the 1905 Russian Revolution to help anarchists on the receiving end of Tsarist repression, worked alongside SIA in relief work. Under the stewardship of veteran Russian-American anarchist Boris Yelensky, It sent almost $9,000 to Spain during the course of the Civil War. 161 La Dunita dei Refratari raised funds for Spanish orphans and refugees as well as Italian exiles who had fought in Spain. The group sent $336.33 for this purpose in April 1939. 162 The collapse of the Republican Front led to a decline in solidarity, precisely when Spaniards needed it most. The reason was not a decrease in agitation but a general public disillusionment with the world's situation, something Eric Smith calls a collective fatigue. 163 After 3 years of struggle, raising enthusiasm for what was obviously a lost cause was difficult, especially with the rest of Europe lurching towards a fresh war. In December 1938, the CNTFAI made the decision to liquidate its British and North American bureaus, which it could no longer afford to keep. 164 In the United States, SIA continued to function, but gradually declined as the years went on since Franco's triumph. 165 The British SIA section died quietly, largely because no one was willing to maintain it once Goldman left for Canada. By this time, Ethel Mannon was a full-blown Pacey St and less keen to be involved in SIA. Others were touted, including Greville. 119. Texidor and Ruth Prothero, both of whom had served in Spain, but they could not commit to a full-time post. 166 For a brief period, though, the vanities of internationalism were revealed. Conclusion. This chapter has highlighted the tensions between nationalism and internationalism in the anarchist movement during the Spanish Civil War. Although the transatlantic anarchist movement was often grouped around national and ethnic lines, it would be wrong to assume that this meant a lack of commitment to internationalism. The increased activity around the Spanish CON-ICT was proof enough that international solidarity was strong, and many anarchists showed a selfless regard for the trials and tribulations of the CNTFAI. Spain became a defining moment in the lives of many of these activists, whether by disillusionment or a renewed interest in the cause. Abe Bluestein, writing to his sweetheart Selma from Barcelona, believed that his experiences would help me and color my opinions of my thought throughout the rest of my life. 167 What is striking about many of these activists is the physical pain they felt at the defeat of the revolution and the eventual triumph of fascism in Spain. Maximiliano Ole, upon hearing of the fall of Barcelona, burst into tears. 168 Goldman called the fall of Barcelona la tragedia más grande de mi vida, the greatest tragedy of my life. 169 Considering her life, which had its fair share of ups and downs, the imprisonment of her companion Alexander Berkman for 14 years, being deported from her adopted home in 1919, the failure of the Russian Revolution, Berkman's eventual suicide, this is a striking statement. The hopes and dreams of the international anarchist movement were placed in the victory of the Spanish proletariat, and their defeat was a crushing blow. At the same time, the transatlantic anarchists had to walk a tightrope between solidarity with the Spanish anarchists and criticism of their increasingly nationalistic behavior. The CNTFAI's embrace of the idea of the CON-ICT as a war of national liberation had damaging effects on its international standing in the anarchist community. This became acrimonious in the extreme and threatened to split the movement at one stage. Despite this, comrades in the transatlantic countries continued to agitate for the Spanish Revolution, and achieved a degree of success through SIA, particularly in the United States. The CNTFAI Foreign Language Division, despite problems, was able to showcase the revolution to the outside world, largely due to its transnational nature. Israel Ostroff, a Jewish anarchist active in the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGWU, in the 1920s, was probably correct when he noted that anarchism does not wipe out nationality. 170 Generally, in the battle between nationalism and internationalism in the 1930s, the latter suffered the most telling blows. Internationalism is, however, one of the few clear and stable principles of anarchism, and during the Spanish Civil War, the transatlantic anarchists' commitment to it was resolute. 171 L adunita dei refratari inits obituarito. 120. Michel Centrone, who had recently been killed while serving in the Escaso column in Spain, said he and anarchists like him were the bastards of all nations, who would have felt offended by those who said that they had gone to GHT and die for the splendor of the patria mother country. 172 S. Pietro Gori, the Italian anarchist songwriter, proclaimed in 1904, "The whole world is our country." 173. 5. Gender, masculinity, and the children of the revolution. Economic changes are a prerequisite for any revolution calling itself anti-capitalist, but to be truly transformative, a revolution needs to target a more fundamental reorganization of societal norms. Revolutions in general, and anarchist revolutions in particular, are predicated on a wholesale rethinking of the essential forms of human relationships, a transformation of existing structures more essential than simply altering the prevailing means of production. Without changing people's minds, getting rid of the muck of ages, to borrow a term from Marx, the tendency to slip back into the old ways of life becomes irresistible. One for the CNT in Spain, then, the collectivizations and factory seizures were a necessity for the revolution, but they were not, and could not, be the ultimate arbiter for the victory of the Spanish proletariat. As Martha A. Acklesberg notes, a successful revolution needs not only to challenge existing relationships of domination and subordination, but to create new bases for human solidarity, based on mutuality and reciprocity, rather than on inequality, domination, and subordination. One issue of extreme importance in this respect is the emancipation of women. The anarchist Murray Bookchin claims that there is no more telling commentary on the power of the cultural legacy of capitalism than the extent to which the socialist project itself is permeated by hierarchy, sexism, and renunciation. 3. Spanish society before the revolution was deeply patriarchal, and despite some gains during the Republican era, the cult of motherhood was ingrained through political and cultural institutions. Women were expected to provide children for the nation, maintain an idyllic home life, and submit to the whims of their husbands. The anarchist movement also paid little attention to women's issues. 4. Fidel Miro, an activist in the FIJL and FAI during the war, later admitted that in the CNT assemblies, you'd hardly see 3 women. The woman was in the house. 5. As Helen Graham puts it, the anarchist utopia stopped at the front door. 6. The gender relations produced in a patriarchal system do not only affect women. The cult of motherhood prevalent in Spain was the mirror image of a cult of fatherhood, or rather, a cult of a certain type of masculinity. Females were assigned certain gender roles, and, by extension, there were also roles and behaviors to which males were expected to conform, such as being the sole breadwinner and fathering children. As Richard Clemenson notes, the perception 129 of the state of masculinity by the educated elite in the 1920s was, perhaps predictably, that of an outmoded, fundamentally conservative and possibly violent expression of maleness. 7. Men who did not conform to the stereotype operated outside the accepted norms of masculinity. Sociologists writing in the 1980s used the term hegemonic masculinity to describe this. They denoted this as a particular variety of masculinity to which others, among them young and effeminate as well as homosexual men, are subordinated. 8. The predominance of hegemonic masculinity in the anarchist movement sat uneasily with its theoretical commitment to equality. It also led to a caricaturing of the role of young people in the war, and a belittling of the efforts of youth to aid the Spanish Revolution, both in Spain and in the transatlantic countries. This chapter examines the effect of the Spanish Revolution on gender relations and the transatlantic anarchist response. Although there were some gains made by women during the period, they did little to destabilize the existing system of patriarchy. Far from being a result of the backwardness of the Spanish anarchist movement, this was largely the same in the transatlantic countries. The emphasis on masculinity present within the anarchist movement, symbolized by the virile syndicalism of the IWW, is symptomatic of this. The twin stereotypes of the cult of masculinity and the cult of motherhood produced a third cult, the cult of childhood, which much of the fundraising efforts of the transatlantic anarchists reinforced. The dismissal of youth by many older anarchists was both unwise and unfair, and the anarchist youth in Spain and abroad showed itself more than capable of organizing its members to defy their subordinate status and the gerontocratic hegemony of the movement. Gender relations were a blind spot for much of the anarchist movement during this period, but this ignorance did not go unchallenged. Free women. Following the onset of the revolution in July 1936, Spanish women seized the opportunity to play a more prominent public role. They took up arms to get off the rebellion, worked in the factories and walked the corridors of power. Federica Montseny of the FAI became Spain's RST female minister when she became Minister of Health and Public Assistance in November 1936. In government, she passed a decree legalizing abortion, more wide-ranging in its scope than any country barring Russia after 1917. Marriage was reformed, with the local trade union or anti-fascist organization, rather than the church, responsible for officiating, and divorce laws were relaxed. In the agricultural collectives, men leaving for the front allowed many women to achieve prominence in local administration and serve on the newly formed revolutionary committees. 9 women appeared to have thrown off the shackles of their subordination and asserted themselves as equal partners in the new society. The intervention of women in the current struggle against fascism proclaimed the CNT newspaper, Sine es the triumph of the revolution 10 as we shall see below. This triumphalism was premature. 130. One of the most original women's organizations to emerge during the Civil War era was the anarchist group Mujeres Libres, Free Women. The brainchild of Lucia Sánchez Aornal, Mercedes Coma Posada, and Amparo Poch y Gascon, the group limited itself initially to publishing a newspaper of the same name, the RST edition of which appeared in May 1936 and sold out almost immediately. 11. They were reacting to the scant attention paid to women's issues in the traditionally male realm of the CNT and FAI. At the same time, the group rejected the bourgeois feminism of liberal middle-class women who strived simply to be treated on equal terms with men. Conchiliano, one of the leading activists of Mujeres Libres, maintained that we were geared towards the proletarian woman, the working woman, the one with no education, to get them out of that servility, that submission, at work, in the home, so they consider themselves adults. 12. The group focused on what Ackelsberg refers to as the links among economic, cultural, and sexual subordination. 13. When the war broke out, the women of Mujeres Libres supplied food to the militias and besieged cities like Madrid, set up popular dining rooms, helped form rural collectives and traveled throughout the Republican zone to propagandize for the cause. They set up schools to train women for industries short of personnel after men had left for the front, unionizing them for the CNT in the process. They created liberatorios de prostitution, liberation homes for prostitutes, to help sex workers and new means of employment, as well as demolishing the hated women's prison on Amalia Street in Barcelona. By 1938, the group had transformed itself into a federation with 30,000 members and branches all over Republican Spain. 14. Its members made a determined effort to raise the consciousness of women through collective action. For this reason, Mary Nash describes Mujeres Libres as the RST mass women's organization to attempt to put anarcho-feminism into practice. 15. Fittingly, Emma Goldman, one of the RST anarcho-feminists, became the official representative of Mujeres Libres, not only in Britain but in the whole of Europe and the United States. 16. She sold the group's newspaper, to which she contributed articles, and cooperated with other women's organizations to highlight the good work of Mujeres Libres. In Spain, one British organization Goldman contacted was the 6 Point Group. This was founded in 1921 to address women's equality issues, and its membership was made up largely of militant, often left-wing, suffragists. Goldman liaised with the group through its secretary, Monica Whately. Whately was a Labour Party member and activist who became a London County Councillor for Limehouse in 1937, and became involved in the anti-apartheid movement after the Second World War. 17 Goldman became a 6-point subscriber and addressed group meetings to rouse support for her Spanish comrades. The British group invited Mujeres Libres to attend a conference of the Equal Rights International in Geneva in 1937, although neither Goldman nor any Spanish representatives were able to go. 18 The two groups also cooperated in helping women anti-fascist prisoners who were being held in Republican jails after the May Days. This included Katia Landau, whose husband, the Austrian Trotskyist Kurt Landau, was murdered by communists. 19 Whately raised the matter with the Spanish embassy in London, and Landau and other women were eventually released. 20 Later, she offered to assist Mercedes Coma Posada to escape from a French concentration camp near Nîmes, although she was released before Whately was able to write to the French government. 21 The end results of cooperation between the groups were limited, then, although not through lack of goodwill. This was the general theme of Goldman's efforts to help Mujeres Libres during the period. She planned to have an exhibition of Mujeres Libres material in London to raise funds, but although this was mentioned in the newspaper, she did not receive enough material to hold it. The same was true of a planned SIA Mujeres Libres joint bulletin, postponed due to the high cost of printing. 22 Even so, she continued to support the group through publications like Spain and the World. In the January 21, 1938 edition, she praised the group as being not content merely to GHT for their emancipation, they aim at the liberation of the whole of humanity. 23 Goldman was also able to send Mercedes Coma Posada a substantial food package through SIA. In thanks, a farm funded by the 26th BRODIE division was named after her, the Granja Emma Goldman. 24 Towards the end of the war, Goldman sent money to help those women of Mujeres Libres being held in French concentration camps. Molly Steimer relayed to Goldman the importance of this work, in sending them the money, which was £7, it isn't only material aid, it is at the same time great encouragement for those who believe, according to their letters, that they are forgotten by their comrades. 25 SIA was an important arena for female activity in the transatlantic countries. In addition to Goldman and Ethel Mannon running the British section, women in the United States set up Comites Femeninos, women's committees, to organize solidarity. There were Comites Femeninos in West Virginia, Ohio and other states, and New Brunswick in New Jersey had a Comite Juvenile Femenino, Young Women's Committee. Violet Gonzalez also headed a SIA youth section in New York. 26 Although these groups focused on issues that were traditionally associated with women, such as helping children, they offered members a sine qua degree of autonomy in their organization. The work of Mujeres Libres in Spain was not always treated with the same appreciation by male anarchists. This is hardly surprising. The group was formed due to the anarchist movement's deficiency in paying attention to women's issues, a deficiency many men refused to accept. The group was regularly accused of splitting the movement, and the CNT, FAI, and FIJL reproached the women's organization for supposedly trying to poach their members. Lucia Sanchez Saornil was furious that Solidaridad Obrera, the mouthpiece of the anarchist movement, did not even bother to advertise the RST edition of Mujeres Libres. 27 Goldman castigated Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez for the CNT's lack of support for the group, expressing surprise that the CNT, FAI, and even the JJLL Joventudes Libertarias, Young Libertarians, the Catalan branch of the FIJL, have done so little to help 28 them and shown so little interest. The greatest insult was the refusal to recognize Mujeres Libres as an official constituent part of the Movimiento Libertario Español, Spanish Libertarian Movement, MLE, at the Congress of the Spanish Anarchist Movement in October 1938. According to Ackelsberg, the group's demand for autonomy in setting its goals and priorities was the sticking point for the movement's other organizations. 29 Goldman was quite blunt about the decision. She told Pedro Herrera that Spain was FTY years behind in comparison to the other peoples of Europe when dealing with women, and that many of the Spanish comrades have much to learn, even from the bourgeois countries. 30 This was a far cry from the image of anarchist women often associated with the Spanish Civil War. Militianas. The onset of the Civil War provided many new opportunities for Spanish women. One of the most striking of these changes was the emergence of the female militia member, or militiana. Women had been involved in front-line combat in the Russian army at the end of the First World War and fought in a limited sense in many areas during the Mexican Revolution of 1910–20. Still, the widespread mobilization of women as actors on an equal level with men during the Spanish Civil War was a sign he can't break from the traditional auxiliary roles performed by women in wartime. 31 As Lisa Margaret Lines argues, the militianas were a manifestation of the new gender roles and opportunities created by the Civil War and Social Revolution. 32 Even today, women on the front line attract considerable media attention, as shown by the interest in the Yekini and Palestinian Women's Protection Units, YPJ, serving in Syrian Kurdistan from the start of the Syrian Civil War in 2011. 33 Michael Knapp, Anja Flack, and Erkan Ibogia, who study the YPJ, argue that armed women break a taboo, since weapons are the symbol of male domination. They also signal a transcendence of gender differences, and insofar as they are perceived as a threat to men, they endanger male privilege. 34 Much of the international media treated women in Spain as curiosities, with references to Amazon's common. The Daily Herald printed a short story entitled The Spanish Amazon, and Reynolds News captioned one of its pictures, Amazons in thick of the fight. 35 Republicans used their propaganda value in a variety of posters. Some of the most iconic images from the initial days of the war are those of militianas with RIES slung over their shoulders, ready to head to the front. 36 Several scholars argue that the use of militianas in visual propaganda was directed primarily at men to encourage them to enlist. This may have been true, but it ignores the effect that images of women had on potential female recruits. This also assumes a singular narrative amongst all anti-fascist organizations. Images used by anarchists could have a different meaning from those used by left Republicans, for example. 37 Up to 1,000 women became militianas on the front line in the RST weeks of DING, with thousands more serving in the rear guard. 38. 133. The mythical Gur of the militiana encouraged a number of foreign women to enlist in the newly formed militias. The RST British volunteer to be killed during the Civil War was a woman, Felicia Brown, a communist painter who died serving on the Aragon front in August 1936. 39 One poem appearing in the IWWS One Big Union Monthly entitled Woman of Spain encapsulated the inspirational image of the militiana. Matron and mother whose humble task was that of sweetheart or wife, must now arise before the sun, to dig a trench and load a gun, to GHT until the GHT is done, and the NAL bullet is shot. 40. Militianas were also known as Rosas de la Guerra, Roses of War. As Paula Faustner notes, this symbolism reacted their commitment to socialism, the color red, and their resilience, thorns. It also referred to the fragility of the gers, petals, a sign of men's reluctance to fully accept them at the front on equal terms. 41 Several foreign anarchists became militianas while in Spain, with a number serving in the BRODIE international group. The casualty rate of this group was high, and few remained alive by the time of the withdrawal of women from the front line in March 1937. 42 The Italian-American Maria Giacchini was one of a possible 2 transatlantic anarchists who became militianas. The daughter of Central Italian peasants, Giacchini moved to Pennsylvania in 1912, and soon became a airy anarchist speaker in the local Italian anarchist community, corresponding with notable gers such as Enrico Malatesta and Camillo Bernieri. Kenyon Zimmer believes she served in an unidentified unit for a period between October 1936 and March 1937, before returning to the United States. 43 The other transatlantic militiana, Greville Texidor, served in the anarchist Centuria Aguilicos de las Cortes in Aragon. Born in 1902 in Wolverhampton, Texidor, née Foster, was a dancer and writer. She moved to Tossa de Mar in Catalonia in 1933 after marrying a Spaniard, who gave her the name Texidor, but they soon drifted apart. Smothered by the atmosphere in this bohemian enclave, she began an affair with the German anarchist schoolteacher Werner Droescher, whom she married in 1936 under the new revolutionary marriage laws. On the outbreak of hostilities, Droescher went to Barcelona and joined the POUM militia, but after Texidor joined him at the front, they transferred to the Aguilicos. Later, in Barcelona, they joined the Centuria Giustizia y Libertad, also known as the Matadi Battalion, attached to the Escaso column. They saw little action, although they did participate in an attack on the village of Almudvar near Huesca. They met Goldman when she visited La Zaida, where they were stationed briefly, and again when they came to London after leaving Spain in early 1937. Whilst in the British capital, the anarchist newlyweds helped set up the ASU. 134. Droescher remembers his time working with the London anarchists as follows. We drank weak tea, ate stale buns, and smoked the cheapest cigarettes. There was an almost Dickensian atmosphere about the place, so different from the bitter reality of the Spanish Civil War. 44 They later returned to Spain to take care of evacuated children in Catalonia. Back in Britain following the fall of Catalonia, they were interned as enemy aliens during the Second World War, courtesy of Droescher's German citizenship, which was transferred to Texidor upon their second, legally binding marriage, before being deported to New Zealand in 1940. Texidor wrote an unpublished novel based on her time in Spain entitled Notebook of a Militia Woman, drafts of which are held at the State Library of New South Wales in Australia. 45 Militianas often joined their partners on the front line. One GDR at the Madrid front told the News Chronicle journalist Geoffrey Cox that my husband is here in this regiment. We were never apart in peacetime. Why should I leave him in war? 46 Militianas who did not enlist with their friends, husbands, or aunts tended to be part of existing party or union structures. They also tended to be young, although some mothers accompanied their sons into battle. 47 According to Droescher, women and men had equal rights in the militia, and he spoke favorably about the women of La Zaida who had taken over the administrative tasks of the village after the menfolk had joined the militia. He goes into no real detail about the gender division of work in the militia, but there seems to have been variation between different units over which tasks were performed by women as opposed to men. 48 Lines asserts that women were expected to carry out both combat and supportive tasks, but in some militias men also performed auxiliary tasks, such as cooking. 49 The challenge to patriarchal structures that the militianas represented was not to last. The Republican authorities launched a sustained campaign against women at the front, with the full support of the Spanish anarchists. In July 1936, Tierra y Libertad praised women at the front, saying that they were the best harang aranga for the defenders of liberty. 50 Barely 3 months later, Solidaridad Obrera criticized those magazines which publish photos of women armed with a gun who have never read a shot in their lives. 51 By 1937, one CNTFAI pamphlet advised women that they were better off making AGS for the Red Cross than taking up arms. 52 Some militianas were recategorized as lavanderas, washerwomen, further signaling their demotion in logistical terms. 53 The excuse for this sudden change of attitude was the allegation that women at the front were responsible for spreading venereal disease by moonlighting as prostitutes. 54 Felix Martí Ibáñez, the anarchist largely responsible for designing the law legalizing abortion, argued that mercenaries of half-virtuous women could not give up their previous lifestyles by sowing the battlefront with venereal diseases. The only way these would be extirpated from the front, according to him, was by removing women. 55 Women were barred from combat roles at the front, but still permitted to serve as doctors or nurses. This suggests that the spread of venereal disease was not the main priority when arguing for 135. The militianas' removal from the militias. 56 One militiana noted wryly that one would have to be very stupid to go to the front lines to be a prostitute, where you can get your head blown off. 57 Several transatlantic anarchist women traveled to Spain to work in a non-military capacity. Ruth Prothero was the only female doctor sent to Spain by the SMAC, helping to establish the Granon Military Hospital in August 1936. Born in Leipzig in 1906, she migrated to Britain in 1934 to escape the Nazis, and became a Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh before working at Lock Hospital in London's Soho. 58 Described by Goldman as a beautiful, earnest, and comrade, her anti-authoritarian convictions got her into trouble with the SMAC authorities. 59 They criticized her for a plan to create a workers' committee, or Soviet, for the hospital, and for ignoring censorship to correspond with political undesirables in Barcelona. Despite one report in November 1936 ending there to be no imputation against her professional skill and judgment, Prothero's superiors dismissed her, allegedly for her association with a whispering campaign, emanating from certain jealous medical elements. 60 In December 1936, however, control of the hospital transferred from the SMAC to the FAI, and Prothero returned to Granon to treat the wounded of the Escaso column, later the 28th Division. This she did until a bombing campaign by the Nationalists in October 1937 caused the hospital to be evacuated. After her return to Britain in December of the same year, she gave talks on her Spanish experiences, deputized by Louis Frank, another ally of the anarchists in Barcelona. 61 Nurses were also badly needed in Spain. The role was traditionally performed by nuns, but after the rebellion, so many nuns had fled from Republican territory that it became necessary either to train ordinary women or bring in replacements from abroad. Nash notes that Official institutions discriminated against many of the new nursing schools run by anti-fascist organizations, making the problem worse. 62 Beryl Sutton, the wife of an old comrade of Goldman from the Freedom Group in London, served as a nurse on the Aragon front. She went to Spain at the end of 1936 after Goldman recommended her to the Barcelona local committee of the Spanish Red Cross, and even brought £50 worth of medical supplies to the front with her. 63 The removal of women as combatants did provide some unexpected perks for transatlantic anarchists. It meant Greville Texidor could obtain a visa to return to Spain with relative ease, since she was not suspected of being a combatant. Her husband found it much more difficult and had to travel to the Spanish consulate in Marseilles to obtain the necessary paperwork. 64 Prevailing gender stereotypes also proved useful in tricky situations in Spain. During the May Days, Ethel MacDonald hid bombs and other pieces of contraband in her purse when police searched her male comrades in cafes or restaurants. She pretended to be the wife of one of the men when the police came over, and by simply not talking and trusting that the guard would respect a woman, I managed to bluff them into disregarding me. 65 This happened to Selma Cohen when she was in Spain as well. Women working for the CNTFAI. 136. Were used effectively as human shields during the streeting, with Selma serving as body armor for Abe Bluestein and Enrico Aragoni on their way back to Valladolid on one occasion. Abe reminisced that soldiers from either side would not take a chance to hit a woman. They had very gallant ideas at that time as to how to treat a woman. 66 Gendered ideas were present throughout the international anarchist movement. Anarchism. The anarchist movement, for all its progressivism, remained a very masculine arena. The IWW regularly invoked a particular form of rugged masculinity in its propaganda. In a May 1937 editorial, the Union's One Big Union Monthly linked political and industrial emancipation with a manly defense of workers' rights. It asked, will a smiling face and a resigned voice and the benevolence of Ma Perkins change the picture here? A reliance on government, it argued, had led to the defeat of the labor movement in Germany and Italy. The author characterized this as weakness, and later posed the question, why not stand on your own hind legs for a change? 67 This animalistic appeal to the working class's inner instinct of rebellion is indicative of what Francis Shore describes as virile syndicalism, and was far from unusual in the wobbly press. 68 This was partly a result of the background of the Union's members. Wobblies tended to be transitory, working on the railways, mines, mills, and logging camps of the Midwest or the ships and dockyards of the Pacey Sea and Gulf coasts. These were jobs in which women were rarely employed. As Todd DePastino argues, it was in the absence of domesticity, feminine civilization, and workplace subordination where the IWW's imagined community of masculinity nourished. 69 non-unionists were often challenged by Wobblies to STGHTS, shootouts, and other tests of masculinity. Stephen A. Wright notes that this nurtured a masculine spirit of camaraderie, rebelliousness, and independence, values that the IWW taught in its newspapers, pamphlets, and stump speeches. 70 Wobblies even rejected the use of the word comrade, the preferred term used by socialists and communists, as sissy, preferring the bullier greeting of fellow workers. 71 Comrade implied intellectual rather than class solidarity, which Wobblies saw as a much stronger base for anti-capitalist agitation. 72 The use of sissy, denoting femininity and with undertones of homophobia, is systematic of the hostility the IWW showed to what Melvin Dubofsky describes as effete intellectualism. 73 This has interesting parallels with the Spanish anarchists, who rejected the word camarada, comrade, in favor of compañero, friend/companion. American brigadista William Herrick said that by the time he left Spain in September 1937, comrade was a term of disparagement, accompanied by spit. 74 The visual propaganda of the Wobblies was also a fetishization of the raw muscular savagery of unskilled proletarians. 75 In the same issue of One Big Union Monthly discussed above, the front cover shows a particularly muscular 137 worker folding his arms into ants. This image was a favorite trope of the newspaper. 76 The IWW did make a conscious effort not to alienate women workers, unlike the American Federation of Labor, which excluded them explicitly from their unions. One of the most famous strikes of the 1910s organized by the union was led largely by women, the so-called Bread and Roses strike of textile workers in Lawrence, Massachusetts in 1912. The IWW also sold copies of Margaret Sanger's book on birth control, What Every Mother Should Know, which some men viewed as an affront to working-class masculinity. Equally, the rugged masculinity of the Wobblies did attract a certain type of rebel girl. 77 However, this tended towards tokenism, and its gendered language valorized the male at the expense of the female. Ralph Chaplin described liberals critical of the IWW position as sob sisters. 78 This meant that, as Shore suggests, it downplayed the critical role that women performed in sustaining any social movement and, in particular, in promoting the communal interests so necessary to the IWW's success as 79 A social movement. The rugged masculinity embodied by the Wobblies could have dangerous consequences within the context of wartime Spain. The comrades of Irish Wobbly Patrick Reed remembered him for his fearless behavior at the front whilst serving in the International Brigades. Steve Nelson, the political commissar of the 15th Brigade, described Red as hard as teakwood. 80 He regularly volunteered for the most dangerous jobs, refusing to let others take his place. 81 This fearlessness often degenerated into recklessness, as was the case when some German bombers attacked the area where Reed and his friend Harry Fisher were stationed. When the planes began their attack, everyone in the group scattered, everyone, that is, but Pat and me Fisher. Pat refused to run, and just leaned against the side of a barn. He refused to lay down, and, like a damn fool, I imitated his bravado. 82 Reed apparently also used to pause while laying communications lines under Reed to roll and smoke his cigarettes. 83 This is strikingly similar to the events that led to the death of the leading Spanish anarchist militant Francisco Esqueso during the assault on the Atarazanas barracks in Barcelona on July 20, 1936. He charged recklessly towards a sentry box whilst his comrades looked on, and was shot in the head after stopping to re-aid a soldier in the barracks. Those inside surrendered a matter of minutes later. Esqueso quickly became a sort of anarchist martyr, and a militia column, commanded by his brother Domingo, was named after him. 84 He was one of a trio of Spanish anarchists, Juan Garcia Oliver and Buenaventura Durruti being the other two, known as Los Tres Mosqueteros, the Three Musketeers, in the 1920s and 1930s. Part of a larger group called Los Solidarios, Solidarity, which included the future military leaders Ricardo Sanz Garcia and Miguel Garcia Vivancos. They were famous for conducting daring raids against employers' pistoleros, hired gunmen, as well as robbing banks to fund the movement. They prided themselves as hombres de acción, men of action, who had little time for theory and put an emphasis on deeds. 138. Overwords. The man of action, Garcia Oliver maintained, makes history and does not write it. 85. These were romanticized, specifically masculine identities. The contradictions between anarchists' theory and practice concerning masculinity are highlighted by their attitudes towards alcohol. Lisa Kirschenbaum writes about the concepts of rough and respectable masculinity within the international brigades. Drawing on the work of Paul Michel Talon, she contrasts rough masculinity, which consisted largely of getting drunk, with respectable masculinity, which emphasized self-control, self-improvement, and uninching defense of one's rights against unjust oppression. The idea of being a good communist. 86. Similarly, George L. Moss describes the ideal socialist man in the interwar period as hard in his dedication to the cause, simple in his habits, strong and silent. 87. Spanish anarchists were also famous for their near-Puritan rejection of liquor. 88. The FIJL and FAI issued a joint statement in October 1936 attacking so-called vices and providing advice for the moral anarchist. It argued that the tavern strikes and degenerates the gang spirit. Close it. 89. Many collectives outlawed the sale of alcohol in their cafes, and Augustin Souchy, traveling through Aragon in 1937, remarked that Spaniards are a temperate, sober people. 90. This was respectable masculinity. On the front, however, rough masculinity was more common. In the international brigades, communist officials had a rolling scale of behavior for non-party recruits: good, fair, drunk, bad, or very bad. Frank Oscar Aho, a Finnish-born former Wobbly, was described as drunk but brave at the front. 91. Frank Miller, another Wobbly, was reported as being an incorrigible drunkard, in addition to being an anarchist element. 2. Black marks. 92. Antonio Pietro Casassa, an Italian-American anarchist and member of San Francisco SL Emancipazione group, was another that authorities in the Garibaldi battalion criticized as an elemento ubriacon, drunken element. 93. One Irishman who served in the British battalion of the International Brigades was arrested for drunken brawling, and said that in his prison camp the only 94 crime which counted was drunkenness. Many foreigners remarked that they were not used to Spanish wine, which was much stronger than the stuff sold back home. 95. This was a predicament in anarchist units too. Anarchist border guards offered new recruits wine from the traditional pourin, and if they refused they were called maricones, queers. 96. The BRODIE international group spent almost half of its wages on alcohol. They were particularly fond of cognac and anisette. 97. Authorities in the 26th BRODIE division deemed alcohol enough of a problem that they felt compelled to ban the bringing of sacks or packages to ambulances to stop unscrupulous individuals from running hooch. Drivers were also banned from taking orders when they went to Lerida or other population centers to discourage the smuggling of the most dangerous of the vices. 98. This drinking culture became too much for one transatlantic anarchist. Abe Bluestein was mortally dead after imbibing too much at a dinner with Emma Goldman and some other foreign anarchists and projectile vomiting over the table. He wrote. 139. To his sweetheart Selma that even in my drunken state I knew to feel very embarrassed and went out of the dining room immediately. He then went to Goldman's room to sleep it off. 99. Despite theoretical appeals to sobriety, many anarchists were compelled to adhere to the norms of rough masculinity. At the same time, this masculinity was inherently fragile. Volunteers wrestled with the idea of bravery, and what exactly it meant to be men in the context of the war. An important defense of militarization was the argument that undisciplined anarchists were particularly susceptible to panic under artillery or aerial bombing, and frequently deserted. This was a complaint of the anarchist commander Cipriano Mera. 100 Harry Fisher was close to desertion at one point, but decided to stay after seeing a friend in good cheer despite being wounded at Brunt. He wrote, very honestly, in his memoirs that, "I learned one very important lesson that day. I have never called a comrade, even a deserter, a coward. I have experienced the unspeakably horrible feeling of fear, and I realize how close I came to deserting. I know that being fearful doesn't make a person a coward." 101. James Albrighton, an English communist who served in the anarchist Muert-es Maestro militia, commented on the effect that shelling could have on a volunteer's mentality. He came under re for the RST time at Madrid in October 1936, and recorded his feelings in his diary. "After the shelling had stopped, I tried to stand up. At RST I did not have the strength to do so, my legs were like jelly. My body shook as if I had the ague, I was soaked more by my own perspiration than by the rain. As no one near me seemed to be affected sick, I had to pretend that the shelling had not worried me." 102. Resistance to fear was an important aspect of hegemonic masculinity. It helped to delineate what was acceptable at the front and what was acceptable in the rear guard. Another important group, along with women, was excluded from this norm of hegemonic masculinity: children, and young people in general. "If you tolerate this, your children will be next." The Republic used children as a trope to symbolize the cruel and unfeeling nature of fascism, and the results of non-resistance to it. One famous poster produced by the Ministry of Propaganda showed a dead child with planes ying overhead and the caption, "If you tolerate this, your children will be next." 103 children were linked explicitly to women, and female anarchists were also guilty of appealing to this stereotype. In January 1938, Federica Montseny gave a plea to the women of America, in which she appealed to their maternal duty to prevent women and children from being killed in nationalist. 140. Bombardments. She argued that by sending aid to Spain they would protect the lives of your husbands, of your children, which tomorrow will also be menaced by fascism. Filled with emotive language and metaphors of children without cradles, it identified women explicitly with their perceived primary role as mothers. Montseny finished by saying that, "Each night when going to bed, when you hold in your arms the sleeping child, when you arrange the cradle of the newly born, when you dream of your hopes in your future married life, each time you feel happy, when you feel comfortable, when you have a moment of joy, think of Spain." 104. This was an appeal to non-political women. Indeed, Montseny was careful to address non-working class women in her statement. But it shows how quickly anarchists shed any real attention they may have paid to the pernicious effects of patriarchal relations within the context of the war. If it helped raise money for the war effort, gender stereotypes were permissible. Anarchists in London used the perceived helplessness of women and children to establish a front organization for fundraising, the Committee to Aid Homeless Spanish Women and Children. This was the nom de plume of the CNTFAI London Bureau when it wanted to avoid scaring off prospective middle-class patrons by using the word anarchism. Its sponsors included such eminent women as Stella Churchill, who acted as honorary treasurer, Dame Sybil Thorndike, Rebecca West, Ethel Mannon and Lady Playfair. 105. The group's most successful endeavour was a musical evening in April 1937 with the renowned radical singer Paul Robeson, which raised over £200 for the cause. He sang a collection of African American and Finnish folk songs and received a smashing ovation. 106. The group was so successful at hiding its identity from the public that one member of the audience was the Soviet ambassador to Britain, Ivan Maysky. Oblivious that this was an anarchist front, he was suitably hoary-eyed when Goldman was unveiled as the organizer. 107. They also showcased drawings made by children suffering from the nationalist bombardment of Barcelona at an exhibition in early 1938. That April, Basque children from the ILP Children's Colony at Street contributed to a musical evening arranged jointly by the CNTFAI London Bureau and the ILP. 108 Vernon Richards set up his own fund for Spanish orphaned children that raised significant sums of money to send to Spain. Between April 1937 and December 1938, the Spain and the World Orphans and Refugees Fund sent over £840 for Spain's beleaguered children, worth close to £50,000 in today's money. 109 Richard's extensive list of contacts, helped by his association with Camillo Bernieri as well as his late father's circle of comrades, allowed him to tap possible sources of funding from across the globe. Raffaele Schiavina, aka Max Sardin, and Osvaldo Maraviglia, the editors of El Adunita dei Refratari in the United States, supported Richards throughout the Civil War and contributed over $300 to the fund in early 1939. 110. 141. One of the main outlets for funds was the establishment of children's colonies in Catalonia. Initially, this was through collaboration between Spain and the World and the Paris-based Comité pour Espagne Libre, Committee for a Free Spain, an anarchist group that eventually became the French section of SIA. They helped set up a RST colony in February 1937 at an old chateau in Lanza, Girona. Named after Buenaventura Durruti and Francisco Escaso, it provided shelter for 186 orphaned children, a GUR that rose to 300 by the end of 1938. Run by Paula Felstein and 6 other women, the colony gave an excellent impression to the Girona health inspector in September 1937, who praised the magnificent amenities that all its children could enjoy. Indeed, he described the colony as a model, which should serve as an example to others. 111 Spain and the World appealed for supporters to help with money as well as children's clothes, sugar, tinned milk, and other foodstuffs. 112 Goldman actually accused Richards of favoring the children of the Escaso Durruti colony at the expense of others. Writing in 1939, she complained to him that I told you when I came back in 1937 that the children of that colony were gorged while other children were starving. You paid not the slightest attention to it, but went on your own sweet way. 113 Goldman was probably incensed in her criticism by her shock at the standards of some of the other colonies run by the CNTFAI, which she witnessed on a tour of Spain in the autumn of 1937. The Escaso Durruti colony was funded directly via its 2 founding organizations, rather than through the CNT, as was the case with most other colonies. 114 In a scathing letter to CNT General Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez in October 1937, she thundered that they are in a most deplorable condition, most of them lthy beyond belief, the unfortunate children sick and neglected, the whole thing about the worst I have seen in any capitalist country. 115 Rodriguez Vázquez was apologetic in his response, saying that SIA was busy reorganizing the colonies and that he would send pictures to assure the rest of the committee that funds were being used appropriately. 116 Perhaps in response to this, Richards decided to push forward and set up another colony funded by his newspaper and its supporters, which he achieved through the establishment of the Spain and the World colony in March 1938 at El Masnou, northeast of Barcelona. 117 From March 1938 to September 1938. It housed between 39 and 66 children aged 4 to 15, with an average age of around 10. The children were mainly from Barcelona and the surrounding areas, although a number had been evacuated from Madrid. 118 Funds for the colony were collected from England, Scotland, Ireland, the United States, Palestine, South Africa, Canada, Australia, and Tunisia, meaning that, as Richards wrote to Lucia Sanchez Ornil, the adoptive parents of the 119 little ones in the Masnou settlement are all over the world. SIA maintained the colony, which also had a large communal restaurant serving the children of workers in the area. This helped to relieve the increasingly bleak situation of the town's inhabitants. 120 Despite the good work done in the colony, Richards became increasingly frustrated with the lack of 142 information he received about the administration of funds he was sending. Ideally, he wanted monthly updates so he could put them in Spain and the world, but SIA was not overly concerned with giving their international contacts detailed dossiers on children's colonies. In response, he lamented that if I want to make good propaganda for the colony, it is obvious that I need to know something about the colony. 121 The only homes that impressed Goldman on her earlier visit were those run by Basques in Barcelona and those under the supervision of Mujeres Libres. She felt that the women comrades should run all the homes since surely they understand the needs of children better. 122 The staff list at El Masnou shows only 2 men as opposed to 10 women workers. The men were listed as 1 portero, janitor, and 1 maestro, teacher, whilst the women perform typically gendered roles: costurera, seamstress, limpiera, cleaner, cocinera, cook, and puricultura, child care worker. 123 Clearly the cult of motherhood persisted during the revolution. Women were socialized to look after children and as a result were perceived to be the best carers. The British anarchists were not unique in their support of children's colonies. The anarchist youth of Detroit arranged plays to raise money for children's colonies in Spain. Writing to Spain and the world, Francis Gonzalez and Amelia Lazara, 17 and 19 years old respectively, said that the children deserve the help that we, by sacrificing ourselves, can give, for their parents were, surely, Spanish martyrs to the cause of liberty and freedom. 124 The El Adunita DEI refractory group sent regular contributions to maintain the upkeep of a home in Pins del Valles, now Sant Cugat del Valles, just north of Barcelona. The history of the home highlights some interesting tensions between the group and the CNT during the period. The anarchists of El Adunita wanted SIA, which maintained all the CNT's homes, to assist in the running of the proposed colony, but they did not want full administrative control given to the organization. They alleged that SIA colonies were unclean and administratively dishonest, and were uncomfortable with the centralizing tendencies of the Spanish anarchists, echoing at least some of the criticisms that Goldman found on her visit to Spain in 1937. Ironically, Lucia Sanchez Aornil pointed to the Spain and the World colony at Masnou as an example of how expertly the SIA colonies were run. The colony was eventually set up in late 1938 with the help of Italian-American Miliciano Armando Rodriguez, and the children of the colony even produced their own newspaper, entitled El Adunita de los Pequeños, the Call of the Little Ones. The fact that the name for the newspaper is a mix of Spanish and Italian highlights the transnational nature of the project. 125 Sadly, the colony lasted only 2 months before being overrun by the nationalists. 126 The children's colonies sat easily with one conception of youth, that of innocent but helpless bystanders in the con-ICT, and allowed for a traditional assumption of women as the ideal auxiliaries to their plight. They did nothing to challenge gendered assumptions of women's roles or of children's subordinate status. The actions of the anarchist youth movement during the civil 143 war, both in Spain and in the transatlantic countries, put forward another conception of youth, that of committed activists, willing and eager to make sacrifices for the cause, but who were consistently ignored or derided by their supposedly more experienced elders. Youth in revolt. Differences over the progress of the war between the young and the not-so-young led to significant tensions in Spain, with the FIJL generally favoring a more radical and revolutionary line than the CNT and even the FAI for most of the period. José Pirates notes that from spring 1937 until the end of the war the burden of opposition was borne by RUTA, the organ of the Catalan FIJL. 127 This cleavage was also prevalent amongst transatlantic anarchists, the general pattern being that the youngsters did much of the work while older militants either complained or ignored them. Dismissing this as simply the idealism of youth versus the more hardened realism acquired by years of struggle is relatively easy, but it sidesteps the effect of hegemonic masculinity on social relations. The reason that youths were dismissed as idealistic was a result of their status as a subordinate group, not because of their perceived political naivete. Far from it, in many ways young anarchists were considerably more astute at interpreting the Spanish political situation than their supposed elders. Looking at the average age of anarchist volunteers for Spain, one might be forgiven for thinking that the transatlantic countries had no youth movement. We know the ages of 67 Milichanos during their Spanish service. Although these cover a wide range, from just 18 on arrival in Spain to FTY 8, the average age is high, at 34. US volunteers are even older on average, at 36. British and Irish volunteers have a much smaller sample size, but still appear relatively old at an average of 30. Fraser Ottanelli notes a similar average age amongst Italian-American volunteers, including non-anarchists, and Italian-American anarchists also have a slightly higher average age, at roughly 40. 128. Even if we remove Italian-Americans from the sample, the average age of the transatlantic anarchist volunteers is still high, at around 30 years of age. The average age of British volunteers, regardless of political affiliation, was around 29, whilst US volunteers were usually slightly younger, with an average age of just over 27. 129. This might suggest that characterizing the transatlantic anarchist movement at the time as one of elderly militants disconnected with the youth is APT. This stands in stark contrast to the militants of the FIJL who were, as noted by Tierra y Libertad, the RST to take their posts at the barricades and the war fronts in July 1936. 130. There was, however, no shortage of younger transatlantic anarchists willing to make the trip to Spain. Goldman sent a list of possible volunteers to Martin Goodell at the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in January 1937, but he complained that hardly any of the names can be used. The list was mainly older comrades with families, primarily from Glasgow, whereas Goodell was more interested in the youth. 144. And their movement. He maintained that if there are no such comrades in England, we would rather have nobody from England come here. 131. There were young comrades, though, who were eager to volunteer for Spain that Goldman was either unaware of or chose to ignore. In his memoirs, Albert Meltzer describes a meeting in Holborn in early 1937 packed with keen young enthusiasts all raring to pack a bag and be off to Barcelona. One prospective volunteer, Jack Mason, even left his job as a building worker, packed a bag and deposited it at Victoria Station in anticipation. To a chorus of indignation, Goldman told the meeting that the CNT was entirely opposed to volunteers. 132. Shloim Sutton, whose wife Beryl served as a nurse in the war, traveled to Spain under instruction to ND one 16-year-old volunteer, Alfred Kopenbaum, and return him to his mother. When discussing the matter with Augustin Souchy, Goldman said that they needed to keep clear of the idea that children are being lured to GHT on the 133 anti-fascist side. As much as there were ideological cleavages amongst transatlantic anarchists in the 1930s, the widespread nature of the tension between the young and old is striking. In Britain, the Freedom Group, which had been the mainstay of the anarchist movement for decades, attracted scorn from younger activists. Vernon Richards recounted that one meeting discussing the publication of the Freedom Bulletin was nearly wrecked because one young man got up and said that freedom had become a real washerwomen's rag, and that the sooner the old men gave up the space in personal attacks, the better. 134. One youngster who attended meetings during the Civil War period was particularly critical of the group. Writing to Tom Keel in 1937, Hugh Nicholson maintained that I, and many of my young friends, have been very disappointed with the way in which we have been treated by the older comrades. No one seems to give us any encouragement, nothing constructive is done to organize youth, and I candidly say that out of all the group meetings I have attended, I have never yet been to one which I could invite any of my young friends with confidence. 135. In the United States, the situation was remarkably similar. Louis Slater, a youth in the movement in the 1930s, describes the older anarchists as, with a few exceptions, hangers-on, using the movement as a social hangout, a way of meeting friends, a nice group to belong to for idealists who didn't like communism. 136 youngsters who were disillusioned with the inertia of older comrades grouped around the Road to Freedom journal decided to launch their own publication, which they named Vanguard. Except for Mark Schmidt, who was in his mid to late 30s, the average age of the Vanguard group upon its founding in 1931 was just under 22, with Clara Friedman the youngest at 17. Also present at the founding meeting were Sidney Solomon, 20 years old, Louis Slater, 21, Louis Whitey Jenin, 21, Eddie Wong, 31, Violet Gonzalez, Glenn Carrington, 27, Tommy Dolgoff, 19, brother of Sam, 29, and Ruth, 20, and Zena Dickstein, 18, 137. 145. In its declaration of principles, the group railed against older comrades who were cooped up within the con-ness of little national colonies, which risked the movement being relegated to the Museum of Antiquities. It argued that a new type of youth was coming to the fore in American life, rebellious, critical, iconoclastic, and contemptuous of the smug generalities of the older generation. 138. Along with their teenage wing, the rebel youth, also known as the Vanguard Juniors, the Vanguard group attempted to inject some impetus into the English-language anarchist movement, and were largely successful in doing so. According to Vanguard group member Roman Weinrebe, the circulation of the newspaper doubled between November 1937 and November 1938, with thousands sold amongst sailors, especially those in the Pacey Sea coast, who, despite the theoretical slant of the magazine, show an avid interest in its ideas. 139. They strengthened transatlantic networks by selling Spain and the world, and their contact Tom Keel reciprocated by disposing of Spanish Revolution and Vanguard. He also supplied the youngsters with literature from the Freedom Press's extensive back catalogue for the Vanguard Library. For this purpose, the group maintained a hall jointly with the IWW, where they also held lectures, socials, and discussions. 140. Sam Dolgoff and Douglas Stearns Jr., who fought with the Bataillon de la Muerte in Spain, toured the country, and, in the case of Dolgoff, Canada, speaking about anarchism and the struggle in Spain. Stearns, the youngest transatlantic anarchist Milichano at 18, struggled to readjust and committed suicide some months after his return by jumping off the ship on which he was working. 141. The Vanguard group sent organizers across New England, helping to found the Stelton Anarchist Youth in New Jersey, and inspired comrades in Boston to start a school focusing on anarchist education in English. 142. Despite this activity, Clara Friedman, secretary of the Vanguard group, complained in 1938 that we still have to contend with the lethargy and aloofness on the part of most of the older comrades, who criticized the group as anarcho-Bolshevik for its emphasis on organization and militancy. 143. One exception to this was Carlo Tresca, who let the Vanguard group use his of CES at Il Martello to print their newspaper. On another occasion, after failing to persuade one youngster not to travel to Spain, he told him that he would be able to do more for the cause right here. Rallying support for Spain, Tresca gave him some money and a revolver to expedite his departure, saying, "I don't agree with you, but I admire your idealism." 144. Some older anarchists were prone to dismiss any action committed by young people with which they disagreed as immaturity or giving anarchism a bad name. When a member of Albert Meltzer's Revolutionary Youth Front burned down a fascist center that was holding a pro-Franco exhibition, the older anarchists were furious, with Ralph Barr claiming it must have been the work of an agent provocateur. Although not responsible, Meltzer took the blame, and Goldman called him a young hooligan who knew nothing about anarchism. 145. Criticism of this kind necessarily lays a subjective oversight on the praxis of. 146. The young. The Spanish anarchists were not averse to burning down buildings, but Goldman did not criticize their actions as hooliganism. Her critique was a tool used to discredit those pursuing a different, not necessarily an incorrect, interpretation of anarchism. Some young anarchists sought to get around Goldman's oversight by asking for material direct from Spain or France, but her privileged position as the main contact between the British and Spanish movements gave her sine-qua power. The Federation of the Libertarian Youths of England, a short-lived group formed on the initiative of Meltzer, asked the French anarcho-syndicalist Confédération Générale du Travail Syndicaliste Révolutionnaire, General Confederation of Revolutionary Trade Unions, CGTSR, for material in English and Esperanto. The CGTSR replied that they were happy to send the group copies of their bulletin, but they should direct their inquiries through Goldman. 146 Whenever the CNTFAI or the FIJL inquired about the activities of youngsters like Meltzer and the British anarchist youth movement in general, Goldman would reply curtly that there is no such youth movement in England. 147 If she admitted that a movement existed, she dismissed it as no more than a handful of 148 the boys who have not the remotest idea of even the ABC of anarchism. Feeling of contempt was mutual. Meltzer maintained that Goldman's knowledge of Britain, for all her visits, was essentially that of a Brooklyn tourist, and that her desire to entertain the bourgeoisie heavily detracted from her propagandist credibility. 149 Had Goldman not been such a towering guru in the movement, this might have made no difference, but her position meant she could effectively condemn some group's efforts before they had even started. This happened when she recommended the IWMA to refuse accreditation to both the Workers' Action League, another reincarnation of Meltzer's, and the ASU. 150 The anarchist youth in the transatlantic countries used the Spanish anarchist youth movement as a model for their own activism. In Britain, the Federation of the Libertarian Youths of England unmistakably drew inspiration from the FIJL in Spain, whilst another group, the Revolutionary Youth Front, was a conspicuous nod to the Front de la Juventud Revolucionaria, Revolutionary Youth Front, FJR. The FJR was an agreement in February 1937 between the FIJL and the youth section of the POUM, the Juventud Comunista Ibérica, Iberian Communist Youth, JCI. 151 Abe Bluestein's challenge encouraged its readers to send correspondence and suggestions regarding the establishment of a Libertarian Youth Federation, a clear imitation of the Spanish anarchists. 152 In April 1937, Spain and the world published a manifesto of the JJLL of Barcelona and FIJL Catalan Regional Committee that declared, "We cannot remain in silence nor tolerate all the counter-revolutionary activities which are taking place. We are prepared, if need be, to return to clandestine activities. We prefer death on the barricades to abandoning the revolution." 153 In the United States, youths critical of the reformist line grouped around a newspaper challenge. The newspaper had its own youth segment, which often highlighted the work of the various SIA youth sections. 154 Rose Pesada of the Ilguio noted that the older comrades of Frei Arbiter Stimi look askance. 147 At this new venture, but I have encouraged the younger crowd not to give any heed and try to carry on. 155 Harry Kelly wrote to Emma Goldman in June 1938 expressing outrage at one editorial in the newspaper. He fumed that literally the whole of Europe and America are against the Loyalists, and this boy Bluestein talks about their compromises being suicidal. Honestly, it 156 makes me boil. Youngsters who became disillusioned with the CNTFAI line in London formed two new groupings, the Revolutionary Youth Federation and the Committee for Workers' Control, which published the journal Struggle jointly between March and June 1938. 157 They published a manifesto of their aims in February 1938, and in March/April released a statement asking why GHT Franco if Negrin is to be the alternative. Hitler or Stalin, hog or dog, what does it matter? Ominously, it maintained that if Madrid is to be the tomb of fascism, Barcelona must be the tomb of the Popular Front. 158 The harsh truths of the revolution's suppression in Spain became an important part of the transatlantic anarchist youth's own political awakening. Conclusion. This chapter has examined the often complicated nature of gender relations under a patriarchal system. It shows the failure of anarchism to live up to its theoretical commitment to equality, and highlights the difficulty of getting individuals, male and female, to think outside of gender stereotypes. For women, the Spanish Civil War provided new opportunities, such as becoming militianas, working in factories, and participating in local and national government. There were attempts to institute a new social system that valued men and women equally, pushed by groups such as Mujeres Libres, but most of these advances were eating. Republican Spain remained deeply patriarchal, and the actions of anarchists both in Spain and in the transatlantic countries often reinforced gender stereotypes. Women were expected to return to the home front while men did the ding on the battlefront, and both the cult of motherhood and the cult of masculinity slowly but surely re-established themselves. Following the Republic's defeat, women became what Dolores Martín Moreno calls twofold losers, suffering not only the sexist prejudices of their male Republican comrades but also the further repression of Franco's dictatorship, 1939–75, which forced them to return to the domestic sphere, suppressing their identity as active workers. 159 Despite the blurring of the lines between home front and battlefront and the apparent dissolving of gender distinctions this entailed, the Spanish Revolution ultimately failed to destroy patriarchy just as much as it failed to destroy the state. 160 young people, so often ignored as actors capable of agency in their own right, were used as advertising for relief committees, often as corpses. Stereotypes over children's roles were lucrative tropes for fundraising purposes, but even here there were sites of resistance. The anarchist youth movement in Spain and abroad was a vibrant riposte to those who doubted the capacity of young people to 148. Contribute to the struggle. They showed a sophisticated and at times damning evaluation of the way in which their elders approached organizing the movement. As Sandra Sudo-Custrin notes, a common feature of youth organizations in interwar Europe and the US was their more radical character with regard to their respective parties and their burning desire to play a leading political role. 161 Looking at the gender relations between anarchists during this period goes some way in assessing the successes and failures of the movement and provides some important lessons. Revolutions need to pay close attention to non-material issues in order to be fully emancipatory. Talk of equality means little without following it through in all aspects of society. As the famous song written after the Lawrence strike in 1912 goes, yes, it is bread we got for, but we got 162 for roses too. 6. During the Civil War, the Communists and their allies in the Popular Front presented the CON-ICT as a stirring example of unity amongst the left, with all factionalism and sectarianism put to one side in favor of defeating the common enemy, fascism. Historians sympathetic to the aims of the Popular Front maintain that the Spanish Republic fell due almost wholly to the actions of governments such as Britain and France that enforced the non-intervention agreement, strangling the Republicans' ability to buy arms and leaving them to rely on the good graces of the Soviet Union. Criticizing the hegemonic ambitions of Joseph Stalin and the PCE simply aids those wishing to besmirch the last great cause. Paul Preston criticizes what he terms an unholy alliance of anarchists, Trotskyists, and Cold Warriors for emphasizing the pernicious inions of Soviet foreign policy and obscuring the fact that Hitler, Mussolini, Franco and Chamberlain were responsible for the nationalist victory, not Stalin. One equally, Helen Graham argues that the notion that the PCE subverted the Republic in its quest for power has most innightly been refracted through a Cold War prism to dismissing critiques of communist policy as Cold War propaganda downplays the ferocity of resistance to that policy. The different factions may have paid lip service to the idea of a truce whilst the war was going on, but, behind the slogans and raised STS, some of the most vicious actions perpetrated by the left in Spain were reserved for their own supposed comrades. The anarchists in Spain played a unique role in republican politics. They were too uncontrollable to be left to their own devices, but too powerful and played too great a role in the war effort to crush outright. Unlike the POUM, whose members shared the anarchists' enthusiasm for the revolutionary conquests of the Spanish proletariat and peasantry, the CNT and FAI survived the attacks perpetrated against them. They did this notwithstanding the attitude of the anarchist leadership, which often seemed to be more concerned with maintaining good relations with the Republican government than with the lives of their militants. This chapter explores this intra-left dynamic, focusing on relations between the anarchists and two other members of the Popular Front, the Communist Party and the POUM. Anarchists in the transatlantic countries often came into 157 con-ICT with communists, who attempted to undermine their fundraising and organizing efforts. Transatlantic anarchist volunteers in the international brigades in Spain were also under constant suspicion from the communist-led brigade authorities, sometimes with deadly consequences. The POUM is viewed through the eyes of its British sister organization, the ILP. The ILP worked with the British anarchist movement in numerous United Front initiatives throughout the war and developed a relatively cordial relationship, something that never materialized vis-a-vis the communists. The ILP and the anarchists became even closer following the Bloody May Days in 1937, an event that came to deny the division between the revolutionary and anti-revolutionary elements of the Republican camp. Transatlantic anarchists working and convalescing in Barcelona were thrust into the heat of battle during this episode and forced to make sense of it as the bullets flew overhead. They also worked alongside the POUM and the ILP in dealing with the fallout, which remed to many the folly of trying to appease the communists and the Republican government at the expense of the revolution. Finally, the chapter examines the solidarity arranged by the international anarchist movement over the trial of the POUM leadership in October 1938, another visible example of the revolutionary elements of the Popular Front defending themselves against the intrigues of the communists and their allies. Clashing comrades. Marxists and anarchists have a long history of disagreement and mutual suspicion. This can be traced all the way back to the collapse of the First International in the 19th century, when the authoritarian Marx and his followers ousted the libertarian Bakunin and his Social Democratic Alliance from the organization. The Russian Revolution of 1917 appeared to provide an opportunity for a rapprochement between the two wings of the far left, but the crushing of the Kronstadt rebellion and the consolidation of state power by the Bolsheviks smashed the illusions of any anarchists considering cooperation with communists. All hope that anarchists might influence events in the new Russia was quashed. Bolshevik leader Vladimir Lenin advised Russian anarchist Alexander Berkman that liberty is a luxury not to be permitted at the present stage of development. In the years that followed, anarchists like Emma Goldman did their utmost to expose what she referred to as the Jesuits of socialism. The communists, for their part, called anarchists social fascists or anarcho-fascists, in line with the ultra-sectarian policy of the third period of the Comintern. This designated all non-Stalinists a hindrance to the revolution and thus indirect agents of fascism. 6. With the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War and the adoption of the Comintern's policy of the Popular Front, anarchists and Marxists were once more put ostensibly on the same side. For the Spanish anarchist leadership, unity with Popular Front elements was the only sure way of defeating Franco. In 158 October 1936, the Catalan CNTFAI even signed a unity pact with the UGT and the communists of the PSUC, outlining a common platform regarding collectivization, nationalization, and the protection of foreign industries. 7. Foreign anarchists were weary of their newfound allies, however. Camillo Bernieri, father of Marie-Louise, noted in his newspaper that Spain was between two res, Burgos the nationalist base and Moscow. 8. Writing to Tom Keel from Barcelona, Max Nettolo stated bluntly that the communists were vermin, absolutely all of them. Here they creep in as hyenas, reaping spoils. The Spanish anarchists simply do not see them and ignore them, so they are permitted to do every harm they can. This may not last forever, but it has lasted long enough. 9. Initially, the communists were careful not to antagonize the Spanish anarchist movement too much for fear of losing the war against Franco, which could not be won without anarchist support. In an article published by the Manchester Guardian at the end of 1936, the Soviet consul general in Barcelona, Vladimir Antonovov-Zyenko, even expressed his admiration for the Catalan workers, especially for the anarcho-syndicalists. 10. As Edward Hallett Carr notes, this did not imply any shift in policy, or willingness to compromise with the revolutionary proclivities of the anarchists. 11 issues of revolutionary theory and practice were sidestepped publicly in favor of a blanketing for democracy stance. In an article in the 15th International Brigade's newspaper in April 1937, political commissar Jean Barthel speculated as to what the post-war Republican regime might be: anarchist, communist, socialist or moderate Republican. His conclusion was that for the moment nothing other than a popular front government can be foreseen by anybody. Let there be no partisan GHTS in our ranks. 12. In Britain, the CPGB advised its speakers to emphasize that the People's Front are defending democracy and interests of all but the vicious parasites, i.e. the fascists. 13. Occasionally this facade became exposed. CPGB leader Harry Pollitt described fascism as counter-revolutionary anarchism and the provoker of internal disorder and civil war in one pamphlet, but this was for a British audience less familiar with anarchism than that of the PCE. 14. The CNT became quite concerned about the content of communist propaganda overseas. They informed Emma Goldman in London to report back regularly, detailing what the Marxists say about us. 15. Spanish anarchists clearly felt that the international communist movement was freer to criticize them from outside of Spain than from within. Their fears were well founded. Unlike in Spain, which still had at least the appearance of a CISRI, in Britain and the United States, the CPGB and PUSA were given a free hand to disrupt and attack anarchist activists. American anarchist veteran Walter Sterritt summarized one meeting in August 1937 to American Civil Liberties Union founder Roger Baldwin. A whole army of them communists invaded the meeting and just would not let us be heard. First they indulged in their fancy names. Then they got 159. A comrade with a megaphone with which he outshouted all the shouters. Later they rolled up papers and began throwing them at the speakers, and nally they formed a ying wedge, rushed the stand, naturally smashing it and precipitating the speakers to the ground. 16. Sterritt had lost a leg in a railroad accident as a young man, although he wrote to Augustin Souchy in April 1937 assuring the German that the injury does not handicap me except that I cannot be considered a marathon possibility. 17. Sam Dolgoff remembered that at meetings Sterritt would attach his wooden leg and assail the communists with his crutches. This worked on occasion, but the situation became so bad that Sterritt had to appeal to other comrades to provide muscle to defend the meetings. 18. When the Brooklyn SIA Youth Section held a picnic at Ulmer Park on September 4, 1938, the PUSA boycotted the event, distributing leets, attacking SIA and setting re to a tree at the entrance to scare people from attending. This did not stop Challenge from labeling the picnic modestly as one of the greatest ever given. 19. Maximiliano Ole complained that communists in the Sociedades Hispanas Confederadas, Confederated Spanish Societies, SHC, fucked us, nos jodieron, by taking the glory, money, and credit for the work of anarchists on the committee. 20. Frank Gonzalez of SIA later wrote that their relations with the SHC are not very cordial, no son todo cordials. 21. Wobblies also came under attack from communists. The IWW poet Ralph Chaplin said he sensed a similarity between communist efforts to control the Maritime Federation of the Pacific Coast MFPC and Stalin's attempt to control the military situation in Spain. He was eventually hounded out of the editorship of the Voice of the Federation, the MFPC newspaper, due to communist threats. 22. Abe Bluestein remembered his anarchist group getting into GHTS with communists regularly, during which they were protected by wobblies with iron pipes wrapped with handkerchiefs. 23. In many disputes during the period, anarchists and former wobblies sided with conservative elements in unions to block communist infiltration. This happened in the ILGWU, SUP, and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, for instance. 24. Across the Atlantic the situation was similar. Goldman complained frequently about communists making the work of the CNTFAI London Bureau more difficult. Whilst arranging the RST of the committee's concerts, she alleged that Spanish Medical Aid, a CPGB front organization, attempted, unsuccessfully, to steal the star of the show, Paul Robeson, for their own event as soon as they found out he was singing on behalf of the anarchists. 25. They fought over money. 2. Irish anarchist Matt Kavanagh managed to convince a group of secularists and freethinkers in Southend to send money to the CNT instead of the local Communist Aid Committee. 26. Another anarchist was ejected from a communist meeting at Friend's house in London in March 1937 because Spain and the World, which he was attempting to sell, had not communist sympathies. He continued to sell the newspaper outside the hall. 27. 160. Communist efforts to disrupt anarchist meetings often backred. At the British SIA launch meeting in January 1938, Goldman believed that the actions of the communists actually helped. She said that none of our former meetings were so exciting because the communists tried their damnedest sick to break up the meeting. They only succeeded in turning the whole audience towards us. 28. Walter Sterrett felt similarly over in New York, telling Maximiliano Ole that the conduct of the Stalinists is sheer stupidity and only exposes their monumental ignorance of the things that are going on in the world right under their noses. 29. Despite appeals for unity, relations between anarchists and communists in the transatlantic countries became more, not less, polarist. In Spain, the two groupings were thrown together in a new endeavor, the International Brigades. Anarchists in the Comintern Army. Gauging relations between anarchists and communists in the International Brigades is no easy task. The written record leaves only glimpses of contacts, connists and concords. And while anarchists were often on the receiving end of communist intrigue, this could cut both ways, as the experience of Karl Marzani in the BRODIE column shows. 30. To some extent, anarchists were right to be suspicious about communist infiltration in their own ranks. The Comintern during this period was famously paranoid, reacted in a fear of spies, saboteurs and, of course, Trotskyists. As a result, the Communist Party instituted an elaborate system of informants, agent provocateurs, and repressive practices in the Soviet Union, culminating in the so-called Great Purge between 1936 and 1938. 31. Spain was not immune to this tendency. The less of the Comintern show a sophisticated surveillance network throughout Spain, with detailed reports on possible enemies within the international brigades. Anyone with left deviationist tendencies, including such guys as the future Chancellor of West Germany Willy Brandt, was monitored. 32. Persecution against Trotskyists is well known, but anarchists also suffered at the hands of the Stalinists as a result of their political views. Anarchists were generally categorized by the brigade authorities as being individualistic, weak, or as having poor political development. This was the description given to Bernard Spalding and Albert Wallach, two American CNT members of the 15th Brigade. 33. Distributing anarchist literature could see volunteers land in prison or in front of the Brigade Disciplinary Commission, the fate of two former members of the German Communist Party. 34. One British volunteer, George Pousty, was said to have anarcho-Trotskyite views which make him a disruptive element. He reportedly left the International Brigades to serve in an anarchist battalion but was arrested for desertion before he was able to join. 35. The authorities in the Lincoln Battalion did not appreciate the colorful character of another volunteer, Frank Miller, a former wobbly in the United States. He is an insurrigible sick drunkard having been arrested several 161 times for this reason. He is also a wobbly diehard, very antagonistic toward the CP. He is a useless good-for-nothing lumpen. 36. The report contains more than a suggestion of personal animosity and was compiled by Brigade Hard Man Anthony DeMeo. Several other volunteers with anti-authoritarian views came into con-ICT with DeMeo. William Herrick, who also served with the Lincolns, accuses DeMeo of carrying out extrajudicial executions of volunteers who disobeyed the Communist Party. Although a PUSA member himself, Herrick became disillusioned with the line taken by the Comintern on the Spanish struggle. On his return, he founded the Veterans of the International Brigades, anti-totalitarian in opposition to the Communist Unionist Veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, VALB. Carlo Tresca allowed the anti-communist group to use the of CES of Il Martello in New York, but very few veterans made contact and it ceased operations soon after its foundation. 37 Herrick accuses De Maio of complicity in the deaths of a number of volunteers, including Wobbly Raysteel and CNT sympathizer Albert Wallach. 38 De Maio was a member of the Servicio de Investigación Militar, Military Investigation Service, SIM, the military secret police that operated in Republican Spain during the war. 39 He was assigned to Barcelona to catch deserters from the brigades trying to flee the country, where he allegedly caught Wallach and killed him. Herrick's story is corroborated somewhat by the testimony of William C. McQuistion, who gave evidence to the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, often known as the Dies Committee after its chairman Congressman Martin Dies Jr., in 1940. According to McQuistion, himself a former PUSA member who broke with the party whilst on service in Spain, Wallach managed to escape onto the American steamship Oregon from Barcelona with the help of sub-member Sam Lloyd, using a Wobbly who also joined the CNT while in Spain, was known to the brigade authorities and kept under watch as an organizador de deserciones, organizer of desertions. 40 De Maio spotted Wallach after he got careless and left his hiding spot whilst the ship was still docked, after which he was arrested and thrown in jail. 41 Another volunteer, Edward Horan, told Wallach's father in a letter that he had shared a cell with his son in prison at Castelldefels, just outside Barcelona. About a week after I entered that cell Albert was taken out in the night time sick. Though I inquired everywhere I could never learn what happened to him, but I am afraid he may have been killed that night. 42 This contradicted a report compiled by the brigade authorities on June 7, 1938 recommending him to be sent to the front line under supervision. 43 De Maio was reputed to be in charge of American prisoners at Castelldefels, something he later denied. 44 In his own testimony to the Dies Committee, De Maio lied about his contact with Wallach. When asked if he had heard the name Albert Wallach, he replied, "I did not, never did." 45 This is patently untrue, since Wallach's personnel in the Comintern archives was compiled by De Maio himself. In it, De Maio makes the assertion that all the evidence shows quite plainly that he was working as a spy. 46 He arrives at this conclusion via the spurious logic that 162. Wallach had documentation saying he was working as a newspaperman for the CNTFAI and that he had been in contact with the American consulate in Barcelona, which was the main point of contact for brigadistas wishing to leave Spain. Wallach presented himself to the CNT for help in Barcelona when he arrived there, having deserted from Valencia, and was a subscriber to the CNTFAI Bulletin of Information when he lived in New York. 47 On Wallach's repatriation form, next to his name is a simple yet revealing description, "fucked off." 48 This blunt report is completely out of place with the rest of the names on the repatriation list, most of which state either the volunteers unit, the hospital they were convalescing in, or the base to which they were assigned. Whoever wrote this anonymous report was clearly hostile to Wallach, and the most likely explanation of his subsequent disappearance in Spain seems to be the one given by Herrick, Horan, and McQuistion, despite its dismissal by other scholars. 49 Whether Wallach was killed for political, military, or personal reasons is debatable, but the fact that those helping to arrange his escape were all former Wobblies or CNT members is surely no coincidence. As Harvey E. Clare, John Earl Haynes and Friedrich Igorevich Fursov state in their discussion of American communism, while the documents found in the International Brigade's records do not prove that Wallach was executed, they do strongly point to a death sentence for him. 50 other volunteers were also singled out for their anarchist leanings. Patrick Read was an Irish anarchist who became a Wobbly after moving to the United States and made the trip across the Atlantic once more to GHT in the International Brigades. In Spain, his combat experience led to him becoming head of the transmissions unit in the Lincoln Battalion. He was also a self-professed anti-authoritarian, and as such refused to enforce military discipline. Brigadista Harry Fisher remembered that he never issued orders. He would ask his men to do a job; if they couldn't, he he would do it himself. 51 When the volunteers marched into town, Reed would always, intentionally, be out of step, highlighting his disdain for authority and contempt for the military modus vivendi. 52 Fisher himself was singled out for promotion by the brigade hierarchy, but his friendship with Reed led to him refusing any commission. 53 He wrote in his memoirs that, "Obviously, Pat Reed sick had an influence on me. He had steadfastly refused to be commissioned an officer, and I knew that, like him, I could never give orders, especially if it meant sending a soldier on a dangerous mission." 54. Fisher was not the only brigadista who read influence through his anarchist behavior. Hugh Garner, an English-Canadian volunteer who became a noted novelist, cited Red as one of the few men who helped to shape and alter my life. 55 Garner used Red as the inspiration for the character of Noah Masterson in his 1968 novel Cabbagetown. He remembered one instance in Spain when a communist officer was giving a speech on fascism and Red shook. 163. His head at the emptiness of some of the phrases used. He was accosted by the officer's interpreter, who asked him what party he was a member of, to which Red replied, "None. I am anti-authoritarian." Garner recognized that telling a communist officer that you were anti-authoritarian was like telling your father confessor you didn't believe in God, and the episode taught him two things: to think things out for myself, and to stand up for my convictions. 56 Garner eventually left the Lincolns and BRODIE, joined an anarchist unit before being repatriated in October 1937. 57 Reed's convictions led to him being expelled from the brigade. The authorities were clearly worried about Reed's potential influence on other volunteers. His personnel notes that he should be watched as he might carry on a campaign against the Communist Party. 58 The remedy for this was expulsion. Brigade Commissar Dave Doran made the decision to remove Red from the unit. In Red's own words, "The head commie told me that I am a bad boy, doing the fascists' job, by knocking the party." 59 Ironically, when he eventually returned to the United States, Reed did carry on a campaign against the communists as editor of the wobbly newspaper Industrial Worker. 60 He wrote articles for the IWW's One Big Union Monthly under the pseudonym Condogan while in the trenches, but while they were favorable to the CNT they contained no explicit attacks on the Communist Party. 61 By contrast, one of Reed's later pamphlets, Chicago Replies to Moscow, was a vicious attack on the deliberate campaign of lies and treachery the members of your International the Comintern waged against the Union men of Spain. 62 Events in Spain helped cement Reed's anti-communism, as it did with a number of other volunteers. The brigades often had a stultifying political atmosphere for non-communist volunteers. Some anarchists, such as Italian-American anarchist Pietro Cerruti, received glowing reports from communist of jails. 63 Italian-American PUSA member Giovanni Manella, who served with the predominantly Italian Garibaldi Battalion, said that there was complete amity within the Garibaldi between the various political tendencies represented: communist, socialist, anarchist and republican. 64 The Garibaldi had a greater concentration of non-communists within the battalion, including a CNT member, Oliva Arcantara, in the role of political commissar on its command section. Anarchists held positions of influence in other sections, but even this did not excuse anarchists from suspicion. 65 The Sim still spied on anarchists such as Vigna Antonio, Pietro Casassa, who did not take criticism well. 66 One Italian-American volunteer, Renato Chiappini, made clear his desire to drop out and join the 26th BRODIE Division, such was his disillusionment with his service in the Garibaldi Brigade. 67 Some communists were so disenchanted that they became attracted to anarchism. Giuseppe Salastro, who was also with the Garibaldis and a Communist Party member since 1922, was demoted from the rank of lieutenant and placed on a list of very suspect elements incarcerated at the Gurs concentration camp in France after the war. 68 Another former communist. 164. Organizer turned anarchist, Bill Ryan, wrote an account of his escape from the international brigades for the American Mercury, in addition to testifying for the Dies Committee. After being imprisoned by the SIM for refusing to go back to the front to GHT for a cause in which I no longer believed, he decided to EE the country and escaped on a ship leaving Valencia 69. Writing to Emma Goldman in 1939, he defended his appearance at HUAC. I cannot end it in my heart to be forgiving to the scoundrels who coldly murdered my comrades in Spain merely to satisfy their lust for power. 70 volunteers for the international brigades were often told explicitly to avoid contact with anarchists. Robert Martin was an airshare volunteer who entered Spain on the ill-fated Ciudad de Barcelona, which sank after being torpedoed by an Italian submarine, killing most on board. Having been warned repeatedly that the anarchists would shoot him on sight, despite the fact that he was rescued from the shipwreck by an anarchist Sherman, he came to the 71 conclusion that the tale of the anarchist bogeyman was being overdone. Was eventually imprisoned by the Republican authorities for being a fascist and escaped with the help of Scottish anarchist Ethel MacDonald. Her assistance to several EEing revolutionaries led the British press to dub MacDonald the Scots Scarlet Pimpernel. 72 Abe Bluestein in the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division stumbled into organizing an unofficial smuggling operation to help deserters from the international brigades to leave Spain. They all told the same story. Discipline in the brigades was no different to capitalist armies, with 10 days pay docked for minor infractions. The officers were arrogant and political commissars lived extremely well whilst ordinary soldiers struggled. When Bluestein asked Augustin Souchy if he should interview the soldiers, he said, "I am not a policeman. If they come up here for help, we will help them." 73 Bluestein did what he could for them with the help of the Spanish comrades, ensuring that when they go back they have a different idea of what the anarchists are like. 74 The brigade authorities admitted to an overzealous political attitude in a report made on political development in the 15th Brigade in 1939. In a classic piece of Bolshevik self-criticism, it complained that military questions were not given political answers. The report noted that when communists in positions of power carried out party work they did so in a very obvious and clumsy fashion, which did not help, but hurt, the unity between the communists and the others in the brigade, the non-party, anarchist, and others. 75 Another report acknowledged that the failure to promote non-communists to leadership positions, despite many good, potential cadres, was an error. 76 Jesus Hernandez Tamash, formerly of the PCE, went further. He argued that the communists destroyed unity, spread discord, and inflamed rivalry among the military units of a different political complexion. That was the practical result of the policy we were ordered to carry out and were stupid enough to follow. 77 Some anarchists, wobblies, or former wobblies were eventually promoted. Ted Dickinson, an Australian living in London, became commander of his company before being captured and executed by the nationalists. 78 Raymond. 165. Golstad wrote bitterly about the counter-revolutionary strategy of the communists in the wobbly press when he returned from Spain, but whilst there he made the rank of corporal. 79 Michael Raddock, an accountant who joined the IWW when he was 19, became a tenant, lieutenant, and a number of wobblies who later joined the PUSA, such as Martin Hurahan, William James Bailey, Admiral Kilpatrick, and Reuben Barr, also held important positions in the brigade. 80 The case of former Republican Congress member and Libertarian sympathizer Michael Kelly, who became leader of his platoon before his death at Brunt in July 1937, deserves fuller attention. A report on recruiting in the Republican Congress in London mentions an anarchist on the Central Council, which might conceivably be Kelly. The report's author attacks the anarchist's views as being social fascist in content. 81 An article in Challenge alleged that the Irishman was deliberately murdered by being left exposed when sent on a mission to set up a machine gun nest. 82 Almost no evidence supports this conclusion, and by all accounts, Kelly seems to have been viewed favorably by the authorities in Spain. Frank Ryan, the de facto leader of the Irish contingent in Spain, referred to him as a good type, always full of energy, always linking up the struggle here with the struggle at home, and said that his death is universally regretted here. 83 None of the Cominternly suggest any hint of foul play or dissatisfaction in his performance. His picture appears alongside that of Wobbly Ray Steele in the Book of the 15 Brigade, produced by Ryan in Spain, but attempting to link Kelly's death to the more obviously suspicious demise of Steele appears fanciful. 84 It seems more likely that Kelly's death, like so many others in Spain, was caused more by incompetence on the part of the brigade commanders than as an overt political assassination. Nevertheless, the claim of Stephen Spender, who toured Spain during the war, that the boundaries between political movements are broken down at the front, was naive at best. 85. Fractional internationals, Pomistas and ILPers. Although some parts of the Popular Front were clearly hostile to the anarchists, others were more amenable to cooperation, both in Spain and in the transatlantic countries. One party active during the Civil War that has been relatively well studied is the POUM. 86 Formed in 1935, the POUM was an amalgamation of the Trotskyist Izquierda Comunista de España, Communist Left of Spain, and the right opposition affiliated Bloc Obrero y Camperol, Workers and Peasants Bloc. Based primarily in Catalonia, by the summer of 1936 the party claimed a membership of 10,000, rising to over 50,000 in November 1936. 87 Internationally, it was affiliated to the International Bureau for Revolutionary Socialist Unity, usually called the London Bureau or the 3½ International. This was a reference to the short-lived International Revolutionary Marxist Centre, or 2½ International, oft early 1920s as distinct from the Second, Socialist, International and Third International. Comintern. The London Bureau positioned itself to the right of the Comintern during its ultra-sectarian Third period, but to the left of it during the Popular Front era. The British section of the London Bureau was the ILP, which sent a contingent to Spain to GHT in the POUM militia. Many British members were caught up in the May days of 1937, and a number were arrested or forced to the country. 1. The ILP Guild of Youth organizer Bob Smiley, died under suspicious circumstances in a communist prison. 88 Their perceived cooperation with the CNTFAI during this time is often seen as a kind of marriage of convenience, a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Looking at the relations between the ILP and the British anarchist movement, a more significant association emerges. The two groups worked together from the foundation of the CNTFAI London Bureau in January 1937, and although allied primarily at a local level, the growing political turmoil in Spain meant coordination internationally became a greater priority. There were shared tensions within both the ILP and the CNTFAI on the question of the United Front, and between decisions taken by the leadership and those of the rank and LE. Their relationship provides a fascinating insight into organizing amongst the left during the 1930s. The British left and far left in the 1930s had so many factions that it can be difficult to keep track of them all. Deaton Cohen, in his detailed study of the ILP from its disaffiliation from the Labour Party in 1932 to the Second World War, identifies three notable groupings within the party: the Communist-inspired Revolutionary Policy Committee, which left to join the CPGB in November 1935, the Traditionalist Unity Group, which was anti-communist and based mainly in Lancashire, and the Trotskyist Marxist Group, which included the historian and cricket commentator C.L.R. James. 89 The ILP moved from a position of support for the Soviet Union, and possible affiliation to the Comintern, in the early 1930s to one of outright hostility to Stalin and the policies of the Communist Party by the end of the Spanish Civil War. By 1942, the ILP called for the expulsion of the corruption of communist unions within the labor movement. 90 Unity with, or at least working in a united front capacity alongside, the British anarchist movement was a longer-lasting and more fruitful endeavour for the ILP. 91 The RST major joint venture between the CNTFAI London Bureau and the ILP was the launch of an art exhibition at Ludgate Hill in February and March 1937. Emma Goldman was sent to London with the intention of arranging such an exhibition under the auspices of the Catalan Generalitat. This fell through and the idea was taken up by the Spanish Exhibition Committee, a group containing members from the CNTFAI London Bureau, Goldman, the ILP, the Socialist League, a left-wing faction within the Labour Party, the Spanish Aid Society and some Quakers. 92. The anarchists' experience on the committee was disappointing. Goldman claimed that her comrades did most of the work and received little help apart from that provided by the surrealist artist Ronald Penrose. She also maintained 167. That the CNT was effectively whitewashed from the exhibition even though it gave more money, £30, than any other organization apart from the ILP. The exhibition itself was a shambles. It had to be moved into a basement because a delay in booking meant their preferred hall was unavailable. Some photographs had none of the agreed captions. It cost almost £500, double what it should have cost, and failed to raise any money for Spain. Indeed, it made a loss of £137. The committee attempted to extricate itself from the mess of its own making by appealing to the Labour Party, which politely declined the offer to take over the exhibition and all its debts. 93. Although ILP General Secretary Fenner Brockway assured her that a sincere effort was made to make the exhibition a success, Goldman was scathing in her own assessment, telling him that if it had not been for you I should never have joined the committee. As it is, I have regretted it deeply. 94. Despite this dismal undertaking, the ILP and the CNTFAI London Bureau had one overriding thing in common, a commitment to the social revolution in Spain. This bond survived the Spanish exhibition debacle, and the two groups maintained a mostly genial working relationship. Writing to CNT General Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, Goldman conceded that the ILP has been the only labor-sick body that has been helpful in everything I have undertaken for Spain. 95. This cooperation even came to the attention of the British Special Branch. A report in August 1937 found that the ILP appears to be politically in sympathy with the CNTFAI London Bureau, and F. Brockway and Leah Manning, formerly of the ILP but by now a Labour Party member, have spoken on its behalf. 96. The two most supportive allies of Goldman and the anarchists within the ILP were Brockway and the writer Ethel Mannin. Mannin became the honorary treasurer of the British section of SIA, and she and her husband, Reginald Reynolds, also in the party, spoke regularly alongside the anarchists. 97. Mannin actually confessed to Goldman that the only reason she stayed in the ILP was so that she could get a hearing, something she felt unable to do from within the anarchist movement. 98. The main form of cooperation was through joint meetings, at which Goldman and others spoke at ILP halls. A joint meeting at the Friends House in London in February 1937 raised £79, with the ILP taking a 20% share. 99. This was about more than money-making, however. In his memoirs, Brockway makes clear the great deal of mutual respect between Goldman and himself, calling her simple and sincere in her comradeship. She was the absolute revolutionary, living for nothing else, entirely fearless and uncompromising. 100. There were many genuine acts of solidarity. When the CNTFAI London Bureau was denied a permit for a platform at the 1937 May Day celebrations, the ILP let the anarchists use theirs. James Maxton, the ILP's most eloquent MP, was instrumental in attaining Goldman a visa for her third and NAL visit to Spain. He and ILP organizer John McNair also persuaded the Home of CE to allow German-born anarchist Werner Droescher to come to Britain from Spain to join his British wife Greville Texidor. 101. The ILP set up a home for 42 Basque child refugees in Street, Somerset, the parents of whom were members of the CNT. It was the only home in Britain that received anarchist children. 102. Mrs. Clark, of the Quaker Clark's Shoes family, ran the home, and the anarchists contributed £100 towards its upkeep. At a musical event arranged by Goldman in April 1938, 12 of the children performed a traditional song and dance number to help raise funds. 103. For that particular event, even before the children were involved, McNair wrote to Goldman asking if there is any way in which the ILP comrades can cooperate with you to make your show a great success. You only have to say the word and I shall give you any and all the help I can. 104. Some in the ILP were less happy about the party's coquetry with the anarchists. R. W. Rawlins, the former secretary of the London and Southern Counties Division of the party, complained that Manon was a natural anarchist, not an unreasonable accusation, and had her censured after she wrote a foreword to one of Goldman's books 105. Brockway wanted Goldman to speak at a joint meeting in Plymouth to raise funds for Spain in January 1937, but the local ILP blocked it, although local member Tom Edmund insisted that it was only the chairman who opposed it. 106. Up in Glasgow, the ILP was more reluctant to work with local anarchists, but this was probably more due to personal differences with Guy Alderd than ideological ones. After BRODIE joining the ILP in 1934, Alderd convinced the entire Townhead branch to break away from the party and form the USM, and there was likely some residual resistance in case something similar happened again. 107. The members of the USM themselves were also far more hostile to working with so-called parliamentarians. Ethel MacDonald, herself a former member of the ILP Guild of Youth, complained that the ILP were only playing at revolution, they could not have their cake, revolution, and eat it too, Parliament. 108. She also called the London anarchists' decision to work with the ILP gang disgraceful, and the USM stated publicly that it would have no truck with Brockway. 109. Tension between the USM anarchists and the ILP was the primary reason for the collapse of the Socialist Anti-Terror Committee in March 1938. This was designed to raise solidarity for revolutionaries being held in Republican prisons in Spain. The committee contained members from the USM, ILP, Bolshevik-Leninists, APCF, and Scottish Workers' Republican Party, but, according to Alderd, it fell apart when ILP member Charles Doran, once of the APCF, was unable to receive his party's endorsement to continue serving on the committee. 110. It reorganized itself, without USM representation, as the POUM Defense Committee later in 1938. That the APCF was still represented highlights the fact that getting rid of Alderd, rather than an unwillingness to work with anarchists per se, was the primary reason for the earlier effort's dissolution. 111. There were times when the British anarchists became frustrated with the bureaucracy associated with political parties like the ILP. The CNTFAI London Bureau planned to release a joint statement on Spain in early 1937, but the ILP 169 took too long to respond and wanted to edit the document significantly, so they decided to forge ahead themselves. 112. It also took several months for Fenner Brockway's request to become a SIA sponsor to be approved by the party executive. 113. Ethel Manon criticized the shilly-shollying of the ILP, and complained that, despite cooperation between the CNTFAI and the POUM in Spain, if a member of the English equivalent of the POUM allies herself with the anarchists in her sympathies, she is called to order and told it's sick not party policy. 114. Goldman herself was reserved about getting too close to a political organization, particularly one that had Marxist elements, since, like lepers, they never change their character. Though sick they may change their skin. 115. Nevertheless, she admitted that as individuals the ILP members are much broader than any group of Marxists I have ever dealt with. 116. Goldman was coy about using the unions of the ILP to bolster what had until then been a fairly weak British anarchist movement. She admitted as much in March 1937 when she told Martin Goodell that if we were not so poor in comrades in England I would not even consent to anything from the I.L.P. 117. Realistically, though, the ILP were the best candidates to work with, particularly regarding efforts to highlight the revolutionary character of the Spanish struggle. The two groupings, in parallel with the CNT and POUM in Spain, were thrust together even more tightly following one of the deafening events of the Civil War. The May Days. The most dramatic and deadly illustration of the ideological contests within the Popular Front was the so-called May Days of 1937. There had been signs of ill-feeling between communists and anarchists for months before the events of May, but they were ignored by the Spanish press and censored in the dispatches of foreign correspondents. 118. One particularly grisly episode took place in Madrid in January 1937. 5 CNT members turned up dead with their membership cards stuffed into their mouths. The next night, 12 communists were killed with the same message. When the PCE contacted the FIJL over the killings, the anarchists threatened that if any other Sanedista was murdered, 10 communists would be executed in response. The killings ceased. 119 tensions in Catalonia were also high in the weeks leading up to the traditional celebration of working-class power on the RST of May. On April 17, 1937, the newly reorganized Carabineros, border guards, arrived at the frontier region around Puigcerdà and Figueres and demanded that control of customs be taken away from the CNT Milicianos. The Sanedistas resisted and the Catalan CNT Regional Committee was forced to arrange a compromise. On April 25, unknown assassins murdered Roldan Cortada, a leading member of the UGT and PSUC. The CNT was blamed and its members arrested, although they were released due to lack of evidence. 2 days later, Carabineros attacked Puigcerdà again and killed Antonio Martín, the Sanedista former chairman of the town's Revolutionary Committee. In Barcelona, anarchist workers and police disarmed each other. 120 The city's May Day celebrations were cancelled. 121. 170. On May 3, Minister of Interior Security Artemio Aguirre ordered an attack on the Telefonica building, under the control of the CNT since the beginning of the Civil War. This was the spark for a general conflagration. On one side were the government forces of the UGT, PSUC, Juventudes Socialistas Unicadas, Uni-Ed Socialist Youth, AC, Estat Català, Catalan State, a pro-independence nationalist party, Acció Catalana Republicana, Catalan Republican Action, another Catalan independence party, Guàrdia Nacional Republicana, Republican National Guard, the former Civil Guard, Assault Guards, and the SIM. Opposing them were the CNT, FAI, FIJL, POUM, and JCI. A general strike broke out. As barricades were hastily constructed throughout Barcelona, a series of running street battles erupted between the two wings, revolutionary and anti-revolutionary, of the Republican camp. Fighting continued sporadically as each side sniped at anything unfamiliar that moved past their sector. Ed Igmore, on leave with the BRODIE column, detailed events in his diary. 10-year-old lads arling sandbags. Grenades going off. A man carrying a packet of grenades has been stopped at the checkpoint at the metro station. He had several party cards. He was immediately put up against the wall, over near the fountain. He sprawls there, his skull smashed. There is still shooting from the rooftops. Explosives? Bullets graze the wall above my head, the mortar hitting me in the face. 122. Leading critic of CNT-FAI collaboration Camillo Bernieri was murdered in the streets, most likely by communists, along with his comrade Francesco Barbieri. Enrico Arrigoni viewed their bodies in the morgue. Their faces were so discolored by the beating they had received, obviously, that at the RST look we didn't recognize them. 123 By May 10, after repeated appeals by the leadership of both sides to stop the getting, and the arrival of 5,000 assault guards from Valencia, 218 people were dead, with hundreds more injured. 124 Republican unity had suffered a mortal blow. The concentration of transatlantic anarchists in Barcelona during the May Days was unusually high. In addition to those working for the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division, Abe Bluestein and Selma Cohen arrived in Spain on April 30. The BRODIE and Escaso columns were convalescing, as was the POUM militia containing the ILP contingent. 125 Bluestein worked on the English-language radio broadcasts at the Casas CNT-FAI during the period, and remembered that the only way one could sleep was on the or, against the walls of the building so that bullets should not come through the windows and hit you if you were sleeping in the middle of the room. Workers moved the microphones used for the broadcasts into a closet in case any stray bullets cut down the speaker. 126 The violence horried the CNT-FAI leadership. Internecine warfare would, according to them, fundamentally weaken the rearguard, creating a situation of bloody chaos that could invite foreign intervention against the Republic. 127. 171. Juan Garcia Oliver and Federica Monsanelli, two ministers in the Largo Caballero government, as well as CNT General Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, came from Valencia and appealed to their comrades to lay down their arms. 128. Solidaridad Obrera made numerous appeals advocating the same. In an editorial on May 7, it called the GDING absurd and criminal. 129. Many on the ground in Barcelona resented the actions of the anarchist leadership. According to Vernon Richards, there were a large number of militants who took the view that the C.N.T.F.A.I had been playing the government's game too long, and that what was happening in Barcelona was a showdown. 131. Andrade, a member of the POUM executive, was at CNT headquarters when Monsanelli came on the radio and appealed for the GDING to stop. He remembered that the CNT militants were so furious that they pulled out their pistols and shot the radio. It sounds incredible, but it happened in front of my eyes. 131. For the anarchists, to unconditionally lay down their arms amounted to surrender. Jenny Patrick, in Barcelona at the time, argued that the only solution was the elimination of the Communist Party and the small bourgeoisie, something that the CNTFAI ought to have done. From the start. 132. Abe Bluestein said that the only comfort any of us has is the prospect of what will happen to all these criminals when the war is over and we can have a free hand. 133. To deal with them. When news of the capitulation reached the international anarchist movement, they were similarly unimpressed. Helmut Rudiger, Assistant Secretary of the IWMA for Spanish Affairs, remembered that the decisions of those tragic days later provoked a whirlwind of discussions, mutual recriminations, and struggles within the Spanish and international libertarian movement. 134. Goldman told Rudolf Rocker bluntly that the cowardly stand of Monsanelli and Oliver and the Solidaridad Obrera make it impossible for me to go on as the representative of the CNTFAI. 135. She relented on this threat, but others pulled no punches. Government and communist repression. In the days and weeks that followed, a sustained campaign of slander came from the communist and liberal press. The target, initially, was uncontrollable anarchists. The CPGB's Daily Worker attacked the FAI as a grouping which includes many members who joined only last July, and who are fifth-column hidden agents of Franco, in closest touch with the rebels. 136. The Left Liberal News Chronicle described the events as an anarchist revolt against the 137 government of Catalonia. The scapegoat soon changed to the POUM. The 15th Brigade's newspaper described its members as thinly veiled fascists. There was only one option: to exterminate the Trotskyist POUM. 138. Confusion and delays in communication between Spain and the rest of the world meant that transatlantic anarchists had no source of information to combat reports given in hostile newspapers. The editor of the Manchester Guardian asked Emma 172 Goldman for an account, but by the time she had managed to write one, it was too late. The editor refused the article since it would probably start a fruitless controversy. 139. The die was cast, and the fate of the anarchists and the POUM was now inextricably linked. The anarchists often referred to the May Days as their Kronstadt moment. Since Leon Trotsky, as head of the Red Army, was responsible for this episode, Trotskyists generally abhorred the reference. When Paul and Clara Thalmann, two Swiss members of the BRODIE column, made the comparison in the presence of Spanish Trotskyist Grandizo Muniz, he became apoplectic. 140. Ethel MacDonald was quite clear about the part the POUM played during the May Days. I think the POUM did not do very much for themselves, and they were merely chosen as the victims because they were weak and had some association with Trotskyism, which is the pet bogey of the Stalinists. 141. The anarchists did most of the thing once the Rubicon had been crossed. The revolutionary forces suffered double the casualties of the government forces during the skirmishes, but the POUM lost only 4 members in comparison to 122 of the CNTFAI. As Manuel Aguilera Pogna notes, this was partly because government forces occupied defensive positions and were happy to wait for reinforcements. The anarchists, by contrast, wanted to end the CONICT quickly, and were thus more willing to mount attacks. 142 accounts of members of the ILP contingent make it clear that the POUM had a lukewarm attitude to the events unfolding before them. George Orwell noted that our orders were not to unless we were red on ourselves or our buildings attacked. I gathered, though POUM Commander Georges Kopp did not say so, that the POUM leaders were furious at being dragged into this affair, but felt that they had got to stand by the CNT. 143. Two Americans working for the POUM under the auspices of the Revolutionary Workers' League, RWL, Russell Blackwell and Hugo Oler, wanted to take a more provocative stance during the GDing, and were officially warned by the party as a result. The Communist secret police regularly spotted the pair fraternizing at the CNT of CES, and Blackwell, after a 9.5-month stint in a Spanish prison, became an anarchist upon his return to the United States. 144. The response of the Republican authorities to the May Days was swift. The scale of repression was nothing like what happened in the Soviet Union in terms of numbers or the fate of those arrested, but they were a sign he can't blot on a government still claiming to represent democracy. The POUM was outlawed, its leaders arrested, and one, Andrei Nin, kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by the Soviet secret police. The POUM newspaper La Battala, already prone to suspension, was shut down and the party forced to go underground. 145. Authorities targeted anarchists with arguably even greater fervor. In the immediate aftermath of the GDing, the bodies of 12 Senatistas due to be released by the PSUC were dumped in a eld between Cerdanyola and Ripollet. 173. Just north of Barcelona. 146. In Barcelona itself, police promptly arrested 250 FAI members. By December 1937, the IWMA calculated that 2,000 anarchists were being held in Republican prisons. 147. François Godekio estimates that between April 1937 and January 1939, Republican authorities arrested 3,734 anti-fascist militants in Catalonia, 90% of whom were members of the CNT. By contrast, they arrested only 152 Pomistas. 148. The Republican police specifically targeted foreign anarchists. Bill Belcher, an Australian of Irish lineage who served as a centurion with the Bataillon de la Muerte and later in the 153rd Mixed Brigade, was arrested in Barcelona on his way back to England. The security police were suspicious of an Englishman who had served with an anarchist brigade and sent him to Barcelona's model prison. After a prisoner's revolt, he was lined up for execution, but, fortunately for Belcher, the proposed ceremony was cancelled at the last minute. Belcher was released with the aid of the British consul and returned to London, serving as a navigator in the RAF during the Second World War. 149. Italian-American anarchist Enrico Arrigoni, who was also arrested in Barcelona, claimed that most anarchists ended up in prison for having called the police cabrones motherfuckers or a similar insult at the moment of arrest. 150. This may have been the reason for the arrest of Derry Marxist-turned-anarchist James Campbell, who was marked by International Brigade authorities as insubordinate, and also spent time in a Barcelona jail. 151. In June 1937, a contingent of FTY police officers twice raided the Casa Internacional de Voluntarios, the headquarters of the extranjeros in Barcelona. Martin Goodell believed that the officers were searching for weapons but did not end any. 152. A report to the CNT in July 1937 counted 150 foreign revolutionaries in one Valencia prison. The charge, illegally entering Spain. 153. According to the anarchist newspaper Frente Libertario, the real reason was because they belonged to international organizations of a libertarian character instead of belonging to the Communist Party. 154. Prisons and communist-run Checas, informal detention centers named after the Chayka, the Soviet secret police, began springing up everywhere. 155 The headquarters of the POUM, the Hotel Falcon in Barcelona, was taken over by the PSUC and used as a preventorium, a torture chamber for political prisoners who don't agree with the People's Front Line. 156 Between May and December 1937, the Generalitat spent 3,074,037 pesetas on tribunals and prisons, compared with just 395,454 between November 1936 and April 1937. 157 Ethel MacDonald lamented to Guy Alder that it is damnable to think that one goes to sleep and yet the next morning we hear of so many innocent people having been murdered. 158 The Republican authorities were less in control of the situation than its representatives admitted. When ILP MP John McGovern visited Spain in November 1937, he attempted to gain access to the Calle Major Checa in Barcelona. Although he had government papers, he was refused entry. When he phoned up the Minister of Justice, the Partido Nacionalista Vasco, Basque. 174. Nationalist Party, politician Manuel de Irajo, he responded that you must not leave Barcelona with the impression the government do not govern this prison. The minister was, however, unable to receive permission from the communists to allow McGovern to enter. As McGovern himself noted, his visit had torn aside the veil and shown where the real power lay. 159 For anarchists and other revolutionaries who were unlucky enough to be captured and sent to these places, the setting was grim. Dutch anarchist Maup Stevens, imprisoned alongside Scottish anarchist Ethel MacDonald in the Hotel Falcon, told Fenner Brockway, on a visit to Spain, of conditions he experienced in a previous prison. Almost unbelievably bad. 150 men in one large room with one WC and washing basin for all of them. Excrement, lice, and dirt. Stuffness and heat. The diet is starvation for those who have not friends to bring food. 2 plates of soup and 2 pieces of bread a day. They are rotting and half-starved. 160. Aragoni complained that in the model prison in Barcelona the latrine is not working, and the cells haven't seen paint for at least a generation, when the RST anarchists, our parents, had inhabited them. 161 The prison was also holding triple its recommended capacity. 162 Conditions were so bad that many inmates refused food in protest against their treatment. By the second week of July, over 200 prisoners in 10 checas in Barcelona were on hunger strike. A group calling themselves Government Anti-Fascist Prisoners smuggled out a manifesto detailing their bad treatment. The repressive police methods of these people must be made known to the outside world. Comrades, anti-fascist citizens, this cannot last another day. Down with the repression which the CP and the PSUC are carrying through. Down with the Chayka assassins. Fight for our freedom. 163. The response of the revolutionaries. Clearly, one of the most important undertakings of the Transatlantic anarchists and the ILP during the Civil War was to agitate for the release of their comrades, and to highlight their plight to anyone willing to listen. In this, the ILP often dealt directly with the CNT in Spain. Brockway visited Spain in June 1937 to agitate on behalf of his POUM comrades, as well as 2 British subjects, Ethel MacDonald and the Canadian Trotskyist William Krem, who were being held by the Communists. Krem came to Spain under the auspices of the League for a Revolutionary Workers' Party, which like the POUM was affiliated to the London Bureau. 164 In the CNTFAI of CES in Barcelona, Brockway found several POUM sympathizers sheltering, including Kurt Landau, later killed by the PSUC, and German Jewish. 175. Trotskyist Hans Mühlenfreund, who was very active during the May days. 165 Brockway's initial contact was Augustin Souchy in the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division, who agreed to accompany him to Valencia and act as an interpreter. 166 Whilst there, Brockway presented a letter he had obtained from the Interior Minister Julian Zugazagoisha of the PSOE and received assurances from the Valencia delegate of public order that both Krem and MacDonald were to be released. On July 8, Brockway visited MacDonald in the Hotel Falcon and found her to be in good spirits. MacDonald was released 3 days later. She was subsequently incarcerated for another 2 weeks in Valencia before leaving Spain in September, while Krem had to wait until August 1937 before the authorities allowed him to return to Canada, figure 6.1. 167. Although MacDonald acknowledged that Brockway's Sinions helped to get her released, he was not the only one agitating for her freedom. Guy Alderd wrote to the British consulate in Barcelona on several occasions. He was also in correspondence with Brockway, but MacDonald was quite particular about who she was willing to accept working on her behalf. The consul visited her in prison, but Ethel stated that she wished for no of-jail assistance, being quite capable of looking after herself. 168. In an earlier piece of correspondence, Ethel described the consul, Norman King, as Irish and a bit daft. 169. Back in Glasgow, the APCF formed an Ethel MacDonald Defence Committee, EMDC, which the USM later joined. The EMDC raised money and publicity for her plight and was one of the few things on which the USM and APCF managed to work together, albeit only briefly. Although Mark Shipway maintains that the committee disbanded once they realized MacDonald was out of danger, the minutes of the USM state that the group left after Alderd complained that the APCF were using Ethel for their own ends. He said that the EMDC was, in fact, an anti-Alderd committee. 170. Despite this factionalism, they mustered considerable exposure for MacDonald. Concerned listeners to her radio broadcasts from as far away as the United States sent letters appearing in newspapers. MPs even asked questions about her in the British Parliament. As Chris Dolan notes, Ethel had become the embodiment of all the British volunteers rounded up and silenced by the Republican authorities. 171. In the United States, the ULO sent a telegram to new Prime Minister Juan Negrin, of the PSOE, demanding immediate cessation attacks against C.N.T.F.A.I. and other anti-fascist organizations and to halt the persecution and deportation of foreign anti-fascist volunteers. Negrin's reply called the accusations absolutely false and urged the ULO not to be misled by the enemy's tactics. 172. Many transatlantic anarchists became increasingly disillusioned with their Spanish comrades' seeming refusal to stand up for themselves in the face of communist and left Republican aggression. After Emma Goldman wrote an article in Spanish Revolution highlighting repression against CNTFAI militants, Pedro Herrera and Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez told her that one should not speak too much abroad about the repression we are made object of here. Figure 6.1. Guy Alderd with Ethel MacDonald upon her arrival back in Glasgow, November 1937. After leaving Spain in September, MacDonald spent 2 months in Paris and the Netherlands as the English correspondent for Le Combat Syndicaliste. She returned to Paris in 1938 to work for the IWMA. Image courtesy of the Herald and Times Group. 177. Because this might give the impression that we have almost ceased to exist. 173. When Enrico Aragoni found out about this correspondence, he called Rodriguez Vázquez a foolish boy who doesn't know that the comrades all over the world are criticizing Stalin and his henchmen in Spain. 174. The more abuse that was hurled at them, the more pliant the leadership of the CNTFAI appeared to become. The anti-revolutionary repression culminated in the trial of the POUM Executive Committee in October 1938. The trial was a testing chamber for the strength of the non-communist elements of the Popular Front. The PCE and its allies, including Negrin, wanted death sentences for the charges of treason and espionage, in parallel with the purges of leading Trotskyists in the Soviet Union happening at the same time. Georgy Dimitrov, head of the Comintern, wrote in a telegram to senior communists in mid-October that, "I trust that the appropriate measures have already been taken in order to use that trial of the POUM leadership extensively in the press and by other means on an international scale for the expulsion of Trotskyists from the ranks of the workers' movement." 175. In the event, the POUM defendants were found guilty only of the lesser charge of rebellion, an indication that the communists were not as all-powerful as might be thought, although the POUM was officially dissolved. 176. Even so, Spain and the world called the POUM trial a shocking miscarriage of justice, and defended those accused as unflinchingly brave in defense of their principles. 177. Transatlantic anarchists realized that the witch hunt against the POUM could act as a precursor to remove the CNTFAI from positions of influence. Spanish Revolution noted that today it is the POUM, tomorrow it will be the FAI, CNT, the left-wing socialists, any sort of opposition, any independent movement and opinion. 178. A CNT editorial reprinted in Challenge noted that the campaign of the Communist Party against the POUM hurts our cause tremendously. 179. Helping the persecuted party became an important part of their work. One publication by POUM exiles published in France noted the good work of SIA, particularly in France and the United States, as well as the POUM Defense Committee organized in Glasgow. The latter held solidarity meetings and sold a stamp to raise funds, primarily to pay for food and legal representation for those arrested. Solidarity, the newspaper of the APCF, one of the constituent parts of the POUM Defense Committee, published complete information on the persecution of the POUM, and also had a permanent subscription for food packages to help its prisoners. 180. The fate of the POUM became a symbol of the destruction of the revolution for which the anarchists had worked from the moment of the rebellion. Conclusion. In Spain, as in France, the tactic of the Popular Front proved inadequate to halt the onward march of fascism. The Spanish Popular Front was an amalgamation. 178. Of disparate elements, each with competing, indeed, incompatible, visions of how to deal with the new set of circumstances following the nationalist rebellion. The official battle cry of the coalition was a defense of the Republic. Even a Republican victory, however, could not reset Spanish society to before July 19, 1936. With the onset of the revolution, the anarchist Black Cat was already out of the bag. Despite all the propaganda detailing the unity of the Republican forces, the split between the revolutionary and anti-revolutionary elements shattered the Popular Front. A military victory would not have been able to mend it. Once the menace of fascism was removed, the more likely outcome was further factional strife and bloodshed. The international brigades were an arena of heightened communist influence. Those who challenged this influence, including anarchists, often paid dearly for their dissent. The communists became, as Vernon Richards notes, the spearhead of the counter-revolution in Spain. 181. The anarchists' most natural ally against this spearhead was the POUM and its international affiliates. In the transatlantic countries, anarchists did their best to forge a united front with comrades of the 3½ International, but after the May days the anarchists were effectively alone in their espousal of the social revolution as the best way of winning the war. The anarchists were themselves divided on how best to conduct the war for the benefit of the revolution, which led to open dissent in the libertarian ranks. Collaborationists saw unity as the primary hurdle in the way of successful prosecution of the war, but this unity was an illusion. The Spanish anarchist leadership became intransigent in defense of the line taken. For many in the rank and the international movement, the concessions of the CNTFAI were too much. The anarchists were not the only group unhappy with the influence of the communists on Republican war policy. In March 1939, Colonel Segismundo Casado, commander of the Republic's Army of the Center, launched a coup against the Negrin government. Supported by virtually all non-communists in positions of power, including former communist ally José Maella, the coup was directed primarily against the PCE. Negrin's decision to place control of the army into the hands of the communists through a series of partisan promotions provoked his downfall, and the anarchists seized their opportunity for revenge. 182. Led by Cipriano Mera, commander of the 4th Army Corps, Confederal troops were crucial to the coup's success. 183 These anarchists were overwhelmingly committed to the struggle against the communists, having spent the entire war with hostile fascist forces in front of them, and hostile communist forces behind them. 184 This hostility led to a NAL, bloody battle. Communists and anti-communists fought to the death in Madrid as nationalist forces looked on. After a week, well over 200 Republicans lay dead, with many more wounded. This reimagining of the May Days simply prolonged the inevitable, and on March 28 the nationalists seized the capital with barely a shot being read. 185 Vanguard and Challenge defended anarchist participation in the coup, the latter calling the behavior of the communists arch-treason. 186 By this time it mattered little. The war was lost. Conclusion. The end of the Spanish Civil War in April 1939 was a watershed moment for anarchists. George Woodcock claims that 1939 marks the real death in Spain of the anarchist movement which Bakunin founded 2 generations before. The revolution was crushed. The country with the strongest movement, Spain, was overrun by fascism, and the militants of the CNT and FAI who survived were forced underground or into exile. This continued until the death of Franco in 1975. It remains tempting to view the period from 1936 to 1939 as the NAL rearguard action of a movement in terminal decline, the last sine qua action of the RST wave of anarchism before its resurgence with the emergence of the New Left in the 1960s. After all, the defeat of the revolution left the transatlantic anarchists in disarray. The CNT-FAI London bureau collapsed in bitterness and recrimination after members discovered that Ralph Barr had been embezzling funds for his own purposes throughout the CON-ICT. An investigation by Ethel Mannon found that Barr had stolen over £200 from the organisation in 1939 alone. According to Reginald Reynolds, Mannon's husband, Barr even used money set aside for CNT gun running to have a gay time in the south of France with a young woman. Reynolds and 2 Spanish veterans with cold murder in their eyes confronted Barr, who behaved like a whipped dog after addressing down 3. Emma Goldman left for Canada in April 1939 and never returned. She died there in May 1940. As per her request, she was buried in Waldheim Cemetery in Chicago, near the graves of the Haymarket martyrs who had inspired her entrance to anarchist ranks some FTY years earlier. For in the United States, the end of the Civil War signaled the end for the Vanguard Group, which printed its last issue in July 1939. Sam Dolgoff remembered that the fascist victory disastrously undermined not only the morale of the readers but the morale of the members of the Vanguard Group itself. The Vanguard Group simply disintegrated. 5. Spanish Revolution ceased publication in May 1938 after running out of money, and Abe Bluestein's Challenge also folded, the NAL issue appearing the day after the declaration of the Second World War in September 1939. 6. Yet, despite the devastating blow of Spain, surviving transatlantic anarchists continued to agitate for the cause. Some Civil War veterans, such as the Wobblies Raymond Gulstad and Frank Miller, carried on their GHT against fascism by serving in the Second World War. 7 others took up anti-war positions and published propaganda against conscription. Guy Alderd and the USM took part in events organized by the No Conscription League, NCL, in Glasgow, and Vernon Richards and other London-based anarchists produced the journal Revolt, later relaunched as War Commentary. 8. Frank Leach of the ACF was imprisoned for refusing to register for rewatching, and went on hunger strike for 17 days in Barlinnie prison to protest conscription. Irish anarchist Matt Kavanagh also spent time in Brixton prison for his views during the war. 9. Carissa Honeywell notes that the British anarchists' Spanish experience shaped their reasons for taking up an anti-war position. They pointed to the plight of the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War in particular to cast doubt on the sincerity of the British establishment's hostility to fascism. 10. In the United States, American anarchists started the journal Y, which, after initially remaining neutral on the issue, became a leading voice against the war in the radical milieu. 11. Andrew Cornell maintains that new anarchist organizations and publications that sprang up in the early 1940s drew significantly on the legacy established in the preceding decade. 12. This legacy centered on organizing Spanish solidarity. The defeat of the Spanish Revolution was a devastating setback for anarchism internationally, but the emphasis on waves ignores the continuity of the movement between the 1930s and 1960s. Networks that sprang into action after July 1936 continued to function in the post-Civil War era, even if several individual activists left the movement or passed away. A core of primarily younger anarchists, brought up in the galvanizing atmosphere of Spain, remained. They were a connecting point between the workerist, labor-focused anarchism of the early 20th century and the anarchic youth culture of the transitional and lumpenized classes at the end of it. 13. The Spanish Civil War marked a changing of the guard for the transatlantic anarchist movement, rather than a wholesale rupture between RST and second waves. A New World in Our Hearts. 14 Anarchists in Spain played a leading role in the development of the war. Their influence was decisive in quashing the military rebellion in cities like Barcelona, and their militias helped to liberate eastern Aragon from nationalist rule in the early months of the CON-ICT. Members of the CNT and FAI staved off economic collapse when industrialists and large landowners ended by seizing control of factories and collectivizing farmland, instituting their own brand of comunismo libertario in the process. As soon as the Republican state reorganized itself after the collapse of its authority in July 1936, it sought to overturn these gains by neutralizing the most expansive and dynamic element of the Popular Front, the anarchists. Their co-option as instruments of state policy moved the CNT-FAI from a position of strength to one of weakness. The strangulation of the revolution coincided with the steady surrender of Republican territory to the nationalists and an increasing reliance on Soviet aid as a solution to the arms embargo. This aid had one condition attached: thwart the revolution at all costs. Attacks on the Spanish Revolution began early, with the communists and their allies keen to vilify the anarchists and other revolutionaries in Spain. This was part of an international process carried out by communist parties in various countries, something that transatlantic anarchists attempted to counter. The small stature of the movement meant they were largely unsuccessful in this, one of the main reasons for the historical amnesia with regards to the industrial and rural collective experiments in the immediate aftermath of the war. The revolution remained in the hearts of militants after the victory of Franco but was forcibly erased from the official history of the CON-ICT. Foreign anarchists in Spain may receive less attention than those who went under the auspices of the Comintern, but they are just as much a part of the history of anti-fascism as those communists, socialists, and liberals who sacrificed their lives in the international brigades. Milicianos and milicianas who served in anarchist units witnessed their unique organizational style and their constructive efforts in areas where they were stationed. Their experiences provide valuable insights into the practicality of anarchist thought in difficult circumstances. Anarchists in the international brigades also show the stultifying political atmosphere for foreigners in Spain, which often had deadly consequences. The brigadistas are rightly celebrated for their principled stand against fascism, but life in the brigades was not as rosy as is sometimes portrayed. Although the transatlantic anarchists who stayed in their own countries were less numerous than their Spanish comrades, their activities highlight the durability of transnational solidarity networks during wartime. Spanish anarchists had to contend with a sectarian republican government that withheld arms from their troops and strangled funds from their collectives. International comrades challenged this, by limited attempts to smuggle weapons through the non-intervention blockade and, more successfully, by redirecting money via Paris and through SIA. Transnational networks were used to sneak material out of Spain, including LMS, newspapers and, eventually, people. In the case of the latter, solidarity networks beyond the anarchist movement were invaluable, as shown by the cooperation of both the British anarchists and the CNT-FAI with the ILP. Fleeing Spanish anarchists used networks established in the preceding 3 years as a means of escape. In London, for example, militants from the CNT, FAI, FIJL, and Mujeres Libres, including Suceso Portales, the organization's national vice secretary, set up camp in exile. Here they published the newspaper Crónica Obrera, Workers' Chronicle, edited by Manuel Salgado. 15 These networks were UID, but this was a source of strength, rather than weakness. Lessons of the Spanish Revolution. At the same time, the experience of the Spanish Revolution on anarchists outside Spain was not universally positive. Transatlantic anarchists were frequently at odds with the Spanish movement on issues of tactics and struggled with some of the more controversial actions of the CNTFAI leadership. The decision to join the Republican government, the acceptance of militarization and the refusal to stand up to communist and left Republican repression infuriated many anarchists in Britain, Ireland, and the United States. Some condemned the compromises of the CNTFAI, whilst others swallowed their criticisms. The more forward-thinking of them also criticized the gendered nature of the anarchist movement, with its failure to confront patriarchal structures, tendency to caricature both women and young people in traditional roles, and reification of hegemonic masculinity. The transatlantic anarchist movement is a window into the tensions and contradictions that plagued Spanish anarchism from 1936 to 1939. The CNTFAI leadership was largely deaf to the criticisms of the international movement, but these criticisms were echoed elsewhere. There acted rank and dissent at the policies pursued throughout the Civil War, something leading militants sought to smother. This happened both internationally and domestically. In January 1938, the National Plenum of the CNT agreed to reduce the number of anarchist newspapers in Spain and unify editorial content in order to reduce criticism of the of-chail line. This was something familiar to foreign anarchists, who were castigated, often unfairly, by their Spanish comrades for judging CNTFAI compromises too harshly. 16 A motion to reorganize the FAI into a political party passed at a regional plenum in August 1937, but only after angry denunciations of the betrayal of anarchist principles by a sine-cant minority. 17 By viewing these developments alongside the extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris of the same year, the hostility from sine-cant portions of the movement to the actions of the CNTFAI leadership becomes even more apparent. It shows that even with different organizational structures, anarchists in Spain and abroad wrestled with similar issues and reached similar although varied conclusions. Despite their misgivings, almost all transatlantic anarchists continued to agitate for their Spanish comrades. They raised thousands of pounds that were funneled through transnational networks in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, London, Glasgow, Paris, and Barcelona, and used to bolster the Spanish anarchist movement in their struggle against Franco. Working for a cause greater than themselves was a transformative process for transatlantic anarchists. Leaving the revolutionary atmosphere of Spain was often a bitter pill for them to swallow. Russian-American Leon Green, who returned to New York in 1937 after working for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona, was dejected upon his arrival in the U.S. He wrote to Martin Goodell in May 1938 that, "My whole heart is centered on Spain and my mind is completely devoid from the contemptible commercial system in which I and myself completely lost. My true sentiment is, I regret my ever leaving Spain. I should have remained there until the end for the best or for the worst." 18. Spain became a focal point for anarchists outside the country. This raises the question of how different the movement in the transatlantic countries was compared with the Spanish variant. Spain was unique in anarchist circles in the 1930s, with a mass anarcho-syndicalist trade union movement in the form of the CNT, and a powerful radical AF90 group federation in the FAI. In Britain and Ireland, the movement was made up of small groups in larger cities such as Glasgow and London, and individuals, who were often scattered throughout the country. The US movement was also group-based, and like the British movement did not have a sine-cant base in the trade unions, with the notable exception of the IWW. Groups in the United States were often organized around foreign-language newspapers, which caused problems for those wishing to expand the support base of anarchism beyond areas of traditional strength. Immigrant communities, notably the Spanish-American diaspora, were essential in maintaining support for Spain, particularly through SIA. Activists in Britain, Ireland, and the United States had more in common with each other than with their comrades in Spain. But the Spanish movement was a vital source of intellectual exchange for transatlantic anarchists. Most of the debates that characterized the Spanish anarchist movement were also carried out internationally. Transnational networks were essential in facilitating this exchange. Their newspapers were LLED with stories of the collectives in Catalonia and Aragon, and their activities, including fundraising for their Spanish comrades, inevitably exposed them to developments within Spain. The revolution trained new activists in the theory and praxis of anarchism, and exposed problems and weaknesses as well as strengths. Indeed, Vernon Richards' book on the Civil War period is entitled Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, 1953. Youngsters like Richards, Albert Meltzer, and Sam Dolgoff earned their stripes in the movement during this period by agitating and publishing newspapers. Those that went to Spain, such as Abe Bluestein, Ethel MacDonald, and Jenny Patrick, were thrust into the heat of a revolution. Patrick declared that her and MacDonald's arrival in Barcelona was the most exciting day in both our lives, and I don't think we'll ever forget it. 19 others, like Russell Blackwell, who helped form the Libertarian League in the 1950s, and William Ryan, who edited the IWW's Industrial Worker from 1950 to 1951, became anarchists due primarily to their experiences in Spain. In Ryan's case, this was a direct response to the behavior of the communists throughout the war. 20 transatlantic anarchist activities during the Civil War show what David Featherstone calls the inventive, generative character of solidarity. 21 The 1930s was a frightening time for those who lived through it. Economic collapse, the rapid erosion of democratic norms, the rise of fascism and the far right, and the descent into catastrophic World War, one that ended with the deployment of nuclear weapons against a civilian population. At times, it can seem like our own age is doomed to follow a similar path, history repeating itself, both farcical and tragic. And yet, the 1930s was more than simply a prelude to the darkness at noon of the Second World War. There were times, like during the Spanish Revolution, when hope overcame the gathering gloom. This book has shown what life was like for working-class activists during difficult circumstances, but also how quickly these circumstances can change. The failure of the anti-fascist forces in Spain was not inevitable. Mistakes were made by the anarchists, the wider Republican movement and their supposed allies in Europe and elsewhere that allowed fascism to triumph. These mistakes do not diminish the justice of the struggle, or its impact on people across the globe. They provide lessons for contemporary social movements seeking to put an end to authoritarianism, patriarchy, and war. For a brief period, the achievements of the CNTFAI provided transatlantic anarchists with the inspiration to continue their struggle for a better world, in the face of Terry-C odds. As the wobbly bird Russell wrote in the IWW's One Big Union Monthly in January 1938. Within a few months such accomplishments have been made which, irrespective of the NAL outcome, will stand as a concrete example of the capacities of our class through our unions to rebuild society on a basis of workers' control and ownership. It proves conclusively that the working class will not perish without masters. 22. Appendix 1. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers. Abruzzo, Alfonso. Italian-American. Born in Bivona, Sicily, in 1889. Moved to the United States in 1904 and settled in New York City. Became a follower of insurrectionist Italian anarchist Luigi Gallini. Also stayed in Barcelona. Unit unknown. Sources, CPC, Zimmer, 1. Aho, Frank Oscar. Finnish-American. Born in Cedar Valley Town, MN, on April 30, 1901. Joined IWW in 1920 and worked as laborer in timber industry. Joined PUSA in 1936. Left for Spain October 2, 1937 aboard Georgic, arrived October 15, 1937. Served as soldado, soldier, in 15th International Brigade, RST in the Lincoln Washington Battalion Machine Gun Company and subsequently the Machine Gun Company of the Mackenzie Papineau Battalion. Fought at battles of Lessera, Caspe, Gandesa, and Ebro. Returned to the United States on December 15, 1938 aboard Paris. Died February 10, 1940 in St. Louis, MN. Sources: Alba, Regaspi. Albertini, Enrico. Italian-American. Born in Borgossia, Piedmont, in 1887. Stayed in Paris and London before moving to the United States in 1915. Lived in New York City and Philadelphia, PA, working as a goldsmith. Grouped around El Era Nueva, New Era, newspaper. Came to Spain in March 1937 and served with international brigades. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Albrighton, James. Englishman. Born April 22, 1917 in Salisbury. Moved to London to study medicine at university. YCL London member. Arrived in Barcelona September 29, 1936 and Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 195 served with Muert es Maestro Militia, Section No. 1 on Madrid front. Part of Servicios Especiales that carried out executions of suspected fascist prisoners. BRODIE became political commissar of militia before being transferred to Servicios Sanidad, medical unit, of 14th and later 15th International Brigade. Served as medic at Jerema. Repatriated following serious injury August 2, 1938. Report of PCE dated December 4, 1938 says he did not see action but twisted ankle and said he would only have an operation in England. Abandoned communism upon return. Sources: Baxel, MML, Regaspi. Bacchetta. Italian-American. Born 1886 in Turin. Moved to New York City and became anarchist. Unit unknown. Sources: CPC, Zimmer, 1. Bailey, William James. Irish-American. Born January 23, 1910 in Jersey City, New Jersey. Joined IWW as a sailor, then PUSA and Communist-controlled Marine Workers' Industrial Union in 1930. Led demonstration against German ship Bremen in July 1935 when he climbed the ship's mast and threw the swastika AG into the sea. Left for Spain June 16, 1937 aboard Aquitania. Served in 15th International Brigade, Mackenzie Papineau Battalion, Lincoln Washington Battalion, Machine Gun Company as company commander. Returned to the United States December 20, 1938 aboard Ausonia. Served in the Second World War. Died February 27, 1995 in San Francisco, CA. Sources: Alba, Carol, Regaspi, White, 1. Barr, Reuben. Russian-American. Born July 2, 1902 in Kiev to Jewish parents. Moved to the United States and joined IWW aged 15. Became secretary of IWW of CE in Wichita, CA. Arrested in 1917 and charged with criminal syndicalism but was found not guilty. Moved to New York City to work for Father's laundry business. Joined PUSA in 1932. Served as political commissar in 15th International Brigade, Mackenzie Papineau Battalion, and Lincoln Washington Battalion. Fought at Teruel and captured by Nationalists January 4, 1938. Sentenced to death but commuted after he wrote a letter to President Roosevelt pleading for his release, which convinced his captors he was too important to execute. Released March 24, 1940 and returned to the United States aboard Exford. Became involved in peace movement in 1980s and was arrested at nonviolent demonstration in California. Died May 25, 1993. Sources: Alba, Carol, Sugarman, White, 1. 196 Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers. Barina, Manuel Estevez. Spanish-American. Born October 15, 1918 in Plymouth, CA. Moved to Spain 1932. Student. Served in Rosal Column, anarchist unit that became 60th Brigade, transferred to 15th International Brigade as interpreter. Attended officer training school and became sergeant to then tenant. Returned to the United States December 20, 1938 aboard Ausonia. Served in the Second World War. Died April 21, 1991. Sources: Alba. Bale, John. Half Spanish, half English student from reading. Arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936 and served in Muertes Maestro Militia, No. 1 section. Reported missing during Battle of Madrid November 16, 1936. Later found out to have been captured by nationalists and executed. Sources: Baxel, MML. Belcher, William. Australian. Born in Geelong, Victoria, in 1912. Family of Irish extraction. Moved to Soho where he worked as a draftsman. Left London August 25, 1936 with SMAC. Joined Bataillon de la Muerte after setting up SMAC Hospital in Grainan. Became Centurion and fought at Belchite and Teruel. Became Sergeant 2 in 153rd Mixed Brigade, 3rd Battalion, after militarization. Requested repatriation for propaganda duties but was arrested by secret police in Barcelona after May days. Sentenced to death but was released and returned to London aboard HMS Devonshire. Navigator for RAF during the Second World War. Returned to Australia after the war and became noted yachtsman. Sources: A.G., Belcher, Derby, Keane, TNA. Bentley, Albert. Englishman from London. Seaman who jumped ship while in France. Arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936 and served in Muertes Maestro Militia, No. 1 section. Killed at Casa de Campo during Battle of Madrid November 12, 1936. Sources: Baxel, MML. Blackwell, Russell. American. Born March 24, 1904 in Brooklyn, New York. Journalist for Trotskyist RWL. Joined POUM militia while in Spain. Wounded during May days. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 197 Ding with POUM and anarchists. Subsequently arrested by Republican authorities and held in Madrid prison. Released after a campaign led by the CNT. Deported on British warship to Marseilles January 20, 1939. Returned to the United States February 4, 1939 aboard President Harding. Became anarchist upon return and helped set up Libertarian League with Sam and Esther Dolgoff in July 1954. Died August 1969. Sources: Alba, Dolgoff, Heath, 1. Boncheri, Bruno, El Americano. Italian-American. Born 1902 in Lucca, Tuscany. Moved to the United States 1914. Sailor and IWW member. Worked with Vanguard Group and others in New York City. Moved to Barcelona 1934 but was expelled in 1935 for allegedly supporting wife's prostitution. Re-entered Spain following military revolt and served BRODIE in Escaso column near Granada. Traveled from Barcelona to the United States in August 1936 and March 1937 to look for possible arms suppliers for CNT and procured small stash of weapons. Returned to Spain in May 1937 and served in 128th Mixed Brigade, 4th Artillery Group. Injured in August 1937. Arrested by Republicans in November 1937 for violating expulsion order of pre-war republic. Released and sought re-entry to the United States in early 1939 but was denied and held at Ellis Island. Moved to Chile after war. Sources: Avriche, 1, Friedman, Regaspi, State Department, Zimmer, 1, Zimmer, 2. Borghi, Patrizio. Italian-American. Born in Bologna, Emilia-Romagna, in 1914. Son of Armando Borghi, noted Gallenista. Moved to New York City in 1932 via Geneva and France, where he joined the La Dunita Dei Refractory group. Worked as baker and mechanic. Joined Garibaldi Battalion in Spain. Possibly held in Gurs concentration camp as violent anarchist after war, could also be Arsenio Borghi, another Italian anarchist. Sources: CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Views: Trifund/Tripko. Greek/Bulgarian American. Born in Vodun, Greece. Socialist Party, IWW, and PUSA member. Served in either 15th or 129th International Brigade, Dimitrov Battalion. Returned to the United States but was deported to Yugoslavia in 1946. Died in 1966 in Yugoslavia. Sources: Alba, Regaspi. 198 Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers. Buzzi, Ernaldo. Italian American. Born 1900 in Luino, Lombardy. Anarchist electrician in Turin. Unit unknown. Sources: CPC, Zimmer, 1. Campbell, Bruce. Scotsman from Glasgow. Arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936 and served with Muert es Maestro militia. Fate unknown. Sources: Baxel, MML. Campbell, James. Irishman. Born 1903 in Derry, Ireland. Left Folkestone for Spain January 22, 1937 and fought with international brigades. Characterized by brigade authorities as insubordinate. Arrested in Barcelona July 1937 in roundup of suspected anarchists after May Days. Returned August 12, 1937. Sources: ISCW, Ocatane, Regaspi, TNA. Casassa, Vigna Antonio. Italian American. Born May 8, 1899 in Turin, Piedmont. Minor, moved to the United States early 1920s. Member of El Emancipacion group in San Francisco, CA. Arrived in Spain August 23, 1937 and fought with Garibaldi Brigade at Battle of the Ebro. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Castro, Andres. Spanish American. Member of Cultura Proletaria group in New York City. Sailed on Mar Cantabrico January 6, 1937 planning to join anarchist unit. Ship intercepted by nationalists and executed on arrival. Sources: Zimmer, 2. Centrone, Michel. Italian American. Born 1879 in Bari, Apulia. Worked as carpenter in Paris, then moved to San Francisco, CA. Oldest transatlantic anarchist volunteer at age 58 on arrival in Spain. Served in Italian section of Escaso column. Killed by bullet through forehead at Monte Pelleto on Aragon front August 28, 1938. Sources: Alba, CPC, FAPE, Zimmer, 1. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 199 Cerruti, Pietro. Italian American. Born 1885 in Dorzano, Piedmont. Moved to Clifton, New Jersey, in 1913 and worked as laborer and weaver. Fought in Spain, most likely in the Garibaldi Battalion, where he was injured. Arrived at Monavar Hospital in Valencia May 7, 1937. Sources: CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Chambers, Arthur. Englishman from King's Cross, London. ILP member and the First World War veteran. Left for Spain January 10, 1937 and fought with ILP contingent in POUM militia as corporal, then transferred to unidentified anarchist unit. Killed on Aragon front August 1937 trying to bring in wounded. Sources: Davison, Durgan, EGP, Hall, TNA. Chiappini, Renato. Italian American. Born 1904. Sailor. Arrived in Spain March 17, 1937 and served as cook with Garibaldi Brigade, 3rd Battalion. Described as very sectarian by brigade authorities and wanted to leave to join his fellow anarchists in 26th BRODIE Division. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Clerico, Liberato. Italian-American. Born 1889. Bartender. Fought in 28th Escaso Division. Incarcerated in French concentration camp after war. Fate unknown. Sources: Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Connolly, Gilbert. Irish-American. Claimed to be grandson of Irish revolutionary James Connolly, but this is extremely unlikely. Vanguard Group member in New York City. Fought in C&T militia. Sources: Avriche, 1, Zimmer, 1. Deana, Pietro. Italian-American. Born either 1898 or 1902. Sailor. El Adunita Dei refractory member in New York City, although Cominternly say he joined CP 1921. Arrived in Spain February 11, 1937. Served in 12th International Brigade but 200 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers was captured and held at Gurs concentration camp. Handed over to the Nazis, fate unknown. Sources: Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Dickinson, Edward A. Ted. Australian. Joined IWW in 1923 and was imprisoned for Union activities. Moved to London late 1920s. Left for Spain December 19, 1936 and served as company commander in 15th International Brigade, British Battalion, Company No. 2, Section 5. Captured by nationalists in 1937 and executed. Sources: Regaspi, TNA, White, 1, White, 2. Donovan, John, Paddy. Irishman living in Britain. Served in the First World War. ILP and Republican Congress member. Left for Spain January 10, 1937. Served in international brigades, ILP contingent, as second in command, and unidentified anarchist unit. Fought at Ermita de Salas on Huesca front. Returned to Britain May 29, 1937 and attended ILP summer school in August 1937. BRODIE employed as George Orwell's gardener in winter of 1937. Left for second spell in Spain February 5, 1938. Died in London in 1971. Sources: Crick, Davison, Durgan, Hall, Orwell, Regaspi, TNA. Doran, Charles. Irishman. Born 1894 in Dublin. Worked as printer's porter. Moved to Glasgow in 1915. Served in the First World War. Joined APCF before leaving for ILP in early 1930s. Arrived in Spain January 12, 1937 and served with POUM militia on Aragon front. Was caught up in May days and was under heavy suspicion by authorities but managed to avoid arrest and returned July 13, 1937. During the Second World War worked with Willie McDougall's Workers' Revolutionary League, a successor to the APCF. Sources: Convery, 1, Cousin, Davison, Nye, Regaspi, TNA, Workers' Free Press, November-December 1937. Droescher, Werner. German. Born January 5, 1911 in Karlsruhe, Baden-Württemberg. Teacher. Moved to Tossa de Mar in Catalonia in 1933 and began affair with young Englishwoman Greville Texidor, whom he later married, once in Barcelona in 1936 under the new revolutionary marriage laws and again in London in 1937 for greater legal protection. Joined POUM militia attached to Ortiz column after outbreak of war and then transferred to Centuria Aguilicos de las Cortes. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 201 and served at La Zaida on Aragon Front. Returned to Barcelona and joined Centuria Giustizia y Liberta, also known as the Matadi Battalion, attached to the Escaso column. Fought at Almudvar on Huesca Front. Left for London in early 1937 and worked with British anarchists. Helped set up ASU. Returned to Spain in December 1937 and taught refugee children in Vic, Catalonia. Dismissed in 1938 and returned to Barcelona to work for Relief Committee run by Quakers. Evacuated to Britain via Germany, where he witnessed Kristallnacht, in 1939. Declared an enemy alien on outbreak of the Second World War and interned. Released and moved to New Zealand in 1940 with Texidor, where they were interned again. Released in 1941 and moved to Australia in 1948. He and Texidor separated in the 1960s and he returned to New Zealand. Became active in New Zealand anarchist movement and lectured on the subject at University of Auckland. Died suddenly in 1978. Sources: Derby, Droescher, EGP. Esposito, Giuseppe. Italian-American. Born 1895 in Chieti, Abruzzo. Sailor. Moved to the United States in 1925 and became associated with individualist anarchists in New York City. Arrived in Spain September 30, 1937 and fought with Unidentified Unit. Sources: Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Fantini, Giulio. Italian-American. Born 1899. Wireless operator. Anarchist turned communist. Joined PUSA 1930 and became member of National Italian Bureau of the party. Arrived in Spain February 24, 1937 and served as lieutenant in Garibaldi Battalion, Service de Cadres. Radio telegraphist for Brigade. Sources: Regaspi. Fernandez, José Tomás. Spanish-American. Member of Cultura Proletaria Group in New York City before moving back to Spain. Returned to U.S. to purchase arms. Sailed on Mar Cantabrico January 6, 1937 planning to join anarchist unit. Ship intercepted by nationalists and executed on arrival. Sources: Zimmer, 2. Fonda, Guarino aka Guillermo Farnes Malo. Italian-American. Born April 8, 1904 in Perin, ceded to Italy after the First World War but now part of Slovenia. Sailor. Moved to the United States in 202 Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 1931. Anarchist/CP member. Arrived in Spain May 22, 1937 and served with unknown unit. Denied re-entry to the United States. Sources: Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Fusari, Pietro. Italian-American. Born 1894 in Cordiolona, Lombardy. Suspected of supplying weapons to workers in Italy in 1920 and of masterminding a bombing in Milan in 1921. Moved to Philadelphia, PA, in the late 1920s where he worked as a cook and laborer. Arrived in Spain March 17, 1937 and served as soldado in Garibaldi Brigade. Returned to the United States September 21, 1938 aboard Normandy but was denied entry and held at Ellis Island. Sources: Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Gabriele, Biagio. Italian-American. Born 1895 in Acri, Calabria. Peasant barber. Served in unknown unit. Sources: Alba, CPC, Zimmer, 1. Garland, Frank. Englishman from London. Served with Muert es Maestro militia in Madrid. Reported missing during Battle of Madrid November 16, 1936. Later found out to have been captured by nationalists and executed. Sources: Baxel, MML. Garner, Hugh. English-Canadian. Born March 22, 1913 in Bartley, Yorkshire. Moved to Toronto in 1919. Novelist. Arrived in Spain February 17, 1937 and served in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, Machine Gun Company. Participated in battles of Jarama and Brunt. Deserted and was sent to Engineering Corps, Punishment Battalion. BRODIE served in Anarchist 39th Mixed Brigade. Arrived in Britain September 25, 1937 and was repatriated to Canada in October 1937. Served in Royal Canadian Navy during the Second World War. Died June 30, 1979. Sources: Petro, Regaspi, Stewie, TNA. Guerra, Alvaro. Italian-American. Born 1902 in Italy. Sailor. Served as soldado in Garibaldi Battalion, 2nd Company, and was decorated for bravery after Battle of the Ebro. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers. 203 incarcerated in French concentration camp after war and handed over to the Nazis. Liberated from Mauthausen concentration camp in 1945 by U.S. Army. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Jaconai, Maria. Italian-American. Born 1892 in Ancona. Peasant housewife. Moved to Jessup, PA, in 1912 and became Gallinista. Went to Spain in 1936 and believed to have served as Militiana in unidentified unit. By March 1937 was back in New York City. Sources: CPC, Zimmer, 1. Gil, Alvaro. Spanish-American. Member of Cultura Proletaria Group in New York City. Became commander in 70th Brigade. Sources: Zimmer, 1, Zimmer, 2. Di Giovan Battista, Armando/Giuseppe. Italian-American. Born 1903. Left for Spain February 17, 1937 aboard President Roosevelt, arrived March 17, 1937. Unit unknown. Killed in action. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Givney, John. American. Born May 15, 1893 in Liverpool, England. Moved to New York. Seaman and Pusa member. Left for Spain January 9, 1937 aboard Lafayette. Arrived at Pina de Ebro on Aragon Front February 23, 1937 and served in BRODIE International Group. Left to join 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion. Brigade authorities list him as bad comrade due to gross indiscipline. Deserted to Barcelona during May days. Wounded during Battle of Brunt. Returned to the United States September 13, 1938 aboard Aquitania. Sources: Alba, Fape, Regaspi, Zimmer, 2. Grana North American. From the name, could well be Spanish-American. Mentioned as member of BRODIE International Group on the Aragon Front April 21, 1937. Sources: Fape. 204 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers. Garin, Joseph. Englishman with Belgian and Irish connections. Joined BRODIE International Group and left for Aragon Front January 4, 1937. Died August 25, 1937. Sources: ISCW, Fape. Golstad, Raymond Arthur. Norwegian-American. Born June 16, 1906 in Baldwin, Wisconsin. Logger, IWW member. Left for Spain August 18, 1937 aboard President Harding and served as Cabo, Corporal, with 15th International Brigade on Zaragoza Front. Wounded by exploding shell and returned to the United States September 24, 1937 aboard de Grasse. Wrote for IWW Press on return. Served U.S. Army during the Second World War. Died June 7, 1965 and buried in Los Angeles, CA. Sources: Alba, Golstad, One Big Union Monthly, March 1938, Regaspi, White, 1. Harley, Edward Ralph. Englishman. Left for Front with BRODIE International Group December 15, 1936. Became Young Officer in British Army during the Second World War. Sources, FAPE, London Gazette, May 23, 1941. Harris, Michael. Englishman from near Birmingham. Arrived at Madrid Front October 4, 1936 and served with Muert es Maestro Militia, No. 1 Section. Reported missing during Battle of Madrid November 16, 1936. Later found out to have been captured by nationalists and executed. Sources, Baxell, MML. Henderson, John. Englishman from London. Arrived at Madrid Front October 4, 1936 and served with Muert es Maestro Militia. Fate unknown. Sources, Baxell, MML. Hill, Patrick. Irishman. Served with Enniskillen Fusiliers in the First World War and later joined the IRA. Arrested by British for rebellion and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment but was released after 18 months following declaration of Irish Free State. Left for Spain October 25, 1936 with SMAC. Joined Battalion. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 205 de la Muert and served on Aragon Front. Described as an ardent anarchist but a NE fellow. Became Sergeant 2 in 153rd Mixed Brigade, 4th Battalion, after militarization, listed as Patricio Hill. Fate unknown. Sources, A.G., Belcher, Convery, 1, Keene, TNA. Hinman, Luke Anson. American. Born November 13, 1905 in Sacramento, CA. Longshoreman and IWW member. Joined PUSA in 1934. Left for Spain October 20, 1937 aboard Queen Mary, arrived October 31, 1937. Served as scout in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion. Returned to the United States December 15, 1938 aboard Paris. Died May 3, 1994. Sources, Alba, Regaspi. Hinsa, Jose Sanchez. Spanish-American. Fought with anarchist Columna de Hierro. Transferred to international brigades in April 1937. Sources, Regaspi. Horan, Edward aka Edward Palaga. American. Born July 10, 1910 in Chicago, IL. Cook/waiter, IWW member. Joined CP in 1937. Left for Spain September 25, 1937 aboard Laconia, arrived October 8, 1937. Fought as soldado in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion during retreats through Aragon. Went missing and accused of desertion, sent to Castelldefels prison in Barcelona. Returned to the United States December 15, 1938 aboard Paris. Reputed to be undercover policeman for Chicago Police. Served in the Second World War. Sources, Alba, Carol, Claire. Hourihan, Martin William. Irish-American. Born October 13, 1905 in Towanda, PA. Seaman and teacher, IWW member. Had 6 years service in U.S. Army. Joined PUSA in 1926. Left for Spain January 23, 1937 aboard Champlain, arrived February 2, 1937. Served as company commander of 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, during battles of Jarama and Brunt. Injured in both these battles. Returned to the United States June 24, 1938 aboard Washington. Died December 4, 1995. Sources, Alba, Carol, White, 1. 206 Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers. Hudson, William. Englishman born in Germany to British parents. Moved to Newcastle at young age. Communist. Served in Muerte Maestro Militia, No. 1 Section during Battle of Madrid. Killed while repulsing nationalist attack at Centuria S. Ankh October 17, 1936. Sources, Baxel, MML. Cates, Justice. Jewish American. Born July 13, 1913 in New York City. Seaman. Traveled to Spain alone in November 1936 and served in anarchist militia on Huesca Front. Returned to the United States July 22, 1937 aboard Washington. Sources, Alba, Carroll, Zimmer, 1. Kelly, Michael. Irishman from Ballinasloe, Galway. IRA member and Libertarian sympathizer. Moved to London and became involved with Republican Congress, possibly served on its London Central Council. Arrived in Spain in December 1936 and became platoon leader in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, No. 2 Company, Section 4, Group 11. Challenge asserts he was removed from his command while convalescing from a wound and replaced by a communist. Killed in action July 7, 1937 at Brunt. Challenge also claims he was deliberately murdered by the IB command by being sent out to set up an impossible machine gun test on completely exposed and open ground. The circumstances of his death remain suspicious. Sources, Challenge, August 27, 1938, Connaught Tribune, August 14, 2015, Regaspi, TNA, White, 1. Kilpatrick, Admiral. African American. Born February 20, 1898 in Denver, Co. Served in the First World War. Mechanic and IWW member. Joined PUSA in 1927 and attended Lenin School in Moscow 1933-5. Left for Spain February 20, 1937 aboard Ile de France, arrived March 17, 1937. Served with the United Garage No. 1 and in July 1937 appointed head of transport for Denia and Benissa in Alicante. November 1937 transferred to a general transport unit as a driver and later became front-line ambulance driver with the 5th Army Corps, 45th Division, 12th Brigade. Involved in battles of Belchite, Casp, Gandesa, and Ebro. Returned to the United States December 20, 1938 aboard Ausonia. Died February 1992. Sources, Alba, Regaspi. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 207 Lloyd Jones, Sidney Welshman from Rhondda. Communist. Arrived in Spain October 2, 1936 and became section leader in Muerte Maestro Militia, Section No. 3. Killed while repulsing nationalist attack at Centuria S. Ankh October 17, 1936. Sources, Baxel, MML. MacDonald, Michael. Englishman. Sergeant 2 in 153rd Mixed Brigade, 4th Battalion, during Battle of Belchite in September 1937, listed as Miguel MacDonald. Agnes Hodgson mentions 2 unnamed Englishmen as serving in the Bataillon de la Muerte during her time at the front, so it seems likely that MacDonald served in this anarchist unit before transferring to the 153rd Mixed Brigade with Belcher and Hill upon militarization. Fate unknown. Sources, A.G., Keane. Mackenzie, David. Scotsman from Edinburgh. Born 1917 and moved to Oxford to study medicine. YCL member. Arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936 and served with Muerte Maestro Militia, Section No. 1. Transferred to 11th International Brigade, Commune de Paris Battalion, Section No. 4. Incorrectly reported killed in November 1936 but was actually repatriated. Returned to Scotland January 5, 1937 and spoke at meetings throughout the county raising support for Republic. Sources, Baxel, Gray, Regaspi, TNA. Margherita, Ilario. Italian-American. Born 1887 in Chivasso, Piedmont. Moved to the United States and edited La Dunita Dei Refratari in New York City. Left the United States 1932. Served in Escaso column. Sources, CPC, Zimmer, 2. Martin, Robert Conway. Scotsman born in Stevenston, Ayrshire in 1914/15. Left for Spain May 9, 1937 aboard Ciudad de Barcelona. Ship was torpedoed and sank May 30, 1937. Rescued by some anarchist Sherman. Tried to enroll in international brigades at Albacete but was arrested for his anarchist leanings. Transferred to Barcelona but managed to escape from the Hotel Falcon by jumping out of a window. Sought the help of Ethel MacDonald to EE the country and she provided him 208 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers with clothes and helped get a temporary passport from the British consul. Returned July 18, 1937, where the ILP in London gave him funds to return to Scotland. Sources, Controversy, September 1937, Dolan, Gray, Regaspi, Sunday Mail, December 26, 1937, TNA. Martacchia, Antonio. Italian-American. Born 1903 in Popoli, Abruzzo. Moved to the United States in 1920. Laborer and member of El Emancipacion Group in San Francisco, CA. Fought in Spain in Unidentified Unit. Sources, Alba, CPC, Zimmer, 1. Marzani, Carl. Italian-American. Born March 4, 1912 in Rome. Moved to Scranton, PA, in 1924. Received scholarship to study at Oxford in 1936. Traveled to Spain aboard American banker and joined BRODIE column. Fought on Aragon front, returned to Oxford and joined CPGB. Completed studies and returned to the United States and joined PUSA. Worked for CE of Strategic Studies and U.S. State Department during the Second World War. Served 3 years in prison for concealing PUSA membership while working for State Department. Died December 11, 1994 in Manhattan, New York. Sources, Alba, CPC, Marzani, New York Times, December 14, 1994. Middleton, George. Englishman. Student from Reading. Jumped ship in Barcelona to join BRODIE column and served on Aragon front. Transferred to Muert es Maestro Militia, Section No. 1 and arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936. Killed at Casa de Campo November 12, 1936. Sources, Baxel, MML, Van Possen. Miller, Frank Ralph. American. Born January 28, 1905 in Detroit, MI. Seaman and IWW member. Left for Spain March 1, 1937. Arrived April 14, 1937 and served with 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion. Described by brigade authorities as an anarchist element and an incorrigible drunkard. Fought at Gandesa and during retreats through Aragon but was captured between March 30 and April 6, 1938. Released through prisoner exchanged April 22, 1939 and Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 209 returned to the United States May 10, 1939 aboard Ile de France. Served in Merchant Marines during the Second World War. Sources, Alba, Regaspi. Mori, Benedetto. Italian-American. Born 1899 in Fluminimajor, Sardinia. Sailor. Moved to New York City. Arrived in Spain May 30, 1937 and joined international brigades. According to Cominternly was a member of the CP, but CPC lists him as an anarchist. Described by brigade authorities as good but not sufficiently pliant to party line. Incarcerated at Gers by Vichy France after war. Sources, Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Morris, Virgil Lanny. Jewish American. Born October 15, 1911 in Athena or Seaman, longshoreman, painter, and IWW member. Also member of International Longshoremen's Association and International Seamen's Union. Private in U.S. Army for 4 years. Left for Spain January 9, 1937 aboard Lafayette, arrived January 19, 1937. Served in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, and fought at Jerima. Served as head of section but complained about encroaching caste system and was sent to Labor Battalion, 45th Division. Became ill and spent 3 months in hospital at Perales de Tayuna, Madrid. Deserted and captured at Figueres. Sentenced to a month's imprisonment at Camp Lucax near Chinchilla. At Lucax he stole a RIE from a guard and encouraged other inmates to kill their officers. Accused of being a spy by brigade authorities. Deserted again and expelled by PCE from Spain. EB claims he only escaped execution because of his notoriety as a folk rebel. Returned to the United States January 20, 1939 aboard Aquitania. Sources, EB, Regaspi, Sugarman, White, 1, Zimmer, 1. Morton, Sydney. Englishman from Salford. Arrived at Madrid front October 3, 1936 and served in Muertes Maestro militia. Reported missing during Battle of Madrid November 16, 1936. Later found out to have been captured by nationalists and executed. Sources, Baxel, MML. Mullen, Daniel. Irishman. Born 1896 in Blantyre, Lanarkshire. Friend of Guy Alderd and associated with APCF and Freedom Group in Glasgow and London. Moved to 210 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers Welwyn Garden City, Hertfordshire, with wife and children. Previous military experience as machine gunner. Traveled to Spain to join anarchist militia but was accidentally wounded by own side on arrival in October 1936 and spent several weeks in hospital. Left Spain for London December 20, 1936. Sources, Dolan, GAC, Ioannou, TNA. Neve, Oscar Christian. American. Born August 24, 1905 in Chicago, IL. Joined IWW as seaman in 1929. Left for Spain September 1, 1937 aboard Aquitania, arrived October 14, 1937. Served in 15th International Brigade. Wounded and spent time in hospital. Returned to the United States November 2, 1938 aboard Paris. Died March 1959. Sources, Alba, Regaspi, White, 1. O'Connor, Frank. Irishman born in Dublin. Arrived at Madrid front October 4, 1936 and served with Muertes Maestro militia. Left to join other Irish comrades in November 1936, probably with the British Battalion of 15th International Brigade. Fate unknown. Sources, Baxel, Convery, 1, MML. Odell, Paul. American born in Joplin, Missouri, on March 6, 1909. Laborer and newspaper correspondent. Lived in Chicago, IL, New York City, Kansas City, Missouri, Detroit MI, and many other places. IWW member, joined PUSA in 1937. Left for Spain August 4, 1937, arrived August 15, 1937. Served as soldado in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion, Company No. 1 and 4. Fought at Fuentes de Ebro, Teruel, and the retreats through Aragon. Returned to the United States December 20, 1938 aboard Ausonia. Died March 1974. Sources, Alba, Regaspi. O'Malley, Pat. Irishman born in Dublin. Arrived at Madrid front October 4, 1936 and served with Muertes Maestro militia. Left to join other Irish comrades in November 1936, probably with the British Battalion of 15th International Brigade. Fate unknown. Sources: Baxel, Convery, 1, MML. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 211 Owens, Harry F. Irish-American from Philadelphia, PA. Seaman, IWW, 1921, and sub-member. Helped lead IWW strike against ships carrying goods to Franco. Served in Spain with the 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion. Killed in action mid-1937. Dolgoff claims he was deliberately placed in an exposed position by the Communists that resulted in his death. Sources: Dolgoff, White, 1, White, 2, Zimmer, 1. Pacey, Donald William Robbins. Englishman. Born November 10, 1905 in Sheerness, Kent. Moved to Canada aged 16, then to the United States. Ranch hand. IWW and Socialist Party member. Twice threatened with deportation for left-wing activities. Left for Spain August 25, 1937 aboard Washington and served in 15th International Brigade. Caught typhoid and hospitalized at Vic in Catalonia. Returned to England August 11, 1938, then to the United States to reunite with wife and child. Died March 21, 1978 in San Francisco, CA. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, TNA. Paliaga, Giuseppe. Italian-American. Born September 25, 1905 in Rovinj, ceded to Italy after the First World War but now part of Croatia. Laborer and sailor. Moved to the United States 1929. Served with BRODIE column in Spain. Sources: Alba, Zimmer, 1. Pappas, Sam. Greek-American. Born April 16, 1899 in Turkey. Prior military service in the Ottoman Army in the First World War. Moved to the United States in 1919 after parents died and joined IWW in Butte, MT, as minor. Settled in Los Angeles, CA. Served as soldado in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion, Machine Gun Company. Fought at Ebro and Teruel and was wounded January 4, 1938. Sources: Alba, Regaspi. Parlett, William. Englishman. Born 1911 in Sunderland. Laborer and sailor. Joined East Yorkshire Regiment and trained as machine gunner. Sent to India to deal with protests of Gandhi's Congress Party, poor disciplinary record. Returned to Sunderland in 1936. Left for Spain in December 1936 after liaising with local. Patterson, Frederick Harold, Tawai. Welshman from Penarth, Glamorgan. Served in Bataillon de la Muerte and 15th International Brigade, British Battalion. Fought in Catalonia, Madrid, and Jerima. Moved to New Zealand in May 1938 and became active in Auckland SMAC. Sources: Derby, TNA. Peel, Hubert William Morant, Bill. Englishman. Born 1913 in Cheshire. Scion of wealthy Cheshire family. Served with Bataillon de la Muerte at Belchite and Teruel. Returned to England around May 1937. Served in Durham Light Infantry, 2nd Battalion in France during the Second World War. Some soldiers in his division claim he fought with the Nationalists, others simply that he had also fought in the Spanish Civil War. Killed at Saint Venant near Calais on May 26, 1940. Sources: Belcher, DLI, Keane. Pousty, George. Englishman/Scotsman born 1917. Bricklayer. Stayed in Dundee and London before Civil War. Joined CPGB in 1936. Left for Spain March 21, 1937. Arrived April 2, 1937 and served with 15th International Brigade, British Battalion. Fought at Jerima and Brunt. Described as having anarcho-Trotskyite views which make him a disruptive element. Deserted to join anarchist battalion. Arrested October 3, 1937 and transferred to Engineers Section at Tarazona, Aragon. Seems to have deserted again. Returned to Britain October 27, 1938. Sources: Regaspi, TNA. Raddock, Michael. American-born 1895. Joined IWW aged 18. Accountant. Left for Spain January 28, 1937 aboard Aquitania, arrived February 11, 1937. Served in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, and was wounded at Jerima. Upon release from hospital joined 5th Army Corps, Regiment de Tran, Transport Regiment, 2nd Squadron, rising to rank of Tenient. Returned to the United States February 16, 1938 aboard Lafayette. Became Adjutant Commander of VALB in Chicago. Sources: Alba, Regaspi. Reed, Patrick Joseph, Pat. Irishman. Born February 25, 1899 on ferry from Dublin to Liverpool. Family moved to London then Liverpool. Moved to Canada in 1912. Family moved back to Liverpool in 1915 but Reed stayed behind and joined Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Served in Transmissions Unit in France during the First World War. While in France he married, had a son and made contacts with French syndicalist movement. His wife died shortly after, while his son was killed in the Second World War. Moved back to Ireland, Cork, in 1921 and joined anti-treaty IRA and CPI. Expelled from CPI in 1923 after falling out with Roddy Connolly and left for England in 1924. Moved to Chicago, IL, in 1932 and joined IWW. Arrived in Spain February 1937, possibly aboard Ile-de-France. Served in Spain with 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, and became section leader of Transmissions Unit. Carroll claims he also served in a French unit but this seems unlikely. Joined CNT in Spain. Regularly criticized CP line and was demoted and eventually expelled from brigade by political commissar Dave Doran. Became ill in spring of 1938 and was recommended to visit hospital before repatriation but refused treatment. Returned to the United States December 5, 1938 aboard President Roosevelt. Became editor of IWW's Industrial Worker in Chicago. Died of cerebral hemorrhage November 16, 1947 in Chicago. Sources: Alba, Carroll, Crossy, Fisher, Industrial Worker, November 22, 1947, Regaspi, White, 1, Zimmer, 1. Rhines, Charles. Jewish American. Born November 8, 1905 in Chicago, IL. Pilot in U.S. Army Air Corps, 94th Squadron from 1921 to 2. Joined IWW in 1923. Left for Spain January 28, 1937 aboard Aquitania. Unit unknown. Returned to the United States September 24, 1937 aboard de Grasse. Sources: Alba, Sugerman. Rodriguez, Armando. Italian-American. Served in Escaso column. Helped start El Adunita Dei Refractory Children's Colony outside Barcelona. Interned by Vichy France and handed over to Nazis. Liberated by Red Army and transferred to Soviet Union. Anarchist leanings forced him to to Italy. Sources: Zimmer, 1, Zimmer, 2. Rosati, Domenico. Italian-American. Born 1887 in Sigillo, Umbria. Moved to the United States in 1906. Lived in Hartford Court, for a time. Arrested for activities in Old Forge, PA, in 1916. Returned to Italy in 1920 and participated in the factory takeovers of the Biennio Rosso, 2 red years. Imprisoned for murder but was released in 1925 and returned illegally to the United States. Tobacconist, navvy, and miner. Joined Il Martello Group in New York City and moved to Paterson, New Jersey. Came to Spain August 12, 1936 and served in Escaso column. Incarcerated at Argel-sur-Mer by Vichy France after war. Sources: Alba, CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Ryan, Lawrence K. American laborer. Branch Secretary of Las Vegas NVIWW Construction Union. Involved in Boulder Dam organizing drive in 1930s. Served in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion. Wounded at Jerima February 27, 1937. Returned to Canada but died of his wounds in late 1938. Sources: White, 1, White, 2. Ryan, William Gary, Bill. American. Born April 23, 1903 in South Dakota. Journalist. Joined PUSA in Los Angeles, CA, in 1929. Moved to Chicago, IL, Syracuse, New York and New York City before moving to Milwaukee, WI in 1937. Arrived in Spain 30 May 1937 after sailing aboard Manhattan and served in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion. Arrested and imprisoned by SIM on suspicion of desertion. Escaped in April 1938 and snuck onto English ship, leaving Spain via Gibraltar. Returned to Milwaukee and joined IWW. Testi ed before dies committee in 1939 over communist unions in Spain. Conscientious objector during the Second World War and spent 2 years in Sandstone, Minnesota, federal prison for draft evasion. Edited Industrial Worker 1950-1. Sources: Alba, American Mercury, April 1939, dies, Hennessy, White, 1. Salastro, Giuseppe, Peppino. Italian-American. Born 1900 in Naples, Campania. Joined CP in 1922. Engraver. Moved to New York City in 1935. Arrived in Spain February 18, 1937 and served in Garibaldi Battalion. Became anarchist in Spain. Rose to teniente but was demoted due to incompetence. Incarcerated by Vichy France in Gurs concentration camp after war. Secured release with funds from Italian-American anarchist turned communist Pietro Allegro but was arrested in Nazi-occupied Belgium June 2, 1940. Deported to Italy and sentenced to VE years imprisonment on island of Ventotene, Lazio. Became ill and moved between hospitals 1941-2. Sources: CPC, Regaspi, Zimmer, 1. Skedden, ed. Jewish American from New York City. PUSA member, seaman. Sailed to Spain in autumn 1936 aboard Exeter and jumped ship in Barcelona. Stayed at Hotel Colon before joining BRODIE column on September 5, 1936. According to Carroll, he was never heard from again. Sources: Carroll, Fape, Sugerman. Schlesinger, Herbert aka Harry Davis. Jewish American. Born 1915. Seaman, IWW, and sub-member. Acted as liaison of SER between the two unions on PCC coast. Moved to Brooklyn, New York. Apparently resigned from IWW in June 1938. Served as soldado in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion, Company No. 4. Applied for membership of PCE in Spain but was discouraged since authorities were far from satisfied that he is genuine and being an individual of some personality and plenty of condence, might well be a dangerous and disruptive element. Killed in action September 8, 1938 at Sierra Cabals during Battle of the Ebro. Sendon, Claro Jose. Spanish-American. Born April 18, 1897, or 1899, in Lauro, Galicia. Became involved in Argentine anarcho-syndicalist movement after jumping ship there aged 16. Later moved to Philadelphia, PA, and New York City. Worked as waiter, sailor, and journalist for Cultura Obrera and Cultura Proletaria. Returned to Spain after proclamation of Second Republic and joined CNT and FAI. Worked on variety of anarchist newspapers, including Solidaridad Obrera de Coruna, CNT, and Fragua Social Forge, in conjunction with his work as a miner in Huelva, Andalusia. On outbreak of civil war. 216 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers fought with CNT militia in street-ging at Huelva before it fell to the nationalists in August 1936. Joined CNT National Committee as delegate of the Levant Regional Committee and was also involved in debates over reorganization of FAI in July 1937. Came to the United States on speaking tour in autumn 1937 but died in New York City of a long-standing respiratory problem, most likely asthma, November 1, 1937. Sources: CCG, Martinez, Pirates, Sendin, Solidaridad Obrera, December 4, 1937, Zimmer, 1. Silverman, Ivan Alroy. Jewish American. Construction worker and IWW member in Los Angeles, CA. Left for Spain January 11, 1938 and served as soldado in 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Washington Battalion. Killed in action April 1938 at Gandesa. Industrial worker claims that he was deliberately killed along with two other Wobblies by being sent out onto exposed ground to set up a machine gun nest. Cerrone, Luigi. Italian-American. Born 1897 in Milan, Lombardy. Sailor. Moved to New York City and became gallinista. Arrived in Spain June 4, 1937 and served with Garibaldi Brigade, Anti-Tank Company No. 27. His personnel claims he joined the Labour Party in 1937. Spalding, Bernard, Barney. American, born June 16, 1901. Lived in San Francisco, CA, Portland, and New York City. Seaman in National Maritime Union. Served in Canadian Army from 1918 to 19. Joined PUSA in December 1935. Arrived in Spain March 13, 1937 and served with 15th International Brigade, Washington Battalion, Machine Gun Company. Fought at Jarama and was wounded at Brunt July 11, 1937. Spent some months convalescing before joining Servicio Sanitario, Sanitary Service, in November 1937 and then became Cabo in Artillery Section from February 1938 to August 1938. Fought at Belchite, Teruel, and Levant. Joined CNT in Spain and was described as cynical, demoralised and having poor political development, despite being a good soldier. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, White, 1. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 217 Steele, Raymond Albert aka Raymond Burns American. Cook and Seaman. IWW and sub-member. Previous military experience in the infantry. Lived in New York City. Left for Spain December 26, 1936 aboard Normandy, arrived January 6, 1937. Served at Jarama with 15th International Brigade, Lincoln Battalion, Tom Mooney Machine Gun Company. Killed by sniper at Brunt July 15, 1937. Herrick alleges that he was murdered by Anthony DeMeo of the Sim, possibly over complaints at being passed over for promotion, that wobbly bastard was not going to be an officer in our battalion. Carroll con RMS that Steele was annoyed that Oliver Law was promoted instead of him despite his obvious merits as a soldier. Challenge also claims he was deliberately murdered by the IB command by being sent out to set up an impossible machine gun test on completely exposed and open ground. Zimmer says this was decidedly an error, as Steele did not die in battle. Either way, the circumstances of his death remain extremely suspicious. Sources: Alba, Carroll, Herrick, Regaspi, White, 1, Zimmer, 1. Stearns Jr., Douglas aka Douglas Clark. Jewish American. Born October 21, 1919 in New York City. Attended school in England at Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire, and Oxford. Moved back to the United States and became sailor. Joined the Vanguard Group in New York City. Arrived in Spain January 22, 1937 and served with POUM militia on Huesca front. Alba claims he also fought in a workers' militia, under the commander of the English section John McNair on the Catalan front. This is most likely John McNair of the ILP, who organized troops for the POUM militia but never saw frontline combat. Subsequently joined Bataillon de la Muerte and fought for a further 3 months. Returned to the United States July 31, 1937 aboard President Roosevelt. Gave lectures for Vanguard Group on service in Spain. Dolgoff describes him as a very unhappy, frustrated young man. Later committed suicide by jumping off a ship on which he was working. Sources: Alba, Carol, Dolgoff, Spanish Revolution, February 23, 1938, White, 1, Zimmer, 1. Texidor, Greville. Englishwoman. Born 1902 in Wolverhampton, Staffordshire. Moved to Tossa de Mar, Catalonia in 1933 and married a Spaniard, who gave her the name Texidor. Dancer and writer. Began affair with Werner Droescher, whom she married in 1936, under new revolutionary marriage laws, after divorcing her Spanish husband. Enrolled in militias shortly after outbreak of civil war and joined Droescher in Centuria Aguilicos de las Cortes at La Zaida on Aragon. 218 biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers Front. Returned to Barcelona and joined Centuria Giustizia y Liberta, also known as the Matadi Battalion, attached to the Escaso column. Fought at Almodvar on Huesca front. Left for London in early 1937 and worked with British anarchists. Helped set up ASU. Returned to Spain in December 1937 and helped refugee children in Vic, Catalonia. Dismissed in 1938 and returned to Barcelona to work for Relief Committee run by Quakers. Repatriated to Britain in 1938 and was later joined by Droescher. Declared an enemy alien on outbreak of the Second World War, due to her husband being German, and interned. Released and moved to New Zealand in 1940 with Droescher, where they were also declared enemy aliens and interned in Papero, Northland. Released 1941 and moved to Australia 1948. Separated from Droescher in the 1960s and BRODIE returned to Spain but came back to Australia. Along with various books and short stories, she wrote an unpublished novel, Notebook of a Militia Woman, based on her experiences in Spain. She committed suicide in 1964. Sources: Benson, Derby, Droescher, EGP, Schwass. Thules, Bartholomew. American. Born 1893/4. IWW member. Moved to San Francisco, CA. Arrived in Spain December 22, 1936 and served in 15th International Brigade. Deserted at Jarama, detained at Valencia and imprisoned at Alicante. Described as elemento inútil, useless element, and recommended for deportation by Brigade Command. Sources: Regaspi. Tyser, Raymond Elvis. American. Born March 20, 1913 in Alfalfa, OK. Sailor and SH Real worker. IWW member, joined PUSA 1937. Left for Spain March 24, 1937 aboard Manhattan. Arrested attempting to cross French border at Perpignan April 16, 1937 and sentenced to 1 month in prison for breaching French non-intervention law. Arrived in Spain May 15, 1937 and served with 15th International Brigade, Washington Battalion at Brunt. Later served in the Lincoln Washington Battalion, Company No. 1, Section No. 1, Group No. 1. Rose to rank of Sergeant 2 and became group leader and later section leader at Quinto, where he was wounded in August 1937. Stowed away on British steamship Lanarone, was refused permission to embark at Aberdeen and sentenced to 21 days imprisonment. Returned to the United States June 19, 1938 aboard Scythia. Died March 1974. His brother, Leon Norvell Tyser, also served with Lincoln's and was executed after being captured by Nationalists in March 1938. Sources: Ada Weekly News, June 2, 1938, Alba, Pittsburgh Press, April 16, 1937, Regaspi. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 219 using Sam, Lloyd, American. IWWN sub-member in San Francisco, CA. Described as an anarchist and a wild man by other sailors, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison for a minor, early morning brawl with another sub-member in early 1936. Traveled to Spain to deliver supplies to Republican forces aboard Oregon. The ship was contracted by the sub explicitly to avoid supplying the Nationalists. Has personnel LE in International Brigade's records, suggesting he joined at some point. Joined CNT and helped smuggle disaffected brigadistas out of Spain, including CNT member Albert Wallach. The Comintern list him as an organizator de desertiones, organizer of desertions, and he was arrested by communist police. Eventually released and returned to San Francisco, where he wrote articles for sub-newspaper West Coast Sailors highlighting communist unions in Spain and discouraging further volunteers for the international brigades. Sources: Dies, Nelson, Regaspi, Schwartz, Zimmer, 1. Vecchietti, Armando, Amerigo. Italian-American. Born January 4, 1904 in Guildo Tadino, Umbria. Moved to the United States in 1915. Minor. Began training as pilot after CNT launched appeal but went to Spain before his training was completed. Served in Ortiz column and was killed at Huesca on Teruel front June 20, 1937. Zimmer believes he served in Lincoln Battalion, but in report produced in Spain by Italian brigade authorities he is listed as an anarquista who died in the Ortiz column. Sources: Alba, CPC, FAPE, Zimmer, 1. Vega, Cesar. Spanish-American. Lived at Mohegan Colony, New York. Had farewell party at Colony before going to Spain, where he was given guns as a present. Sailed on Mar Cantabrico January 6, 1937, planning to join anarchist unit. Ship intercepted by Nationalists and executed on arrival. Before he was executed he wrote farewell letter to his wife and child. Harry Kelly remembered it as a brave letter and voiced no regrets. Sources: Avriche, 1, Zimmer, 2. Wallach, Albert Aaron aka Al Morris. Jewish American. Born 20 July 1914 in the Bronx, New York. Journalist in New York City. Attended university and served as U.S. Army Reserve officer. Joined PUSA in 1936 and became involved with Committee to Aid Spanish Democracy. Left for Spain March 24, 1937 aboard Paris but suffered hernia. 220 biographies of transatlantic anarchist volunteers and required surgery in Paris. Unable to pay for the operation, his comrades kidnapped him from the hospital. Survived the sinking of Ciudad de Barcelona on May 30, 1937 and entered Spain. Joined International Brigades July 1937 and entered officer training school in Pasarubio, southwest of Madrid. Went to medical commission and found T for auxiliary work in rear, became minor military instructor at Tarazona, Zaragoza. Subscriber to the CNT-FAI Bulletin of Information whilst in New York and apparently joined CNT in Spain. Described in one report as weak and individualistic. Carroll claims he deserted at Brunt and Quinto, but his LE says he never saw frontline combat. Arrested, probably for alleged desertion, and sent to Camp Lucax near Chinchilla, from which he escaped in September 1937. Returned to Tarazona and rejoined his unit. From here he deserted again and went to Valencia and sought assistance from the American consul alongside 2 other American volunteers, Bernard Abromovsky and Jacob Rotter. Receiving no help, they then went to Barcelona to seek assistance from the CNT and the 3 American vice-consuls there. According to a report Wallach gave to the CNT on December 8, 1937, his injuries were becoming worse and he wanted to be repatriated. He claimed that the Spanish government had no jurisdiction over him since he joined an American unit. Some sources claim Wallach was given a commission in a CNT unit, but this seems very unlikely. He attempted to leave Spain via the Oregon docked in Barcelona with help of Sam Usinger and William C. McQuistion, another volunteer, but was caught and placed under arrest by Conrad K., a Russian-American communist also in Spain, and Anthony de Mayo. He was then sent to Castelldefels prison in Barcelona. Here he shared a cell with Edward Horan, who told Wallach's father that he had been removed from his cell and executed by Anthony de Mayo at some time in July 1938. This was despite a report compiled by the brigade authorities on June 7, 1938 that recommended him to be sent to the front line under supervision. A report compiled by de Mayo in September 1938 claimed that all evidence shows quite plainly that he was working as a spy, but again, this seems very unlikely. My suspicion is that this was an ex post facto defense for his execution. Sources: Carroll, CNT, Dies, Fape, Herrick, Clare, Regaspi, Richardson, Schwartz, Sugerman, White, 1, Zimmer, 1. Watts, Robert Charles. American. Born January 18, 1900 in Somerville, Ma. Seaman and IWW member. Prior military service in the Mexican Army. Sailor on Gulf Coast. Left for Spain June 5, 1937 aboard Lancastria. Served in 15th International Brigade, Mackenzie Papineau Battalion. Killed in action at Calcit or Batia during retreats through Aragon in March 17, 1938. Sources: Alba, Regaspi, White, 2. Biographies of Transatlantic Anarchist Volunteers 221 Yates, James Oscar American. Born 1896 or 1902. One source has him born in Nova Scotia, Canada, on March 5, 1904. There is some confusion in the Cominternly between him and James Yates, an African-American from Mississippi born in 1906. Seaman and IWW member, joined PUSA in 1934. Officer in Merchant Navy. Half-year undated military service. Lived in Jersey City, New Jersey, and Tewksbury, Ma. Sailed for Spain March 10, 1937 aboard Queen Mary, arrived March 25, 1937. Intended to join Spanish Navy but was refused. Joined 15th International Brigade, Washington Battalion. Never at front due to variety of illnesses. Complained bitterly about his treatment by the brigade authorities, claiming I will return home a cripple wounded by the good treatment received in the I.B. Consistently asked Brigade HQ to allow him to be repatriated or work on Spanish cargo ships. Deserted and returned to the United States December 1, 1938 as crew member on Exermont. Served in U.S. Merchant Marine during the Second World War and later moved to England. Sources: Alba, Canada, Regaspi, White, 1. Zanetto, Benitzilis. Englishman. Served in Muert es Maestro Militia on Madrid front. Fate unknown. Sources: Baxel. Anonymous, 6. There are several transatlantic anarchist volunteers mentioned but never named. In addition to José Tomás Fernández, Andrés Castro, and César Vega, 2 other Spanish-American anarchists were executed following the capture of the Mar Cantabrico. Another Italian-American anarchist from San Francisco associated with the El Emancipación group served alongside his comrade Michel Centrone in the Escaso column. The Canadian Wobbly Louis Rosenberg was killed on the Aragon front on June 16, 1937 serving with the BRODIE International Group. His obituary in Industrial Worker mentions an unnamed Pennsylvanian anarchist who was killed at same time. Agnes Hodgson also mentions an American who served with the Bataillon de la Muerte, as well as 2 Englishmen, one of whom I believe to be Michael MacDonald. Conceivably, these 3 were Stearns, Belcher, and Peel, but if so, one would expect her to use their names, especially Belcher and Peel with whom she was on familiar terms. Sources: Keane, White, 2, Zimmer, 1, Zimmer, 2. Appendix 2. Abad de Santillan, Diego, 1897–1983, Ciencio Vautilio Garcia Fernandez was born in Rairo, Spain, and moved to Santa Fe, Argentina, with his family in 1905. He adopted the pseudonym of Diego Abad de Santillan and became active in the Argentine anarchist movement, representing it at the founding Congress of the IWMA in Berlin in 1922. He returned to Spain in 1934 and joined the FAI, becoming secretary of its Peninsular Committee in addition to editing Tierra y Libertad. He served on the CCMA and later as Minister of the Economy in the Generalitat during the Civil War. Initially a supporter of anarchist participation in government, he subsequently viewed collaboration as a mistake. He returned to Argentina in 1940 and died in Barcelona in 1983. Sources: Bear, Bulletin, Christie. Alderd, Guy, 1886–1963. Alderd was born in London on Guy Fawkes Night in 1886, hence the name Guy. At the age of 15 he began printing letters on Christianity and became known locally as a boy preacher, although he soon became attracted to the free thought movement. After hearing Daniel de Leon speaking on Clerkenwell Green, he joined the Social Democratic Federation aged 19, but left after a year. In 1906, he met Rudolf Rocker and moved towards anarchism, contributing to the newspaper Freedom. He began a romance with Millie Rocker's younger sister Rose Whitco, who gave birth to a son in 1909. They married in 1926 to stop Rose from being deported. He was then imprisoned for printing a defense of an Indian nationalist who assassinated the Secretary of State for India, serving 9 months. He also spent time in prison as a conscientious objector during the First World War. He was associated with various leftist groupings after 1919, particularly the Glasgow anarchists, speaking regularly on his own brand of anti-parliamentary communism. It was in Glasgow he met Jenny Patrick, who became his partner. He was a founding member of the APCF in 1921, but left in 1933, BRODIE joining the ILP before. 223. Setting up the USM. He published an array of newspapers and pamphlets, including The Spur, The Word, and Regeneration. Always divisive, Albert Meltzer talked about his dreadful inconsistencies. At the time of his death he was the most unsuccessful candidate in Scottish electoral history. He fought 6 elections, on an abstentionist platform, and lost his deposit every time, polling only 2,416 votes in 30 years. Sources: Alderd, Cousin, Dolan, Kinna, Meltzer, Roy. Arrigoni, Enrico, 1894–1986, born near Milan in Italy in 1894, Arrigoni fled to Switzerland to avoid the draft in 1916, before ending himself in Berlin during the Spartacist revolt in 1919. From there, he traveled to Soviet Russia and Hungary, both in the throes of revolution, then Paris, Barcelona, Buenos Aires, Mexico, and the United States. He founded the individualist anarchist journal Eresia in 1928, and was often known by his pseudonym, Frank Brand. After a quick deportation back to Italy he returned to New York before living BRODIE in Paris and then returning after his wife died of pneumonia in 1930. He traveled to Spain in January 1937 to write articles for the New York-based Cultura Proletaria newspaper. He was arrested in Barcelona after the May Days and escaped with the help of Emma Goldman. On his return to the United States, he was active in the Libertarian Book Club, and had several plays published in his native Italy. Sources: Arrigoni, Avriche, 1. Barr, Ralph, 1881–1951. Barr was born in Hammersmith, London, to a working-class family. He served in the armed forces during the First World War and came to the anarchist movement through his involvement with the NUWM. He became secretary of the London Freedom Group and worked with Emma Goldman in the CNTFAI London Bureau and SIAS British section. He was also involved in setting up the ASU. After the end of the Spanish Civil War, he was found to have been embezzling funds for his own purposes, causing him to drop out of the movement. Sources: Heath, 2, Reynolds. Bernieri, Camillo, 1897–1937. Bernieri was born in 1897 in Lodi, Italy. He joined the Socialist Youth Federation but left the party over its dithering in position at the start of the First World War, becoming an anti-war anarchist. He married Giovanna Kalov, another anarchist, but was drafted in 1917. He was imprisoned for anti-war agitation, serving his sentence on Pianosa, an island. 224. Off the coast of Tuscany. After the war he worked with legendary Italian anarchist Enrico Malatesta on his newspaper Umanità Nova, New Humanity, but was forced to France in 1926 with his wife and daughters, including Marie-Louise Bernieri. He was expelled from France for his anarchism, before also being expelled from Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Germany, and Spain. He then returned to France. At the start of the Spanish Civil War, he traveled to Barcelona and organized an Italian anarchist column with noted anti-fascist Carlo Rosselli. He served with them in the Escaso column but had to return to Barcelona after problems emerged with his hearing and vision. From there he published the anti-collaborationist newspaper Guerra de Classe. He was murdered alongside his comrade Francesco Barbieri during the May Days on the night of May 5, 1937, almost certainly by communists. Sources: Bernieri, De Maria, MLB. Bernieri, Marie-Louise, 1918–49. Marie-Louise Bernieri was born in Arezzo, Italy, the daughter of militant anarchists Camillo and Giovanna Bernieri. The family fled to France in 1926 after resisting the rise of Benito Mussolini. She visited Barcelona several times following the start of the revolution, but in September 1937 she moved to London to be with her companion Vernon Richards, whom she then married. She helped produce Spain and the World and, after the end of the Spanish Civil War, Revolt and War Commentary. In 1945, she was arrested along with Richards, John Hewitson, and Philip Sansom and charged with incitement to disaffection for 3 issues of War Commentary. Bernieri was released on a legal technicality stating that a wife cannot be guilty of conspiracy with her husband, whilst the others were found guilty and jailed. She was a delegate to the International Anarchist Congress in 1948. Tragically, she died along with her baby during childbirth in 1949, aged just 31. A Journey Through Utopia, her study of utopias throughout history, was published posthumously in 1950. Sources: De Maria, Honeywell, 1, MLB, Ward. Bisnard, Pierre, 1886–1947. Bisnard was a railwayman who became one of the most important figures in interwar French syndicalism. He was a co-founder of the CGTSR in 1926 and, 10 years later, became secretary of the IWMA. He visited Spain in the summer and autumn of 1936, writing positively about developments in Catalonia and Aragon in Le Combat Syndicaliste, the weekly organ of the CGTSR. He was one of the RST international anarchist leaders to publicly criticize the CNTFAI over collaboration and other compromises with the Republican government, which angered many Spanish anarchists. 225. This ultimately led to his removal as IWMA secretary during the ill-tempered Extraordinary Congress in Paris in December 1937. He was replaced by Manuel Mascarell, a proponent of the collaborationist line. Sources: Berry, Jimenez, Thorpe. Bluestein, Abe, 1909–97. Bluestein was born in Philadelphia in 1909 to Jewish anarchist parents. His father, Mendel, Max, was a leading gur in the ILGWU. In 1917, the Bluestein family, including Abe's sister, Minnie, moved to the anarchist colony in Stelton, New Jersey. From Stelton, Abe produced The Voice of the Children, an anarchist youth publication. He went to school there until 1924, before moving to New York in 1928. He attended Brooklyn College but transferred to New York City College, where he joined forces with Sidney Solomon and Roman Weinrebe to disseminate anarchist propaganda. He joined the Vanguard Group and edited the journal under the pseudonym Abe Coleman, later forming a breakaway group after a personal dispute. In April 1937, he traveled to Spain with his companion Selma Cohen, and became caught up in the May Days upon arrival. Bluestein had credentials from the French Ligue des Droits de l'Homme, Human Rights League, but worked alongside the CNT while in Spain. He edited the English-language bulletin of the CNTFAI and appeared on Radio CNTFAI in the English-language slot. He also helped deserters from the International Brigades escape persecution. He became disillusioned with the behavior of the Spanish anarchists during the war and returned to the United States in January 1938 via Paris to publish the more critical newspaper Challenge. He also translated Augustin Souchy's With the Peasants of Aragon into English. Bluestein reluctantly followed Rudolf Rocker in his support for the Allies during the Second World War. After 1945, he worked as a reporter for the Jewish Daily Forward and the American Labor Union. In the 1970s, he helped to edit news from libertarian Spain and worked with the Libertarian Book Club. Sources: Avriche, 1, Bluestein, BRODIE, CNT, Cornell, DeWitt. Brockway, Fenner, 1888–1988. Brockway was born in Calcutta, India, to missionary parents. He began work as a journalist and joined the ILP in 1907, becoming editor of its newspaper, The Labor Leader, later renamed The New Leader. As a pacifist, he opposed the First World War and was imprisoned after being refused status as a conscientious objector. He became a Labour MP in 1929 but lost his seat in 1931, after which the ILP disaffiliated. During the Spanish Civil War, he worked alongside the CNTFAI London Bureau in several United Front initiatives, travelling to Spain in June 1937 to secure the release of Scottish anarchist Ethel MacDonald and Canadian Trotskyist William Krem. He was chairman of the Central Board for Conscientious Objectors during the Second World War. He was again elected as a Labour MP in 1950, but lost his seat in the 1964 election, after which he accepted a peerage to sit in the House of Lords. He died in 1988, aged 99. Sources: Brockway, Dolan, PPU. Caldwell, John Taylor, 1911–2007. Caldwell was born in Glasgow in 1911 but moved to Belfast aged 3, before returning to Glasgow in 1925. He met Guy Alderd at the 1934 May Day demonstration and joined the USM later that year. He helped publish The Word for almost 3 decades and was heavily involved in the activities of the USM during the Spanish Civil War period. He became a conscientious objector during the Second World War. Sources: Cousin. Carrington, Glenn, 1904–75. Carrington was born in Richmond, Virginia, in 1904, and was the eldest of 4 children. He attended Howard University in Washington, D.C., to study social work, and whilst a student he befriended Alain Leroy Locke, one of the leading gears of the Harlem Renaissance. After graduating in 1925 he traveled through Europe and the Soviet Union for 2 years. He returned to the United States to study anthropology at Harvard but dropped out to work as a reporter for the New York-based Amsterdam News. In the 1930s, he worked as a parole officer and was a founding member of the Vanguard Group in 1931. He wrote articles on African American issues for the newspaper under the pseudonym George Creighton. In the 1940s, he earned masters in both social work and political science from Columbia University, and later moved into the field of psychiatric social work. He was also an avid book collector and became a part-time instructor at the Cooperative College Center at the State University of New York, where he specialized in Black history. Sources: Avriche, 1, BRODIE, Carrington. Chaplin, Ralph, 1887–1961. Chaplin grew up in Chicago and was the son of a railway worker. Aged 7, he witnessed a worker being shot dead during the Pullman strike. He joined the Socialist Party whilst still a teenager and the IWW in 1913. He was also a poet, and wrote the words to the famous Wobbly anthem, Solidarity Forever. In 1916, he became editor of the Union's newspaper, Solidarity. Caught up in the Red Scare after the First World War, he was found guilty under the Espionage Act and spent VE years in Leavenworth Prison in Kansas. 227. Before being pardoned by President William G. Harding. He was editor of the IWW's Industrial Worker from 1932 to 6, before moving from Chicago to San Francisco to become editor of the Voice of the Federation, organ of the MFPC. Here he clashed with communists, and eventually moved back to Chicago. In later life he converted to Christianity. He died in Tacoma, Washington in 1961. Sources: Chaplin, Kornbluth. Clements, Sonia. Clements, née Edelman, was the daughter of anarchists Rachel and John Edelman. She was raised at the Whiteway Colony in Stroud and was the niece of Harry Kelly. She was friendly with Emma Goldman and was involved with the CNTFAI London Bureau and Spain and the world during the Spanish Civil War. She traveled to Paris on the Bureau's behalf in April 1938 and met with Helmut Rudiger of the IWMA. She was also a founding member of the ASU and spoke at meetings of the organization. Albert Meltzer accused her of being a Labour Party spy and of reporting back on anarchist activities to Labour MP Herbert Morrison. She was later a member of the executive board of the anti-apartheid movement and an active supporter of the campaign for nuclear disarmament. Sources: Avriche, 1, EGP, Meltzer, Saref, Spain and the World, June 4, 1937. Cohen, Selma, 1914-85. Cohen grew up at the anarchist colony in Stelton, New Jersey, and joined the Vanguard group along with her companion Abe Bluestein. In April 1937, they traveled to Spain and became caught up in the May Days upon arrival. She left in September 1937 and returned to the United States shortly afterwards. Cohen was an artist and worked as an illustrator for the WPA during the 1930s, participating in solo and juried exhibitions across the United States. She also drew cartoons for Challenge, which Bluestein edited. They married as grandparents to secure their right to Social Security. She died in Croton-on-Hudson, New York, in 1985. Sources: Bluestein, BRODIE, DeWitt, Selma. Dickstein, Ruth, and Zena. The Dickstein sisters were Polish-American anarchists and founding members of the Vanguard Group. They traveled to Spain during the Civil War and joined Enrico Arrigoni, Ruth's partner, in Barcelona. On their return, they helped Abe Bluestein and Selma Cohen found the newspaper Challenge. Sources: Bluestein, Friedman, Zimmer, 3. Dalgo, Sam, 1902-90. Dolgov was born in Vitebsk, Russia, now part of Belarus, in 1902 to Jewish parents. His father migrated to New York to escape conscription during the 1905 Russo-Japanese War. The rest of the family followed shortly afterwards. After finishing school, Dolgov worked as a house painter, and joined the youth branch of the Socialist Party in 1917. He was expelled for anarchist tendencies and joined the IWW in 1922. He wrote articles for Road to Freedom but left the group after moving to Chicago, where he joined the Free Society group. In the late 1920s he became a migratory worker, riding the rails as a wobbly soap boxer. He was a regular anarchist speaker, even traveling to Canada to debate a representative of the RWL. He joined the Vanguard Group in 1932 and wrote articles under the pseudonym Sam Weiner, as well as addressing various meetings to promote the newspaper. Dolgov's wife Esther and brother Tommy were also active in the anarchist movement. Sam and Esther lived in the anarchist colony at Stelton, New Jersey, from 1932 to 34. Sam supported the CNTFAI line during the Spanish Civil War, later getting into a polemic with Vernon Richards over his book Lessons of the Spanish Revolution. He sided with Mark Schmidt when the Vanguard Group split. During the Second World War, he co-founded the journal Y, but broke with the group after it backed an anti-war position. He co-founded the Libertarian League with Esther and Russell Blackwell in 1954 and was also a supporter of the Libertarian Book Club. He died in 1990 of congenital heart failure. Sources: Avrish, 1, Dolgoff. Dalgo, Esther, née Miller, 1905–89. Esther Miller was born in 1905 in Volhynia, Russia, now split between Poland, Belarus, and the Ukraine. Her father was an anarchist. She moved to the United States aged 6 months, settling in Cleveland, OH. She graduated from Western Reserve University in 1927 and joined the Cleveland Anarchist Forum the following year. In 1930, she met Sam Dolgoff and they moved to New York, marrying soon afterwards. She joined the Vanguard Group, writing articles with Sam under the pseudonym Esther Wiener. She co-founded the Libertarian League with Sam and Russell Blackwell in 1954. She died in 1989. Sources: Avrish, 1, Dolgoff. Frank, Louis. Frank was an American businessman living in Barcelona who allied himself with the CNTFAI during the war. Initially, he joined the anarchists because they were the friendliest. Nobody was suspicious of anyone. Nobody was asking what are they going to do to me. I loved it, they were free people. Following this, he devoted himself to the struggle, directing the anarchist. 229. Propaganda LMS Fury over Spain and Dawn over Spain. He traveled to Britain and the United States to promote them and they were eventually shown all over the world, including New Zealand and Australia. Sources: Bluestein, Evening Post NZ, December 7, 1938, Sydney Morning Herald, February 10, 1938. Friedman, Clara, 1913–2000. Friedman's parents met at one of Rudolf Rocker's lecturies in London at the turn of the 20th century. They later moved to New York. Her father, Samuel Friedman, was the secretary of the Jewish Anarchist Federation. Clara was raised at the anarchist colony at Stelton, New Jersey, where she became friends with Minnie Bluestein, Abe's sister. She met Sidney Solomon at a dance in 1931, the two later married. The Vanguard Group was formed at her house at the end of 1931, and she became secretary of the group. During the 1930s, she also distributed Spanish Revolution. She co-wrote a pamphlet with Solomon defending participation in the Second World War, but later contracted rheumatic fever. After the war, she and Solomon contributed to New Trends, and she was active in the Libertarian Book Club. She was also a concert pianist. Sources: Avrish, 1, Cornell, Friedman. Garcia, Marcelino, 1893–1977. Garcia was born in Oviedo, Spain, to socialist parents. He moved to the United States as a teenager and became involved in the Spanish-American anarchist movement, editing the newspaper Cultura Proletaria from the 1930s until its closure in 1952. He was a regular speaker at anarchist picnics and was particularly active in the campaign to save Sacco and Vanzetti from execution and during the Spanish Civil War. He traveled to Spain in 1937 to report on the revolution for Cultura Proletaria, meeting Emma Goldman whilst there. On his return he propagandized for the CNT and SIA. He died in 1977. Sources: Avrish, 1, Dolgoff. Jenin, Louis, born 1910, Jenin, known as Whitey due to his pale skin, was born in New York to Russian parents. He was a member of the youth group Rising Youth and started a youth page in Road to Freedom in 1929, writing under the pseudonym Grant Lowry. A plumber by trade, he was a founding member of the Vanguard Group and wrote for Challenge as Jick Mold, a play on communist writer Mike Gold. He was married to Abe Bluestein's sister, Minnie, and moved to the Sunrise Colony in Michigan in 1933. They returned 230 to New York in 1935. After the Spanish Civil War, he drifted from the anarchist movement, although retained his political convictions. Sources: Avrish, 1, BRODIE. Goldman, Emma, 1869–1940, Goldman was born in Kovno in the Russian Empire, now Kaunas in Lithuania, in 1869. She moved to the United States in 1885, where she became an anarchist. Her rebrand style and earnest defense of individual liberty earned her a reputation as the most dangerous woman in America. After the assassination of U.S. President William McKinley by the anarchist Leon Czolgosz, Goldman was arrested and accused of planning the murder, but was eventually released after her innocence became clear. She founded the anarchist journal Mother Earth in 1906, which ran until 1917 when the Justice Department seized its contents. She was deported to Russia for her anti-conscription activities in 1919. Whilst in Russia, she became disillusioned with the Bolshevik regime, narrowly breaking with them after the Kronstadt Rebellion in 1921. She along with her lifelong companion Alexander Berkman and Alexander Shapiro, eventually settling in Berlin. Her 1923 book My Disillusionment in Russia was a damning indictment of the Soviet regime. She then toured Europe lecturing about anarchism and drama, marrying the Welsh miner Jim Colton in 1925 to obtain British citizenship. She settled in Saint-Tropez in the south of France in 1928, returning to the United States once via Canada in 1934 for a lecture tour. Upon the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War she was invited by the CNT to Barcelona, spending 3 months there before being asked to go to London to work for the British anarchist movement in December 1936. Whilst in Britain, she founded the CNT-FAI London Bureau and was also honorary secretary of SIA, as well as the British representative of the CNT, FAI, FIJL, Generalitat, and Mujeres Libres. This included Europe and North America for the latter. She went on several lecture tours during this period, speaking across the country. She returned to Spain 2 more times, in September 1937 and September 1938, and wrote about her experiences in Spain and the world, Vanguard, and Spanish Revolution. She also attended the ill-tempered Extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris in December 1937. She left for Canada in April 1939 to raise money for Spanish refugees and died there in May 1940. Sources: EGP, Moritz, Porter, Wexler. Gonzalez, Frank, 1893–1957, Gonzalez was born in Santander, Spain in 1893. He attended meetings of the Spanish Federalist movement with his father and later became attracted to anarcho-syndicalism. He traveled to Mexico to take part in the Mexican Revolution, before settling in the United States. He was active in the 231 IWW, particularly amongst seamen. He helped publish the Spanish-language anarchist newspaper Cultura Obrera from New York and, during the Spanish Civil War, became the head of the National Council of SIA in the United States. He was later active in the Libertarian League and died in New York's Bellevue Hospital in 1957. Sources: Avrish, 1, Dolgoff. Gonzalez, Violet. Gonzalez was the daughter of an anarchist comrade, possibly Frank Gonzalez, and a founding member of the Vanguard Group in 1931. She served on the editorial board of Challenge and helped to form a youth section of SIA in New York in 1938. She wrote updates on SIA for Challenge. Sources: Challenge, July 23, October 8, 1938, Friedman. Graham, Marcus, 1893–1985, Graham, real name Shmuel Marcus, was born in Dorohoi, Romania in 1893 to Jewish parents. He left for the United States aged 14. He met Tom Keel in England at the end of the First World War but became annoyed when Keel refused to print Hang Churchill as the main headline in Freedom. He returned to the United States but was arrested in 1919 for possession of anarchist literature. The authorities tried to deport him to Canada. They were unsure of his nationality, a confusion that Graham encouraged, but Canada refused to accept him. During this time, he edited the anarchist Soviet Bulletin. He was arrested again in 1921 and spent 6 months at Ellis Island, but the government was still unable to deport him. During the 1920s, he lived in the anarchist colony in Stelton, New Jersey, where he was noted for his resistance to modern machinery and vegetarianism. He compiled an anthology of revolutionary poetry in 1929, possession of which led to his imprisonment in 1930 in Arizona. He founded the individualist newspaper Man in San Francisco in 1933. He was arrested again in 1937, and subsequently sentenced to 6 months for contempt of court for refusing to testify against himself in the Immigration Department's attempt to execute the deportation warrant from 1919. This sentence was later reversed by a higher court, but regardless he went into hiding and lived under an assumed name, F. Smith, in California for nearly 20 decades. Man described Graham's persecution as having but one parallel, and that only in the sphere of Jean Valjean in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Sources: Avriche, 1, Cornell, Man, May 1938, Marcus, MGFPC. Green, Leon. Originally from a Russian Jewish family, some sources give his real name as Leon Rikowski. Green moved to the United States at some point before 1919 and became a naturaliste citizen. He joined the IWW and was involved in strikes in Seattle and Chicago. He returned to Russia shortly afterwards before coming back to the United States. Authorities attempted to deport him but dropped the case. He was expelled from his Chicago union in 1923, allegedly for taking bribes from management. He traveled to Spain in 1931 after the declaration of the Republic and again on the outbreak of the Civil War. Whilst there, he worked for the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in addition to writing articles for Cultura Proletaria and Vanguard. His poor English led to him being removed as editor of the CNTFAI English Language Bulletin. He returned to the United States in 1937 and gave lectures on his time in Spain. Sources: EGP, FAPE, GAC, Talbert, Vanguard, June-July 1936, November 1937. Goodell, Martin, 1906-93, Goodell, of Lithuanian extraction, his real name was Martynas Goodlis, was born in Rochester, New York in 1906. He moved back to Lithuania as a child, studying at the Marijampolė Gymnasium. Between 1926 and 1929 he studied at the University of Lithuania in Kaunas and the Friedrich Wilhelm University in Berlin. He was a journalist for several socialist newspapers in Lithuania and Germany, but after meeting Augustin Souchy he became attracted to anarchism. In 1929 he was involved in the failed assassination attempt against Lithuanian Prime Minister Augustinas Voldemaras but managed to to Poland and reach Austria via Czechoslovakia. In 1932 he moved to Barcelona and joined the CNT, and later was a member of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI. In November 1936 he was part of the CNT delegation sent to Moscow to participate in a commemorative parade of the Russian Revolution. In 1937 he was appointed secretary of the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division, also acting as Emma Goldman's translator during her trips to Spain. After the Republican defeat he was interned in a concentration camp in France. In 1940 he left for the United States but was unable to provide documentary proof of his American citizenship. He supposedly convinced immigration of Chales by singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," a song he had learned in kindergarten. He moved to New York, contributing to exile newspapers such as España Libre, Free Spain. He then moved to Chicago, working for Naujinos, the Lithuanian daily news, of which he was editor from 1969 to 86. He died in 1993. Sources: Goodlis, Goodell. Herrera Camarero, Pedro, 1908-69. Herrera was born in Valladolid in 1908. He was a railroad worker and joined CNT at an early age. Huazelson FAI member and became secretary of its Peninsular Committee in 1937. He was a supporter of 233. Governmental collaboration at the start of the war and became Minister of Health and Public Assistance in the Generalitat in December 1936. He was a driving force behind the creation of SIA, serving as its RST General Secretary in June 1937. He opposed collaboration with the Negrin government in 1938, resigning as Secretary of the FAI in protest. In February 1939 he joined the General Council of the MLE. He was interned in Le Vernet concentration camp after the war, before being transferred to Algeria. He then returned to Paris, before moving to Argentina. He died in Buenos Aires in 1969. Sources: Bulletin, Su, Soriano. Kavanaugh, Matt, 1876–1954. Kavanaugh was born in Limerick but moved to England at the turn of the 20th century. He worked with Guy Alderd in Liverpool in the early 1900s and later organised in London, before moving to Southend. He sided with the anti-war anarchists in 1914 and went to Dublin in 1916 to participate in the Easter Rising, but returned to England soon after. He briefly served as George Orwell's barber during the Second World War, who described him as an old Irish IRA anarchist hairdresser. He was arrested several times and spent time in prison during both World Wars for his anti-war activities. After 1945 he helped found the London Anarchist Group, before moving to the Whiteway colony in Stroud, Gloucestershire. He died after a brief illness in 1954. Sources: Freedom, March 20, 1954, Heath, 3, The Word, August 1940. Keel, Tom, 1866–1938, Keel was born in London in 1866. He joined the ILP in the mid-1890s and became secretary of its Peckham branch. He was an avid nature lover, and credited reading Henry David Thoreau with his conversion to anarchism. He joined the London Freedom Group, becoming the compositor and manager of the newspaper in 1903. He was a delegate to the International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam in 1907 and became editor of Freedom in 1913. One of the leading English anti-war anarchists during the First World War, Keel was imprisoned under the Defence of the Realm Act in 1916 for denouncing conscription. After the war he continued to produce Freedom, but by 1927 financial problems forced a suspension and he moved with the press and his partner Lillian Wolfe to the Whiteway colony in Stroud. From there he published the Freedom Bulletin intermittently during the late 1920s and 1930s. During the Spanish Civil War, he printed and distributed Spain and the World, as well as sending books, pamphlets, and other literature to comrades who requested them. He died of heart failure at Whiteway in 1938. Sources: Becker, Spain and the World, July 15, 1937. Kelly, Harry, 1871–1953, Kelly was born in St. Louis, MO in 1871. He became a printer and anarchist, co-editing The Rebel with Charles Mowbray and founding The Match before they ceased publication. He moved to England in 1898 and befriended Pyotr Kropotkin, Errico Malatesta, Louise Michel, and Rudolf Rocker. He returned to the United States in 1904 and became one of the leading gears of the modern school movement, co-founding the anarchist colony at Stelton, New Jersey. He left in 1923 and founded another colony at Mohegan in New York. He contributed to Mother Earth, Road to Freedom, Vanguard, and many other periodicals. During the Spanish Civil War, he was a supporter of the CNTFAI line and was critical of Abe Bluestein for some of his editorials in Challenge. He supported the Allies during the Second World War. Sources: Avriche, 1, Avriche, 2, Havel, Treher. Leach, Frank, 1900–53, born in Wigan to Irish parents, Leach moved to Glasgow in 1920. He set up a newspaper shop after demobilization from the Navy and joined the APCF. He became part of the editorial team of Spain and the World and helped distribute the newspaper in Glasgow during the Spanish Civil War. He resigned from the APCF in 1937 and formed the ACF over insults about how he made a living. The ACF merged with the Marxian Study Group in 1940. He was imprisoned during the Second World War for failing to register for rewatching and died of a heart attack in 1953. Sources: Cousin. MacDonald, Ethel, 1909-60. MacDonald was born in Motherwell in 1909 to working-class parents. She was a member of the ILPS Guild of Youth, but after meeting Guy Alderd she moved towards anarchism. She joined the APCF and became Alderd's secretary, following him into the USM when it was formed in 1934. In October 1936 she left with Jenny Patrick to go to Spain, arriving in Barcelona via Paris and Nîmes in November. After initial confusion over credentials, caused by an ill-advised letter from Frank Leach to Augustin Souchy, she worked at the Casas CNTFAI on Via du BRODIE. She was instrumental in creating the English-speaking section of the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division in Barcelona and edited the CNTFAI English Language Bulletin, taking over from Leon Green, in addition to speaking on Radio CNTFAI. She met Camillo Bernieri and Emma Goldman whilst there, as well as ILP contingent member Charles Doran, whom she knew from his days in the APCF. She attended the funeral of Buenaventura Durruti in November 1936. She became ill in the spring of 1937 and had to spend a period in hospital, but after being discharged, 235. Took on a new role as editor of the Generalitat English Language Bulletin. Following the May Days, MacDonald became known as the Scots Scarlet Pimpernel for her role in helping those sought by the Communist secret police to escape Spain. She was herself soon arrested, and held at the Hotel Falcon, former headquarters of the POUM. Her story became international news, and letters to the USM in Glasgow came from as far as the United States asking for her whereabouts. With the aid of Fenner Brockway of the ILP, who traveled to Spain on her behalf, she was released in July 1937. She was later incarcerated for another 2 weeks in Valencia before leaving Spain in September 1937. She then spent time in Paris and Amsterdam before returning to Scotland in November 1937. She spoke at meetings and wrote newspaper articles detailing her Spanish experiences upon her return. In the spring of 1938, she had another stint in Paris working for the IWMA. She continued to work as Alderd's secretary in the USM, helping to publish Regeneration and the Word. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1959 and died a year later, aged 51. Sources: Cousin, Dolan, GAC, Gray, Sunday Mail, 5, 19, December 26, 1937. McDougall, Willie, 1891-1981. McDougall, along with Guy Alderd and Jenny Patrick, was one of the founding members of the APCF, formerly the Glasgow Anarchist Group. He was imprisoned as a conscientious objector during the First World War and was also arrested during the free speech struggles of the early 1930s. During the Spanish Civil War, he produced the newspapers Advance the Fighting Call, Barcelona Bulletin, the Workers' Free Press and Solidarity. During the Second World War, he formed the Workers' Revolutionary League and, subsequently, the Workers' Open Forum, not to be confused with the precursor of the USM of the same name. Sources: Cousin. Mannon, Ethel, 1900-84. Mannon was born in London in 1900. Her father, Irishman Robert Mannon, had been a member of the Socialist League. She became a writer, RST as a journalist and then an author. She joined the ILP in 1933 but was sympathetic to anarchism, particularly after becoming disillusioned with communism following a visit to the Soviet Union in 1936. She later said that she only stayed in the party so that she could get a hearing. She was involved in anti-imperialist and anti-fascist work throughout the 1930s and became honorary treasurer of the British section of SIA in 1938. She became friendly with Emma Goldman during the Spanish Civil War, and later wrote a novel based on her life entitled Red Rose. She and her husband Reginald Reynolds spoke regularly alongside the London anarchists on behalf of the ILP. Her work also appeared in Challenge. She drifted towards PACE-SM by the late 1930s and 236. Opposed the Second World War. She continued her support for left-wing causes after 1945 and died in Devon in 1984. Sources: Challenge, September 10, 1938, Croft, E.G.P., Reynolds. Maraviglia, Osvaldo, 1894–1966. Maraviglia was born in Calderola, Italy, and migrated to Newark with his brother when he was 18. He worked as a tailor and became active in the anarchist movement, where he met his lifelong companion Maria Caruso. He edited the individualist anarchist newspaper La Dunità dei Refrattori alongside Raffaele Schiavina from 1922 to 54 and acted as the group's treasurer. He died in 1966. Sources: Camurri, Guglielmo, Tomjuk. Meltzer, Albert, 1920–96. Meltzer was born in London in 1920. His father was German Jewish, and his mother converted to Judaism when they married. Her family was originally from Ballymena in Ireland. He became acquainted to anarchism through boxing. One of his sparring partners had been taught amateur boxing and sectarian politics by Frank Leach whilst in Glasgow. His RST anarchist meeting was a lecture by Emma Goldman, which left him unimpressed, a feeling that continued throughout the 1930s. He was mentored by Matt Kavanagh, who often travelled up from Southend for meetings in London. He formed a variety of anarchist groups during the Spanish Civil War period, including the Revolutionary Youth Front, the Federation of the Libertarian Youths of England and the Workers' Action League, none of which lasted for very long. He was critical of CNTFAI government collaboration and of the influence of Goldman on the British movement. He was a member of the AFB during the Second World War and helped to produce war commentary. Although he registered as a conscientious objector, he was sent to the Pioneer Corps. He took part in a demobilization strike in Cairo in 1946. On his return he contributed to Freedom, before rebooting the anarchist Black Cross in the 1960s. The Bulletin of the Anarchist Black Cross eventually became the newspaper Black Flag, which he edited with Stuart Christie. He later joined the Direct Action Movement and its successor, the Solidarity Federation, and was also involved with the Kate Sharpley Library. He died while attending an anarcho-syndicalist conference in Weston-super-Mare in 1996. Sources: E.G.P., Meltzer, Wyn Jones. Mrachny, Mark, 1892–1975, Mrachny, real name Mark Klavenksy, was born in Kovno, Russia, now Kaunas, Lithuania, in 1892. He moved to Paris in 1911 but returned to 237. Russia in 1917. In Kharkov in the Ukraine, he wrote for and then edited the anarchist newspaper Nabut, Alarm Bell. He joined Nestor Makhno's Black Army in 1919. He was arrested and imprisoned by the Bolsheviks, being released temporarily to attend Pyotr Kropotkin's funeral in 1921. He was deported to Berlin in 1922 and came to Canada in 1927. He wrote for Freie Arbeiterstimme from 1928, moving to New York to become its editor in 1934. He did this until 1940, following the defeat of the Spanish Revolution, which was a crushing disappointment to him. Thereafter he practiced as a psychoanalyst in Manhattan. He died of a stroke in 1975. Sources: Avrish, 1. Nettolo, Max, 1865–1944. Nettolo was born to a wealthy Prussian family in Vienna in 1865. He spent time in London where he joined the Socialist League and later helped to found Freedom. He was one of the foremost historians of anarchism, and wrote biographies of Mikhail Bakunin and Errico Malatesta, as well as a 7-volume history of the movement. Unusually for an anarchist, he supported the Central Powers during the First World War. He sold his vast collection of anarchist literature to the IISH in 1935. He traveled to Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War and was one of the CNT's most stringent international anarchist backers. As an old family friend, he was particularly defensive about the behavior of Federica Montseny. He moved to Amsterdam after the Anschluss in 1938 and managed to remain undetected during the Nazi occupation. He died from stomach cancer in 1944. Sources: EGP, Netelo, Skirta. O'Donnell, Peter, 1893–1986. O'Donnell was born into an Irish-speaking family in Donegal, Ireland. He became a socialist and organizer, RST for the Irish National Teachers Organisation and then for the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. He attempted to form an ICA unit in Derry during the Irish War of Independence but failed and subsequently joined the IRA, being on the anti-treaty side during the Irish Civil War. He helped found the Republican Congress in 1934. He was on holiday in Spain before the outbreak of the Civil War in 1936 and subsequently contacted the FAI in Barcelona, even offering his services at the CNT-FAI Foreign Language Division and traveling to the front as a journalist with an anarchist militia. He also attended a farmers' congress of the CNT-FAI in Barcelona. He returned to Ireland to agitate for the Republican cause but moved closer to the CPI line and was silent on the May Days. He was later a leading Gur of the Irish anti-apartheid movement. Sources: Mittermeier, O'Donnell, Odrisio Il. 238. Ole, Maximiliano, 1893–1941. Ole was born in Oviedo, Spain in 1893. Aged 15 he moved to Cuba to live with a relative, but soon left after a falling out. He then traveled to Tampa in Florida, becoming a regular anarchist propagandist in the cigar factories. Around 1919–20 he settled in Chicago to work for a translation company, before setting up his own translation business after the company went bankrupt. He joined the Free Society group there and wrote for Vanguard under the pseudonym Onofre Dallas. During the Spanish Civil War, he moved to New York and became chairman of the Committee for the Defense of Spanish Liberties and secretary of the CNT-FAI North American Bureau. He moved back to Chicago but died of an ulcer during the Second World War. His wife, Anna, committed suicide several years later. Sources: Avrish, 1, Dolgoff, Hewitt, WPA. Patrick, Jane Hamilton, Jenny, 1884–1971. Patrick was born in Glasgow in 1884. Her mother died during childbirth and her father remarried almost immediately. She spoke with a slight Irish accent, suggesting her parents were probably Irish immigrants. She was a central Gur in the Glasgow anarchist group, joining in 1914 and becoming secretary in 1916, and a founding member of the APCF. It was through these connections that she met Guy Alderd, who became her partner. She was arrested in 1921 along with Alderd and spent 3 months in prison for conspiracy to cause disaffection amongst the populace. In October 1936 she left with Ethel MacDonald of the USM to go to Spain, arriving in Barcelona via Paris and Nîmes in November. She attended the funeral of Buenaventura Durruti in November 1936. In December 1936, she traveled to Madrid via Valencia and upon arrival worked as a translator for Frente Libertario, the organ of the CNT militias on the Central Front. She also wrote articles for Tierra y Libertad. She returned to Barcelona in March 1937 and was offered a post with the Generalitat, which she refused, but she spoke on Radio CNT-FAI after MacDonald became ill. She returned to Glasgow after the May Days in 1937. Her relations with the APCF had been strained before going to Spain, and on her return she left to join the USM, giving lectures on her experiences in Spain. She helped publish the USMS The Word with Alderd, MacDonald, and John Taylor Caldwell. She died in 1971. Sources: Cousin, Dolan, GAC. Pesada, Rose, 1896–1965. Pesada was born in 1896 in Dyerazhnya in the Ukraine to Jewish parents. She joined a local anarchist group but moved to the United States in 1913 to avoid an arranged marriage. She worked in a shirtwaist factory in New York and joined the ILGWU, playing an important role in the disputes between anarchists and communists in the Union in the 1920s. She was also secretary of the Road to Freedom. She then became a full-time organizer for the ILGWU, spearheading strikes across the country. She was elected vice president of the Union in 1934 and was also on the General Executive Board of the Congress of Industrial Organizations. During the Spanish Civil War, she helped the ILGWU raise significant sums of money to send to Spain and paid for the publication of the RST issue of Challenge. After the Second World War, she worked briefly for the B'nai B'rith Anti-Defamation League and the American Trade Union Council for the Histadrut, the Israeli labor organization. She died of cancer in 1965. Sources: Avrish, 1, BRODIE, EGP, Skoeld. Prothero, Ruth, born 1906, born in Leipzig in 1906, Prothero moved to Britain in 1934 to escape the Nazis. She became a Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh before working at Lock Hospital in London's Soho. She was the only female doctor to be sent to Spain by the SMAC, helping to establish the Grainan Military Hospital in August 1936. She was dismissed from her role for political reasons, before returning in December 1936 when the hospital was taken over by the FAI. She left in October 1937 after the hospital was bombed by the nationalists. On her return to Britain, she gave talks on her Spanish experiences. Sources: Buchanan, EGP, FYRTH, Nevada State Journal, October 13, 1937, Paul Freeman. Richards, Vernon, 1915–2001, Richards, real name Vero Recchioni, was the son of Italian-born anarchist Emidio Recchioni, who had been a contemporary of Enrico Malatesta. Richards grew up in Soho in London, and by 1934 was, like his father, involved in anti-Mussolini activities. In 1935 he was deported from France, where he had met the Italian anarchist Camillo Bernieri and fallen in love with his daughter, Marie-Louise. He began studying civil engineering at King's College London and, in 1936, published the anti-fascist newspaper Italia Libera, Free Italy. After the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War he started a new venture, Spain and the World, with the help of Tom Keel and some other Freedom Group comrades. Marie-Louise Bernieri joined him in London in 1937 and they married to give her British citizenship. Richards was responsible for setting up the Spain and the World Orphans and Refugees Fund, which helped fund 2 children's colonies run by anarchists in Catalonia. After the Republican defeat he published Revolt and War Commentary. He was arrested in 1945 alongside his wife, Philip Sansom, and John Hewitson and charged with incitement to disaffection for 3 issues of War Commentary. He was found guilty and served 9 months in prison. He edited Freedom after his 240 release, also working as a freelance photographer, organic gardener, and travel courier. After Marie-Louise's death in 1949 he married Dorothy, Peta, Hewitson, former partner of John. Peta died in 1997. His 1953 book, The Anti-Collaborationist Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, sparked a polemic with Sam Dolgoff over the CNTFAI role in the war. According to Colin Ward, none of the Freedom Group members Richards was involved with in the 1930s and 1940s were on speaking terms with him by the time of his death in 2001. He was, nevertheless, one of the most important British anarchists of the mid to late 20th century. Sources: Becker, Free Press, Honeywell, 1, Ward. Reed, Herbert, 1893–1968. Reed was born in Muscoats in Yorkshire in 1893. He became a captain during the First World War. A poet and art critic, he became radicalized during the Spanish Civil War. He was one of 3 writers, including Ethel Manin and Aldous Huxley, to support the anarchists in Authors Take Sides on the Spanish Civil War, published by the Left Review. He spoke at meetings organized by the CNTFAI London Bureau and SIA, and wrote for Spain and the World and Vanguard. His poetry and anarchism was published in 1938. His acceptance of a knighthood for services to literature in 1953 ostracized him from the anarchist movement. He died in 1968. Sources: Honeywell, 2, Vanguard, May 1939. Rocker, Rudolf, 1873–1958. Rocker was born in Mainz, Germany in 1873. He joined the German Social Democratic Party but was expelled from the party for advocating immediate revolution. He moved to Paris in 1893 but due to anti-anarchist sentiment, settling in London in 1895. Here he became one of the leading gears of the Jewish anarchist movement. Despite not being Jewish himself, he learned Yiddish to better understand his fellow workers. He was arrested on the outbreak of the First World War and interned as an enemy alien before being deported to Germany in 1918. Here he helped form the anarcho-syndicalist Freie Arbeiter Union Deutschlands, Free Workers Union of Germany, FAUD, and its parent organization, the IWMA, of which he served on the RST Secretariat. Rocker and his wife Millie, née Whitko, herself an anarchist activist, decided to flee to the United States to escape repression after the Reichstag in February 1933. They arrived in New York in August 1934 and moved to Towanda in Pennsylvania. He wrote for Vanguard, as well as 2 pamphlets on the Spanish Civil War published by Freie Arbeiter Stimme, The Truth About Spain and the Tragedy of Spain. The Rockers moved to the anarchist colony at Mohegan, New York in 1937, the same year that Rudolph's masterpiece Nationalism and Culture was published. He supported the Allied 241 effort during the Second World War as a bulwark against fascism, which he viewed as the greatest evil facing the world. He died at Mohegan in 1958, 3 years after Millie. Sources: Linden, Rocker, Valence. Rodriguez Vázquez, Mariano, 1909–39, known as Marionette. Rodriguez Vázquez was born in Barcelona in 1909. He was an organizer in the construction industry in Barcelona and became regional secretary of the CNT in Catalonia. Upon the resignation of Horacio Martínez Prieto in November 1936, he became general secretary of the CNT. He was a staunch supporter of governmental collaboration. Even at the war's end he remained loyal to Juan Negrin. He was a goer of criticism for the international movement. Emma Goldman wrote that he was 1,000 times worse than Alexander Kerensky, the former reformist prime minister of Russia. He fled to France after the fall of Catalonia and drowned while swimming in the Marne River near Paris in June 1939. Sources: E.G.P., Evans, Paz, Pirates. Rudiger, Helmut, 1903–66. Rudiger was born in Frankenberg, Germany in 1903. He studied German and art history in Leipzig and Munich. The events of the German Revolution in 1918–19 led him to anarchism through the works of Gustav Landauer. He joined the FAUD and wrote for its newspaper, Der Syndikalist, The Syndicalist. When his liberal parents cut off financial support because of his political convictions, he moved to Berlin and became friends with Rudolf Rocker and Erich Mussum. He was elected to the FAUD leadership in 1932 but moved to Spain in the same year. During the Spanish Civil War, he was Assistant Secretary of the IWMA for Spanish Affairs. He clashed with Agustín Suchet over the coordination of foreign propaganda in Barcelona, which eventually led to Suchet's censure at the Extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris in December 1937. In 1938 he went into exile in Sweden. He continued his commitment to anarcho-syndicalism during the Second World War and moved back to Germany after 1945. He died of a heart attack whilst on a visit to Spain in 1966. Sources: Alexander, Mrachny, Rudiger. Sánchez-Saornil, Lucia, 1895–1970. Sánchez-Saornil was born in Madrid in 1895, some sources say 1897. She worked as a telephonist to fund herself through art school and became a poet. She discovered anarchism aged 20 and began writing revolutionary. 242. Poetry. She joined the CNT but was unhappy with the male chauvinism within the organization. As a result, she co-founded Mujeres Libres with Mercedes Coma Posada and Amparo Poch y Gascon in May 1936, editing the journal of the same name. In 1938 she became General Secretary of SIA. She moved to Valencia in the same year and met her lifelong partner, America Barroso. In 1939 the two women fled to France but returned to Spain in 1941 under threat of being sent to a German concentration camp for their lesbianism. They lived together in Valencia until Sánchez-Saornil's death of cancer in 1970. Sources: Graham, Queen. Scapiro, Alexander, 1882–1946. Scapiro was born in Rostov-on-Don, Russia, but soon moved to Constantinople after his father was forced to in the fallout following the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881. He came to London at the turn of the 20th century, at the suggestion of Pyotr Kropotkin, and soon became active in the anarchist movement alongside Kropotkin, Errico Malatesta, and Rudolf Rocker. He represented the Jewish Anarchist Federation at the International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam in 1907. During the First World War, he was interned for his opposition to conscription, and in 1917 he returned to Russia to take part in the revolution. He left with Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman in 1921 after the crushing of the Kronstadt Rebellion. He lived in Berlin and Paris during the interwar years and played a key role in the formation of the IWMA, serving on its RST secretariat. He edited the journal La Voix du Travail, The Voice of Work, with Pierre Bisnard. Like Bisnard, he was very critical of the behavior of the CNT-FAI during the Spanish Civil War, which caused tensions in the international anarchist movement. He fled to New York to escape the Nazis in 1941 and edited New Trends with Sidney Solomon until his death. Sources: Avriche, 1, Avriche, 3, Linden. Schiavina, Rael, 1894–1987. Schiavina was born in San Carlo, Italy in 1894 to a peasant family. After finishing school, he moved to the United States, settling in Brockton, Ma in 1912. In 1916 he became administrator of the Gallinista newspaper Cronica Sovversiva, Subversive Chronicle. The next year he was arrested for refusing to serve in the First World War and was deported back to Italy in 1919. He then moved to Paris, before returning to the United States in 1928, where he edited El Adunata dei Refratari alongside Osvaldo Maraviglia. He remained editor until 1970. He used several pseudonyms, notably Max Sardin and Bruno, and was one of Carlo Tresca's anarchist critics in the anarchist movement. He died in Utah in 1987. Sources: Canestraro, Pernicon, Schiavina, Zimmer, 1. 243. Schlesinger, Jack. Known by his pseudonym Jack White, Schlesinger was a member of the rebel youth group, also known as the Vanguard Juniors, and later joined the Vanguard Group. He wrote on literary themes for the journal and was active in the ULO, serving as secretary, and Spanish Revolution. He later became a trade union of Chale and wrote for the anarchist journal New Trends after the Second World War. Sources: Avriche, 1, New Trends, September 1945, Spanish Revolution, September 5, 1936. Schmidt, Mark, 1978. Schmidt was born in Russia to Jewish parents around the turn of the 20th century. He moved to the United States but went back to Russia during the Russian Revolution in 1917. He returned to the United States an anarchist in the 1920s, although with strong Marxist leanings. He was a founding member of the Vanguard Group and its oldest member, being in his mid to late 30s. He wrote for the journal under the pseudonym Senex and acted as an ideological mentor to the younger members. A controversial character, he supposedly set up a network of spies within the Vanguard Group, and his behavior in stealing Louis Slater's girlfriend Elsie Milstein contributed considerably to the group's split. He was the unofficial editor of Spanish Revolution before being replaced by Walter Sterrett in 1937. He drifted towards Stalinism by the end of the 1930s, even going so far as supporting the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939. He abandoned his anarchism after the start of the Second World War and died in 1978. Sources: Avrish, 1, Zimmer, 3. Slater, Louis, 1910-73. Slater helped found the Friends of Freedom, an anarchist youth group active in the Bronx, and was a delegate at the Midwest Anarchist Conference in Chicago in 1931. He became secretary of the Vanguard Group and was also heavily involved in producing Challenge. He wrote under the pseudonym David Lawrence. He was at the center of the split in the Vanguard Group that led to Challenge, when Mark Schmidt stole his girlfriend, Elsie Milstein, leading to much bitterness. He withdrew from the anarchist movement during the Second World War and was shot to death during a robbery at his print shop in Brooklyn in 1973. Sources: Avrish, 1, BRODIE. Solomon, Sydney, 1911-2004. Solomon was born in Pogost in Russia to Jewish communist parents and moved to the United States in 1913. He went to school with Tommy Dolgoff and attended New York City College with Abe Bluestein and 244. Roman Weinrebe. He attended the founding meeting of the Vanguard Group in 1931 and wrote for the journal under the pseudonym S. Morrison. He married fellow Vanguard Group member Clara Friedman. He edited the English language page in Carlo Tresca's Il Martello and was also active in the publication of Spanish Revolution. With Alexander Scapiro he founded the newspaper New Trends at the end of the Second World War, but it ceased publication after Scapiro's death. He was also a professional book designer. Sources: Avrish, 1, Cornell, Solomon. Sushi, Augustin, 1892-1984. Sushi was born in Ratiber, Germany in 1892. He moved to Sweden to escape conscription in 1915 but was expelled for publishing anti-militarist propaganda in 1917. He returned to Germany in 1919 and was active with Rudolf Rocker in the FAUD, representing the organization informally at the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920. He also served on the RST Secretariat of the IWMA, in which capacity he traveled to Spain and South America. He fled to Paris in 1933 and moved to Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War. There he led the CNTFAI Foreign Language Division until 1937, when he was replaced by Martin Goodell. He served on the Peninsular Committee of the FAI. He clashed with Helmut Rudiger over the coordination of foreign propaganda in Barcelona, which eventually led to his censure at the Extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris in December 1937. He was accused, probably unfairly, of fomenting the rift between the CNT and IWMA. He wrote extensively about the rural collectives and the May Days, published in English as With the Peasants of Aragon and The Tragic Week in May. After the fall of Barcelona, he was interned in France, but escaped to Mexico in 1942. He returned to Germany in 1961 and worked as a teacher and organization expert in Latin America, Ethiopia, and Madagascar. After the death of Franco, he returned to Spain with a German LM crew to try to recreate certain events of the Civil War. He retired to Munich and died in 1984. Sources: Alexander, Linden, Mrakny, Sushi. Sterrett, Walter, 1884-1938, Sterrett, real name Warren Star van Valkenburg, joined the anarchist movement after meeting Emma Goldman in 1909 in New York. A former member of the Socialist Party, he wrote for Goldman's Mother Earth in addition to Alexander Berkman's The Blast. He was editor of Road to Freedom from 1928 to 1932, and BRODIE edited Spanish Revolution in 1937. As a young man he had lost a leg in a railroad accident, and as a result had a wooden leg. He struggled with drink during his later years, and died of a heart attack in May 1938, aged 54, although there were also rumors that he killed himself. Sources: Avriche, 1, EGP, Spain and the World, July 15, 1938, Valkenburg. 245. Steimer, Molly, 1897–1980, Steimer, real name Martha Alprine, was born in Dunaevsy, Russia, now Ukraine, in 1897. She moved to the United States when she was 15 with her VE siblings. She worked in a garment factory, and by 1917 had become an anarchist. She was a member of the Freiheit, Freedom, group, which consisted mainly of young anarchists of Eastern European Jewish origin. The group's newspaper was banned in 1917 and Steimer was arrested the following year for distributing leaflets protesting U.S. intervention in the Russian Revolution. She was found guilty and sentenced to 15 years in prison, prompting outrage amongst radicals and liberals. Despite appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, the conviction was upheld, and she was deported to Soviet Russia in 1921. Whilst there, she agitated for the release of anarchist prisoners and was arrested and expelled to Germany in 1923. She and her partner Senia Fleschen joined Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman in Berlin before moving to Paris in 1924. Steimer and Fleschen moved back to Berlin in 1929 but returned to Paris in 1933. During the Spanish Civil War, she was critical of the CNTFAI line, and was in regular correspondence with Goldman, whom she also criticized. She was interned during the Second World War but escaped and fled to Mexico with Fleschen. She died of a heart attack in Cuernavaca in 1980. Sources: Avriche, 2, Skirta. Sterling, Irving, 1917–93. Sterling was born in 1917 in New York to Russian anarchist parents. He attended a workman's circle school and later became a leading member of the rebel youth group, also known as the Vanguard Juniors, helping to produce their journal, The Rebel Youth. His future wife, Rose Geller, was also a member of the rebel youth group. He later joined the Vanguard group. He used to take the oar at the Rand School of Social Science forums and attack the communists. He left the anarchist movement after joining the U.S. Army on the outbreak of the Second World War. After the war he became manager of a trucking RM in New Jersey. He died in 1993 of Parkinson's disease. Sources: Avriche, 1, BRODIE. Sutton, Beryl. Sutton traveled to Spain at the end of 1936 in her capacity as a nurse, serving on the Aragon front. She was the wife of Shloim Sutton, an old comrade of Emma Goldman from the Freedom Group. She went to Spain after Goldman recommended her to the Barcelona local committee of the Spanish Red Cross, even bringing £50 worth of medical supplies to the front. Sources: EGP, GAC. 246. Tresca, Carlo, 1879–1943, born in Sulmona, Italy. Tresca became secretary of the Italian Federation of Railroad Workers in 1898, also editing Il Germ, The Germ, a socialist weekly. He fled to the United States in 1904 to avoid persecution. He joined the IWW in 1912 and was heavily involved in the Bread and Roses strike in Lawrence, Minnesota in the same year. Through his newspaper Il Martello he was an outspoken critic of fascism, Stalinism, and organized crime, and helped younger anarchists by allowing the Vanguard group to publish from his of CE. He was also sent to prison in 1925 for printing an advertisement for a birth control pamphlet in Il Martello. When the Spanish Civil War broke out, he arranged for weapons to be smuggled into Spain, and spoke at solidarity meetings to raise money for the CNTFAI. In 1937, he was a member of the Dewey Commission that exonerated Leon Trotsky from the charges made against him during the Moscow trials, and in 1938 he publicly accused the Soviet secret police of murdering former PUSA member Juliet Stewart-Points. He had many enemies, including the individualist anarchists grouped around El Adunata Dei Refractory, who accused him of being a police spy, and was assassinated on the streets of New York by a mob-hired gunman in 1943. A legendary Gore of the Italian-American left, 5,000 mourners attended his funeral. Sources: Gallagher, Pernicon. Weinrebe, Roman. Weinrebe's father, Baruch Abraham Weinrebe, Rivkin, was a Russian anarchist who migrated to the United States in 1911, writing for Freie Arbeiterstimme, amongst other publications. Roman attended New York City College with Abe Bluestein and Sidney Solomon, propagandizing in the classroom when he could. He was a member of the Vanguard Group and wrote regularly for its journal. He was good friends with Carlo Tresca and contributed to the legal defense of anti-fascists affiliated with Tresca. He died in the hour of his youth several years later. Sources: Avrish, 1, Cornell, Dolgoff. White, James Robert, Jack, 1879–1946. White was born to an upper-class family in Brofshane in Antrim, Ireland, some sources say Richmond in Surrey, in 1879. His father had won the Victoria Cross for service during the Second Anglo-Afghan War, and subsequently became governor of Gibraltar. White served as an officer in the British Army and received a Distinguished Service Order for his role in the Second Boer War. He would be known throughout his life as Captain Jack. He subsequently rejected his military upbringing and joined a Tolstoyan commune in the Cotswolds after RST traveling in Bohemia and Canada. He came to Dublin in 1913 during the 247 Dublin lockout, met James Connolly, and served as the RST commander of the ICA. Between 1916 and 1922 he spent time in prison in England, Wales, Scotland, and the Irish Free State, completing a possibly unique quintumvirate after being arrested in Belfast whilst on a hunger march in 1931. In 1934, he joined the Dublin branch of the Republican Congress and was chairman of a branch of British ex-servicemen. In October 1936, he travelled to Spain as part of the SMAC, but his unit was cancelled while in Spain. White later accused the communists of sabotaging the unit after they became aware of his anarchist sympathies. Whilst in Barcelona, he met Emma Goldman and became attracted to anarchism, eventually referring to himself as a Christian anarchist. He spoke at the launch of the CNTFAI London Bureau in January 1937, and alongside Goldman as a member of the anarchist contingent in the May Day Parade the same year. He joined the ASU and spoke on behalf of the APCF in Glasgow, even acting as chair in a farcical, and unsuccessful, attempt at unity between the APCF and USM in March 1937. According to Albert Meltzer, he was also behind attempts to smuggle weapons to the CNT through a Czechoslovak arms dealer. He moved back to Brofshane in 1938 and died of cancer in a Belfast nursing home in 1946. Sources: Convery, 2, EGP, GAC, Keohane, Meltzer, Spain and the World, February 5, March 5, May 1, 1937, TUC. Wang, Chaitin, Eddie, 1900–88. Wang was born near Guangzhou in China in 1900. He cut off his queue, a Qing-era hairstyle and symbol of the empire, when he was 12 during the Xinhai Revolution. He had a wife and child from an arranged marriage when he was 17, but they soon separated. He moved to Hong Kong to live with a radical cousin. He moved to San Francisco in 1921, working as a farm laborer and waiter before moving to New York in 1929. Here he joined the Road to Freedom group and was a founding member of the Vanguard group in 1931. He opened a cooperative-style restaurant called Jade Mountain with some other Chinese migrants and married the Polish Jewish anarchist sympathizer Bella Friedman. Later he managed a jewelry business and funded an elementary school in his hometown in China. He died in 1988. Sources: Avrish, 1, BRODIE. Yelensky, Boris, 1889–1974. Yelensky was born in Krasnodar in Russia and began reading revolutionary literature aged 12. At 16, he joined a maximalist group and participated in the Novorossiysk Soviet during the 1905 Russian Revolution. He headed to the United States in 1907, settling in Philadelphia, and became an anarchist. He helped organize the anarchist Red Cross, later the anarchist Black Cross, before moving to Chicago, becoming secretary of the 248th branch there in 1917. In July of the same year he returned to Russia to take part in the revolution, serving as a courier in the Soviet government publishing agency. After the repression of the anarchists by the Bolsheviks, he returned to Chicago in 1923, founding the Free Society Group. He raised funds for political prisoners throughout the 1920s and 1930s and contributed to journals including Freie Arbeiterstimme, Freedom, the U.S. Incarnation, and Dialo Truda. He died of cancer in Florida in 1974. Sources: Avrish, 1. Zugaitis, Luis, 1938. Zugaitis was a Spanish member of the Cultura Proletaria group in New York for several years before 1936. He was the companion of another anarchist, Liza Brilliant, who supported the ULO during the Civil War. On the outbreak of hostilities, he organized one of the RST anti-fascist committees in the city, but soon traveled to Spain. In Madrid, he became Secretary of Propaganda of the FAI and a member of the FAI Regional Committee of the Center. He was killed in a car accident after attending a meeting in February 1938. His brother Ignacio, Marcelino Garcia, Abe Bluestein, and José Arenas of the SHC spoke at a memorial meeting for him in March 1938. Sources: El Adunita dei Refratari, March 26, 1938, EGP, SL, Vanguard, March 21, 1938.